Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 2988 to Chapter 3073. The young man in yellow robes released his divine power. Jin Yuan could tell that the young man's divine power had been awakened to about 80% of his divine power. If even the two of them can pass, it means that I've awakened 80% of my divine power. That's enough. The young man in yellow robes said coldly. Then, he stepped forward and stepped into the gate of heaven. However, when he stepped into the gate of heaven, his expression became serious. Although he said that the difficulty of the gate of heaven had been reduced, he did not dare to relax at all. He was fully alert. When he was halfway to the heavenly gate, he was like Lu Ming previously. His body froze and he did not move. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man in yellow robes. If he could pass the gate of heaven, it meant that the difficulty of the gate of heaven had indeed been reduced. 2 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the young man in yellow robes trembled. How is it? Everyone's hearts trembled. Then, the young man in yellow robes screamed. His body flew out of the gate of heaven as if he had been hit by a giant beast. He crashed to the ground and vomited blood. His aura was extremely weak. Everyone saw that there was a crack between the young man's eyebrows. Blood was flowing out continuously. The yellow-robed young man's eyes were filled with terror. He had almost died. It was obvious that the young man in yellow robes had failed, he had failed miserably and had almost died. The difficulty of the gate of heaven has not been reduced at all. Someone whispered. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze returned to Lu Ming and Xiao Yu. The difficulty of the gate of heaven had not been reduced. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon had each taken 5 minutes to pass. It was obvious that both of them were terrifyingly talented. In particular, Jin Xing, Jin Yuan, and the other prodigies who had passed the gate of heaven looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Everyone, we'll leave it to you to enter Xianxia ancient city. Lu Ming must die in Xianxia ancient city. At that moment, a few prodigies from the Qin family secretly transmitted their voices to the other prodigies. He transmitted his voice to a few prodigies from a few families who were on good terms with the Qin family. Don't worry. As long as we meet him in Xianxia ancient city, we won't let him come out alive. Those prodigies replied. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned to look in the direction of the Qin family prodigy. Just now, he had felt many murderous intents landing on him. It seems that in addition to the Jin family and the Qin family, there are other geniuses who want to kill me. A cold smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. If they wanted to kill him, they had to be prepared to be killed by him. Then, someone else chose to enter through the gate. Autumn Moon, let's go. Lu Ming watched for a while and lost interest. He pulled Autumn Moon's hand and walked towards the tunnel. Yeah, let's go too. Most of the experts have already made their moves. There's nothing much to see next. It's boring to watch people crawl through dog doors. Let's go. As soon as Lu Ming and Autumn Moon left, the others couldn't sit still any longer. One after another, they walked into the tunnel. Inside the passageway was not Star Moon Ancient City, but a door of light. A portal. It seems that this is the gate that leads to the inner part of Star Moon Ancient City. Lu Ming smiled and then stepped into the door of light with Autumn Moon. Then, the others stepped into the door of light and disappeared. After most of the people had entered the door of light, those outside also moved. Some of them blushed and crawled through the door of dog doors. Then, they lowered their heads and ran into the door of light. Half a day later, everyone had entered the door of light. Only Bailey was left outside. The prodigies of the 4 heavenly kings have gathered. This time, I hope that they won't lose too much. I also hope that they will gain something. Bailey muttered to himself and sat down cross-legged outside the room. He had to wait here for 10 years. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the door of light, he felt as if he was traveling through the void. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself in a canyon. Lu Ming frowned because he realized that Autumn Moon was not beside him. Lu Ming rose into the air and looked around. In the end, he realized that he was in a primitive forest. There was no sign of Autumn Moon. I've miscalculated. It turns out that entering Star Moon Ancient City is a random teleportation. Lu Ming whispered and could not help but worry. Among the prodigies who had entered Starmoon Ancient City, Autumn Moon's cultivation was the weakest. He was only a level 2 heavenly god. If he encountered someone with evil intentions, he would be in danger. Autumn Moon is also a person with great fortune. He should be fine. Lu Ming comforted himself. He took out his voice transmission jade talisman and realized that it could not be used. I'd better cultivate while looking for Autumn Moon. Lu Ming pondered for a while and then looked around. In the end, he realized that he had no idea where he was. He was surrounded by a primitive forest. I didn't expect that there would be a primitive forest in Starmoon Ancient City. Lu Ming mumbled. He then chose a direction and flew forward. The primitive forest was dense with divine aura. However, he did not find any living creatures. He did not find any divine beasts or desolate beasts. It was dead silent. After flying for a few hours, Lu Ming was still in the primitive forest. I'm so unlucky to be teleported to the wilderness as soon as I entered. Lu Ming curled his lips. In the end, he performed the 9 heavens Kuanping technique and transformed into a Kuanping to roam the 9 heavens. Just like that, Lu Ming flew for a day before he finally flew out of this primitive forest and saw the buildings. In front of him, there were many palaces built on top of a mountain. After flying in, he realized that these palaces were very dilapidated. Only ruins were left. However, these were the remains of the early Heavenly Palace era. Lu Ming was very curious and decided to go in and take a look. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud explosion from the ruins. Divine power surged and gravel flew everywhere. Then, 2 figures flew out from the ruins and engaged in an intense battle in the air. It was obvious that the 2 of them were the supreme talents of the Starry Camp and they were fighting fiercely. However, when they saw Lu Ming, they were all shocked and retreated one after another. It's him. When the 2 of them saw Lu Ming, they recognized Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming had passed the Heavenly Gate. The supreme talents of the Starry Camp remembered Lu Ming. It's this kid. Previously, the Qin family asked the Sun family to help them kill this kid. Looks like I'm lucky to have met this kid. Furthermore, this person's talent is so high. He might have a great opportunity on him. If I kill him, his opportunity will be mine. One of the young men with a big nose had a murderous look in his eyes. At the same time, there was greed in his eyes. Wang Tong, let's forget about today's matter. You can leave now. I won't be calculative with you. At the thought of this, the young man with a big nose looked at the person who had just fought with him and said. End of chapter. The big-nosed young man asked the person who was fighting with him to leave. The person smirked, but chose to leave in the end. His strength was slightly weaker than the big-nosed young man. If the battle dragged on, he would not stand a chance. He glanced at Lu Ming with a smirk, before turning into a ray of light and leaving the place. As soon as the young man left, the big-nosed young man appeared beside Lu Ming with a flicker. A wisp of aura locked onto Lu Ming. Are you trying to kill me? Lu Ming said calmly with a spurious smile on his face. You're not stupid either. The big-nosed young man's eyes turned cold. A powerful aura burst out from his body, covering the area within 10,000 li. The big-nosed young man was a 9th-layer Heaven God Realm cultivator. His god force had also awakened to a certain extent, but it was less than 50%. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think I've offended you. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Jin clan or Qin clan? Lu Ming asked. Why are you asking so many questions when you're about to die? The big-nosed young man smirked. Oh, it's fine if you don't want to tell me. It's either the Jin clan or the Qin clan. Speaking of which, I don't think you're well informed. Are you sure you can kill me? Lu Ming said with a smile. The big-nosed young man most likely did not know he had defeated Ling Ying. Otherwise, he would not be so confident. What do you mean? The big-nosed young man was startled. I mean, I'll send you on your way now. Lu Ming's cold voice could be heard. Following it, Lu Ming stepped forward. His body expanded rapidly, transforming into the flesh of the ancient god. Meanwhile, the battle character art was activated, which amplified his strength by 4 times. A ferocious aura surged in the direction of the big-nosed young man. This aura. Impossible. The big-nosed young man was astounded when he sensed Lu Ming's aura. Lu Ming's aura made his heart tremble. Bang, Lu Ming attacked. A giant spear glow was fired at the big-nosed young man. Path of War! Roared the big-nosed young man. A long spear appeared in his hand, which he waved through the air, causing numerous war chariots to appear. There were even warriors on the war chariots. The war chariot rumbled towards Lu Ming. The big-nosed young man came from the Sun family, a great family in the 9-extinction Heavenly King Mansion. The secret skill was unique to the Sun family and its power was shocking. However, when Lu Ming's spear light pressed down, the chariots collapsed one by one. Following this, all the chariots shattered into pieces. Boom! Under the pressure of the spear, the big-nosed young man was forced to retreat while vomiting blood. How is that possible? How can he be so strong? The big-nosed young man roared in his heart. Indeed, he didn't know that Lu Ming had defeated Ling Ying. Therefore, he assumed that Lu Ming was merely a 4th-level heavenly god. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't be that strong. Never would he have thought that he would be severely injured in just one move. Run! The big-nosed young man immediately turned around and ran. It's too late to run now. Lu Ming's cold voice appeared. He executed the 9 heavens Kuanping art, summoning a Kuanping. With a flap of its wings, Lu Ming immediately chased after the big-nosed young man. Sky-piercing, Lu Ming thrust his spear forward, firing a spear glow at the big-nosed young man at a shocking pace. The big-nosed young man let out a furious roar when he realized that he had no chance of running away. He swung his spear to defend himself. However, he was knocked flying once again. He flew for a few thousand li. His arm was torn apart, resulting in a serious injury. The big-nosed young man's strength was on par with Ling Ying's. Previously, when Lu Ming was fighting Ling Ying, he still had to put in some effort. However, now that Lu Ming was circulating 7 different kinds of god force in his body, even though most of his god force had yet to reach its peak, his strength had improved significantly. He could easily crush Ling Ying. Lu Ming, if you dare to kill me, the Sun family won't forgive you. The big-nosed young man yelled. Kill! Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with his opponent. He launched a barrage of attacks. The big-nosed young man barely managed to block a few more moves before his head was struck by Lu Ming's spear, killing him instantly. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming kept the big-nosed young man's storage ring. His figure flashed as he rushed toward the ruins on the mountain peak. It was unknown how many years had passed since the collapse of the ruins. It was conceivable that there must have been a great array around the mountain in the distant past. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the ruins to still exist after such a long time had passed. Most likely, nothing was left of the ruins. Lu Ming looked around and was slightly disappointed as he did not find anything. Lu Ming did not linger. He soared into the sky and left the place. In the following day, Lu Ming did not find anything. That's... On this day, Lu Ming was flying when he suddenly felt something strange ahead. He could vaguely feel a pressure coming from ahead. In Xianxia ancient city, he could not let go of any abnormalities. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he flew forward. Not long after, Lu Ming made a discovery. There was a statue standing in a wide area in front of him. The statue was very huge, at least 100 miles tall, and it stood in the clouds. However, this statue was headless, with only the lower half of its body standing on the ground. The pressure was coming from the statue. The closer he got to the statue, the greater the pressure. Lu Ming's body was pressed down, making it difficult for him to circulate the divine power in his body. It was as if he was carrying 1,000 pounds of shackles. Lu Ming saw that there were a few figures around the statue. Some of them were approaching the statue, while others were standing still with their bodies trembling slightly as if they were resisting the pressure of the statue. They are using the pressure of the statue to polish their foundation. Lu Ming immediately guessed the intention of those people. His eyes also lit up. Previously on the demon capital mountain, in order to resist the formation set up by the 3 demon masters and more than 2,500 demon capital guards, he had forcibly absorbed the energy of the star core to break through to the next level. Although he had successfully broken through to the 4th layer heaven god realm, it had also brought him a hidden danger, which was the instability of his foundation. If his foundation was unstable, even if the divine power in his body was full, it would be difficult for him to break through to the next level. He would have to spend a lot of time to polish his foundation. Meanwhile, the statue was emitting a terrifying pressure, which Lu Ming could use to polish his foundation. Lu Ming stepped forward and landed 1,000 miles away from the statue. He then stepped forward and walked toward the statue. As Lu Ming approached the statue, the pressure he felt increased. It was as if he was carrying a godly mountain on his back. It was the same for his divine power. It was getting harder and harder to circulate it. Lu Ming was overjoyed instead of being shocked. He needed this kind of pressure, the kind that was applied to his divine power. However, the pressure is not enough. Lu Ming murmured as he continued to move forward. Soon, he had surpassed the two young men. End of chapter. It's him. The two young men glanced at Lu Ming. It was obvious that they recognized Lu Ming. However, they only took a quick glance at the statue before continuing with their cultivation. Not enough, keep going. Lu Ming continued to move closer to the statue. Soon, Lu Ming was 100 li away from the statue. At this distance, the pressure from the statue had reached a shocking level. Lu Ming's body began to tremble. He could feel the god force in his body struggling to circulate. Alright, this is the place. Lu Ming sat down with his legs crossed. He closed his eyes and began to execute the Universe Tao technique to strengthen his foundation. The cultivation lasted for half a year. In the beginning, it was extremely difficult to circulate the god force. It would take him a few days to complete a cycle, but now, Lu Ming was able to complete a cycle within an hour. It was 10 times more comfortable than before. This pressure is indeed a good place to strengthen my foundation. At this moment, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. In just half a year, Lu Ming could feel that his foundation was extremely sturdy. It would take him at least a few hundred years to achieve this outside. It did save me a lot of time, but I've spent half a year here. It's time to leave. Lu Ming pondered. He had no idea how the Star Crescent ancient city was doing in half a year. Lu Ming rose to his feet and left the statue. When he was 1,000 li away from the statue, the god force in his body began to circulate at a shocking pace. It's so pure and smooth. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His foundation was even sturdier than before. He was able to circulate the god force smoothly without any hindrance. Now, once the god force in his body was replenished, he could attempt to rank up to the 5th layer heaven god realm. The past half a year has been worth it. Lu Ming smiled. He rose into the sky and planned to leave the place. However, at that instant, a few rays of light sprang out from the ground not far away. They came from different directions and surrounded Lu Ming. Kid, you've finally come out. One of them said coldly. The people of the Qin clan. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. These young men were all from the Qin clan. The Qin clan members all had a scale between their eyebrows, making them easy to recognize. It was obvious that the Qin clan's people had been waiting here for a long time. They were waiting for Lu Ming to leave the area where the statue was so that they could attack him. This was because Lu Ming had been under tremendous pressure from the statue. It was inconvenient for them to make a move. Brat, we have wasted a few months because of you. We want you to know that there is only one consequence for killing a member of the Qin clan. A young man from the Qin family exuded a powerful aura. Half-step divine king realm. Moreover, this person's body faintly emitted an ancient and desolate aura. Although this person had not awakened the origin divine power factor, the degree of awakening was not low. His strength was definitely extremely shocking. For the time being, Lu Ming was still no match for such a prodigy. Furthermore, the Qin clan had more than one genius of such caliber. There were 2 of them. On top of that, there were 2 other 9th layer heaven god realm geniuses. The 4 of them surrounded Lu Ming. Qin Wuyo, you're just courting death. Lu Ming said coldly. At the same time, his eyes darted around, trying to find a way to escape. Fighting head-on would definitely not work. The other party's strength was above his. Fighting head-on would be foolish. Escaping was the best option. Who do you think you are? You're just a piece of trash from the Qin Tian star field. The Qin clan's people can kill you whenever they want to. You can only wait to be killed. Do you understand? A young man from the Qin clan said coldly, looking high and mighty. Lu Ming smiled faintly and was too lazy to reply. There was nothing to say to such a person. Kill. Suddenly, Lu Ming roared and punched out continuously. 7 nine-clawed dragon roared and flew out, pouncing towards a half-step divine king realm expert from the Qin clan. You're overestimating yourself. The young man from the Qin clan shouted coldly. His body shook and violent divine power gushed out. Then, he punched out, and a huge fist print rushed out, shaking the void. Lu Ming's 7 nine-clawed dragon collapsed one after another. The young man looked arrogant. Just as he was about to say something to show off, he saw Lu Ming's actions and shouted, "Watch out." It turned out that Lu Ming did not continue to attack him. Lu Ming's attack was just a facade. After Lu Ming attacked, he retreated rapidly and rushed towards a 9th-level heavenly god realm expert. At the same time, his body swelled rapidly and turned into an ancient god. Realm expert. Lu Ming's goal was to escape. Boom! Lu Ming shot out his spear towards the 9th-level heavenly god realm expert from the Qin clan. 7 injuries divine fist. The young man reacted and threw out a punch. A huge fist print blasted towards Lu Ming. However, a 9th-level heavenly god realm expert who had not awakened his divine power origin was no match for Lu Ming. The spear light blasted past and the fist print shattered. The young man from the Qin clan retreated rapidly and coughed out blood. Lu Ming dashed over and cast the 9 heavens Kunpeng technique, dashing forward. Stay here. The other half-step divine king realm expert from the Qin clan saw Lu Ming's attack and attacked too. A fist print rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was about to fly forward but he was a step too slow and the fist landed on his body. Bang! Lu Ming's body shook violently and he staggered, almost falling down. Green scales flew off his back and a huge hole was blasted open by the fist print. Fresh blood flowed out. I'll remember this. Lu Ming roared furiously. He endured the pain and continued to fly. Chase. The 4 young men from the Qin clan chased after Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, both parties had disappeared. The 2 parties flew out a few 100,000 miles in the blink of an eye. The 2 9th-level heavenly god realm experts from the Qin clan could not keep up with their speed and fell behind. However, the 2 half-step divine king realm experts of the Qin clan were slowly closing the distance between them and Lu Ming. Damn it! Lu Ming's face darkened. He had just taken a blow from a half-step god king from the Qin family and was injured. He was not in his best condition. Otherwise, he might be able to escape if he used the 9 heavens Kunpeng technique. However, his speed was now slightly behind his opponent. Kid, you can't escape. One of the young men from the Qin clan shouted coldly with killing intent. Lu Ming did not say anything and continued to fly. Soon, the distance between both parties was even closer. 7 injuries divine fist. One of the young men from the Qin clan attacked with a punch. This young man from the Qin clan had probably awakened his divine force to 60% or even 70%. His attack was terrifyingly powerful with his half-step divine king realm cultivation. The space whistled as the terrifying fist energy approached Lu Ming. Moon slashing. Lu Ming turned around and struck out with his long spear. A crescent-shaped spear light burst out and rushed towards the incoming fist print. End of chapter. Lu Ming slashed out a crescent-shaped spear light, clashing with the Qin clan's genius fist. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted. The crescent-shaped spear light shook violently before it shattered. A powerful force rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled as he retreated rapidly. His blood and qi churned within his body, causing him to almost spit out a mouthful of blood. The divine energy of a half-step divine king was already extremely dense. In addition, he had awakened 60 to 70% of his divine energy. The power was too terrifying. Even Lu Ming, who had gathered 7 types of divine energy, couldn't withstand it. However, the young man from the Qin clan was even more shocked. What's going on with this kid? He's a 4th-level heavenly god. What a monster. Moreover, his divine energy feels mixed and impure. Why is it so powerful? The young man from the Qin clan was puzzled. He could clearly feel that Lu Ming's divine energy was mixed and impure. It seemed to be caused by an unstable foundation. However, its power was shockingly strong. A fourth-level heavenly god who hadn't awakened his divine energy was almost on par with his divine energy. He would never have thought that Lu Ming's divine energy wasn't mixed and impure. Instead, it contained 7 different types of divine energy. After exchanging a blow, Lu Ming turned around and continued flying. You can't escape. The 2 young men from the Qin clan continued to chase after him. At this moment, Lu Ming saw a mountain peak in front of him. There were a few young men on the peak who seemed to be resting. They are the geniuses of the Wu clan. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Those young men on the peak were obviously the geniuses of the Wu clan. Lu Ming saw Wu Ming and Wu Yu among them. At this moment, Wu Ming and Wu Yu also saw Lu Ming. This ancient god body. It's brother Lu Ming. He's from the Qin clan. Damn it. Brothers, attack. Wu Ming and Wu Yu immediately recognized Lu Ming and the geniuses of the Qin clan. Without thinking, they knew what was going on and immediately roared. Leave it to us. On the mountain peak, 2 skyprides of the Wu family soared into the sky and rushed towards the skyprides of the Qin family like 2 meteors. 2 half-step divine kings working together to deal with a 4th-layer celestial god. Your Qin clan is truly shameless. Let us be your opponents. A young man from the Wu family sneered. He slashed out with his sword from far away. Whoosh, a sword light traversed a distance of several thousand miles and slashed towards a young man from the Qin family. The sword light was resplendent, and its might was astonishing. That Qin clan youth had no choice but to stop and block. Boom, he threw out a punch and blocked the sword light. His body also stopped. At the same time, another genius from the Wu clan made his move and blocked the other young man from the Qin clan. The 2 geniuses of the Qin clan were both blocked. This is a matter of the Qin clan. This man has killed a genius of the Qin clan. Does the Wu clan want to meddle in this? A young man from the Qin clan said coldly. So what if I'm a busybody? Lu Ming is a friend of my Wu family. If you want to kill him, it's the same as killing a member of my Wu family. A genius from the Wu clan said with a faint smile. In the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace, the Wu clan's strength was not any weaker than the Qin clan. There was no need for them to be afraid of the Qin clan. The 2 young men from the Qin clan looked displeased. The 2 geniuses from the Wu clan were not any weaker than them. One of them had even entered the Earth Gate. His talent was shocking, and his combat strength was stronger than them. They knew that with the help of the Wu clan, they would not be able to kill Lu Ming today. Humph, kid, consider yourself lucky. I hope you can keep going. The next time we meet, it'll be your death date. One of the young men from the Qin clan stared coldly at Lu Ming. That's what I want to say to you. The next time we meet, it'll be your death date. Lu Ming replied coldly. He would remember the grudge of being hunted down today. Hee, you think you can do that? One of the young men from the Qin clan laughed disdainfully and turned around to leave. Soon, the 2 young men from the Qin clan disappeared. Brother Lu, are you all right? Wu Yu and Wu Ming flew over. Lu Ming turned into a normal person and laughed. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get away. This time, if he did not meet the geniuses from the Wu clan, he would have to risk his life. The only way he could risk his life was to ignite his ancient god heart. After igniting his ancient god heart, he would definitely be able to kill the 2 geniuses from the Qin clan. However, the loss would be too great. It was not worth it to ignite his ancient god heart for 2 geniuses from the Qin clan. Brother Lu, you're too kind. Since we're friends, how could we sit back and do nothing? One of the geniuses from the Wu clan laughed. The other 2 geniuses from the Wu clan were called Wu Zixiong and Wu Su. Both of them were half-step divine kings. Wu Zixiong's talent was stronger. His divine force had awakened to 90%. He was not far from fully awakening his origin divine force factor. He had already passed the Earth Gate. Of course, from 90% to fully awakening one's origin divine force factor, it was extremely difficult to do so. 90% of them would be stuck and would not be able to make the final breakthrough. Lu Ming smiled and did not say much. He did not need to express his gratitude. He would just keep it in his heart. Wait, something was wrong. Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of a problem. Brothers Wu, how did all of you get together? Could it be that you were all teleported together? Lu Ming asked. No, we were separated when we teleported in. We only gathered together after we contacted each other through the voice transmission Jade Talisman. Wu Zixiong said. Voice transmission Jade Talisman? You mean the voice transmission Jade Talisman can be used here? Lu Ming quickly said. Of course it can be used. Why? Brother Lu, what's wrong? Wu Ming asked. Lu Ming's face darkened and his eyes flashed with worry. He had sent a voice transmission to Chiu Moon not long after he arrived. However, the voice transmission Jade Talisman could not be used. He thought the voice transmission Jade Talisman could not be used here. Lu Ming immediately took out the voice transmission Jade Talisman and sent a voice transmission to Chiu Moon. However, the result was the same. What's going on? Lu Ming's heart sank and his face became even uglier. Brother Lu, what's wrong? Wu Ming and the others also noticed that something was wrong and asked again. Why can't my voice transmission Jade Talisman send a message? Lu Ming told them about the voice transmission Jade Talisman he sent to Chiu Moon. Can't send a message? Brother Lu, please send a message for me. Wu Ming said. Lu Ming quickly sent a voice transmission to Wu Ming, but it was unimpeded. Lu Ming's face became even uglier. Could something really have happened to Chiu Moon? Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Brother Lu, don't worry. The voice transmission Jade Talisman is indeed suppressed in Xianxia Ancient City. If the distance is too far, it's normal that it can't be transmitted. Moreover, if Miss Chiu Moon is in an isolated place, it's possible that the message can't be transmitted. Wu Zixiong comforted Lu Ming. End of chapter. Wu Zixiong comforted Lu Ming, but Lu Ming's heart was still heavy and he was worried. Let's hope that the mid-autumn moon will be blessed. Lu Ming could only comfort himself in this way. Brothers Wu, if we meet the mid-autumn moon in the future, can you help me take care of her? Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, you're being too polite. That's for sure. I'll find some friends to inquire about the whereabouts of the mid-autumn moon. Wu Zixiong said. Thank you, Brother Wu. Lu Ming cupped his fists. By the way, Brother Lu, where are you going next? Wu Zixiong asked again. I heard that there are some forbidden areas in Xianxia Ancient City. Some of them are extremely cold places with extremely cold treasures. I'd like to try my luck there. Lu Ming said. Forbidden areas? Wu Zixiong's face froze slightly and he said, Brother Lu, some of the forbidden areas in Xianxia Ancient City are very dangerous. If you want to go there, you have to be careful. Thank you, Brother Wu. Lu Ming will be careful. Lu Ming said with a smile. Brother Lu, if you keep going north, you'll find a forbidden area of extreme cold. By the way, I have a simple map here. You may need it. After saying that, Wu Zixiong took out a map and handed it to Lu Ming. Map? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He opened it and took a look. There were some routes and some special places that had been marked out. There was a forbidden area north of here. It was called the Cold Underworld Forbidden Area. It was filled with cold underworld qi and was very dangerous. This map was drawn by the Wu family's geniuses when they entered Xianxia Ancient City. It's relatively simple, but it can be used. Wu Zixiong said. Since you gave me the map, you guys, Lu Ming hesitated. Haha, of course we have a backup. Wu Zixiong smiled. Lu Ming patted his head. He was worried about the mid-autumn moon and was a little absent-minded. He was really confused. How could the Wu family not have a backup of such a map? Then Lu Ming will take his leave. See you another day. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Take care. Wu Ming and the others also cupped their fists. Then, Lu Ming turned and left, heading north. A few hours later, Lu Ming found a secluded place and sat cross-legged. He swallowed a healing pill and began to heal his injuries. Previously, he had taken a blow from the Qin clan's paragon head-on and was severely injured. A few days later, Lu Ming recovered to his peak state. Then, he left this place and continued to head north. Starmoon Ancient City was like a world of its own. Lu Ming flew for several days before finally arriving at his destination, the frigid Nether Forbidden Land. The frigid Nether Forbidden Land was filled with frigid nether chi. It was said that someone had once obtained a treasure of extreme een and extreme frost in the frigid Nether Forbidden Land. Lu Ming was looking for this kind of treasure to speed up the refinement of the stellar core. He wanted to fill up the 5 types of divine-grade divine power in his body as soon as possible and then break through to the next realm. Looking from afar, there was not a single blade of grass growing in the cold Nether Forbidden Land. There was only a grey mist drifting about. This grey mist was the frigid nether chi. Whoosh, at this moment, a ray of light flew over from not far away. In the next instant, the light receded and a figure appeared in the sky. It was a woman. She was tall and had perfect curves. Her skin was whiter than snow, and she had a peerless face. What a beautiful woman! Even though Lu Ming had seen all kinds of beautiful women, and he even had peerless beauties like Xianxia and Autumn Moon by his side, he couldn't help but praise her in his heart. This woman's beauty was not inferior to Autumn Moon, Xianxia, or Xianyanjuan. At this moment, the beautiful woman also saw Lu Ming. "It's you? You're Lu Ming?" the beautiful woman asked. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, but it was filled with a faint chill. "That's right, I'm Lu Ming." Lu Ming nodded. "Very good." The beautiful woman nodded. Her body suddenly emitted a cold killing intent. "Then die!" the beautiful woman shouted. She took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming. At the same time, a terrifying sword radiance burst out from her hand and slashed towards Lu Ming. "Damn it," Lu Ming cursed. He didn't expect this beautiful woman to suddenly attack him. However, Lu Ming was already on guard when the beautiful woman emitted her killing intent. When she attacked, Lu Ming activated the battle character art to quadruple his combat strength. Lu Ming waved his long spear and swept it out. Clang, the sword radiance slashed onto Lu Ming's long spear, causing it to vibrate violently. Wisps of terrifying sword intent penetrated the long spear and rushed towards Lu Ming. Puff puff, sword wounds appeared on Lu Ming's arm and blood flowed out. On the other hand, Lu Ming retreated into the frigid Nether Forbidden Grounds. The moment he entered the frigid Nether Forbidden Grounds, he encountered the frigid Nether Chi. Lu Ming's body was instantly filled with coldness, causing Lu Ming to shudder. With a thought, Lu Ming summoned 9 ice chains and wrapped around Lu Ming's body, blocking the surrounding coldness. This woman is shockingly strong. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the beautiful woman. Her cultivation was at least at the half-step Divine King realm. Lu Ming had no idea how strong her divine power was. However, Lu Ming was certain that her strength was above the 2 half-step Divine King realm geniuses of the Qin clan. "I don't know you. Why do you want to kill me? Did the Jin clan or the Qin clan send you?" Lu Ming said coldly. He didn't know this woman, but she wanted to kill him the moment they met. There was only one explanation. The Jin clan or the Qin clan had sent her to kill him, just like the big-nosed youth. What Jin clan or Qin clan? It has nothing to do with me. I'm the one who wants to kill you. Die. The beautiful woman said coldly. Her aura grew stronger. She took a step forward and charged into the frigid Nether Forbidden Grounds. Another sword light shot out and slashed at Lu Ming. Ancient God Body. Lu Ming roared and used the Ancient God Body, turning into a green-armored Ancient God. He waved his spear and a crescent-shaped spear light shot out, blocking the opponent's attack. You have some strength. The beautiful lady obviously did not expect Lu Ming to be able to block her attack. She was slightly stunned and her gaze turned colder. Boom, a terrifying aura surged from the beautiful woman's body. It was filled with a desolate and ancient aura. Nest, this is the Origin Divine Force Factor. This bitch has awakened the Origin Divine Force Factor. Lu Ming was shocked. A half-step Divine King Realm cultivator who had awakened the Origin Divine Force Factor was enough to pass the Heavenly Gate. Previously, there were 4 people in the Starry Sky Camp who had revealed such a cultivation. Now, it seemed like there was someone else who had hidden their cultivation and strength. Perhaps, this woman had entered the Starry Moon ancient city after Lu Ming did. No matter what, this kind of strength wasn't something that Lu Ming could block. The difference in their battle strength was too great. Let's go. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and turned around, rushing towards the depths of the frigid nether forbidden grounds. End of chapter. Lu Ming dashed into the cold nether forbidden land. He wanted to make use of the cold nether chi in the cold nether forbidden land to shake off the beautiful woman. However, the beautiful woman wanted to kill him and had no intention of letting him go. Lu Ming, die! The beautiful woman shouted. With a flash, she rushed into the cold underworld land and chased after Lu Ming. However, after the beautiful woman chased into the cold underworld land, her body paused slightly and her speed slowed down slightly. The dark frost chi is affecting him. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The icy underworld aura was extremely and cold. Its temperature was extremely low. Lu Ming had cultivated the divine sunning technique and had the divine sunning force in his body. Moreover, he had the ice chains to protect himself. Hence, he was able to withstand the icy underworld aura and was not affected by it. However, the beautiful woman's divine power had nothing to do with the dark frost chi, so she had to circulate her divine power to block the dark frost chi. Even so, the beautiful woman was still faster than Lu Ming and was closing the distance between her and Lu Ming. You can't escape. The beautiful woman's eyes were filled with killing intent as if she wanted to cut Lu Ming into pieces. What did the Jin family and Qin family give you to kill me? I can give you double the benefits. Lu Ming roared. What bullshit Jin family and Qin family? What right do they have to ask me to kill you? The beautiful woman said coldly. Not the Jin family or Qin family? Then which force is it? Is it the force that colluded with the Dark Ice race? Lu Ming's heart jumped and he shouted, I know who you are. The person behind you colluded with the Dark Ice race and stole the 9 extinction divine crystal. How dare you? Your family will be exterminated for this crime. Lu Ming roared, wanting to scare her. Nonsense. I want to kill you. It has nothing to do with anyone else. The beautiful woman said coldly as she slashed out with sword chi, almost hitting Lu Ming. Lu Ming broke out in a cold sweat. It has nothing to do with others. You want to kill me? This time, Lu Ming was really dumbfounded. When did he offend this crazy woman? Miss, if I remember correctly, I have not offended you. Could it be that I was drunk and did you? No, if there really is me, why don't I feel anything? Lu Ming shouted, even more confused. Pervert, die. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the beautiful woman became even more furious. With a loud shout, several sword gleams slashed toward Lu Ming's head and face. Lu Ming hastily executed the Garuda technique to dodge, but his shoulder was still grazed by a sword light. His cyan scales were cut open and blood flowed out. Lu Ming trembled in fear. His opponent was a half-step divine king and had awakened the origin god force factor. His attack was terrifyingly sharp, his green scale armor could not withstand it at all. How did I become a pervert again? Lu Ming was shocked and angry. If it wasn't for the fact that he was not a match for her, he would definitely take her down and let her know what a pervert was. But now, Lu Ming could only desperately run for his life. He purposely ran towards the place where the cold underworld chi was dense. At the same time, he executed the Garuda technique to the extreme. Even so, he was still in danger. Not long after, there were a few more wounds on his body. This crazy woman, why is she chasing after me? Lu Ming was really speechless. There was a ruthless look in his eyes. He was thinking rapidly in his heart, trying to think of a plan to kill the other party. Lu Ming would not show mercy just because she was a beautiful woman. Asterisk rustle rustle rustle, asterisk at this moment, Lu Ming heard some rustling sounds in front of him. There are living beings here. Lu Ming was not surprised, he was happy. The appearance of living beings at this moment was beneficial to Lu Ming. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Lu Ming's body flashed and he rushed towards the source of the sound. Not long after, a giant creature appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a snow-white centipede. It was extremely huge, at least 100 meters long, and it was crawling on the mountain. At this moment, after seeing Lu Ming, the giant centipede jumped and pounced towards Lu Ming. SSSSSS. Before the gigantic centipede arrived, it opened its mouth and spewed out a gust of thick gray fog. At the same time, a gust of terrifying cold air surged toward Lu Ming. Even Lu Ming felt his body stiffen. It was also the cold underworld qi, but the temperature was even lower. The space seemed to have frozen. Lu Ming circulated the divine power of sun and the 9 ice chains to protect himself. Only then did he manage to block the chill. At the same time, Lu Ming's body flashed and he avoided the giant centipede's attack. However, the giant centipede twisted its body and its razor-sharp claws slashed towards Lu Ming like a divine knife. Lu Ming was shocked and he used his spear to block. Clang, Lu Ming's body shook and he was sent flying. However, at this moment, the beautiful woman had caught up. She was also enveloped by the giant centipede's chill. Her body stiffened and her speed decreased. However, she had awakened her divine power of origin. She circulated her divine power and blocked the attack of the chill. Swoosh, after the giant centipede repelled Lu Ming with one blow, it saw the absolute beauty again. Instantly, it shrieked loudly. With a leap, it charged toward the absolute beauty again. Get lost. The beautiful woman was overbearing. Her sword radiance shot out and slashed the giant centipede's body. The giant centipede was powerful. It was at the half-step divine king realm. With the addition of its armor, its defense was amazing. However, it still could not block the beautiful woman's attack. The sword radiance slashed through the giant centipede's armor and left a deep sword wound. This crazy woman is so powerful. Lu Ming was shocked. If such an attack were to land on him, he would most likely be sliced into two. Hiss hiss hiss, the giant centipede was injured and it seemed to be in a frenzy. It screeched crazily and emitted a terrifying chill towards the beautiful woman. The giant centipede only had eyes for the beautiful woman. It did not care about Lu Ming at all. Wherever the chill passed, even the cold underworld qi that was floating in the air was frozen. This showed how terrifying the chill was. The beautiful woman had to focus on blocking it. At the same time, she slashed out sword radiance towards the giant centipede. The two of them fought fiercely. Lu Ming would not miss such an opportunity. He used the 9 heavens Garuda technique to the extreme and turned into a Garuda, leaving the place in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming was far away. I finally got rid of that crazy woman. Where did she come from? Did the Qin family and Jin family send people to kill me? Or did she collude with the Dark Ice tribe to kill me? Lu Ming guessed. Not long after, Lu Ming went a few 100,000 li into the cold underworld land. The cold underworld qi here was getting denser. Occasionally, Lu Ming would find some living beings. However, these living beings were terrifying. The weakest one was a 9th level heavenly god. Most of them were half-step divine kings. End of chapter. These creatures were of the cold attribute, and they were like fish in water in the cold underworld qi. Moreover, in such an environment, these creatures could unleash 120% of their strength, making them stronger than the outside world. As for others, if they didn't control the cold attribute divine grade divine power, their strength would be greatly reduced. No wonder it was called a forbidden area. It was indeed dangerous for ordinary skyprides to enter. Boom, Lu Ming was flying when suddenly, the mountain shook. Then, Lu Ming saw an iceberg flying from afar, smashing towards Lu Ming. Nestle, Lu Ming was shocked and quickly dodged, retreating 100 miles in an instant to avoid the iceberg. Boom, it was really an iceberg, with a height of 1,000 meters. It smashed heavily in front of Lu Ming, causing the ground to shake. Whoosh whoosh, there was a whistling sound in the air, and then, a large black shadow was cast from the sky. Another iceberg smashed towards Lu Ming, and it wasn't just one, but several in a row. What's going on? Lu Ming was speechless, and he kept retreating, but the iceberg continued to smash down, and finally, there was an iceberg that Lu Ming couldn't avoid. Moon slashing. Lu Ming held the spear with both hands and slashed it down. Boom, the spear light hit the iceberg, and there was a violent explosion. The iceberg shattered, and Lu Ming was sent flying by a terrifying force. After retreating 100 miles, his blood and qi were in turmoil. What a terrifying force, what is it? Lu Ming stared ahead. One should know that he was in the state of the ancient god body, and his strength was shocking, but he was still almost injured. Roar roar, at this moment, a roar came from afar, and then, a huge creature rushed towards him. That's, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This time, it wasn't an iceberg, but a giant ape. This giant ape was huge, and it was a few thousand meters tall, even bigger than the iceberg. Lu Ming knew that the giant ape was the one who had thrown those icebergs at him. Boom, the giant ape stepped on an iceberg, and the iceberg exploded. Ice shards flew in all directions, and the ground shook violently. A ferocious aura surged out and rushed towards Lu Ming. A pair of huge eyes stared at Lu Ming, filled with killing intent. Roar, the giant ape roared and stomped on the ground, creating a large crater. Its huge body pounced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's ancient god body was over 200 meters tall, but in front of the giant ape, he couldn't even be considered a baby. A fist that was bigger than a mountain peak blasted towards Lu Ming, bringing with it a terrifying gust of wind. Retreat, retreat, Lu Ming didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly retreated. However, the opponent's fist energy was too powerful. The air was constantly exploding, and Lu Ming's speed was greatly affected. In the end, Lu Ming could only take it head-on. Supernova. Lu Ming used his strongest move. A huge spear radiance burst out and pierced towards the giant ape. When the spear radiance was about to reach the giant ape, it exploded. Boom, the energy overflowed, but Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Retreat. Lu Ming used this force to retreat quickly. In addition to the speed of the Nine Heavens Garuda technique, he retreated over 10,000 miles in an instant. Then, Lu Ming turned around and rushed towards the back. Roar, the giant ape roared and chased after Lu Ming. This giant ape has terrifying strength. I'm afraid that it has awakened a power similar to the origin divine power factor in its body. Lu Ming pondered. The various living beings now could be considered the descendants of the primordial divine spirits. They more or less contained a trace of the primordial divine spirit's bloodline. Even those desolate beasts and divine beasts were the same. Therefore, many desolate beasts and ferocious beasts would awaken a power similar to the origin divine power factor. It was very terrifying. Obviously, this giant ape had awakened a similar power. Its strength was very shocking. Lu Ming was no match for it. Even after using the supernova move, he was still no match for it and was injured instantly. Lu Ming transformed into the Nine Heavens Garuda technique and flew rapidly. However, the giant ape's speed was very shocking. It chased after Lu Ming closely. Soon, a few minutes passed. Swoosh, suddenly, Lu Ming saw a sword radiance rushing towards him. It's her, Lu Ming's eyes moved. The owner of the sword radiance was the absolute beauty who chased after Lu Ming previously. Seeing this woman, Lu Ming was not shocked but happy. Without thinking, he rushed towards the absolute beauty. In the next moment, the absolute beauty also saw Lu Ming. When she saw Lu Ming rushing towards her, she could not help but be stunned. She did not understand why Lu Ming suddenly rushed towards her. However, she immediately understood because she saw the giant ape. She knew that Lu Ming wanted to use her to fight against the giant ape. However, was that possible? The absolute beauty's eyes were filled with cold light. She was about to attack with the giant ape and kill Lu Ming. However, at this moment, Lu Ming opened his mouth and shouted, "Wife, it's great that you're here. Let's kill that giant ape together." What, wife? The absolute beauty was stunned again. In the next moment, she reacted and screamed, "You, shameless!" However, at this moment, Lu Ming had already rushed close to the absolute beauty. Roar, the giant ape roared and stretched out a huge palm. It grabbed at the ground and a huge iceberg was pulled out. With a wave of its hand, the huge iceberg smashed towards Lu Ming and enveloped the absolute beauty. "Wife, help!" Lu Ming shouted and dodged left and right to avoid the iceberg. This was Lu Ming's plan. This giant ape had such a high cultivation level and its spiritual intelligence was definitely very high. It would definitely be able to understand what they were saying. Therefore, when Lu Ming shouted "wife," the giant ape would definitely mistake the absolute beauty for Lu Ming's group. Naturally, its attack would also envelop the absolute beauty. Obviously, Lu Ming's plan succeeded. Being enveloped by the iceberg, the absolute beauty could only fight back. A dazzling sword light burst forth, cleaving the iceberg into two halves. This crazy woman is really powerful, Lu Ming thought to himself. Just now, he had experienced the terror of the giant ape. However, the absolute beauty split the iceberg in half with a sword. Her strength was terrifying. The giant ape also looked at the absolute beauty. The absolute beauty gave it a strong pressure and made it instinctively feel a sense of danger. Therefore, the giant ape let out a loud roar and pounced on the beautiful woman, abandoning Lu Ming. To it, Lu Ming was not a threat. On the contrary, the absolute beauty was. Of course, it had to get rid of the danger first. A mountain-like fist blasted towards the absolute beauty. The absolute beauty could only fight back. Clang, the sound of a sword rang through the 9 heavens. The terrifying glass-like sword radiance was 10,000 meters long and slashed towards the giant ape. Boom! Boom! The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. The place was in a mess and was razed to the ground. End of chapter. Wow, this strength is even stronger than the Dark Knight Devil King. Lu Ming clicked his tongue when he saw the battle between the absolute beauty and the giant ape. Although the absolute beauty and the giant ape had not reached the Divine King realm, their combat strength had definitely reached the Divine King realm. An ordinary first-layer Divine King realm expert like the Dark Knight Devil King was probably not as strong as them. This was a supreme talent that could fight across a large realm. Wife, help your husband block this beast first. I'll go find someone to help me. Of course, Lu Ming would not miss such a good opportunity. After saying that, his figure flashed and he fled without a trace. Despicable, shameless, the absolute beauty shouted angrily and almost vomited blood. Her beautiful face was flushed red. She swore in her heart that the next time she saw Lu Ming, she would chop Lu Ming into 8 pieces, no, 10 pieces to vent her anger. She gritted her teeth when she thought of Lu Ming calling her his wife. Does this guy know? Impossible, even if he knows, I'll still kill him. The absolute beauty gritted her teeth and then focused on dealing with the giant ape in front of her. Lu Ming flew all the way. Not long after, Lu Ming transformed into his human form. Using the ancient god body had consumed a lot of his stamina. After transforming into his human form, Lu Ming flew for a while and then found a hidden ice cave. Lu Ming flew in. After looking around for a while, he found that there were no other living creatures in the ice cave. Lu Ming moved a piece of ice and blocked the entrance of the ice cave. He then sat down cross-legged and circulated the universe myriad Dao technique to recover. After a few days, Lu Ming's divine power and stamina had recovered to their peak. It's a pity that little ball can't come in here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Lu Ming sighed. Those below the Divine King realm couldn't enter Star Crescent Ancient City. Little Ball was a metallic life form, so it naturally couldn't enter. Otherwise, with Little Ball's strength, it could easily suppress existences like the Absolute Beauty and the giant ape. I must quickly find a treasure of extreme cold and increase my strength. Lu Ming secretly gritted his teeth. During this period of time, he had been repeatedly hunted down, and he really had a belly full of anger. Getting up and leaving the ice cave, Lu Ming continued deeper into the cold darklands. Lu Ming, the frigid qi in the 8,000 miles ahead is extremely dense. There might be a treasure of extreme cold. The sound of the quantifying formula rang out. The measure character formula was extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations. Lu Ming asked the measure character formula to help him find treasures of extreme cold energy. 8,000 li ahead. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he flew forward. Not long after, an ice lake appeared in front of him. The lake was not too big, but the frosty aura it emanated was shockingly dense. It was many times denser than other places. Lu Ming, the source of the cold air is under the ice lake. However, I'm afraid there's a creature guarding the lake. The quantifying formula said. There's a living being guarding it. What's its cultivation level? Lu Ming asked. I don't know. You can go down and find out for yourself. The quantifying formula said. Lu Ming was speechless. In the end, he decided to explore. Since he was already here, it would be a pity if he did not explore. With a plop, Lu Ming rushed into the ice lake. Not long after, splash! The ice lake churned violently, stirring up thousands of waves. A giant white python could be seen rolling in it. At the same time, rays of spiral light burst out from the ice lake. They were extremely dazzling. After a long while, whoosh! A figure rushed out of the ice lake. It was Lu Ming. After Lu Ming rushed out, he used the Nine Heavens Kuan-Pung technique and transformed into a Kuan-Pung, quickly leaving this place. Splash! A giant python rushed out of the ice lake. It was 1,000 meters long and roared at the sky. However, it did not pursue in the end. It swam around the ice lake for a while before returning to the ice lake. Thousands of miles away from the ice lake, Lu Ming was sitting on a frozen mountain. He opened his palm and there was a crystal stone in his palm. It was the size of a longan and exuded an astonishing cold air. This was the treasure that Lu Ming brought out of the ice lake. Old Liang, how is this ice jade crystal? How much energy can it help you refine? Lu Ming asked expectantly. Not much. The quantifying formula only replied with 2 words. Not much? Lu Ming was a little disappointed. Although this ice jade crystal is a treasure of the extreme cold attribute, it can't compare to the ice jade heart, nor can it compare to the cold liquid you obtained before. It's only stronger than the cold moonstone, and its size is too small. The quantifying formula explained. It seems that I have to continue looking. Forget it, you can absorb this ice jade crystal first. I will continue to look for other cold attribute treasures. Lu Ming said. Then, he let the quantifying formula absorb the ice jade crystal. In the next half a month, Lu Ming appeared in various parts of the forbidden underworld chill, looking for extreme cold treasures. He found a total of 3 treasures. Unfortunately, their levels were not very high. They were all treasures about the same level as the ice jade crystal. It could only be said that they were better than nothing. On this day, Lu Ming was walking in an ice valley. The quantifying formula told him that the cold energy in this ice valley was very abnormal and very dense. After walking for a while, he did not find anything abnormal. There was no creature guarding this place, which surprised Lu Ming. This is the 9-petal ice lotus. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At the end of the ice valley, there was a lotus growing on a wall. It was crystal clear like jade and exuded a strong chill. This was the first time Lu Ming saw a plant in the forbidden underworld chill. Moreover, it was a cold attribute divine medicine. The 9-petal ice lotus had a total of 9 petals. It was very different from other lotus flowers. However, Lu Ming had seen records in an ancient book that the 9-petal ice lotus was the best cold attribute divine medicine. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This 9-petal ice lotus was definitely a better cold attribute treasure than the ice jade crystal. After the quantifying formula absorbed it, it would definitely help him refine a lot of energy from the stellar core. Lu Ming's figure flashed and stepped out. He formed a giant hand with his divine power and picked the 9-petal ice lotus. However, at this moment, the sky whistled and several figures appeared in the sky above the ice valley. There were 5 young men and women in white robes. As soon as they appeared, their eyes fell on the 9-petal ice lotus in Lu Ming's hand. Kid, hand over the 9-petal ice lotus. A young man shouted coldly. A cold aura shrouded Lu Ming. I found it first. Why should I hand it to you? Lu Ming said indifferently. You found it first? What a joke. We found this 9-petal ice lotus long ago. Previously, there was a desolate beast guarding this place. We lured the desolate beast away, allowing you to have your way. Do you understand? A young man with snow-white hair said coldly. Lured the desolate beast away? Lu Ming was stunned, but in the next moment, he knew that the other party was lying. The other party's reason did not seem problematic, but upon careful thought, it was full of loopholes. The other party had 5 people. Was there a need for 5 people to act together to lure the desolate beast away? End of chapter. There were a total of 5 of them. There was no need for all 5 of them to lure the wild beasts away. As long as a few of them lured the wild beasts away, the others could easily take the 9-petal ice lotus. Who would be so stupid to lure the wild beasts away together and leave the treasure here? Therefore, Lu Ming thought about it and knew that the other party was lying. With a cold sneer, Lu Ming kept the 9-petal ice lotus in his storage ring. Kid, it seems like you're not going to hand it over? The white-haired youth's eyes were cold, and the cold aura around him was getting stronger. Obviously, the other party was also a cold attributed divine-grade divine force, so he was not afraid of the cold underworld chi here. Since I got it, how can I hand it over? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Very good, very good. The white-haired youth nodded and said, Lu Ming, your talent is not bad, and you've passed the gate of heaven. However, your cultivation is only at the 4th level of the heavenly god realm. Do you think you can take the 9-petal ice lotus in front of us? With that, the white-haired youth released his aura completely. Half-step divine king, the white-haired youth's cultivation was at the half-step divine king realm. However, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the other party had not awakened the divine origin factor. At the same time, the others surrounded Lu Ming in a flash, each releasing a powerful aura. Another half-step divine king. The other 3 were also 9th level of the heavenly god realm. However, no one had awakened the divine origin factor. It was not easy to awaken the divine origin factor. There were so many geniuses below the divine king realm in the universal camp. Previously, there were only 4 people who passed the gate of heaven. Including the beautiful lady, there were only 5 of them. Naturally, they would not encounter a person who had awakened the divine origin factor. Lu Ming squinted his eyes, but he was not afraid. As long as the divine origin factor was not awakened, Lu Ming was not afraid of even a half-step divine king realm genius. Even if he could not defeat them, he could still escape. Lu Ming, I gave you a chance just now, but you did not cherish it. Now, not only the 9-petal ice lotus, but also the other things on you. You have to hand them over. Also, let us search your dantian and we can consider sparing your life. The white-haired young man spoke again, his eyes flashing with greed. He thought of Lu Ming, who was able to step through the heaven gate as a level 4 celestial deity. He definitely had a great opportunity on him. Now, not only did he want the 9-petal ice lotus, but he also wanted Lu Ming's fortune. In fact, he even had an even more vicious plan in mind. He planned to wait for Lu Ming to hand over all the treasures, then cripple Lu Ming's cultivation and imprison Lu Ming. Then, he would slowly extract all the secrets from Lu Ming. At the thought of being able to obtain Lu Ming's secret and soar to the sky, his heart was burning with passion. It seems like your ambitions are not small. Lu Ming smiled coldly and prepared to find an opening to escape. But at this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed as he looked up at the sky. Whoosh, in the sky, a sword light appeared. Then, the figure of a beautiful woman appeared in the air. Lu Ming's face immediately turned bitter. Who else could it be if it wasn't the beautiful woman? Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road, we've stumbled into each other again. Lu Ming's mouth was filled with bitterness. Lu Ming had just been surrounded by the white-haired young man and his crew, and now the beautiful woman had shown up. The situation was not looking good for him. He was confident that he could escape from the white-haired young man and his crew, but with the beautiful woman here, it was impossible for him to escape. This is troublesome. Lu Ming mumbled. That being said, it was impossible for him to give up. He quickly thought of a way to escape. Such a beautiful woman. When the white-haired young man and the others saw the beautiful woman, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned, revealing stunned expressions. All of you, piss off. The beautiful woman glanced at the white-haired young man and his crew and snapped coldly. The white-haired young man and his crew wore unpleasant expressions upon hearing this. It seems like you're on the same side as this kid. Chick, I'm afraid you won't be able to save him on your own. The white-haired young man said with a hollow laugh. Who wants to save him? I'm going to kill him. The beautiful woman said coldly. Kill him? This time, the white-haired young man and his crew were stunned again. They initially thought that the beautiful woman was here to save Lu Ming, but they did not expect that she was here to kill Lu Ming. Miss, you're here to kill him? Haha, it seems like we're kindred spirits. This brat stole our treasure, so we're going to kill him as well. Why don't I kill this brat on your behalf, so that he won't dirty your hands? The white-haired young man laughed loudly. Upon hearing that the beautiful woman was also here to kill Lu Ming, the white-haired young man immediately changed his attitude and looked as if he wanted to get closer to the beautiful woman. If he wants to die, he can only die in my hands. You're not qualified to kill him? However, the beautiful woman did not appreciate his kindness and continued to say coldly. Huh? Lu Ming was also stunned. He could not figure out the beautiful woman's plan at all. Since she wanted to kill Lu Ming, what was the difference between her killing him and the others? Why did Lu Ming have to die in her hands? At this moment, even Lu Ming could not help but wonder if he had really done something wrong to the beautiful woman when he was drunk. However, he had no recollection of it at all. If it was true, it would be a great loss for him. The white-haired young man and his crew were also stunned. They did not understand what the beautiful woman meant. It seems like you're going to save him, the white-haired young man said coldly. He guessed that the beautiful woman wanted to save Lu Ming and deliberately said that she wanted to kill Lu Ming to deceive him. Get lost, the beautiful woman shouted coldly. Humph, you're indeed in cahoots. Then I'll take you down too. The white-haired young man's face darkened. A powerful aura shrouded the beautiful woman. Bang, then, the white-haired young man took a step forward and stretched out his palm. A huge palm condensed out of ice and was filled with a terrifying chill. It grabbed at the beautiful woman. You're overestimating yourself. The beautiful woman's eyes turned cold and an ancient aura burst out. Swoosh, then, the beautiful woman waved her hand and a sword radiance appeared and slashed at the white-haired young man. With a puff, the huge palm condensed by the white-haired young man was split into two. The sword radiance did not stop and continued to slash at the white-haired young man. Origin Divine Power Factor. You've awakened the Origin Divine Power Factor, the white-haired young man shouted in horror and retreated. At the same time, a shield flew out from between his eyebrows. Clang, the sword radiance slashed at the shield and sparks flew. The shield was sent flying and a deep crack appeared on it. The white-haired young man's face turned pale. That was an upper rank 9 divine defensive artifact and it was broken by the beautiful woman's sword. The other young men looked ghastly pale and fear appeared on their faces. They could not help but retreat and distance themselves from the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman took a step forward and her sword radiance soared into the sky. Wait a minute. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, the white-haired young man shouted in horror. End of chapter. The white-haired young man screamed in fear and retreated. Get lost, the beautiful lady shouted coldly. She did not attack immediately but her aura became stronger. Alright, let's go, the white-haired young man said. Although he was unhappy, he did not dare to fight with the beautiful lady even though there were 5 of them and he was a half-step divine king. Although they were all half-step divine kings, there was a huge difference in their combat strength between those who had awakened their divine origin and those who had. Even if the 5 of them joined forces, they would not be a match for the beautiful lady. Therefore, although he was furious, he could only grit his teeth and avoid her. Wait. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. He was calling out to the white-haired young man and the others. What? The white-haired young man looked at Lu Ming. Brothers, don't go. Let's deal with this crazy woman together. If you help me, I will give you all of my treasures. Lu Ming said with a smile. All of your treasures? The white-haired young man and the others were stunned and their eyes were burning with passion. They were tempted by Lu Ming's treasures. However, when they looked at the beautiful lady, they hesitated. They would have to risk their lives to deal with the beautiful lady. The white-haired young man looked around and decided to retreat. Although the treasures were important, they were not as important as his life. Therefore, the white-haired young man wanted to reject the offer. However, the beautiful lady did not give him the chance to do so. If you want to join forces to deal with me, I will kill all of you together. The beautiful lady shouted coldly and waved the combat sword in her hand. Rays of sword light shot out. These rays of sword light shrouded Lu Ming, the white-haired young man and the others. What are you doing? Damn it, you crazy woman! The white-haired young man roared. He opened his mouth and let out a long roar. His body expanded rapidly and he turned into a huge white lion. It was a divine beast, the ice snow lion. Not only him, the other young men also transformed into ice snow lions. The white-haired young man and the others were not humans but divine beasts, the ice snow lion clan. They transformed into their true forms and released their full strength. They opened their mouths and roared. Waves of cold air rushed towards the beautiful woman. The white-haired youth was truly furious. He was about to retreat when the absolute beauty suddenly launched an attack on him. He could only defend with all his strength. Boom! Boom! Explosions continued to erupt in this area, and energy overflowed in all directions. Good chance, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he transformed into his ancient god body. Supernova! Lu Ming thrust out his spear. A spear light rushed towards the beautiful woman, and then exploded. It collided with the beautiful woman's sword light. With the help of this force, Lu Ming's body retreated rapidly. Then, he used the Garuda technique and rushed forward. This woman's brain is indeed not very good, this thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind the moment he rushed out. In fact, through the previous few times, Lu Ming discovered that although the absolute beauty was powerful and had amazing talent, she didn't have many schemes and didn't have many thoughts. To put it bluntly, it was pure, yes, pure. Not only was she pure, but she was also arrogant, therefore, she had been tricked time and time again. Just like just now, Lu Ming was only pretending to invite the white-haired youth and the rest to attack together. The absolute beauty didn't even think and attacked the white-haired youth and the rest. The main reason was that she was naive and thought that the white-haired youth and the rest would really attack. Another reason was that she was arrogant. She was confident in her own strength and thought that she could deal with the white-haired youth and the rest. This was the opportunity that Lu Ming seized. Pervert, prepare to die. Seeing Lu Ming running away again, the absolute beauty was enraged. She abandoned the white-haired youth and the rest and chased after Lu Ming. One chased while the other fled. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared, leaving the white-haired youth and the rest looking at each other. Who is this crazy woman? Why haven't I seen her before? The Starry Sky Barracks actually has such a beautiful and talented person. It seems like we have to pay more attention to her in the future. And that kid, Lu Ming, must have some secrets on him. Otherwise, the Jin and Qin family wouldn't want to kill him. I hope he is lucky and doesn't die in the hands of that woman. The next time he meets us, he won't be so lucky. The white-haired youth and the rest chatted for a while before leaving the place. Lu Ming circulated the Nine Heavens Kuan Peng technique to the extreme. His divine force boiled and condensed into a Kuan Peng. The Kuan Peng's wings flapped rapidly. With every flap, Lu Ming flew a few hundred miles away. However, the absolute beauty's speed was even faster. She turned into a sword light and pierced through the air. Her speed was even faster than Lu Ming's. This was also because of the chilling underworld qi. Otherwise, the absolute beauty's speed would be even more shocking. Lu Ming wouldn't be able to escape. Lu Ming, this time, don't think of using a desolate beast to get rid of me. I won't be fooled again. The absolute beauty shouted. Once she thought of how Lu Ming had escaped from her time and time again, she was extremely unhappy. Her killing intent became even more intense. Beauty, beauty, why must you chase after me? I have a wife. Lu Ming shouted. It's because you have a wife. You deserve to die even more. The absolute beauty said coldly. Pfff, Lu Ming almost vomited blood. He staggered and almost fell. What did she mean by it's because you have a wife? You deserve to die even more. Why did these words sound like jealousy? However, Lu Ming had never seen this woman before. Beauty, don't tell me you secretly fell in love with me and found out that I have a wife. Since you can't get me, you want to kill me. You can't have such thoughts. It's too perverted. Lu Ming shouted. Nonsense, who likes you? Don't think too highly of yourself. The absolute beauty's expression turned even colder. Then why are you still chasing after me? Why must you kill me? Lu Ming was really speechless. I want to kill you because I want to kill you. Why are there so many reasons? Die. The beautiful lady shouted and a sword gleam slashed out. Lu Ming dodged the attack by a hair's breadth and was almost seriously injured. This woman really wanted to kill him. she wasn't just talking. She didn't show any mercy. Lu Ming was completely confused now. Even with his intelligence, he couldn't figure out the Absolute Beauty's motive. If they were sent by the Jin and Qin family, or a force that colluded with the Dark Ice tribe, the Absolute Beauty wouldn't have saved Lu Ming when the white-haired youth and others wanted to kill Lu Ming. What was the difference between killing him herself and being killed by others? However, the Absolute Beauty wanted to drive away the white-haired youth and others and kill Lu Ming herself. No matter how one looked at it, she looked like a resentful woman who had been let down. "Beauty, have you mistaken me for someone else?" In the end, Lu Ming shouted helplessly. "I won't mistake you for someone else. You're Lu Ming from the Qin Tian Star area. The one I want to kill is you," the Absolute Beauty said coldly. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only fly with all his strength. End of chapter. Suddenly, Lu Ming's body trembled. His god force circulated, and the nine heavens Kuanping became more solid. At this critical moment, the nine heavens Kuanping art broke through to the 8th level. Initially, when Lu Ming cultivated the incomplete nine heavens Kuanping technique, he had already reached the peak of the 7th level. Later on, he obtained the complete version of the nine heavens Kuanping technique. After cultivating for a period of time, he was highly focused and naturally broke through. Once the nine heavens Kuanping art broke through to the 8th level, Lu Ming's speed increased greatly. With a flap of the Kuanping wings, Lu Ming's speed soared. In an instant, Lu Ming's speed was comparable to the Absolute Beauty's. He broke through. The Absolute Beauty's eyes narrowed. Her god force surged, and she turned into a streak of sword light that shot forward like lightning. However, she couldn't catch up to Lu Ming. The two maintained a certain distance. Whoosh, Lu Ming inwardly sighed in relief. As they flew, the two went deeper into the frigid underworld Forbidden Land. However, the Absolute Beauty was still chasing after Lu Ming. "This crazy woman, what kind of deep grudge do I have with her?" Lu Ming was enraged that he had been chased after. He couldn't go on like this. Although he had an endless supply of god force and could maintain it for a long time, if this continued, he wouldn't have enough time to search for the extreme cold treasure. "Lu Ming, there's an extremely strong fluctuation of extreme cold energy ahead." The voice of the quantum formula suddenly sounded. "Extreme cold energy fluctuation?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he continued flying. After flying for a while, the coldness in front of them became even stronger. The frigid underworld energy was like smoke. In the distance, Lu Ming saw a huge crack in the ground. It was 100 li long and dozens of li wide. The dense cold underworld chi was seeping out from the cracks in the ground. "Got it." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming thought of a plan, a countermeasure that might allow him to get rid of the beautiful woman. The frigid underworld energy in the crack was so dense that it could be used to shake off the Absolute Beauty. Whoosh, Lu Ming rushed towards the underground fissure. The underground crack was so huge that even though Lu Ming had transformed into the body of an ancient god, it was still very small. He rushed in easily. Seeing Lu Ming rush into the underground fissure, the beautiful woman's expression changed slightly. Don't even think about escaping." In the end, the beautiful woman gritted her teeth and rushed in as well. The underground fissure was very large. The deeper one went, the wider it became. However, the cold air also became heavier. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the very bottom. The cold air here was already very astonishing. Lu Ming channeled the divine power of Yin with all his might. Together with the protection of the ice shackles, he was able to block the attack of the cold air. Clang, the sound of a sword chime could be heard as a beam of sword light rapidly approached from above. This woman really doesn't want to give up. Lu Ming's face darkened as he rushed forward. Underneath the fissure was a huge canyon. Lu Ming, yes, it's right in front. I can feel the extremely dense cold air. There must be a treasure of extreme cold here. It can even refine the energy of many stellar cores. The quantifying character formula kept tempting Lu Ming. Lu Ming ran at high speed. Very soon, he reached the end. At the end, there was a huge dark cave. Cold underworld chi constantly overflowed from it. Lu Ming rushed in without hesitation. Not long after Lu Ming rushed in, the beautiful woman also rushed in. Inside the cave, there was a passage. Lu Ming ran for 1,000 miles before his eyes suddenly opened up. This was a huge underground space. The surrounding walls were inlaid with snow-white gemstones that constantly emitted cold air. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred gemstones that emitted a hazy glow. Could these be the treasures of extreme cold? No, the quality of these gemstones is much worse. Lu Ming frowned. Although these gems emitted a cold aura, their quality wasn't high. They were probably inferior to the cold jade stones by a large margin. However, if they were sold to those who cultivated cold attribute divine power, they should be worth a lot of divine crystals. However, Lu Ming was a little disappointed. This was not what he wanted. No, I can feel that there is a very high-quality treasure of extreme cold. It must be in this area. I can't be wrong. Let me sense it. The quantifying character formula shouted. Whoosh, at this moment, a sword light flashed and the beautiful woman chased in. This crazy woman is really here. Lu Ming's face was a little gloomy. However, the cold air here was very strong. The beautiful woman laid down layers of divine power around her body to block the cold air from the outside world. Lu Ming, die. When the beautiful woman saw Lu Ming, she wanted to kill Lu Ming. Rumble, at this moment, the underground space suddenly began to tremble, and the surrounding walls began to emit rumbling sounds. Bang, suddenly, one of the walls burst open. Gravel and ice splashed and then a huge head stuck out. Lu Ming was startled. He did not expect a head to stick out of the wall. This head was not the head of an animal. It was like a tree stump. It was snow white and crystal clear and full of roots. It was extremely huge, at least a few thousand meters in length and width. A cold attribute treasure. Yes, there is a cold attribute treasure in between its eyebrows. The quantifying character formula shouted. Lu Ming took a closer look and saw a silver-white gemstone embedded in the tree stump's head. A terrifying cold air flowed out of the silver-white gemstone. What an amazing cold air. This cold air is probably not inferior to the ice jade heart of the ice soul race. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and his heart was burning. If he could get this gemstone and give it to the quantifying character formula to neutralize the energy of the stellar core, he would definitely be able to quickly refine some energy for Lu Ming to break through. I must get it, Lu Ming thought to himself. Roar, after the head that looked like a tree stump appeared, it let out a beastly roar. It opened its mouth and spat out hundreds of ice thorns in the void. Then, it whistled and pierced toward Lu Ming and the beautiful lady. Void piercing, Lu Ming kept using the sky-piercing technique. Streaks of spear gleams burst forth, blocking the attacks of the ice thorns. Dang! Dang! A series of collision sounds were heard. Lu Ming blocked the ice thorns, but his body was shaken and he could not help but retreat again and again. What an amazing power! Lu Ming's eyes were a little dignified. On the other side, the absolute beauty waved her sword light and blocked the ice thorn's attack quite easily. Roar, seeing that Lu Ming and the beautiful woman had not been dealt with in one move, the head that resembled a tree stump seemed to be enraged. It opened its mouth and spurted out a white mist, which surged toward Lu Ming and the beautiful woman. This mist was like an upgraded version of the cold underworld chi. It was full of terrifying cold air. Wherever the mist passed, pieces of ice crystals appeared in the space. It was very scary. End of chapter. His head was like a tree stump and the cold air that he exhaled was terrifying. Even Lu Ming shuddered as if his body was about to be frozen. The absolute beauty had to deploy more than 10 layers of divine power around her to block the chill. Bam! 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 At this moment, the ground cracked open. Several vines rushed out from under the feet of Lu Ming and the absolute beauty and attacked them. There were a total of 4 vines. 2 of them targeted Lu Ming while the other 2 targeted the absolute beauty. The vines were snow white and sparkling like jade. However, they were filled with a terrifying chill. Whoosh whoosh, the vines lashed out in the air, making whistling sounds. They were like soft whips lashing out at Lu Ming. Moon slashing. Lu Ming held the spear with both hands and struck out continuously. Boom! Boom! The long spear struck the vines and caused a violent tremor. Then, Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated. The blood in his body was in turmoil and he almost vomited blood. The surface of his body was covered with a layer of ice crystals that almost froze his body. He had to constantly activate his divine power to dissolve the layer of ice crystals. So that stump head is the head of a vine. However, its strength is terrifying. Lu Ming's face was solemn. At this moment, he could see that the huge head that appeared previously was the head of a vine. The strength of this vine was extremely shocking. It was definitely in the Divine King realm. Its strength was even stronger than the Dark Knight Demon King. Clang! Clang! On the other side, the Absolute Beauty Sword radiance kept bursting out and slashing at the two vines. The vines were sent flying. Roar! Roar! The vine roared and the four vines danced wildly. Each vine could change its size at will. Like a long snake, they either lashed out or entangled towards the two. However, this time, only one of the two vines that were attacking Lu Ming was left. The other vine attacked the Absolute Beauty. Clearly, the Absolute Beauty posed a greater threat to it. The vine used more power to deal with the Absolute Beauty. Lu Ming, if you want to kill this vine and obtain the treasure of extreme cold, you must destroy its head. Otherwise, you won't be able to kill it by attacking the vine alone. Measuring character Ju shouted. Understood. Lu Ming responded, brandishing his long spear, exchanging a few moves with the rattan vines. Suddenly, Lu Ming's figure moved, executing the Nine Heavens Garuda art to the extreme. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he dodged the vine's attack. Then, he dashed towards the vine's head. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming was not far from the head of the vine. Hoo-hoo, the vine opened its mouth and spat out a dense mist towards Lu Ming. The temperature of this mist was astonishingly low. Lu Ming was enveloped in it and felt that his body was about to freeze. Not only his body, but even his soul was about to be frozen. But suddenly, the ninth ice chain glowed and a layer of silver-white light enveloped Lu Ming, blocking the cold air outside. Then, Lu Ming's body shook and the ice crystals on the surface of his body shattered. Lu Ming continued to attack the vine's head. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to reach the vine's head, Lu Ming was about to use the exploding star move to kill the vine. But at this moment, the rocks around the vines had exploded and 5 vines rushed out. Each of the 5 vines was crystal clear and exuded a terrible chill. They either lashed out or entangled towards Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. It turned out that this vine had so many vines. It was like an octopus. Previously, he had only used 4 vines to attack Lu Ming and the others. The other 5 were hidden near the head to protect it. Once someone got close, the 5 vines would launch a thunderous attack. At this moment, Lu Ming could only try his best to resist. Roar! Roar! A dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming activated the mystical dragon aspect technique and 7 mystical dragon aspects appeared and rushed towards one of the vines. At the same time, he waved his spear and blasted several vines. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions sounded and the 7 nine-clawed dragon aspects were instantly defeated. Lu Ming's body shook violently and his arms were about to explode. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. However, Lu Ming could only block 3 of the 5 vines. There were still 2 more that Lu Ming could not do anything about. The remaining 2 sets of rattan vines entangled Lu Ming in no time. A terrifying chill spread throughout Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was immediately covered by a layer of ice. Break! Break! Lu Ming roared. The divine power in his body erupted and he struggled wildly, trying to break the vines. However, the vines were extremely tough. Lu Ming used all his strength but not only did they not break, they even tightened. The green scales on the surface of Lu Ming's body were about to shatter. Then, the vines pulled Lu Ming and stuffed him into the mouth of the vine. It intended to eat Lu Ming. This is bad. Lu Ming's eyes showed a trace of panic. The current situation was very bad. His entire body was entangled and he was almost frozen. He had no way to resist. Although he had cultivated the divine power of Yin, his cultivation was still weak. He could not block the invasion of the cold from the outside. Kid, don't be afraid. Entering its mouth is our chance. Maybe we can take the opportunity to kill it. At this moment, the quantifying formula said. Enter its mouth to kill it? How? The chill in its mouth is terrifying. If I go in, I'll probably freeze to death in an instant. Lu Ming said. Freeze to death? How is that possible? I'm here. How can I let you freeze to death? The quantifying formula said unhappily. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, chill was actually a kind of energy. The quantifying formula was known as the origin of all energy. It could devour any kind of energy, so it could also devour chill. As long as the quantifying formula worked on Lu Ming's surface and devoured the chill of Lu Ming's white face, Lu Ming would not have to be afraid of that chill. Kid, it seems that you've thought it through. The reason why I haven't made a move now is that I don't want to alert the vine. If that happens, it will be really difficult to kill you. The quantifying formula said. Well, let's go for it. Lu Ming's eyes showed a trace of ruthlessness. He planned to let the vine swallow him before launching a thunderous attack. But at this moment, there was a change. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of sword chi shot over and slashed on the vines wrapped around Lu Ming. Sparks flew in all directions. It was the absolute beauty who had arrived. She got rid of the 3 vines and rushed over. I'm the only one who can kill Lu Ming. No one else is qualified to kill him, including you, old vine. The absolute beauty shouted. Sword chi filled the air. Her body was shrouded in a transparent sword light. Her aura was extremely shocking. Divine sword technique. The absolute beauty waved her hand and hundreds of sword chi slashed at the vines wrapped around Lu Ming. However, the vines were really hard and sturdy. Even with the absolute beauty's strength, she could not cut it. She could only leave a few white marks on it. End of chapter. The beautiful woman's action angered the rattan. The other rattan vines flew over together, whistling through the air and attacking the beautiful woman. Swoosh! 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 With a wave of her hand, rays of sword light that looked like colored glaze slashed at the rattan, sending it flying. The beautiful woman was very strong. If they were in the outside world, her strength might not be weaker than the rattan vines. But here, she was affected by the icy underworld chi and couldn't unleash her full strength. You crazy woman, what are you doing? Who needs your help? Lu Ming shouted. He was speechless. This crazy woman wanted to kill him before, but now, she wanted to save him. He couldn't figure out what she was thinking. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. It was vividly reflected in this woman. I've said it before. Even if you die, you can only die in my hands. The beautiful woman shouted coldly. She waved her sword and streaks of sword light slashed at the rattan vines wrapped around Lu Ming. She wanted to split the rattan vines and save Lu Ming. But the rattan vines were hard and couldn't be split. Are you crazy? I don't want you to save me. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted. This woman's action would ruin his plan. He planned to rush into the mouth of the rattan vines and kill them. If he was saved, his plan would be ruined. Lu Ming really wanted to curse. However, the beautiful woman's face darkened. She couldn't be bothered with Lu Ming and continued to attack. However, she couldn't break the rattan vines. Lu Ming was being pulled closer by the rattan vines and was about to be pulled into the mouth. At this moment, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes. She suddenly abandoned Lu Ming and rushed toward the rattan's head. She also knew that if she wanted to save Lu Ming, she could only attack the rattan's head or even kill it. Divine sword skill, kill. The beautiful lady shouted and rushed towards the head of the vine. She slashed out with her sword and a crystal-clear sword light slashed towards the vine. The vines waved a few vines in front of him to block the sword light, but the vines were also swept away. Kill. The beautiful woman kept getting closer to the vine's head. Roar, Tangman roared and struggled. Its head completely broke free from the wall. Rumble, the huge body of the vine was completely revealed. It had a huge head, and its body was supported by 9 thick vines. It looked like an octopus. The vine completely broke away from the wall, and its body became more agile. With a flash, it dodged the attack of the absolute beauty. At the same time, it waved the vine and attacked the absolute beauty. The beautiful woman was enveloped by a transparent sword light. Two vines struck the sword light. The sword light vibrated, and the beautiful woman's body also shook. However, her face was filled with determination and stubbornness as she continued to charge towards the head of the vine. Man and sword as one, kill. In the end, the beautiful woman shouted. Her entire body turned into sword light and rushed towards the head of the vine, ignoring her own defense. Bang! 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 The vine waved a few vines and lashed towards the beautiful woman. When they hit the sword light around her body, the sword light vibrated violently. The beautiful woman's delicate body trembled and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. However, she ignored it and continued to charge towards the head of the vine. This crazy woman doesn't even care about her own safety. Lu Ming was speechless. At this moment, he felt a little warm in his heart. After all, this woman was trying to save him. Swoosh, the sword light that the beautiful woman turned into was extremely powerful. It emitted a shocking power and charged towards the head of the vine. It looked as if it was going to split the head of the vine into two. The vine's eyes finally revealed a trace of panic. It let out a loud roar and the vines that were entangled around Lu Ming loosened. Ignoring Lu Ming, all of them lashed out at the beautiful woman. Bam! 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 The 9 vines kept lashing at the beautiful woman. The protective sword light of the beautiful woman finally couldn't withstand it and was shattered. At the same time, the gem on the vine's head that was emitting a chilling aura shone. A ray of light rushed towards the beautiful woman. This ray of light was astonishingly fast and it hit the beautiful woman in an instant. The beautiful woman's delicate body trembled and she was sent flying backwards. However, as she was sent flying, a sword light left her hand and slashed at the head of the vine. However, as the beautiful woman was sent flying, the sword light was slightly deflected and slashed at one of the vine's eyes, leaving a deep wound. Roar! Roar! The vine roared crazily and the 9 vines danced wildly. Lu Ming quickly dodged and one of the vines hit the beautiful woman who was sent flying. The beautiful woman was sent flying and hit the wall at the side before falling to the ground. What was more shocking was that a layer of ice crystals appeared on the beautiful woman's body quickly and it was about to freeze her. Go, quickly, quickly leave this place, the beautiful woman didn't die. She stared at Lu Ming and shouted. After saying that, she spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. This crazy woman, Lu Ming was really confused. This woman was bent on killing Lu Ming before. Now, she was willing to risk being seriously injured to save Lu Ming. After being injured, she even asked Lu Ming to leave quickly. This change was a little too fast. However, Lu Ming didn't want to leave now. The vine was injured and it was a good opportunity to kill it. Lu Ming's body flashed and he continued to kill the vine. Roar! The vine roared and waved its vines, lashing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body shrunk and he turned into an ordinary person. He then performed the 9 heavens rock technique to the extreme and dodged continuously. With his body shrunk, he became more agile and dodged more easily. In addition to the 8th level of the 9 heavens rock technique, Lu Ming dodged 9 vines in a row and rushed to the vine's head. When Lu Ming approached the vine's head, the gem on its head shone again. A white light beam rushed at Lu Ming. This was the light beam that attacked the beautiful woman before. It was astonishingly fast and had a terrifying chill. Lu Ming couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to. The beautiful woman didn't dodge it just now either. In the next moment, the white light beam attacked Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a bone-chilling chill that wanted to freeze him completely. Not only his body, but also his soul was about to be frozen. Cold, extremely cold, Lu Ming felt that his mind was about to be frozen. This was an extremely terrifying thing. Fortunately, Lu Ming had the measuring character formula. In his sea of consciousness, the measuring character formula shone and a devouring force enveloped Lu Ming's body. Immediately, the bone-chilling chill was devoured by the measuring character formula. Lu Ming regained his freedom at once. Swish, Lu Ming sped up and rushed into the vine's mouth in a flash. Lu Ming, seeing Lu Ming rush into the vine's mouth, the beautiful woman's eyes revealed a hint of complexity. I never thought that he and I would be buried together in this place. Is this really our destiny? The beautiful woman whispered. Her eyes were complicated. At this moment, the layer of ice on her body was thicker. Her eyes were unfocused and her vitality was getting weaker. The head of the vine was huge. When Lu Ming entered its mouth, he found that it was empty inside. Boom, Lu Ming released his powerful aura, wanting to kill the vine. However, endless cold air surrounded Lu Ming from all directions. It wanted to freeze Lu Ming to death. The cold air was terrifying. It came from the gem on the vine's head. If it were someone else, even the beautiful woman with her cultivation base, they would have been frozen to death. However, Lu Ming had the measure formula. The quantifier incantation glowed and a mysterious energy covered Lu Ming's body. The terrifying cold aura would be absorbed by the quantifier incantation once it got close to Lu Ming. It had no effect on Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming, wait a minute. Your attack is useless. If you don't attack its core, it will be difficult to kill it. The measure formula said. Core? Where is the core of the vine? Lu Ming asked. This vine isn't an ordinary plant. It was born from the cold air. It must have a core. I can feel it. Move forward. The measure formula said. The head of the vine was a few thousand meters in length and width. It was huge. Lu Ming flew for a few hundred meters and saw that there were many thin vines above. They were intertwined with a crystal core that was the size of a human head. That's the core of the vine. If you break it, the vine will die. The measure formula said. All right. Without hesitation, Lu Ming was about to attack. At this moment, the vine seemed to have sensed danger. It crazily gathered cold air to attack Lu Ming like a storm. Facing such cold air, even a first Sky God Realm cultivator would be frozen to death. However, it didn't affect Lu Ming at all. The cold air was absorbed by the measure formula. It could also be used to balance the energy of the star's core. Moon slashing. Lu Ming circulated his divine power and slashed with his spear. Boom, the spear light hit the crystal core. The crystal core shook violently and then exploded. Asterisk roar, sizzle, asterisk the vine let out ear-piercing cries. Its huge body struggled and eventually fell to the ground. It stopped moving and stopped breathing. Dead. Dead? The beautiful woman's eyes were filled with astonishment. However, her condition was getting worse and worse. She was about to fall unconscious. Boom, the head of the vine exploded and Lu Ming appeared on the head of the vine. He glanced around and frowned when he saw the state of the beautiful lady. Should I save her? Lu Ming muttered. Given Lu Ming's character, he did not want to save her. This was because this lady had been after his life. Since she was an enemy, Lu Ming would definitely not be soft-hearted. However, this woman had saved his life twice. The first time he faced the white-haired young man and the second time he faced the vine. No matter what the other party's purpose was, she did save him. Especially this time, in order to save him, she sacrificed herself. Save her. In the end, Lu Ming whispered. He was a man of principles. Since the other party had saved him, he had to return the favor. Lu Ming took a step forward and came to the side of the beautiful woman. This woman has been hit by the vine. The cold intent has attacked her heart. She will be frozen to death in at most 10 minutes. The measure formula said. Lu Ming nodded and looked at the beautiful woman carefully. To be honest, the beautiful woman was really beautiful. The clothes on her body were torn by the vine, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Coupled with the fact that she was motionless and looked like she was at the mercy of others, she was full of fatal temptation. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. You. What do you want to do? The beautiful woman said nervously. Her voice was weak. What do you think? Lu Ming smiled evilly. This smile made the woman's face turn pale and full of despair. I will ask you some questions. If you can answer them, I will consider letting you go. Lu Ming said. What do you want to ask? Ask away. The beautiful woman said. Why do you want to kill me? Why did you save me? Lu Ming asked. This was the biggest curiosity in his heart. The beautiful woman gritted her teeth and seemed to be unwilling to say. You don't want to say it, right? If you don't want to say it, then don't blame me. Lu Ming smiled evilly and reached out to touch the beautiful woman's face. It was cold to the touch. A terrifying chill rushed to Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming used his divine force to dissolve it. Stop, stop, I will say it, the beautiful woman said in a panic. Lu Ming looked at the other party and didn't say anything, waiting for her to continue. Because if I don't kill you, I will marry you. If I don't want to marry you, I can only kill you. The beautiful woman said. What? What? Lu Ming was dumbfounded and thought that he had heard wrongly. You want to marry me? Beauty, we have never met before. Why do you want to marry me? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Are you the successor of Prince Jingyu? Suddenly, the beautiful woman said. Lu Ming was taken aback by these words and he almost jumped up. How did she know that Lu Ming was the successor of Jingyu? He didn't tell anyone about this. How did you know? Lu Ming's face darkened and his eyes flashed with killing intent. This matter couldn't be leaked out. Jingyu was framed in the past. He had terrifying enemies in the Taishu dynasty. If the secret of him being the successor of Jingyu was leaked out, he might be killed. My father told me. The beautiful woman said. Your father? Lu Ming felt a chill in his heart. Had he been exposed? My father is in the Starry Camp. When you were fighting in the Starry Camp, my father happened to pass by. My father recognized you. The beautiful woman said. Your father? Lu Ming whispered, but his mind was thinking quickly. Other than fighting with Ling Ying in the Starry Camp, he didn't fight with anyone else. Could it be that he was recognized by others? Who is your father? How did he recognize me? Also, what does this have to do with you marrying me? Lu Ming asked a few questions. My father is the teacher of Prince Jingyu. He has followed Prince Jingyu for countless years. My father can easily recognize his successor. The beautiful woman said. Jingyu's teacher? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. This was out of his expectation. My father is proficient in the art of divination. He once divined that the successor of Prince Jingyu is about to be born. Moreover, he swore that he would marry his daughter, which is me, to the successor of Prince Jingyu. My father believes that Prince Jingyu was wronged back then. He wants me to help Prince Jingyu's successor find out the truth of what happened back then. The beautiful woman continued. End of chapter. My father wanted me to marry you, but I didn't want to marry you. So, I had to kill you. The beautiful lady's voice turned cold towards the end of her sentence. After listening to the beautiful lady's words, Lu Ming understood a lot. The beautiful lady's father was Jingyu's teacher and was proficient in the art of divination. He knew that Jingyu's successor was about to be born, so he wanted his daughter to marry Jingyu's successor. When the beautiful lady's father saw Lu Ming fighting with Ling Ying in the Starry Camp, he recognized Lu Ming's identity. No wonder the beautiful lady wanted to kill Lu Ming as soon as she saw him. Since you wanted to kill me, why did you save me? Lu Ming asked again. My father wanted me to marry you and protect you. So, if you want to die, you can only die in my hands. You can't die in the hands of others. The beautiful lady said. At this point, her voice became weaker and weaker. This logic is really weird. Lu Ming curled his lips and was speechless. However, according to this logic, it made sense. In this case, he had to save the beautiful lady even more. It wasn't because of her beauty, but because she was Jingyu's teacher's daughter. It seemed that those who followed Jingyu back then weren't completely suppressed. There were still some who were still alive. He would need their help to reverse Jingyu's case in the future. Lu Ming squatted down and held the beautiful lady's hand. You. What are you doing? You said that you would let me go if I answered your question. You can't go back on your words. The peerless beauty was a little flustered. She thought that Lu Ming was going to do something bad to her. Why are you panicking? I'm saving you. Lu Ming smiled faintly and transferred a surge of divine force into the beautiful lady's body. However, the moment the divine force entered her body, it was frozen by the terrifying cold air in her body. Her body is completely frozen by the cold air. It's almost frozen to her heart and brain. If these two places are frozen, she will die. The quantifying formula said. Can you suck the cold air out of her body? Lu Ming asked. Of course you can, but I can't expose myself. Your palm is pressed against hers, and I'll draw out the cold chi from her body. But this way, the speed will be slower. The quantifying formula said. If the measure formula were to appear directly, the devouring power would envelop the beautiful woman and easily absorb the cold energy from her body. However, if that was the case, the measure formula would be exposed. The origin ancient characters must not be exposed now. Otherwise, it would bring about a great disaster. It doesn't matter if it's a bit slower, Lu Ming said. Then, he placed his palm against the beautiful woman's palm. The beautiful woman's palm had already been frozen into a block of ice. It was incomparably cold to the touch, as if it was a piece of 10,000-year-old profound ice. When they were pressed together, the measure formula erupted with a suction force that flowed along Lu Ming's palm and rushed into the other party's body. The cold air in the beautiful woman's body was continuously absorbed by Lu Ming's palm and then entered the measure formula. The peerless beauty blinked her eyes twice in curiosity. She didn't expect Lu Ming to have such a method. Originally, she thought she was dead for sure. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It came from the direction where Lu Ming and the rest came from. Someone's here, Lu Ming's face changed. He didn't expect that someone could find their way in here. In the next moment, 5 figures appeared in the underground space. It's them, Lu Ming recognized the 5 figures at a glance. They were the white-haired youth and the other 4 people that he had met before. The white-haired youth and the other 4 glanced around and their eyes fell on Lu Ming and the beautiful woman. When they saw the beautiful woman, they were shocked. However, after looking around, their eyes lit up. They weren't stupid. When they saw the vine's corpse and the situation of Lu Ming and the beautiful woman, how could they not figure it out? Ha ha ha, this is the 1,000 River Ice Vine. I didn't expect a 1,000 River Ice Vine to be born here. What great luck. A youth laughed excitedly when he saw the vine's corpse. His eyes were burning with passion. The greatest luck is that the 1,000 River Ice Vine has been killed. We don't have to take action. Ha ha ha. The other young man also laughed loudly. It's you guys? Get lost. The beautiful woman shouted coldly when she saw the white-haired youth and the rest. Yo yo yo, you're still so arrogant. Did we interrupt your date with your little lover? Hee hee, you're still so arrogant in your current state. You're really courting death. The white-haired youth shouted and stared at the beautiful woman with an unfriendly gaze. The beautiful woman was furious. Her almond-shaped eyes were wide open. If she wasn't frozen by the cold air, she would have immediately taught the white-haired youth and the rest a lesson. What about me? Do you still want to deal with us in your current state? You can't even protect yourself. The white-haired youth looked at the beautiful woman and revealed an unscrupulous smile. It's rare to see a beautiful woman like you. Don't worry. Before I kill you, I'll let you have a good time. Haha. At the end, the white-haired youth laughed lewdly. The beautiful woman's face turned pale. She naturally knew what the white-haired youth wanted to do. Quick, Lu Ming, kill me. I beg you, kill me, the beautiful woman sent a message to Lu Ming. She would rather die than be humiliated by the white-haired youth. How unlucky, Lu Ming muttered. He didn't expect the white-haired youth and the rest to come after he had just dealt with the vine. Lu Ming could escape from the white-haired youth and the rest. The key was that he hadn't obtained the gem on the vine. It would be a pity to leave like this. Moreover, he had to bring the beautiful woman with him. He might not be able to get away safely. Lu Ming's eyes turned and he began to think of a countermeasure. Third brother, let's take action quickly. Let's get rid of this lad before anything happens. One of the youths said. All right, leave this lad to me. You guys keep the corpse of the 1,000 River Ice Vine and leave this place quickly. Having said that, the white-haired youth walked towards Lu Ming while the other youths walked towards the vine. One of the youths came under the vine and wanted to use a storage ring to keep the vine's corpse. At this moment, there was a sudden change. The vine that was motionless suddenly moved again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a few vines danced like long snakes and attacked the youths. This situation greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. The vine was obviously lifeless. Why did it suddenly move again? Not only the white-haired youth, but even Lu Ming and the beautiful woman were stunned. Caught off guard, one of the youths was directly penetrated by a vine. Then, the vine swung and lifted the youth up, slamming him heavily on the ground. Boom, the ground shook and the youth was killed on the spot. End of chapter. The white-haired young man and the others had a total of 5 people. The white-haired young man walked toward Lu Ming and the beautiful woman while the other 4 walked toward the Thousand River Ice Vine. The Thousand River Ice Vine suddenly attacked and killed one of the young men who was a 9th-layer heaven god. The other 8 vines danced wildly and attacked the other 3 young men. Bang! Bang! 2 of the young men reacted slightly faster and defended themselves with their attacks. However, they were still struck by the vines and were sent flying. They slammed into the wall and vomited blood. There was a woman who was not so lucky. She reacted slightly slower and was entangled by one of the vines. The temperature of the vines was shockingly low. As soon as the woman was entangled by the vines, her body was immediately covered with a layer of ice. The vines pulled the woman back toward its mouth. Help, help! The woman struggled desperately and screamed. Let her go! The white-haired young man roared and dashed toward the Thousand River Ice Vine. In the process, he turned into a frost lion and let out a roar. A terrifying gust of wind charged toward the Thousand River Ice Vine. Bang! Bang! The white-haired young man's attack landed on the Thousand River Ice Vine and caused a great impact. However, the vines were extremely tough and the white-haired young man's attack could not break them. The vines continued to pull the woman toward its mouth. Help! The woman screamed in despair. Let's attack together! The white-haired young man roared and clawed at the vines with his sharp claws. Clang, clang, clang! The sharp claws clashed with the vines, causing sparks to fly in all directions. However, they could only leave a few marks on the vines. Even the beautiful woman could not break the vines, let alone the white-haired young man. Meanwhile, the other 2 young men who were sent flying by the vines turned into frost lions and fought against the Thousand River Ice Vine. However, it was useless. Whoosh, the rattan wrapped around the woman and threw her into its mouth. The woman's screams came to an abrupt end, and there was no more sound coming from her. The mouth of the Thousand River Ice Vine was filled with a terrifying chill. The woman could not resist it after being thrown in. Roar! After swallowing the girl, the ice vine of 10,000 rivers roared as if it had gone mad. 9 vines shot towards the white-haired youth and the other 2. The sky was filled with the shadows of the vines, covering the white-haired youth and the other 2. At this moment, even if the white-haired young man and his 2 companions wanted to escape, it would be difficult for them to do so. They charged forward a few times, only to be blocked by the vines. I'll fight you to the death! The white-haired young man bellowed as he clashed with the Thousand Rivers Ice Vine. He's not as strong as before, Lu Ming muttered. He realized that the strength of the Thousand Rivers Ice Vine was much weaker than before. Otherwise, the white-haired young man and the others would have been in danger. But now, the white-haired youth and the other 2 were actually able to fight the Thousand River Ice Vine together. I didn't expect this ice vine to have a secondary core, the quantifying formula said. Secondary core? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. This Thousand Rivers Ice Vine, other than having a main crystal core, also has a secondary core. Just now, when you shattered the main core, the Thousand Rivers Ice Vine actually did not completely perish. During that period of time, it was awakening its secondary core. However, a secondary core is still a secondary core. It's far inferior to the primary core. It seems that this ice vine's spiritual intelligence has been greatly reduced. It has gone mad and only knows how to attack. Moreover, its strength has been greatly reduced. The quantifying formula explained. Lu Ming understood. He could not help but secretly rejoice. It turned out that the Thousand River Ice Vine had a secondary core. Fortunately, the white-haired youth and his companions came. Otherwise, if Lu Ming went to retrieve the gem on the Thousand River Ice Vine's head, the Thousand River Ice Vine would suddenly awaken and attack. The consequences would be unpredictable. This won't do. If this continues, the outcome will be determined soon. At that time, it will be disadvantageous for us. We have to quickly absorb the chill from her body. Old quantifying formula, can't you be faster? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the quantifying formula. If I'm faster, it will be easy to be exposed. Moreover, your palms are separated by her palms. It's too far away from her heart and brain. The heart and brain are fragile parts. If I increase my strength, the chill will hurt her heart and brain if something goes wrong. The quantifying formula said. Then how can I speed up? Lu Ming asked again. It's simple. You put one hand on her forehead and the other on her chest. In this way, when the distance is closer, I can perform better. The quantifying formula said. Huh? Lu Ming was a little embarrassed. It was fine to put his hand on her forehead, but to put it on her chest, this was a little, hurry up. You're a man, don't be so wishy-washy. When the outcome is determined, don't say that I didn't remind you. The quantifying formula said. Then. Okay. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and stared at the beautiful woman, saying, Miss, you see the situation now. In order to save you faster, I'm sorry to offend you. With that, Lu Ming placed one of his palms on the forehead of the extremely beautiful woman while the other palm moved toward her chest. You. What are you going to do? No, don't. The woman cried out. But Lu Ming didn't bother to pay attention to her. He put his palm directly on the woman's chest. It was soft and full of elasticity, which made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. The woman's voice stopped abruptly. She stared at Lu Ming with her big watery eyes. In her eyes, there were anger, shyness, and other complicated emotions. Her snow-white face also turned red. Cough, cough, being stared at like this, Lu Ming couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed even though he was thick-skinned. He coughed a few times and said to the quantifying formula, Old quantifying formula, hurry up. Leave it to me. The quantifying formula glowed and a strong suction force flowed from Lu Ming's palm into the beautiful woman's heart and brain, absorbing the cold energy in her body. At this moment, the cold energy in her body was absorbed by the quantifying formula at an astonishing speed. The ice layer on her body quickly melted and disappeared. Her body gradually regained its temperature. At this moment, the battle between the three-headed snow lions and the Thousand River Ice Vine had reached its climax. Although the Thousand River Ice Vine only had a secondary core left, it had lost its intelligence and was completely crazy. Its combat strength was also very terrifying, suppressing the three-headed snow lions. Finally, one of the snow lions couldn't hold on any longer. Its head was pierced by an ice vine and it died on the spot. At this moment, only the white-haired young man and the other young man were left. Third brother, what should we do? Are we going to die here? The other young man said in fear. This young man was also a half-step divine king. His strength was slightly weaker than the white-haired young man, but he was still very strong. They had tried many times to rush out, but the 9 rattan vines had completely sealed off their escape route. End of chapter. Today, we will only have a chance if we kill him. His vital point is his head. Let's work together and kill him. The white-haired youth was a decisive person. Since they could not escape, they could only fight with their lives on the line. The two of them communicated telepathically and came up with a plan. Roar! Roar! The 2 frost lions roared and unleashed their lion roar technique. The air was turbulent and a few rattans were blown away. Then, the 2 of them charged towards the rattan's head. However, there were 9 vines. Immediately, the other vines shot towards the 2 ice snow lions to kill them. I will block the rattans. You go and kill him. At this moment, one of the frost lions roared. Divine power was burning all over his body. He opened his mouth and roared. Lions flew out from his mouth and charged towards the rattans. This was a secret technique that was formed by the condensation of divine power. This frost lion was going all out. He burned his divine power and unleashed a terrifying secret technique. Boom! 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 The lions charged out and crashed into the rattans. They managed to push the 9 rattans away temporarily. How could the white-haired youth miss such an opportunity? His body glowed. He roared and charged towards the ice vine's head. He waved his sharp claws and clawed at the ice vine's head. Roar! The Thousand River Ice Vine let out a loud roar and opened his mouth. Icicles shot out from his mouth and collided with the white-haired young man's claw. At the same time, the frost gem on the ice vine's head shone and a white light beam shot towards the white-haired youth. This light beam was extremely terrifying and its speed was shocking. Previously, even the beautiful lady and Lu Ming could not avoid it. The white-haired youth could not avoid it and was hit by the white light beam. Once he was hit by the white light beam, the white-haired youth's body stiffened. A layer of ice crystals appeared on the surface of his body at an alarming speed. The ice snow lion had cultivated cold attribute divine power to begin with. Furthermore, he had mastered divine-grade divine power. However, he was still unable to withstand the chill of the light beam. Bam! The white-haired youth's huge body fell to the ground and he could not move. He was not dead yet. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear. Roar! The other snow lion let out a roar of shock and anger. However, with only one frost lion left, it was even less of a match for the ice vines. The 9 ice vines danced crazily and attacked the frost lion like a storm. Soon, the ice snow lion could no longer withstand the attacks. Its body was hit continuously and it was severely injured. If we're going to die, let's die together. The ice snow lion had a crazed look in his eyes as he charged towards the ice vine. His body emitted a blinding white light. He was going to self-destruct. In the next moment, there was a terrifying explosion as the snow lion exploded. The terrifying energy swept through the entire underground space. Not good. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the beautiful woman's slender waist. His figure flashed and he retreated far away. He set up layers of defense in front of him to offset the impact of the outside world. When the light dissipated, the ice snow lion that had self-destructed had disappeared. The white-haired young man, who had been frozen and on the verge of death, had also perished. As for the Thousand Rivers Ice Vine, it was clearly injured as well. It was in the center of the explosion. There were several large holes in its head, and its aura was much weaker. Roar! The Thousand Rivers Ice Vine roared. Its furious eyes stared at Lu Ming and the beautiful woman. The 9 vines danced and rushed towards Lu Ming and the beautiful woman. Luckily, I made it in time. At this moment, Lu Ming let out a long breath. He let go of the beautiful woman and retreated quickly. Boom! Just as Lu Ming retreated, a powerful aura exploded from the beautiful woman. Lu Ming had finally absorbed the last bit of cold air from the beautiful woman's body. Once the cold air was absorbed, the beautiful woman's powerful cultivation was fully unleashed. Therefore, Lu Ming retreated quickly. Who knew if the beautiful woman would kill him after she recovered? The beautiful woman glanced at Lu Ming coldly. In the end, her figure flashed and she charged towards the Thousand Rivers Ice Vine. Go to hell! The beautiful woman shouted. Sword radiance shot out one after another towards the Thousand Rivers Ice Vine's head. The Thousand Rivers Ice Vine's strength was not as strong as before because of its secondary core. It had also been injured by the explosion of the ice snow lion and its strength had weakened significantly. As such, it was no match for the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman only needed to pay attention to the white light beam that she shot out. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh. Sword radiance shot towards the Thousand Rivers Ice Vine like a tidal wave. Some of the sword lights deflected the vines, while the rest of the sword lights slashed at the ice vine's head, leaving a sword wound on it. Roar! The Thousand Rivers Ice Vine roared crazily. It had no spiritual consciousness. Its head glowed and another light beam flew out from the gem. However, this time, the beautiful woman was prepared for it. She was far enough away and dodged the beam of light with a flash. Slash! The beautiful woman shouted. She held her sword with both hands and a terrifying sword radiance shot up to the sky. Then, the sword radiance slashed at the Thousand Rivers Ice Vine. The power of the sword radiance was too strong. It was an all-out attack from the beautiful woman. It deflected the 9 vines and slashed at the Thousand Rivers Ice Vine's head. Poof! The Thousand Rivers Ice Vine's head was split into 2. This time, the Thousand Rivers Ice Vine was dead. Its huge corpse fell heavily on the ground. After killing the Thousand Rivers ice vine, the beautiful woman turned around and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body tensed up and he was ready for a big fight. You saved my life this time and I'll let you off this time. The next time we meet, I won't let you off. Remember, the one who killed you is Lan Ling. After leaving these words coldly, the beautiful woman turned into a sword radiance and dashed into the tunnel. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Phew, after the beautiful woman left, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. The beautiful woman had some conscience and did not continue to kill him. Otherwise, he would have to run for his life again. Lan Ling. Is that her name? Lu Ming muttered. Then, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had mixed feelings. A beautiful woman appeared out of nowhere and said that she wanted to marry him. No one would be calm. I have to increase my strength quickly. Otherwise, I'll be hunted down by this crazy woman again. Lu Ming muttered and walked towards the Thousand Rivers ice vine. The Thousand River ice vine's head was split in half by Lan Ling. Its secondary core was also shattered by the destructive sword energy. It couldn't be more dead than it already was. Luckily, the frost gem is fine. Lu Ming looked at the gem on the Thousand Rivers ice vine's head. It was still intact. Luckily, the angle of Lan Ling's attack was slightly off. Otherwise, if the gem was shattered, Lu Ming would vomit blood. In a flash, Lu Ming came to the Thousand Rivers ice vine's head. He took out a battle sword and removed the frost gem from the Thousand Rivers ice vine's head. End of chapter. The gemstone was extremely cold and emitted a terrifying chill. The quality of this gemstone is definitely not inferior to the ice jade chilling heart of the Ice Spirit clan. Lu Ming whispered. Kid, with this coldest gemstone, you can neutralize a part of the energy of the stellar core, and I can quickly refine a part of the energy. The quantifying formula said. Okay, then you can absorb it. Lu Ming said. Then, Lu Ming's glabella lit up, and the quantifying formula flew out and shone at the coldest gemstone. The coldest gemstone disappeared and was absorbed by the quantifying formula. After the quantifying formula absorbed the gemstone, it flew back to Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and calmed down and began to refine the energy. Lu Ming sized it up. First, his gaze fell on the 9 vines of the Thousand River ice vine. The Thousand River ice vine was born naturally. It could be said that its entire body was a treasure. Lu Ming was especially envious of the 9 vines. In the previous battle, Lu Ming had seen the power of the 9 vines. Not only were they extremely tough, but they were also filled with a terrifying chill. If he could refine the 9 vines into the ice shackles, wouldn't the power of the ice shackles increase greatly? The power of the ice chains was not bad, but it also had a weakness, and that was its fragility. It was effective against cultivators of the same level, or even 2 or 3 levels higher. However, Lu Ming's enemies were often 4 or 5 levels higher than him, and the ice chains were easily defeated. However, if the vines were refined into the ice chains, the weakness of the ice chains would disappear, and its power would definitely skyrocket. Let's do it. However, there was a problem that gave Lu Ming a headache. How to cut off the vines. Lu Ming circled around the body of the Thousand River ice vine a few times, and his eyes lit up. Then, he took out a battle sword and cut at the place where the vines were connected to the head. The head of the Thousand River ice vine was not that hard. Soon, Lu Ming removed a vine. So heavy. Lu Ming grabbed the rattan and waved it slightly. The rattan danced and pierced through the air, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. It was extremely heavy and there was a gust of cold air that drilled into Lu Ming's arm. Lu Ming was overjoyed instead of shocked. The more mysterious the vines were, the greater the benefits. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. With a thought, an ice chain flew out. Back then, he had refined a lump of cold liquid for this ice chain and it was the most powerful. Lu Ming had to first refine the rattan into this ice chain. Activating the ice shackles secret technique, the ice shackles wriggled and completely overlapped with the vines, and then began to refine them. Of course, this kind of rattan was incomparably tough. Refining it wasn't that easy. Lu Ming spent a full half a month to completely refine the rattan and merge it with the ice chains. With a thought, the ice shackles began to dance like a long snake. Hoo hoo hoo, the ice chains whipped the air, giving off a terrifying whistling sound. Bam! The ice chains whipped the ground, causing the ground to shake and gravel to splatter. A ravine a few meters deep was formed. What a powerful force! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. One should know that the ground here had been eroded by the frigid underworld qi for many years and was already incomparably tough. However, after being whipped by the ice chains, it caused great damage. On the other hand, the ice chains were completely fine. Then, Lu Ming took out a high-grade divine sword and slashed it with all his might on the ice chains. Clang, sparks flew and the divine sword buzzed non-stop. However, there was no mark on the ice chains. Tough, it was too tough. It had completely inherited the characteristics of the Thousand River Ice Rattan. Kid, you have a good idea. The Thousand River Ice Rattan is naturally bred by heaven and earth. It has endless potential and is far from reaching its peak. Therefore, as long as you refine its Rattan into your secret technique, as your cultivation increases, the power of your secret technique will continue to increase. Measuring Formula said. Lu Ming also showed a look of joy and said, Old Liang, how's the refining of the energy going? Refining the energy naturally can't be done overnight. However, I've already refined a part of it. I can transfer it to you now. Measuring Formula said. Let's wait for a while. Let me refine the remaining Rattan first. Lu Ming said. Next, Lu Ming continued to work hard. He cut off the remaining 8 Rattan vines and refined them into his ice chains. Lu Ming found that it was more difficult to integrate the remaining ice chains with the Rattan vines. It also took a longer time. In this way, Lu Ming used a full year's time to refine the remaining 8 Rattan vines and integrate them into the ice chains. With a thought, the 9 ice chains danced and whistled in the air. With another thought, the 9 ice chains disappeared without a trace. He could use it freely. In that case, my battle prowess has increased a little. Lu Ming said with a smile. Currently, the 9 ice chains were extremely sturdy. They could be used for both offense and defense. Ordinary people would not be able to break them. As a result, Lu Ming's ability to protect himself had increased significantly. Old Liang, now, transfer the refined energy to me. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Measuring Formula. Now, it was time to raise his cultivation. Alright, be careful. Measuring Formula said. Following it, a strong and pure energy surged out. Lu Ming sat with his legs crossed and began to cultivate by absorbing the energy. The energy was extremely pure. Lu Ming could easily refine it and convert it into his own god force. In his dantian, the 5 godly flames formed by the 5 different kinds of god force grew stronger. The 5 godly flames were initially equivalent to the first layer heaven god realm, but they were rapidly approaching the second layer heaven god realm. A few days later, the flames of the 5 godly flames suddenly skyrocketed and successfully reached the second layer heaven god realm. The improvement continued. 10 days later, the 5 godly flames reached the third layer heaven god realm. The speed was extremely shocking. This meant that Lu Ming was constantly breaking through the stages and breaking through realms. If he were to cultivate normally, it would definitely take a lot of time. A few hundred years was considered short. A few thousand years or even 10,000 years were considered normal. That was the benefit of having Measuring Formula. The 5 godly flames were still improving, approaching the 4th layer heaven god realm. However, when they reached the peak 3rd layer heaven god realm, they ran out of energy. The energy that emerged from Measuring Formula was completely refined. Is there any more? Lu Ming asked Measuring Formula eagerly. You should be satisfied to have so much energy in a year's time. Measuring Formula said. Lu Ming was speechless. However, on second thought, he should be satisfied. Without the frost gem, even with Measuring Formula, it would take a few hundred years to refine the energy of the stellar core. Now, Lu Ming should be satisfied to have achieved it in a year's time. End of chapter. However, there's still a lot of energy left in the extreme frost gem. It can also neutralize the energy of many stellar cores. Wait for a while. The Measuring Character Formula said. Lu Ming nodded and immediately started cultivating. This underground space was very remote. It was located in the frigid nether forbidden land and almost no one came here. Since Lan Ling left, no one else came here. Lu Ming was also happy to be free and focused on cultivating. When the measuring character formula didn't give him energy, Lu Ming would focus on comprehending divine skills and secret arts. When there was energy, Lu Ming would refine it. Every few months, the measuring character formula would give him a surge of energy. Just like that, another 2 years passed. Lu Ming had stayed here for more than 3 years. In these 3 years, Lu Ming's cultivation increased rapidly. In the beginning, the 5 divine flames condensed from divine-grade divine force were all raised to the same level as the sovereign's divine force and imperishable sword force. Then, the 9 divine forces broke through at the same time. Just a few days ago, Lu Ming successfully broke through to the 5th level of the heavenly god realm. The 9 divine forces in his body all broke through to the 5th level of the heavenly god realm. This made Lu Ming's battle strength soar. With my current battle strength, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with that white-haired youth. Lu Ming muttered to himself, secretly estimating his own strength. That white-haired youth was a half-step god-king realm. His divine force awakened was around 60 to 70%. 3 years ago, Lu Ming definitely wouldn't be his opponent. But now, Lu Ming was confident that he could defeat this person. Lu Ming estimated that his current strength should be around the half-step god-king realm. His divine force awakened was around 80 to 90%. The comparison of strength here referred to the geniuses who had divine power. Those who didn't control divine-grade divine force wouldn't have awakened their divine force. However, compared to someone as strong as Lan Ling, Lu Ming was probably not her match. My offensive divine skill is still at the 7th level. If I can break through to the 8th level, my strength will be stronger. Lu Ming pondered. However, this level of strength was already considered top-notch among this batch of geniuses who had entered Starmoon Ancient City. After all, there were only a few peerless geniuses who had awakened the divine power of origin. It's a pity that the energy of the coldest gem has been used up. Otherwise, I could have continued to break through. Lu Ming muttered, then shook his head. He knew that he had been too greedy. This time, not only did his other 5 divine-grade divine powers improve, but his cultivation had also broken through a level. This was already a great harvest. One had to know that he had broken through 9 types of godly power at the same time. The amount of energy he needed was too terrifying. If he had only cultivated one type of energy, he would have definitely improved by more than 1 level. I've already wasted 3 years. It's time for me to go out for a walk. It's not easy for me to come to Starmoon Ancient City. I can't waste time like this. Lu Ming smiled and left. Not long after, Lu Ming landed on the ground and flew out of the frigid underworld Forbidden Land. Very few people came to the frigid underworld Forbidden Land. Lu Ming flew all the way and did not meet anyone. Not long after, Lu Ming left the frigid underworld Forbidden Land. After leaving the frigid underworld Forbidden Land, Lu Ming took out a map and looked at it. This map was naturally the one that Wu Zixiong had given him. Soon, Lu Ming locked onto the location. Myriad God Cliff. On the map, there was a large circle that was marked with large black letters. This was an important place in Starmoon Ancient City. Wu Zixiong and the others had mentioned before that Lu Ming could cultivate at the Myriad God Cliff when he was free. This was because this place could help one awaken the divine power of origin. It was said that many people had awakened their divine power of origin at the Myriad God Cliff. Some people had also awakened their divine power of origin after cultivating at the Myriad God Cliff and returning to the Starry Sky Camp. This was a must-visit place to enter Starmoon Ancient City. A few years ago, Lu Ming would have already gone there if it wasn't for the fact that he was looking for the absolute frost treasure to increase his strength. However, it wasn't too late to go there now. Lu Ming followed the map and headed towards the Myriad God Cliff. 2 days later, Lu Ming arrived at the Myriad God Cliff. The Myriad God Cliff was a cliff. However, this cliff was very majestic. It was hundreds of thousands of feet high and there were statues carved on the cliff. The statues were of different sizes and they were carved with different kinds of gods. Some were ferocious, some were majestic, some were terrifying. At a glance, there were no less than 10,000 statues. It was said that these statues were all carved with the primordial gods. In the sky outside the Myriad God Cliff, there were many stone platforms floating in the air. These stone platforms were very large. Each of them was 10 miles long and wide. From high to low, from far to near, they were like stairs floating in the air. On each of these stone platforms, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. There was only one figure on each stone platform. There were also many figures standing in the void outside the stone platforms, watching from afar. Lu Ming flew over. Many people glanced at Lu Ming and ignored Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had passed the heavenly gate and many people knew him, they didn't take him seriously because his cultivation was very low. Lu Ming didn't care and looked forward. There was a person sitting cross-legged on each stone platform. There was a layer of light covering each person's body. "Brother, why is there only one person on each stone platform? Can't others go up?" Lu Ming asked an honest-looking young man beside him. "You just arrived, right?" The honest-looking young man glanced at him. "Yes, yes," Lu Ming said with a smile. Legend has it that these stone platforms were used by the ancient gods during the early days of the heavenly palace to observe the cultivation of the myriad deity cliff. The ancient gods were very large, so the stone platforms are so big. Moreover, each stone platform can only accommodate one person at a time. If there are too many people, they will be bounced off. The honest-looking young man explained. "I see." Lu Ming suddenly understood. No wonder there was only one person on each stone platform. If the stone platforms are occupied by them, won't we have no chance? Lu Ming asked again. Of course there is a chance, but everything depends on one's strength. The honest-looking young man said. Strength? What do you mean? Lu Ming asked. These stone platforms were set up with powerful restrictions in the early days of the heavenly palace. They operate according to certain rules. When a person cultivates on a stone platform, the formation on the stone platform will protect him. The honest-looking young man explained. Lu Ming nodded. There was a layer of light covering each person on the stone platform. That was the protective power of the formation. With the protection of the formation, you can cultivate in peace. Others can't attack you, but this protection has a time limit. After 3 months, this protection will disappear. Of course, it will only disappear for a day. After a day, the protective power of the formation will reappear. Therefore, today is the day to fight for the stone platforms. The honest-looking young man said. End of chapter. After hearing the young man's explanation, Lu Ming roughly understood the rules of cultivation here. Every single one of the stone platforms was protected by a formation for a period of 3 months. After 3 months, the protection of the formation would disappear. The time limit was 1 day. On that day, the others could compete for the stone platform. Whoever defeated the person on the stone platform could replace the other person and cultivate on the stone platform for 3 months. In other words, one would have to accept a challenge on the stone platform every 3 months. If one could defeat the challenger, they could continue cultivating. The higher the stone platform, the closer it is to the myriad deity cliff, the better the effect of cultivation. Therefore, one can also challenge the higher the stone platform. However, the higher the stone platform, the stronger the person is. Ordinary people are no match for them. The young man explained. Lu Ming nodded and looked at the stone platform at the top. There were a total of 3 stone platforms at the top closest to the myriad deity cliff. There were 3 figures sitting cross-legged on them. It's him. Lu Ming knew one of them. He was one of the 4 supreme talents who had passed the heaven gate. He was a half-step divine king because he had awakened his origin divine force factor. Although the other 2 had not awakened their origin divine force factor, their strength should be extremely shocking. Then, Lu Ming's gaze shifted downwards. He realized that there were a total of 108 stone platforms. Lu Ming knew some of the stone platforms. The Qin family and the Jin family. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with coldness. On a few stone platforms, there were people from the Qin family sitting cross-legged. These people were the ones who wanted to kill Lu Ming. In addition, there were also people from the Jin family. Jin Xing was one of them. They are all here, hee hee. Lu Ming sneered and said coldly. By the way, brother, how long can everyone cultivate on the stone platforms? Lu Ming asked again. Everyone can cultivate for 3 years. After 3 years, you can't go up unless you come in again. The young man explained. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder some of the peak-level geniuses weren't here. Logically speaking, these geniuses wouldn't miss out on a place like this. It seemed like some of the geniuses had already been cultivating for 3 years, while others might not be in a hurry. After all, they could stay in Star Moon Ancient City for 10 years. Everyone stood in the void and waited quietly. Many of them were prepared to fight at any time. There were too many wolves and too little meat. There were only 108 stone platforms, but there were over 1,000 people here. Even if each person could only cultivate for 3 years, there were still many people who couldn't go up to cultivate. If they wanted to go up to cultivate, they could only compete with their own strength. Soon, a day passed. Someone's 3 months are almost up. Suddenly, someone spoke, his eyes shining. Many people's gazes fell on a young man with a scale between his eyebrows in the bottom row. A member of the Qin clan? What a coincidence. I want the seat. Lu Ming muttered. At this moment, the light barrier around the Qin family's Heaven's Chosen suddenly began to shine brightly. When the light reached its limit, it quickly dimmed and the Qin family's Heaven's Chosen opened his eyes. At the same time, at least 100 figures rushed out and rushed towards the stone platform. I want the stone platform. Who do you think you are? Get lost. This opportunity to challenge is mine. Mine. Angry roars could be heard. Then, a bright divine light filled the air. Over 100 people were fighting fiercely in the air. Everyone wanted to step onto the stone platform to obtain the right to challenge. Whoever stepped onto the stone platform first would have the right to challenge. Boom. 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 In the void, there were continuous roars and terrifying explosions. All kinds of divine light and attacks were constantly colliding. However, the young men who were cultivating on the stone platforms didn't seem to feel anything at all. Obviously, the light barrier formed by the formation was protecting them. It even isolated them from the outside world. This way, they could cultivate in peace and not be disturbed by the outside world. A total of over 100 Heavens Chosen fought fiercely. For a moment, no one could step onto the stone platform. That was because if anyone approached the stone platform, they would be attacked by the others. A scream was heard. One of the Heavens Chosen wanted to rush onto the stone platform but was attacked by the others. Dozens of divine light drowned the Heavens Chosen. After a scream, the Heavens Chosen vanished into thin air and nothing was left. The killing continued. There were people who were injured and people who were forced to withdraw. Some of the remaining people didn't make a move. Some of them knew that they weren't strong enough and wouldn't be able to compete. I want the stone platform. At that moment, Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Suddenly, his body moved like a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the stone platform. His speed was shocking as he rapidly approached the stone platform. However, the others also noticed Lu Ming. You're courting death. Get lost. Many people attacked. In an instant, dozens of divine light shot towards Lu Ming. Rock of the Ninth Heaven. Lu Ming bellowed and cast the Nine Heavens Kunpeng technique. His divine power condensed into a Kunpeng. He flapped his wings and his body suddenly accelerated, avoiding the attacks. The next moment, he landed on the stone platform. He's so fast. Many people were shocked. In that instant, they didn't have time to attack. Then, many people sighed. It seemed that they wouldn't have a share of the stone platform. Once someone stepped onto the stone platform, it would be useless for others to compete. Seeing Lu Ming step onto the stone platform, the battle in the sky stopped and everyone looked at Lu Ming. Stepping onto the stone platform was only the first step. If one wanted to obtain the right to cultivate on the stone platform, they would have to defeat the person who had cultivated before them. Unless the other party voluntarily withdrew after 3 years. Lu Ming, it's you. The Heavens Chosen of the Qin clan looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Of course it's me. It's time to settle the score with you all for surrounding me that day. Lu Ming said coldly. Settle the score? Haha, you think you can do that? The Heavens Chosen of the Qin clan sneered and emitted a powerful aura. Ninth layer Heaven God Realm. This Heaven's Chosen of the Qin clan had a cultivation of the ninth layer Heaven God Realm. This time, he had cultivated on the stone platform for half a year, and his god force had awakened by a lot, reaching 50%. Lu Ming wanted to settle the score with him? Courting death, bang, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He took a step forward and a powerful aura rose. The god force in his body burst out. The god force on the surface of his body danced like flames. Then, the battle character art was activated. However, Lu Ming didn't use the ancient god body. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he didn't need to use the ancient god body to deal with a ninth layer Heaven God Realm genius whose god force had awakened by 50%. A terrifying aura surged toward the Heavens Chosen of the Qin clan. The Heavens Chosen of the Qin clan widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Your aura, how is this possible?" The young man of the Qin clan was frightened. How could a fifth layer Heaven God Realm cultivator have such a terrifying aura? End of chapter. The divine power in Lu Ming's body surged, forming a shockwave that dashed in all directions. The aura was so powerful that it shocked not only the Qin family's elites but also the surrounding people. They could not help but widen their eyes. His aura was even stronger than the Qin family's level 9 heavenly god. Ice chain, Lu Ming said in a low voice. Then, 9 ice chains shot out from his body. 7 wound divine fist. At this moment, the Qin family's prodigy finally reacted. He roared as his body glowed and threw out a punch. A giant fist print as big as a mountain pressed down on Lu Ming. Bam! 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 3 of the ice chains struck the opponent's fist imprints. The fist imprints trembled and exploded, but the ice chains were completely fine. After refining the 9 vines of the Thousand River Ice Vine, the ice chains were extremely tough. It was impossible for the prodigy to break them. The other 6 ice chains flew forward and continued to attack the Qin family's prodigy. The Qin family's prodigy was shocked. He unleashed all his strength and even injured himself to increase the power of the 7-wound divine fist. Boom! Boom! He threw out a few more punches in an attempt to break the ice chains. However, after the ice chains collided with the fist print, they only bounced slightly and changed their direction. Then, they continued to attack the Qin family's prodigy. Poof poof, a few ice chains pierced through the Qin family's prodigy's defense and wrapped around him. A terrifying chill spread out and a layer of ice appeared on the Qin family's prodigy's body. He couldn't move at all. Spare me, the Qin family's prodigy was scared to death and screamed. Outside the stone platform, the others were also dumbfounded. It ended just like that, the Qin family's prodigy was defeated in just a few moves. Wasn't it a little too fast? What a powerful secret skill. Lu Ming's secret skill is so powerful. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He's only a level 5 heavenly god. No wonder he could pass the gate of heaven. Many people exclaimed. You wanted to kill me before and now you're begging for mercy. Is that possible? Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. With a thought, a chain of ice shot out like a sharp spear, piercing towards the other party's forehead. Puff, the other party's glabella was pierced through. He struggled for a moment before falling. Then, with a swing of the ice shackles, the corpse was flung out of the stone platform. After dealing with the genius of the Qin clan, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and waited for the day to pass. There was only one chance to challenge. Since Lu Ming had succeeded in his challenge, the others could not continue to challenge. If they wanted to challenge again, they could only wait for 3 months. Soon, the day arrived. A light screen appeared on the stone platform, enveloping Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming's vision turned black, and he sank into complete darkness. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a terrifying explosion coming from outside. Heaven and earth shook violently. Lu Ming quickly opened his eyes and was shocked by the scene in front of him. In the starry sky of the universe, a group of giants were fighting. The so-called giants were because their bodies were too huge. Each of the giants stood in the starry sky of the universe. They were shockingly burly. Their fists were bigger than a planet. They were ancient gods or primitive divine spirits. Lu Ming's heart was beating violently. The giants in front of him were all primitive divine spirits. A group of primitive divine spirits were fighting fiercely. The starry sky of the universe was boiling. Stars were falling like meteors, and some stars were exploding like fireworks. Heaven and earth were destroyed. This was the real destruction of heaven and earth. In such a battle, a galaxy would be destroyed in a short time. Not good. Suddenly, Lu Ming's face changed drastically. This was because he saw a beam of divine power rushing towards him. This divine power was filled with an ancient and desolate aura. After awakening his divine power origin factor, it was somewhat similar to this aura. However, it was still worlds apart. It was a difference in essence. This was because this was the divine power origin that primitive divine spirits controlled. Lu Ming's heart was in his throat. His body was tense. He wanted to escape, but he realized that he could not. Am I going to die here? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The divine power gave him a terrifying feeling. If he was hit, there would be nothing left of him. Not to mention him, even a peak divine king or someone above the divine king realm would be killed instantly in the face of such a divine power. The speed of the divine power was too fast. Lu Ming only had a few thoughts before the divine power bombarded his body. However, Lu Ming did not feel anything at all. Lu Ming looked at himself and touched himself. He found that he was fine. It was as if he was transparent. The divine power rushed through his body and bombarded a huge planet in the distance. The planet exploded with a bang. I'm fine. Are these all illusions? Lu Ming swallowed his saliva and heaved a sigh of relief. Next, he observed carefully. Sure enough, all of these were illusions and not real. Perhaps, they were projections from countless years ago. Then, Lu Ming thought of the god statues on the myriad deity cliff. Perhaps, these were projections from those god statues. However, I can feel the fluctuation of the divine power. Different primordial divine spirits controlled different divine powers. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he observed carefully. These primitive divine spirits controlled different origin divine powers. Many of the divine-grade divine powers could be traced back to these origin divine powers. If he could find a divine-grade divine power of the same origin as the one he controlled, he would definitely benefit greatly from it. No wonder it was said that this place was very useful for comprehending divine power. It could even awaken the origin divine power. I control 7 types of divine-grade divine powers. Which one should I cultivate first? I'd better cultivate the Sovereign's God Force first. In the end, Lu Ming decided to cultivate the Sovereign's God Force first. The Sovereign's God Force was the first divine-grade divine power he had controlled, and his comprehension of it was also the deepest. It would be easier to cultivate. But first, he had to find a primitive divine spirit that controlled the same origin divine power as the Sovereign's God Force. Let's go. Lu Ming tried to move. With a thought, his body flew out at an unimaginable speed. Around him, numerous primitive divine spirits were fighting fiercely, but Lu Ming was completely unaffected. His body passed right through them. That's the origin divine power of the sun. Lu Ming saw a primordial divine power emitting a glow that was brighter than a star. It went berserk, grabbing a star as a weapon and throwing it at its enemy. It was extremely ferocious. The divine power that this primordial divine spirit controlled was the origin divine power that was similar to the divine power of the sun. Lu Ming also happened to be in control of the sun divine power. I'd better find the origin divine power of the Sovereign's God Force first. Lu Ming suppressed his desire and continued searching. End of chapter. Lu Ming continued his search. Not long after, he finally found something. It was a primordial god, shrouded in a purplish gold radiance that obscured its appearance. However, the strange thing was that this primordial god wasn't very big. It was only about 100 meters tall. Compared to the other primordial gods that were larger than a planet, it was like a speck of dust. However, the aura it exuded wasn't weak at all. In fact, it was even stronger. When it punched out, the force of its punch could pierce through several planets and force a primordial god to retreat. How terrifying. This is the origin power of a Sovereign's God Force. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He stood not far away and observed carefully, trying to comprehend it. Being able to observe the origin power of a primordial god at such a close distance had greatly affected him. What an exquisite divine power, what a terrifying divine power. I originally thought that divine-grade divine power was the strongest divine power, but compared to this origin divine power, it's trash. No, it's even worse than trash. Lu Ming exclaimed. It was like a shriveled sponge that was crazily absorbing nutrients. Lu Ming lost track of time as he immersed himself in comprehending the sovereign's god force. Originally, his comprehension of the sovereign's god force wasn't deep. His awakening level wasn't even 10%, maybe 2%. He was still a long way from truly awakening it. But now, his awakening level was rapidly increasing. Awakening level was 2%, 3%, 4%, after an unknown amount of time, his awakening level reached 20%. This speed of improvement was shocking. Lu Ming felt that his use of the sovereign's god force had improved. Of course, the lower the awakening level, the easier it was to awaken it. The higher the awakening level, the harder and slower it would be to improve it. At this time, Lu Ming felt a force acting on him. His vision darkened again. In the next moment, there was a flash of light. He opened his eyes and found that he was still sitting cross-legged on the stone platform. Lu Ming knew that the 3-month period was up. The layer of light shield disappeared from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming stood up and looked around, waiting for the others to challenge him. However, for a moment, no one dared to rush forward. 3 months ago, the strength that Lu Ming displayed was truly shocking. A 9th-level heavenly god genius was killed by Lu Ming in just a few moves. Without confidence, how could they dare to challenge Lu Ming? Lu Ming is too strong. I'm no match for him. Let's wait for someone else's stone platform. That's right. There are a total of 108 stone platforms. On average, someone's time is up in less than a day. Let's wait a little longer. Some people were discussing. Lu Ming waited for a long time, but no one challenged him. It seems like no one is going to challenge me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. However, he did not sit cross-legged. His gaze landed on the stone platform above. The higher it was, the closer it was to the myriad god cliff stone platform, the better the effect. Lu Ming was no longer satisfied with his current stone platform. He wanted to find a better one. After all, each person could only cultivate for 3 years. He couldn't afford to waste his time. Could it be that Lu Ming wants a higher stone platform too? The crowd guessed after seeing Lu Ming's condition. At the same time, many people's eyes flickered. If Lu Ming left his current stone platform, it would be ownerless, thus they could compete for it. At this moment, on the row of stone platforms above Lu Ming, someone's body was suffused with radiance. The time was almost up. What a coincidence. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. The person was none other than Xianxia. Lu Ming was initially considering if he should purposely wait for Xianxia's time to come and chase him off the stone platform. To his surprise, Xianxia's time was up. What could it be if it wasn't a coincidence? Xianxia opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming moved at an alarming speed. In a flash, he appeared on Xianxia's stone platform. Lu Ming. Xianxia's expression changed drastically when he saw Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming took a step forward and attacked. The ice shackles flew out and wrapped around Xianxia. However, just as Lu Ming attacked, Xianxia also moved. He turned into a ray of golden light and rushed out of the stone platform. Xianxia was indeed one of the 4 heroes of the Jin family. He was very decisive. The moment he saw Lu Ming, he knew that he was no match for Lu Ming. Without any hesitation, he rushed out of the stone platform. In this way, when Lu Ming's attack reached him, he had already left. In an instant, he had rushed out of the stone platform. This guy runs pretty fast. Lu Ming muttered. Lu Ming, I won't let you off so easily. Xianxia stood in the crowd, his eyes cold. Charge. That stone platform is mine. At this moment, many people reacted and rushed toward the stone platform that Lu Ming was on. The curtains of a chaotic battle were raised once again. After a chaotic battle, the stone platform was finally occupied by a 9th-level heavenly god. As for Lu Ming, since he had defeated Xianxia, no one could challenge him. Let's see the effects of this stone platform first. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. A day later, a light screen enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's vision turned dark again. In the next moment, he arrived in another part of the universe and saw a group of primitive godly spirits fighting fiercely. This time, Lu Ming quickly found the origin of the sovereign's god force and began to comprehend it. The effects of the higher stone platforms were indeed different. It was clearer to comprehend. Lu Ming's awakening of the sovereign's god force was increasing at an even faster speed. The further one went, the harder it was to improve. However, the effects here were also better. Lu Ming's improvement speed was even faster. 3 months later, his awakening had reached about 45%. Are other people's improvement speed that fast? Lu Ming could not help but think so. Based on his improvement speed, it would not be long before he reached 80 or 90%. Were other people's improvement speed that fast? Based on his previous observations, it did not seem to be the case. I'm indeed a cultivation genius. Lu Ming smiled very narcissistically. Then, he stood up and waited for the others to challenge him. Many people hesitated. For a time, no one challenged Lu Ming. I'll fight him. Finally, someone could not help but rush onto the stone platform and stand opposite Lu Ming. Lu Ming, let's fight. It's just a spar, not a fight to the death. What do you think? The young man said. He was not confident about facing Lu Ming, which was why he said that. Sure. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He had no enmity with this person, so there was no need to fight to the death. Boom, the young man's aura completely erupted. His god force burned fiercely. The young man's cultivation was infinitely close to the half-step godly king realm. End of chapter. The youth that challenged Lu Ming was close to the half-step divine king realm. His aura was surging. Lu Ming, take my strongest move. The youth roared as a battle axe appeared in his hand. The battle axe expanded rapidly and became 10,000 meters wide. Slash. The youth roared as he merged with his battle axe and slashed at Lu Ming with all his might. In an instant, Lu Ming activated the battle symbol art and quadrupled his combat strength. 9 ice chains flew out and enveloped Lu Ming tightly. Boom, the battle axe chopped down on the ice chain defense, and a violent roar broke out. Strong chi overflowed, and shock waves spread out in all directions. The ice chains shook a few times and remained unharmed. Lu Ming did not move an inch. On the contrary, the youth was pushed back by the rebounding force. He landed on the stone platform and took a few steps back. Powerful. I am not your opponent. Goodbye. The youth cupped his fists and left the stone platform. He had already used his strongest move. Knowing that he was not Lu Ming's opponent, he admitted defeat and left. Lu Ming did not take it to heart. After giving a faint smile, he shifted his gaze to the stone platform above. He had already sensed the stone platform here. Although the cultivation speed was not bad, there were better ones. Why not choose a better one? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the first and second rows. This was his target. On the first row, there was a peerless genius who had awakened his divine origin power. Lu Ming was not his opponent yet. Naturally, he would not challenge him. As for the other two people, Lu Ming reckoned that they were also very close to awakening the origin divine power factor. The degree of divine power awakening was estimated to be more than 90%. Lu Ming was not confident of defeating them. Lu Ming looked at the second row again. Lu Ming planned to challenge the second row first. He would challenge the geniuses on the first row after his divine power had awakened to a higher degree. Lu Ming waited quietly. In the second row, Lu Ming found people from the Qin and Jin families. Each of the two clans had a prodigy in the second row. Just the two of you. Lu Ming planned to challenge the two geniuses of the Qin clan and Jin clan when their time was up. Whoever arrived first would be challenged. Not long after, it was time for someone in the third row. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he didn't make a move. Lu Ming is actually not making a move. Could it be that he's waiting for the second row or the first row? Someone guessed in surprise. Wait for the second and first rows? It couldn't be. Was Lu Ming that strong? You should know that the first 3 rows are all half-step divine king realm geniuses, and their awakened divine force is not weak. Look at the genius in the third row. He's not challenging anyone, and he's just standing there without cultivating. He must be thinking of challenging the people above. Many people were discussing this matter. However, no one dared to challenge the genius in the third row. That genius was very strong, and there were no half-step divine kings among them. Generally speaking, a half-step divine king genius would be able to get a spot without any pressure. Only those below the half-step divine king realm would fight for it. After waiting for a day, no one dared to challenge him. That youth continued to cultivate. On the other hand, Lu Ming stood on the stone platform and continued to wait. His body was covered by a layer of light. There was a lot of freedom to cultivate here. Even if a day was up, he could choose not to cultivate. Just like Lu Ming, if a day had passed, as long as he didn't enter into a state of cultivation, he wouldn't enter the starry sky to cultivate. It would only be a waste of time if he continued to wait. Just like that, Lu Ming waited for another 2 days. On this day, there was finally some movement on the second row. A young man in a golden robe was emitting light from his body. "It's finally time?" Lu Ming murmured, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This young man in a golden robe was indeed a genius of the Jin clan. The young man from the Jin clan opened his eyes. However, he was still sitting there quietly, without any intention of getting up. This was because he didn't think anyone would dare to challenge him. However, in the next moment, his eyes narrowed. This was because there was an additional person on his stone platform. Lu Ming immediately rushed to his stone platform. "It's you, Lu Ming. You want to challenge me?" The genius from the Jin clan was slightly stunned when he saw Lu Ming. He was clearly surprised. "Can't I?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Of course you can. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The young man from the Jin clan smiled sinisterly. "Jin Ju, don't underestimate him. He killed Qin Mu in a few moves." At this moment, Jin Xing transmitted his voice. Jin Xing hadn't left and was watching from afar. He reminded him. "Killed Qin Mu?" Jin Ju was slightly stunned. Then, he said, "It seems that your strength is beyond my expectations." Although he said that, Jin Ju was still very confident. Qin Mu was only a 9th level heaven god. On the other hand, Jin Ju was a half-step divine king. Moreover, his god force had awakened to around 60%. His strength was far beyond Qin Mu's. While the two of them were talking, the others had already started fighting for Lu Ming's stone platform. Lu Ming and Jin Ju didn't make a move. They were waiting for the others to decide the winner before making a move. Not long later, when Lu Ming arrived at the stone platform, the famous flower was taken by a young man. "Now, it's your turn." Jin Ju looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile. His body was emitting a golden light. The golden radiance was incomparably dense. It was like a golden armor that enveloped him. Bang, Jin Ju stepped forward. His palm turned pure golden. A golden battle sword appeared in his hand. He slashed at Lu Ming. Roar, Lu Ming let out a roar. His body swelled and he transformed into an ancient god. Facing a half-step divine king prodigy, Lu Ming had to use his ancient god body. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for his opponent in his normal form. However, Lu Ming also had some reservations. After unleashing the ancient god body, his battle word tactic only triggered a doubling of his combat ability. It was fine as long as it was enough. Break the void, Lu Ming stabbed his spear. A spear light clashed with his opponent's golden sword light, creating a terrifying shockwave. Dong, after Lu Ming made his move, he stepped forward and attacked continuously. He waved his spear and launched a storm-like attack. Sort of breaking the void. Jin Ju roared. Golden divine light surged and slashed out golden sword marks. These sword marks were terrifying. They were extremely sharp and seemed to be able to cut through everything. Clang! Clang, in the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged dozens of blows. Jin family's secret technique of breaking the void is indeed powerful. Even Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim at the power of Jin family's secret technique. Jin family was one of the top families in 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. It wasn't just for show, it was because of their strength. Ice shackles. In the midst of the battle, Lu Ming willed and 9 ice shackles flew out. End of chapter. 9 ice chains wrapped around Jinju, exuding a terrifying chill. Break! Jinju roared. The void-severing sword slashed at the ice chains, trying to break them. However, after a series of metallic clangs and sparks, the ice chains were undamaged. They were only sent flying by the powerful force. However, after the ice chains flew out, they turned and continued to attack Jinju. How is it possible that it's so tough? Jinju's expression changed. The ice chains were merely condensed by Lu Ming using a secret skill. They were not divine weapons. He had executed the void-severing sword, but he could not sever them. This was beyond his expectations. Buzz, at this moment, Lu Ming had also charged forward. His long spear slashed down, and a crescent-shaped spear radiance slashed at Jinju. Jinju hurriedly blocked. Although he managed to block Lu Ming's attack, the ice chains attacked him again. Clang! 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 He brandished his sword and continuously slashed at the ice chains, knocking them away. However, the terrifying chill of the ice chains followed Jinju's battle sword and crawled toward his body. The 9th ice chain was even more terrifying. Under the stimulation of the divine power of Moon, its power became more and more terrifying. The golden radiance on Jinju's body was covered in a layer of frost. His movements also became somewhat stiff, and his strength was greatly affected. Kill! Lu Ming roared. He took the opportunity to launch a flurry of attacks to suppress Jinju. In fact, Lu Ming could easily crush Jinju if he used his full strength. However, Lu Ming felt that there would be more battles later. It was better to preserve some trump cards. Bam! After a few more moves, Jinju was swept by Lu Ming's spear radiance. The protective divine power covering his body shattered, and he was sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, kid, I'll settle this score another day. Jinju roared. He stomped his foot and was about to rush out of the stone platform. Another day? You want another day? How naive. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. The 9 ice chains rapidly lengthened and danced in the air like an inescapable net, cutting off Jinju's path of retreat. Boom! Jinju's attack landed on the ice shackles. The ice shackles only shook, but Jinju's figure was blocked. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Don't tell me you want to kill me? You dare? Jinju roared. He was the top genius of the Jin clan. The Jin clan was one of the top clans in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Lu Ming, a trash from the Qin Tian Star Field, dared to kill him? Hee hee. What answered him was Lu Ming's cold sneer. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward. His spear light was like a mountain, pressing down on Jinju. Bang! Jinju was even less of a match for Lu Ming. He was sent flying by a single move, crashing into the ice chains. He was heavily injured and coughed up blood. Whoosh! The ice shackles took the opportunity to entangle Jinju. Let me go. Lu Ming, I order you to let me go. Jinju roared. Order me? You're just a prisoner and you dare to order me around? Are you out of your mind? Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. He waved the ice shackles and smashed Jinju heavily on the ground. Suddenly, Jinju was smashed into a dead dog. Lu Ming, you better let him go. Otherwise, my Jin clan will not let you go. You should know the power of my Jin clan in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Outside the arena, Jin Xing yelled and threatened Lu Ming. Kid, let me go. I don't believe you dare to kill me. Jinju roared. At this time, he still did not believe that Lu Ming would dare to kill him, especially in front of everyone. What an idiot. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming sighed. Then, an incomparably cold murderous intent spread out. Being shrouded by this murderous intent, Jinju shuddered. At this moment, his heart was cold and his eyes were filled with fear. He had a feeling that Lu Ming would really kill him. Lu Ming really dared to do so. No, don't, Jinju roared in horror. He was finally afraid. Don't want? I want it. Lu Ming said indifferently and stabbed out with his spear, piercing through Jinju's glabella. Jinju twitched and stopped breathing. He was killed on the spot by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, outside the field, Jinju roared in anger. He did not expect that Lu Ming would dare to kill a top genius of the Jin clan. Was he not afraid of the Jin clan's revenge? I'll kill whoever wants to kill me. I don't care who they are. Lu Ming said coldly. He had experienced so much along the way and understood a principle. You must be ruthless to your enemies. If you have the chance to kill them, you must kill them. Because your enemies will not give up just because you let them go. On the contrary, they will take revenge even more fiercely. Even if he did not kill Jinju, the Jin clan would not let him go. Since that was the case, why not kill him? Jinju shut up. He knew that Lu Ming was a ruthless person. Threats would not be effective. Lu Ming, just you wait, Jinju roared in his heart as a vicious plan brewed in his heart. After killing Jinju, Lu Ming took his storage ring and waited quietly. A day later, a light curtain shrouded Lu Ming. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and entered a starry space. The effect of the second row of stone platforms was indeed extraordinary. Lu Ming's cultivation speed was fast. The degree of awakening of the sovereign's divine power was also increasing rapidly. 50%, 55%, looking at Lu Ming sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, Jinju's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to chop Lu Ming into pieces. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was protected by the formation. He could only think about it. This guy killed Qin Mu? After a period of time, a Qin clan prodigy ended his cultivation. He had cultivated on the stone platform for 3 years and could no longer cultivate, so he left the stone platform. Once he left the stone platform, Jinju told him the news. That's right. Not only did he kill Qin Mu, but he also killed the prodigy of my Jin clan, Jinju. Jinju gritted his teeth. What? He killed Jinju? He's so strong? The Qin clan prodigy was also shocked. This brat is a monster. He must be eliminated. Jinju gritted his teeth. Don't worry. The prodigy of my Qin clan, Qin Wukong, is cultivating on the second row. His divine power has already awakened to 90%. After this cultivation, he's probably very close to 100%. In addition, his divine skills have already broken through to the 8th level. It's enough to kill Lu Ming. The Qin clan prodigy said coldly. That's great. Jinju was also overjoyed. The person they were talking about was the Qin clan prodigy cultivating on the second row. Time flew by quickly. Soon, more than 2 months had passed. At this moment, the Qin clan prodigy, Qin Wukong, who was cultivating on the second row, woke up. End of chapter. The prodigy of the Qin clan, Qin Wukong, ended his cultivation and woke up. After waking up, Qin Wukong stood up and looked at the 2 youths in the first row. Now that I have awakened 99% of my divine power, I can challenge the first row and use their power to fully awaken my divine power origin factor. Qin Wushang muttered, his eyes filled with confidence. Previously, his divine power awakening wasn't that high, so he didn't dare to challenge the first row. After a period of cultivation, he was full of confidence. Of course, he didn't dare to challenge the prodigy who had awakened his divine power origin factor. He was going to challenge the other 2. Cousin Wukong. At this moment, the prodigy of the Qin clan shouted from the crowd. What's the matter? Qin Wukong turned around and asked. Qin Mu was killed. The prodigy of the Qin clan said. Qin Mu was killed? Who was it? Which aristocratic family did it? Hearing this, Qin Wukong's body exploded with cold killing intent. His cold gaze swept across the crowd. Those who were swept by his gaze had a change in expression and their heartbeat quickened. Among the prodigies below the Divine King realm in the Starry Sky Battalion, Qin Wukong was definitely one of the top experts. It's him, Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming who killed Qin Mu. The prodigy of the Qin clan pointed at Lu Ming, who was cultivating. Subconsciously, Qin Wukong looked at Lu Ming. With one look, he couldn't help but be stunned. If he didn't remember wrongly, this seat belonged to Jinju. How did Lu Ming end up there? Lu Ming can kill Qin Mu? Qin Wukong's low voice sounded with some doubt. This brat is very strong. You can't just look at his cultivation. My Jin clan's prodigy, Jin Ju, was also killed by him. Jin Xing said. What? This time, Qin Wukong was truly shocked. Qin Mu was only a 9th level heaven god. However, Jin Ju wasn't to be underestimated. He was a half-step divine king, and yet he was killed by Lu Ming. This brat can't be left alive. Qin Wukong thought in his mind. This brat, what is his cultivation? Qin Wukong asked. 5th level celestial god, but his battle prowess is astonishing. He is at least equivalent to a half-step celestial king with 70 to 80% of awakened divine power. Jin Xing said. This kind of strength? Alright, leave this brat to me. Once his 3 months are up, I will challenge him and kill him here. Qin Wukong's voice was incomparably cold. Although Lu Ming could kill Jin Ju, he was also confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Now, his divine power had already been awakened to 99%. In addition, his mastery of several divine skills was also very shocking. He was confident enough. Below the divine king realm, other than the few people who had awakened the origin divine power, he was invincible. With brother Wukong making a move, that brat is dead for sure. Jin Xing was overjoyed. The way he looked at Lu Ming became even more ferocious. Next, Qin Wukong did not cultivate. Instead, he stood on the stone platform and waited quietly. Lu Ming was oblivious to all of this. He was fully focused on comprehending the sovereign realm's god force. As expected of the second row of stone platforms, the effects were too good. It was not something the lower rows could compare to. Lu Ming's awakening of the sovereign realm's god force was increasing rapidly. As the awakening of the sovereign realm's god force increased, so did Lu Ming's strength. Very quickly, 3 months were up. The universe disappeared, and Lu Ming opened his eyes on the stone platform. 88%. Lu Ming muttered. His awakening of the sovereign realm's god force had reached 88%. Lu Ming had only cultivated here for 9 months, and his awakening of the sovereign realm's god force had increased from 1 to 2% to 88%. If others knew about this, their jaws would drop to the ground. This speed was too shocking. I really don't know how amazing the effects of the first row are. With my current strength, I should be able to challenge the first row. Lu Ming muttered as he stood up. Bang! As soon as Lu Ming stood up, a strong pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. At the same time, a young man appeared in front of Lu Ming, staring at him coldly. This young man was none other than Qin Wukong. As soon as Lu Ming woke up, Qin Wukong rushed up to Lu Ming's stone platform. It's him. Hee, I didn't look for him, but he came looking for me. That's fine too. Lu Ming smiled. Kid, how can you still smile at a time like this? Qin Wukong said coldly. Why can't I smile? Since you're here to die, of course I have to smile. Lu Ming continued to smile. I'm here to die? Haha, it seems like you're very confident after defeating a few people. I would like to see how strong a 5th layer heaven god like you is. Qin Wukong said coldly. As he spoke, his body emitted a blinding light. His god force burned like flames, stirring up a terrifying gust of wind that swept toward Lu Ming. An ancient and desolate aura was released. Origin divine force factor, no, it hasn't awakened yet. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, thinking that Qin Wukong had awakened his origin divine force factor. However, after sensing carefully, he realized that Qin Wukong hadn't awakened his origin divine force factor at all. However, he wasn't far from it. So strong, Qin Wukong's god force must have awakened to 99%. Among the crowd, there were also people who were knowledgeable and could see through Qin Wukong's strength. Such an aura, he's indeed just one step away from fully awakening his origin divine force factor. This is going to be interesting. Many people were discussing. Lu Ming, a monstrous existence, could kill a half-step god king like Jin Ju with his cultivation at the 5th layer heaven god realm. Would he be able to fight against Qin Wukong? Bang! At this moment, Qin Wukong attacked. With a punch, a huge fist imprint blasted toward Lu Ming with shocking speed. Ancient god body. Without hesitation, Lu Ming displayed his ancient god body. At the same time, he activated the battle character art to increase his combat strength by 4 times. Facing an opponent like Qin Wukong, Lu Ming had no choice but to give it his all. His long spear vibrated and a dazzling spear light pierced through the air, piercing toward Qin Wukong's fist imprint. Bang! The spear light and the fist imprint collided, releasing a terrifying wave of energy that swept out in all directions. Fortunately, the skyprites cultivating on the other stone platforms were protected by a large array. As the wave of energy swept past, it didn't affect them at all. Otherwise, they would have been severely injured or even killed. Weng, the spear light vibrated continuously and then exploded. At the same time, the huge fist imprint also exploded. He blocked it. Lu Ming can actually block Qin Wukong's fist. Many people were shocked. Qin Wukong's eyes narrowed. This kid is monstrous. Kill! Qin Wukong roared and pushed his god force to the maximum. The power of his 99% awakened divine force exploded, turning into a terrifying fist imprint that blasted toward Lu Ming. End of chapter. Qin Wushang's strength was terrifying. His divine force had been awakened to 99%, and his power was shocking. Not only was his divine force extremely condensed, it even had a trace of the origin divine force's characteristics and was filled with destructive power. With such divine force, the 7 Wounds fist was not something the Qin clan's genius could compare to. Moonslash. Lu Ming pushed the divine force in his body to the maximum. With the 7 types of divine force as the core, he condensed them into a ball and struck out with his long spear. Boom, the two clashed for the second time, and the power was even more terrifying. The stone platform under their feet shook violently. This time, the two were still on par. It was hard to tell who was stronger. The people below the stage were extremely shocked, especially Jin Xing. When Lu Ming fought with him in the Qin Tian Star Field, although he was stronger than him, there was a limit. How long had it been since then? Lu Ming's strength had already reached such a level. This level of strength was completely capable of insta-killing him. 7 Wounds divine fist. Qin Wushang roared as he punched out with both fists. Fist imprint shot out from his body and pressed down on Lu Ming. Sky Splitter, Moonslash. Lu Ming continued to use the first 2 moves of the apocalyptic 3 strikes to fight with Qin Wushang. The two fought fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Even after dozens of blows, it was hard to tell who was stronger. Awesome! Lu Ming became more excited as the fight went on. His battle intent grew stronger, and he became more proficient in using the apocalyptic 3 strikes. His divine force was endless, and he was not afraid of exhausting it. He could push the power of each of his moves to the maximum. As for Qin Wushang, the more he fought, the more shocked he became. Lu Ming was only a 5th-level heavenly god. With his cultivation, he thought he could easily take down Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Until now, he still had not taken down Lu Ming. Looks like I have no choice but to give it my all. A glint flashed across Qin Wukong's eyes. Soon after, his figure suddenly retreated rapidly. As he retreated, a green light suddenly appeared on his body. Swoosh! In the next instant, Qin Wukong's figure disappeared. On the stone platform, a series of afterimages appeared. This was a terrifying speed-type divine skill. When it was used, the sky was filled with afterimages, and the speed was astonishing. With Lu Ming's current eyesight, it was very difficult for an ordinary speed to leave an afterimage in his eyes. To be able to leave an afterimage under his current eyesight, it could be seen how fast this speed was. It was faster than Lu Ming's eyesight. Speed divine skill, level 8. Lu Ming muttered. He could tell that Qin Wukong was using a speed-type divine skill, but it had already reached the 8th level. Under Divine King, being able to cultivate a divine skill to the 8th level was already extremely impressive. For example, the Qin clan's prodigy and Jin Ju had only cultivated their divine skills to the 7th level. 7 Wounds divine fist. Qin Wukong's voice rang out once again. Then, from all directions, numerous fist imprints blasted towards Lu Ming, completely enveloping Lu Ming. Using a speed-type divine skill together with the 7 Wounds divine fist to seal off all paths of retreat, the power increased exponentially. In an instant, dozens of fist imprints blasted towards Lu Ming. Level 8 of a speed-type divine skill. You think you're the only one who has it? Lu Ming muttered. On his body, divine power surged and condensed into a Kuan-pung. This Kuan-pung was very small, only slightly bigger than Lu Ming. The Kuan-pung flapped its wings, and Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the spot. In the eyes of others, Lu Ming had also turned into afterimages, shuttling through the numerous fist imprints. His speed was not any slower than Qin Wukong's. Lu Ming's Nine Heavens Kuan-pung technique had also reached the 8th level. The Nine Heavens Kuan-pung technique was originally known for its speed and long-distance flight. But now, it was being used by Lu Ming for short-distance movement. Its power was also extremely strong, completely avoiding Qin Wukong's fist imprints. This kid's speed-type divine skill has also reached the 8th level. Damn it! Qin Wukong roared in his heart. He was truly shocked. Swoosh, his body suddenly stopped, and he retracted his fist imprints, gathering them together and rushing towards Lu Ming. In the process of rushing out, Qin Wukong opened his mouth and let out a long roar. A terrifying vibration came from his mouth. The air above Qin Wukong's mouth vibrated with visible vibrations. In the end, it turned into battle swords and slashed towards Lu Ming. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming waved his long spear to block. The battle sword slashed on the long spear, causing the long spear to vibrate continuously. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly, and he took a few steps back. What a powerful divine skill. Level 8 of a speed-type divine skill. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Qin Wukong was indeed powerful. No wonder he was so confident. Not only had he cultivated a speed-type divine skill to the 8th level, but he had also cultivated a speed-type divine skill to the 8th level. The 8th level of a speed-type divine skill had already surpassed the 7 wounds divine fist in terms of power. Die! Qin Wukong hollered. He opened his mouth and let out a long whistle. The air vibrated and formed many combat swords, slashing toward Lu Ming. Divine Dragon Dharma Idol! Lu Ming shouted, and stepped forward. 9-clawed Dragon Dharma Idol condensed one after another, a total of 7 dragons. They roared and pounced towards Qin Wukong, clashing with his battle swords. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions continued. The 9-clawed Dragon Dharma Idols were no match for Qin Wukong. They trembled violently, and finally, they were split into 2. However, Lu Ming used the ice shackles. The 9 ice shackles danced in the air like long snakes. Qin Wukong's battle sword slashed against the ice shackles, emitting a clanging sound. However, the ice shackles did not break apart, and the sword was blocked by the ice shackles. How is this possible? Qin Wukong was shocked. His attack-type divine skill was known for its attacking power. Moreover, he had cultivated it to the 8th level. In addition to the divine power that was at 99% awakened, its power was shocking and its destructive power was extremely strong. However, Lu Ming had blocked it. Void Splitter. Lu Ming took the opportunity to launch an attack. A spear light shot out, piercing towards Qin Wukong. Qin Wukong was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only barely avoid being hit in his vitals. Half of his body almost exploded, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Lu Ming, I want you dead. Qin Wukong's eyes were blood red. His body emitted an even more terrifying aura. Boom! Qin Wukong punched out 2 consecutive times. The 2 fist imprints merged into one, emitting a dazzling blood-red light. It rushed towards Lu Ming, and its power was shocking. The power has increased by a level. It is said that the 7 wounds divine fist of the Qin clan is more powerful the more injured one is. So it is true. Lu Ming's mind raced. He had injured Qin Wukong just now, and it had allowed Qin Wukong to push the power of the 7 wounds divine fist to the maximum. Let's see how long you can last. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He did not believe that if he beat Qin Wukong half to death, Qin Wukong would still be able to use his full strength. Shwa! Shwa! 9 ice shackles danced in the air, revolving in front of Qin Wukong, forming a defensive wall. End of chapter. boom, Qin Wukong's 7 injuring fist landed on the defensive wall formed by the ice chains. The ice chains shook violently, but in the end, they managed to withstand the attack and did not break. Even so, there was still a terrifying force that surged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure retreated continuously. However, after Lu Ming retreated a few steps, he took a step forward and his figure soared into the sky. Then, he stabbed his spear from above. Void piercing, in an instant, Lu Ming executed more than 10 moves of void piercing. More than 10 spear rays fell like stars, bombarding Qin Wukong. Qin Wukong was helpless and could only continue to attack with his fists. However, although the 7 injuring fist was stronger when one was injured, there was a drawback, which was that it would worsen the injury. If he could not defeat his opponent in a short period of time, his injuries would only worsen. Just like this, Lu Ming and Qin Wukong continued to fight, exchanging more than 10 moves. It had to be said that Qin Wukong was a terrifying opponent. His talent was extremely strong. No matter if it was divine skills, secret techniques, or divine force, they were all not weak. If his divine force was fully awakened, he would definitely be able to pass the gate of heaven. Moreover, the 7 injuring fist was stronger when one was injured. Lu Ming had used almost all of his techniques, but he still could not defeat Qin Wukong in a short period of time. However, after such a long battle, Qin Wukong's injuries were getting worse and worse. The power of the 7 injuring fist began to weaken. The 7 injuring fist was not heaven-defying. When one's injuries reached a certain extent, the power would not increase, but instead weaken. Puff, after exchanging another move with Lu Ming, Qin Wukong's body trembled and he vomited blood. His face was extremely pale. Damn it! Qin Wukong roared. Gritting his teeth, his figure suddenly retreated. In an instant, he was out of the range of the stone stage. He directly admitted defeat. Why don't you dare to fight? Didn't you want to kill me? You want to leave before the victor is decided? Lu Ming's mocking voice sounded. Qin Wukong gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with crazy killing intent, but he did not speak. He took out a healing pill and swallowed it, using all his strength to heal his injuries. Qin Wukong actually lost. Many people muttered softly. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they simply wouldn't believe it. Qin Wukong was actually defeated by a 5th-level heavenly god. Qin Wukong, under the God King realm, was definitely in existence at the peak. Other than a few geniuses who had awakened the origin source divine force, he was practically an invincible character. Such a character was actually defeated in the hands of a 5th-level heavenly god. This Lu Ming is so scary. It's indeed terrifying. If his cultivation level was higher, he would have reached the half-step divine king realm. No, as long as he reached the 9th heavenly god realm, no one below the divine king realm would be his match. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Jin Xing, Qin Wukong, and the rest's faces turned even uglier. Hee hee. On the stone platform, Lu Ming glanced at Qin Wukong and the rest before turning around. However, he didn't sit down. Instead, his gaze shifted towards the 3 stone platforms in the first row. Many people were shocked. Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to challenge the people in the first row? With his strength, he might really succeed. Someone said. Many people nodded in agreement. Indeed, other than the genius who had awakened the origin source divine force, the other 2 might not be as strong as Qin Wukong. Since Lu Ming could defeat Qin Wukong, it didn't mean that he couldn't defeat the other 2 and obtain a seat. Many people's eyes lit up, anticipating another peak battle. Lu Ming was indeed going to challenge the people in the first row. In this place, one could only cultivate for 3 years. Lu Ming had already cultivated for 9 months. Time was precious. In the remaining time, Lu Ming naturally wanted to cultivate in the best position. Lu Ming swallowed a few divine pills to refine the medicinal energy and recover. This wait lasted for 5 days. At this moment, on the first row, a young man emitted a radiant light. It's him, Su Yan. Many people were shocked. This person was the genius who had awakened the origin source divine force. His name was Su Yan. Lu Ming definitely won't challenge Su Yan. Many people shook their heads. Indeed, Lu Ming didn't intend to challenge Su Yan. With his current strength, he wasn't Su Yan's opponent. Su Yan opened his eyes and stood up. He frowned and said, "What a pity." With a low sigh, Su Yan stepped out and left the stone platform. He turned into a beam of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Su Yan left? Seems like he has been cultivating here for 3 years. 3 years is up. There's no point in staying here. Looking at his expression, his origin source divine force shouldn't have awakened a second time. Nonsense, how could it be so easy to awaken origin source divine force a second time? Every time origin source divine force is awakened, the difficulty is 10 times higher than the previous one. Those below the divine king realm who can awaken their origin source divine force a first time are already geniuses among geniuses. It's impossible to awaken a second time. After seeing Su Yan leave, many people started discussing. He actually left. That will save me some trouble. Lu Ming smiled. He took a step forward and appeared on the stone platform where Su Yan was. Lu Ming really went up. Many people shook their heads. Lu Ming stepped onto the stone platform in the first row. No one dared to challenge him. What a joke. Even Qin Wukong had been defeated. Without awakened origin source divine force, going up was just asking for humiliation. However, there were many people who competed for Lu Ming's position. After a round of fighting, that stone platform was occupied by one person. As for Lu Ming, no one dared to challenge him. After a day, a screen of light enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. It was still the same starry sky, and the primordial divine spirits were still fighting. However, the feeling it gave off was much clearer. Soon, Lu Ming found the sovereign divine force's origin source divine force and began to comprehend it. Whoosh, a strand of sovereign divine force's origin source divine force flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not take it seriously at first. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. This was because when this strand of sovereign divine force flew over, it actually split into dozens of strands. Then, each strand of sovereign divine force transformed into a figure that charged toward Lu Ming. Cold-killing intent and ear-piercing energy. Everything was so real. Lu Ming instinctively blocked. 9 ice chains flew out and blocked in front of him. Boom. Boom, the sovereign divine force's origin source divine force transformed into dozens of figures and attacked the ice chains. The ice chains shook continuously. Lu Ming felt as if he had been hit by a planet. His body was pushed back, and his blood boiled. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It's real. It's real. It has offensive power. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. This attack was not illusory. It was real. Come at me then. Lu Ming revealed a strong fighting spirit. With a thought, he wanted to use the ancient god body. However, he realized that he could not use it at all. He wanted to activate the battle formula, but it was useless. It seems like I can only rely on my divine force and divine skill to fight. Lu Ming muttered. A long spear condensed in his hand and charged forward. End of chapter. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward while the figure formed by the divine power of origin threw a punch forward. Their attacks collided with each other. Boom, there was a loud bang and Lu Ming's body swayed slightly. That figure was sent flying out from the impact. This kind of fluctuation. Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, his eyes lit up. In the previous exchange, Lu Ming could clearly feel that his opponent was formed by the sovereign's origin divine power. In the collision, Lu Ming could clearly feel the profoundness of the origin divine power. No wonder, no wonder. Is this the function of the first row of stone platforms? Lu Ming's face lit up with joy. The first row of stone platforms was a direct confrontation with the corresponding origin divine power. This way, the effect would be much better. Previously, he had only been watching. Now that he was fighting, the effect was naturally different. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, figures were rushing over from all directions. Come! Come! Lu Ming was excited. He waved his spear and charged forward. In this kind of battle, not only could he experience the origin divine power, but he could also practice various divine skills and secret techniques. This was Lu Ming's favorite method. Lu Ming was also fighting with dozens of figures formed by origin divine power. In the beginning, Lu Ming was no match for them. It was fortunate that any injuries sustained here could be healed very quickly, and they would not be harmed in any way. Just like that, Lu Ming focused on cultivating. Outside the stone platform, among the crowd, Jin Xing, Qin Wukong, and the rest were staring coldly at Lu Ming, who was cultivating. What should we do? Are we going to let this kid continue to be free? One of the Qin family members gritted his teeth. Now, in Starmoon Ancient City, only brother Jin Yuan from the Jin clan and Qin clan can kill this kid. Qin Wukong said. That's right. You guys wait here. I'll go find cousin Jin Yuan and ask him to kill Lu Ming. Jin Xing gritted his teeth. But brother Jin Yuan, haven't you been cultivating for 3 years? You can't continue to challenge him. One of the Qin clan's Skypride said. It doesn't matter if we can't challenge him. We can wait outside. When the 3 years are up, that brat will naturally come down. At that time, we can just kill him. Jin Xing said coldly. Good idea, let's do that. We'll keep an eye here. Brother Jin Yuan, we'll have to trouble brother Jin Xing. Qin Wukong said. Alright, wait for my good news. After Jin Xing finished speaking, his figure flashed and he left this place. Time flew by day. People from the vicinity of the Myriad God Cliff came and left every day. Come and go, and come again. However, when many people saw Lu Ming in the first row, they were very surprised. Isn't that Lu Ming? I remember that he's only a level 4 celestial deity cultivation, right? He can actually sit in the first row? Someone was curious. Not the 4th layer Heaven God Realm, but the 5th layer Heaven God Realm. On top of that, his strength is extremely terrifying. It's impossible to judge his strength with ordinary standards. The person who had seen Lu Ming fight before said. Extremely terrifying? How ridiculous, how terrifying can a 5th layer Heaven God Realm cultivator be? In my opinion, it's you bunch of trash that let a 5th layer Heaven God Realm cultivator take the throne in the first row. A young man in a golden robe said with a mocking grin. Many people wore unpleasant looks. The young man in a golden robe scolded everyone who had seen Lu Ming fight before, including Qin Wukong. Does that mean you're going to challenge him? Someone said. Of course, the throne in the first row is mine. The young man in a golden robe said with a confident smile. Oh? The others uttered an oh but did not say anything. Since the young man in a golden robe had scolded them, they would not say anything to remind the young man. Soon, Lu Ming had cultivated for 3 months. The light barrier on his body flickered as Lu Ming opened his eyes. 98%, as expected, the further I go, the slower it is to improve. Lu Ming murmured. After 3 months of cultivation, Lu Ming's ruler god force had been awakened to 98%. The effect of the first row was outstanding, but the difficulty of the second row was also increasing. If he were to cultivate in the lower rows, his ruler god force would not be able to reach 98%. I've cultivated for a year, 2 more years should be enough for me to awaken. Lu Ming wore a faint smile. At that instant, he suddenly felt a powerful aura crushing down on him. Following it, he saw a young man in a golden robe landing in front of him. You're challenging me? Lu Ming asked with a slight surprise. He initially thought no one would dare to challenge him after defeating Qin Wukong. He did not expect someone to be so stubborn. Nonsense, it's your fortune that you were able to cultivate in the first row when I wasn't around. Now, get out of my sight. The young man in a golden robe snapped. A powerful aura burst out from his body in an extremely arrogant manner. Half-step Divine King Realm, this young man in a golden robe was not weak. He had reached the half-step Divine King Realm, no wonder he was so confident. However, his ruler god force was not fully awakened. It was only around 50%, a far cry from Qin Wukong. Outside, many people had mocking smiles on their faces, waiting to watch a good show. This person wanted to challenge Lu Ming, wasn't he looking for trouble? However, this person was too arrogant, no one warned him. Is that so? Lu Ming muttered under his breath. Suddenly, he shouted, "Get out of my sight." A powerful aura burst out from his body, rushing towards the young man in a golden robe. The young man in a golden robe's face darkened and he said, "Lu Ming, don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have some talent. Now is not the time for you to be arrogant. I have given you a chance, but you didn't want to get out of my sight. I can only make you get out of my sight." Having said that, the young man in a golden robe moved, rushing towards Lu Ming and launching a fierce attack. Roar! Lu Ming let out the roar of an ancient god. His body quickly enlarged, transforming into an ancient god body. Then, he swept out his spear. Boom! 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 The long spear crushed the young man in a golden robe's attack. The terrifying spear radiance continued towards the young man in a golden robe. How can this be? The young man in a golden robe roared, his face filled with disbelief. He then used all his strength to defend himself. However, when the long spear struck him, the young man in a golden robe screamed in pain. All of his defenses were shattered in an instant, and the young man in a golden robe was sent flying by the long spear. However, before he could fly out of the stone platform, a few ice chains flew over and entangled the young man in a golden robe. Then, they swung the young man in a golden robe and flung him towards the stone platform. Bam! 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 The young man in a golden robe was constantly smashed on the stone platform. Moreover, Lu Ming deliberately controlled it. Every time, the young man in a golden robe was smashed on the stone platform. The young man in a golden robe screamed continuously. His teeth and blood flew out, and his face was smashed beyond recognition. It was a horrible sight. Who asked you to be arrogant? You deserve it. Many people muttered, but they still felt chills down their spines. Lu Ming was too violent. End of chapter. From the beginning to the end, the golden-robed young man was suppressed by Lu Ming. Although the golden-robed young man was a half-step god king, his god force had only awakened to 50%. Moreover, his divine skill was only at the 7th level. His battle prowess was far inferior to Qin Wukong's. Moreover, in these few months, Lu Ming's sovereign god force had also awakened to a higher degree. His battle prowess had also increased. Naturally, it was easy for him to deal with the golden-robed young man. After a dozen strikes, Lu Ming controlled the ice chains and flung the golden-robed young man away. The golden-robed young man barely managed to stabilize himself in the air as he looked at Lu Ming in horror. I already told you to scram, but you chose to stay and be tortured. Why bother? Why bother? Lu Ming's voice rang out. The golden-robed young man was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. He executed his movement technique and left without looking back. He did not even bother to compete for the other stone stages. He was too ashamed. After torturing the golden-robed young man, Lu Ming continued to sit cross-legged and waited. A day later, a layer of light enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to cultivate. Time passed quickly. Another 3 months passed. In these 3 months, Lu Ming's sovereign god force had awakened to 99%. However, after reaching 99%, it stopped. After reaching 99%, the next step was to completely awaken the quintessence god force. However, this step was extremely difficult. The difference of a single step was like heaven and earth. Many people were stuck at this step for their entire lives. It was not easy for Lu Ming to break through. Continue to cultivate. I don't believe that I can't break through. Lu Ming pondered. After a day, he continued to cultivate. This time, no one challenged Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. Lu Ming had been cultivating here for a year and a half. After 3 months of cultivation, Lu Ming's comprehension of the sovereign god force had deepened. However, his awakening was still at 99%. He continued to cultivate. After that, no one challenged Lu Ming. 3 months passed. Another 3 months passed. Finally, after cultivating here for 2 years, Lu Ming finally broke through. The sovereign's god power had finally awakened the quintessence god power. Once the divine power origin factor was awakened, the divine power seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. The divine power was filled with a peculiar factor that made the divine power's power incomparably terrifying. If the sovereign's divinity from before could be described as rotten wood, then the current sovereign's divinity was akin to steel. He had become much stronger. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and was overjoyed. It was no wonder that the prodigies who had awakened divine origin power had such terrifying battle prowess. For example, Lan Ling's battle prowess was so strong that she could definitely suppress a divine king like the Dark Knight Devil King. With my current strength, defeating Qin Wukong should be a piece of cake. I should be able to suppress a divine king like the Dark Knight Devil King. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The 3-month period was up again. Lu Ming opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. At this moment, he felt his back twitch slightly. A cold killing intent enveloped him. Previously, he had also been enveloped by killing intent, but Lu Ming did not have much of a reaction. That was because the owner of the killing intent was not a threat to him. However, this time, Lu Ming's body naturally reacted. This meant that the owner of the killing intent was a threat to him. Lu Ming turned his head to look. Jin Yuan. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He saw Jin Xing, Jin Yuan, and the others outside the stone platform. The killing intent that made his body tense was emitted by Jin Yuan. Lu Ming, very good. You dare to kill a prodigy of my Jin clan? Very good. Jin Yuan said coldly when he saw Lu Ming looking over. He did not conceal his cold killing intent. Beside him, many people stayed far away from Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan was an existence who had awakened the quintessence god power. His strength was terrifying. No one could stop him if he went berserk. The trash of the Jin clan even invited you here. However, I don't have time to fight with you now. Lu Ming said indifferently. He still had a year's time. After saying that, Lu Ming turned his head away and no longer paid attention to Jin Yuan. The 3-year period will be over soon. If you don't dare to come out now, let's see how you can hide when the 3-year period is up. I'll wait for you here. Jin Yuan said coldly. Up to you. After Lu Ming said that, he did not say anything else. This made Jin Yuan's gaze even colder. Lu Ming is going to be in danger. I didn't expect Jin Xing to invite Jin Yuan here. It's indeed dangerous. Lu Ming should have left earlier. He was too greedy. He wanted to occupy the first row and cultivate for 3 years. Now, he's going to put himself in danger. Some people were discussing in low voices. No one thought that Lu Ming could fight with Jin Yuan. Although Lu Ming's strength was strong, there was not much difference between him and Qin Wukong. At most, he was slightly stronger than Qin Wukong. However, Jin Yuan had awakened his origin divine power factor. His battle strength was definitely much stronger than Qin Wukong's. Even if Lu Ming continued to cultivate, he would not be Jin Yuan's match. Unless Lu Ming had also awakened his origin divine power factor. However, was that possible? Lu Ming was only a level 5 celestial god. Before coming here, his awakening level would not be high. It was impossible for him to awaken his divine power origin factor within 3 years of cultivation. Every time, there were many geniuses who entered Xianxia ancient city, many people cultivated at Myriad God Cliff. Many people knew the effects of cultivating at Myriad God Cliff. Although the effects were many times better than cultivating outside, it was almost impossible to awaken one's origin divine power factor after cultivating for one time. For people like Jin Yuan who had awakened their origin divine power factor, they had only successfully awakened it after cultivating for a long time after leaving Xianxia ancient city. It was rare to awaken it after cultivating for one time, let alone Lu Ming who was only a level 5 celestial god. Without awakening his origin divine power factor, how could he be Jin Yuan's match? Therefore, many people thought that Lu Ming was in danger. Some people had wanted to leave, but now, they decided to stay. They wanted to see how Lu Ming, a peerless genius, would end up. Lu Ming was too lazy to think about it. A day later, he entered his cultivation state and entered the starry sky again. Now that I've successfully awakened my sovereign divine power, it's impossible to achieve a breakthrough in a short time if I continue to comprehend it. I should try comprehending other sovereign divine powers. Lu Ming pondered. Awakening one's origin divine power factor was considered the first celestial god. However, it was extremely difficult to reach the second celestial god. It was 10 times harder than the first awakening. It was impossible to achieve a breakthrough in a short time. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to comprehend another type of sovereign divine power. After some consideration, Lu Ming decided to comprehend the inextinguishable sword force. The inextinguishable sword force focused on offense. If he could successfully awaken it, it would greatly enhance Lu Ming's offensive power. Of course, he had to find the origin divine power that corresponded to the inextinguishable sword force first. Lu Ming shuttled through the starry sky, searching for the origin divine power that corresponded to the inextinguishable sword force. End of chapter. Lu Ming was searching for the origin god force of the indestructible sword force. Whoosh, in the boundless space, a sword chi pierced through the cosmos, sweeping through space. Wherever the sword chi passed, planets exploded one after another. Even a few stars were extinguished. Facing the boundless sword chi that pierced through space, Lu Ming was flabbergasted. It took him a long time to react. What a terrifying sword chi! Lu Ming exclaimed. Then, his eyes lit up. This was the origin god force of the indestructible sword force. Lu Ming quickly approached and circulated the indestructible sword force. Whoosh, a sword chi slashed at Lu Ming. That kind of aura almost caused Lu Ming's mental state to collapse. He roared, and Lu Ming finally calmed himself down. Clang! Clang! Sword hums resounded as the sword chi split into more than a dozen streaks, turning into more than a dozen immortal sword lights that slashed at Lu Ming. Come! Lu Ming's battle intent surged as he raised his spear to meet the incoming sword lights. This sword light was similar to the origin god force of the sovereign realm. It could help him comprehend the origin god force faster. Just like that, 3 months passed. Lu Ming's understanding of the indestructible sword force improved rapidly, especially in the early stages. The speed of improvement was even faster. 9 months later, Lu Ming had awakened the indestructible sword force to 99%. However, it was extremely difficult to break through at this point. After that, Lu Ming spent another 3 months, but he still failed to break through and awaken the origin god force. Unfortunately, there's no more time. On the stone stage, Lu Ming opened his eyes and sighed softly. 3 years had passed. If Lu Ming was given another half a year, Lu Ming was confident that he could awaken the origin god force of the indestructible sword force. But now, he was still lacking a little bit. When the light screen on Lu Ming's body disappeared, a cold murderous intent shrouded Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the 3 years are up. Let's see how you'll die. A cold voice came from behind. Lu Ming didn't need to look to know that it was Jin Yuan. Lu Ming turned around and saw several eyes filled with killing intent staring at Lu Ming. In the last year, Jin Yuan and the others had been guarding the stone stage to prevent Lu Ming from secretly escaping. The 3 years are up. What will Lu Ming do? Many people had the same thought. They stared at Lu Ming, wondering what he would do. How? Do you think you can kill me? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He then got up and took a step forward. He left the stone platform and walked toward Jin Yuan. Many people were stunned. Lu Ming actually walked out like that. His attitude was so arrogant, as if he did not take Jin Yuan seriously at all. If you want to fight, come up and fight. Lu Ming took a step forward and soared into the sky. His body was filled with a strong fighting intent. The others were even more shocked. The result was different from what they had imagined. Lu Ming didn't think of a way to escape or beg for mercy. Instead, he challenged Jin Yuan. Lu Ming is challenging Jin Yuan. With his strength, he'll only die if he challenges Jin Yuan. Could it be that he has awakened the origin divine power factor? Everyone discussed and thought of this possibility. That's impossible. Someone denied it. Lu Ming had only cultivated for 3 years and had already awakened the origin divine power factor. This talent was too monstrous. How could others live with it? Many people chose not to believe it. You want to challenge me? Even Jin Yuan himself was slightly stunned. Then, his killing intent intensified. He soared into the sky and stood in front of Lu Ming. Boom, Jin Yuan was shrouded in golden divine power. It was dazzling and an ancient aura spread out. A gush of terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming like a sacred mountain. Lu Ming, I know your combat strength is not bad. However, you're still far from being able to defeat me. Kneel down. Jin Yuan shouted and pressed his hand in the air. Golden light filled the air and a huge golden palm print was formed. It pressed down on Lu Ming. There was a loud rumbling sound in the sky. Before the palm print pressed down, the violent force had already crushed toward Lu Ming like a violent storm. If it were other ninth-level heavenly gods or even half-step divine kings, they might not be able to withstand this move. However, Lu Ming's eyes were calm. There was even a trace of anticipation in the depths of his eyes. He was looking forward to fighting with other Skyprides who had awakened the origin divine power factor. Boom, a terrifying aura also erupted from Lu Ming's body. It was filled with an ancient aura. Then, a spear light soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. The huge spear light and Jin Yuan's palm print collided, creating a violent wave of energy that swept out in all directions. Dazzling light illuminated the sky as if a planet had exploded. In the next moment, the spear light and palm print disappeared at the same time. Lu Ming stood in the sky, motionless. Everyone was dumbfounded. It took a while for someone to react. Origin Divine Power Factor. Oh my god, it's the Origin Divine Power Factor. Lu Ming has also awakened the Origin Divine Power Factor. He has really awakened the Origin Divine Power Factor. This is impossible. How is this possible? Evildoer, evildoer. Many people shouted excitedly. They couldn't help themselves. They never expected that Lu Ming had also awakened the Origin Divine Power Factor. He had only cultivated for 3 years and was only a 5th-level heavenly god. Impossible, 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 Jin Xing screamed in his heart. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had fought with Lu Ming in the Qin Tian Star Zone. But now, he hadn't improved much, while Lu Ming had already awakened the Origin Divine Power Factor. He was known as one of the 4 heroes of the Jin family. He had always been confident in his talent. But compared to Lu Ming, his talent was trash. Jin Yuan was also extremely shocked. He looked at Lu Ming with a horrified expression. It was rare to awaken the Origin Divine Power Factor at the 5th-level heavenly god realm. Jin Yuan had only heard of such a heaven-defying talent in the core region of the Taishu dynasty. One should know that the higher the cultivation, the stronger the divine power, and the deeper the understanding of the divine power. It would be easier to awaken the Origin Divine Power Factor. The lower the cultivation, the harder it would be. In the Star Camp, those who had awakened the Origin Divine Power Factor below the Divine King realm were peerless talents. But most of them were only at the half-step Divine King realm. There were very few 9th-level heavenly gods who had awakened in history. Not to mention 5th-level heavenly gods. Is it that great to have awakened the Origin Divine Power Factor? Lu Ming said faintly. His words were in response to Jin Yuan's words. Jin Yuan acted like he was great just now, looking down on those who hadn't awakened the Origin Divine Power Factor. Lu Ming's words made Jin Yuan's face turn gloomy. You're just a 5th-level heavenly god. Even if you've awakened the Origin Divine Power, your power is limited. Today, I'll kill you. Jin Yuan shouted. The murderous intent on his body became more intense. The more talented Lu Ming was, the more he wanted to kill him. Boom. Jin Yuan stepped out and slashed at Lu Ming with his hand like a knife. Void-shattering hand, end of chapter. Previously, Jin Yuan had only attacked casually, but now, he was serious as he used the void-severing hand. The void-severing hand was said to be able to sever the void. Under the activation of the Origin Divine Force Factor, its power was extremely strong. It was not something that Jin Ju or Jin Xing could compare to. Lu Ming's eyes turned solemn. Ancient God Body. Lu Ming immediately used the Ancient God Body and turned into a green-armored Ancient God. He then stabbed his spear at Jin Yuan. Dong, it was as if 2 planets had collided. The void began to tremble like boiling water. Berserk energy surged out in all directions like a vast ocean, creating loud rumbling sounds. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing towards him along the long spear. He could not help but retreat. However, Xianxia was not any better. His body also drifted back. Die. Jin Yuan retreated, stepped into the void, and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming roared and charged forward with his spear. The two of them fought fiercely. In terms of body size, Lu Ming was much bigger than Jin Yuan. However, Jin Yuan's strength was not any weaker than Lu Ming's. Boom. Boom, the two of them exchanged more than 10 blows, but there was no clear winner. Damn it. Why is this kid's divine force so strong? Jin Yuan roared in his heart. Both of them had awakened the origin divine force factor, but he was a half-step divine king. On the other hand, Lu Ming was only a level 5 heavenly god. Indeed, although Lu Ming had mastered many kinds of divine powers, only one of them had awakened the origin divine power factor. Moreover, his cultivation level was only at the 5th level celestial god realm. He could not compete with Jin Yuan with just one sovereign divine power. However, he had other divine forces, especially the undying sword force, which had reached 99%. This made up for the gap between them. Moreover, the battle character's secret art had triggered 4 times his combat strength. That was why he could compete with Jin Yuan. Void severing sword, slash. Jin Yuan roared. His glabella shone and a golden battle sword flew out, slashing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming had seen Xianxia use this move before, so he wasn't surprised. He had already prepared for it. Dragon roars resounded as 10,000 meters long 9-clawed dragon condensed above Lu Ming's head. There were 7 of them in total, and they charged toward Gold Ingot. However, after the 7th 9-clawed dragon, 2 more 9-clawed dragons appeared, making a total of 9. After this period of cultivation, especially in the Myriad God Cliff where he fought against the figures formed by the divine power of origin, Lu Ming's mystical dragon aspect art had made another breakthrough. He was now able to form 9 mystical dragon aspects at once. On top of that, the divine dragon aspect art was even more terrifying now that he had awakened the sovereign realm's origin god force. The 9 divine dragon dermas continued to attack Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan controlled the space-breaking sword to slash at the divine dragon dermas. Boom. Boom, terrifying collisions continued to take place as the 9 9-clawed dragons clashed with the space-severing sword. Ice chains. Immediately after, Lu Ming used the ice chains to attack Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan quickly used the space-severing hand to block, but Lu Ming held his spear and charged at Jin Yuan. Lu Ming used all his moves and forced Jin Yuan to retreat. Jin Yuan was at a disadvantage. The others were shocked. Was Jin Yuan going to lose today? This was a big deal. You want to defeat me? Impossible. Space-severing sword, 9 swords attack. Jin Yuan roared. His entire body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The space between his eyebrows was like a small sun. Clang. Clang. Clang, a series of sword cries rang out as golden battle swords shot out from between Jin Yuan's eyebrows. There were 8 swords in total. Including the previous one, there were 9 swords in total. Whoosh! 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 The golden space-severing sword continuously slashed out. The sword light whistled, and its power was shocking. Lu Ming's expression changed. He continuously swung his spear to block the golden swords. Clang! 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 The golden swords continuously slashed the spear. The spear vibrated violently, and the terrifying space-severing force flowed along the spear and spread to Lu Ming's body. Cracks appeared on the green scales on Lu Ming's body, and blood seeped out. Moreover, cracks appeared on the spear in Lu Ming's hand. What a shocking power! Lu Ming frowned. His spear was a superior level 9 divine artifact, but it could not block the power of his opponent. Kill! Jin Yuan roared. He controlled the space-severing sword and continued to slash at Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming in one go. Ice chain. Lu Ming controlled the ice chain to fly back and shroud himself. Clang! Clang! The space-severing sword slashed at the ice chain, producing a clang and sparks. However, the ice chain was not damaged at all. Only a few marks appeared on it. It's so hard. Jin Yuan's eyes narrowed. He was shocked. The space-severing sword was said to be able to sever the void, and its destructive power was astonishing. In addition, there were 8 swords attacking at the same time. Its power was even more terrifying, but it could not cut through Lu Ming's ice chain. I don't believe it. Slash, slash, slash. Jin Yuan roared. He controlled the space-severing sword and slashed at Lu Ming crazily. However, in the end, the ice chain blocked all the attacks. Although Lu Ming was pushed back by the powerful impact, Jin Yuan could not hurt him at all. In the end, Jin Yuan even used the space-severing hand, but it was useless. Lu Ming hid in the ice chain and found time to counterattack. He attacked Jin Yuan with spear radiance. Lu Ming, what's the point of hiding in there? Fight me if you dare. Jin Yuan roared. This is my secret skill, a defensive secret skill. Is it not considered strength? Ridiculous. Lu Ming said disdainfully. Jin Yuan gritted his teeth. He was speechless. Indeed, this was Lu Ming's secret skill. It did not rely on any treasure. Whether it was an offensive secret skill, a defensive secret skill, or a speed secret skill, they were all part of one's strength. Humph, don't think that I can't break your defense. Jin Yuan's face was fierce. At this time, the 9 space-severing swords all flew back into Jin Yuan's body and merged with his body. The golden radiance on Jin Yuan's body became stronger. In the end, he turned into a golden battle sword and slashed at Lu Ming. Swoosh, the golden sword radiance illuminated the sky as if it was going to split the sky in half. The sword chi whistled and was extremely terrifying. What a powerful force. Block it. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. This should be Jin Yuan's strongest attack. Lu Ming controlled the 9 ice chain with all his strength. His divine power flowed continuously into the ice chain. Boom, finally, the battle sword formed by Jin Yuan slashed at the ice chain. The ice chain shook violently. Bang! Bang! In the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The ice chain broke one by one. After a few breaths, all 9 ice chain broke. Then, the golden sword radiance slashed at Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming's body was protected by the 9 layers of crimson gold armor. Even so, the 9 layers of crimson gold armor could not block the golden sword radiance. End of chapter. The golden battle sword struck the 9 layers of crimson gold armor. The 9 layers of crimson gold armor could not withstand the attack and was penetrated by the sword radiance. The sword radiance struck Lu Ming's body. Fortunately, the power of the sword radiance had been reduced by 90% after being blocked by the ice chains and the 9 layers of crimson gold armor. When it struck Lu Ming's body, only 10% of its power was left. Slash, a sword wound that was more than 10 meters long appeared on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming quickly retreated. However, the sword wound was only a superficial one. Lu Ming's injury was not serious. With his strong vitality, he recovered quickly. Not far away, Gold Ingot reappeared. His aura was a little weak. It was obvious that the move had consumed a lot of his energy. Ha ha ha, I've finally broken through your defense. Now, let's see what you're going to use to block my attack. Jin Yuan laughed. So what if it's broken? Idiot, this is a secret technique, not a treasure. Can't I reform it after it's broken? Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. Then, with a thought, the 9 ice chains flew out and surrounded him. Jin Yuan almost vomited blood. Now, it's my turn. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The aura on his body surged. Previously, he had let Gold Ingot attack because he wanted to see Gold Ingot's strongest killing move. He also wanted to test the defensive power of the ice chains. He had other means to fight against Jin Yuan. Third strike of extinction, star explosion. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Then, a huge spear radiance blasted toward Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan's face changed. He felt a fatal danger. Golden light shone from his body as a golden battle sword appeared on his body and covered his entire body. Hand of the Void. Jin Yuan shouted. He activated the Hand of the Void with all his might and slashed out. Boom, the golden palm struck the huge spear radiance. However, the moment the two collided, the spear radiance shattered like a star exploding. A terrifying destructive force swept toward Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan's body shook violently. He was sent flying by the powerful force. He flew for tens of thousands of meters before he could stabilize himself. At that moment, cracks had appeared on the golden battle sword on his body. Blood was constantly seeping out from the cracks. His hand was also trembling nonstop. Gold Ingot was injured by the Star Shatterer. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Jin Yuan stared at Lu Ming and roared furiously. His expression was extremely ferocious, like a wild beast that had gone mad. Jin Yuan's attack. Jin Yuan's Jin Yuan. An eye for an eye. Lu Ming's Lu Ming. You can only use this kind of ultimate move once at most. I don't believe that you can keep using it, Metal Origin said. Just like his previous move, although the power was extremely terrifying, the consumption of his body was also very shocking. After using that move, he had consumed a lot of his divine power. Is that so? Then open your eyes and watch. Star explosion. Lu Ming let out a long howl and his aura erupted. Another huge spear gleam charged toward Jin Yuan. Boom, the spear radiance exploded. The destructive force sent Jin Yuan flying again. This time, Jin Yuan was more seriously injured. More cracks appeared on his golden battle armor. Jin Yuan was about to roar, but Lu Ming attacked again. Another spear radiance rushed toward Jin Yuan. Indeed, the star explosion consumed a shocking amount of divine power. One move would drain all of Lu Ming's divine power. However, Lu Ming had the measure word formula. Why would he be afraid of being drained of divine power? As long as Lu Ming was free, he would inject divine power into the measure formula and store it. Therefore, Lu Ming's star explosion could be used continuously. How is this possible? Jin Yuan roared. He found it hard to accept. Then, he turned and ran. He was really scared. Lu Ming could use this kind of ultimate move continuously. Under the bombardment of such ultimate moves, if he did not run, he would be exhausted to death sooner or later. Swoosh, Jin Yuan turned into a golden radiance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming didn't give chase. Jin Yuan was indeed very strong. Lu Ming had the upper hand by relying on the star explosion and the ice shackles. However, if Jin Yuan was determined to escape, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Lu Ming's gaze swept toward Jin Xing, Qin Wukong, and the rest. Jin Xing, Qin Wukong, and the rest's faces paled, without a trace of blood. They never thought that one of the four heroes of the Jin clan, Jin Yuan, who had awakened the origin divine power factor, wouldn't be a match for Lu Ming. They were almost scared to death when they saw Lu Ming's gaze. Go! Jin Xing roared. He turned and ran. Qin Wukong and the rest did the same. They didn't dare to stay. Did I give you permission to leave? Lu Ming said coldly. He executed the Nine Heavens Garuda technique and caught up with Jin Xing, Qin Wukong, and the rest in a few flashes. Kill. Lu Ming stabbed his spear at one of the Qin clan's prodigies. That Qin clan's prodigy was in the 9th level heavenly god realm. He was terrified and attacked with all his might. However, he couldn't resist Lu Ming at all. Pooh, the long spear pierced through the Qin clan's prodigy's forehead and killed him. Anyway, Lu Ming had already killed the elites of the Jin family and the Qin family. The Jin family and the Qin family would definitely not let him off. It did not matter if he killed one or a few of them. Naturally, Lu Ming would not let them off. After killing the Qin clan's prodigy, Lu Ming's spear attacked Qin Wukong again. I'll fight you to the death. Qin Wukong roared. He circulated his divine force and injured himself to increase the power of the 7 injuries divine fist. He then punched out with all his might. A brilliant fist energy was sent towards Lu Ming. Sky-piercing. Lu Ming said indifferently. His spear shot out like a meteor. Boom, Lu Ming's long spear pierced through Qin Wukong's fist. The fist trembled slightly before it exploded. It couldn't stop Lu Ming's attack at all. Before Lu Ming's divine force had awakened, Qin Wukong could indeed fight against Lu Ming and exchange many blows with him. However, Lu Ming's sovereign divine force had awakened the divine force. Moreover, the undying sword force had awakened to 99%. His combat strength was a few times stronger than before. Naturally, he could crush Qin Wukong easily. No, Qin Wukong shouted in fear after his fist was destroyed by Lu Ming. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. Pooh, the long spear pierced through and nailed Qin Wukong in the air. No, 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 seeing this scene, Jin Xing roared crazily. He was almost scared to death. He used all his strength to escape. However, his speed couldn't be compared to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming caught up with Jin Xing in a few flashes. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. I'm one of the 4 prodigies of the Jin clan. If you kill me, the Jin clan won't let you off. Jin Xing roared. Now, he could only use his identity to threaten Lu Ming. End of chapter. Jin family's 4 heroes? Heroes my ass. Lu Ming said coldly. Since he had already offended them, he didn't care who they were. Just kill them. Bam, the long spear swept down, and Jin Xing let out an unwilling scream. His body directly exploded, and both his body and soul were destroyed. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the storage rings of Jin Xing and the rest. Dead, Jin Xing is dead. Lu Ming is really fearless. This kind of person is the most terrifying. We'd better not offend him. Seeing Jin Xing and the rest being killed, many people kept quiet out of fear and looked at Lu Ming with fear. For the geniuses of the big families, Lu Ming was the most terrifying. He had no scruples at all. No matter who you were, if you offended him, you would be killed. Lu Ming glanced at the crowd nonchalantly. He then turned into a beam of light and left the place. Soon, Lu Ming was far away from Myriad Deity Cliff and landed on a mountain peak. Lu Ming took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message to Autumn Moon. However, the result was the same. The message couldn't be sent out. Sigh. Lu Ming sighed and looked worried. I wonder if Wu Ming and Wu have any news about Autumn Moon. I should send a message. At this thought, Lu Ming sent another message to Wu Ming and the rest to ask about Autumn Moon. The message was sent out, but there was no response. Could it be that Wu Ming and the rest didn't receive the message because it's too far away? Lu Ming thought. In the end, Lu Ming had no choice but to travel while asking about Autumn Moon. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. On a flat land, a figure was moving around. He held a long spear in his hand and kept waving it. The long spear was like a divine dragon. Swoosh! 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 Streaks of spear light burst forth, leaving behind deep pits on the flat ground. Half a day later, the spear aura suddenly changed. The spear aura suddenly expanded, and a resplendent spear aura soared into the sky. It took a long time before it dissipated. I've finally broken through the 3 annihilating strikes. The figure whispered. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. A few months ago, when Lu Ming was traveling around this place, he had been cultivating the 3 strikes of annihilation. While he was comprehending the divine power at the Myriad Gods Cliff, Lu Ming had experienced intense battles in the starry sky. After that, he had fought with Qin Wukong, Jin Yuan, and the others. Lu Ming's comprehension of the 3 annihilating strikes had reached a limit. After this period of comprehension, he had finally broken through to the 8th stage of the Armageddon Triple Strike. Now that he had broken through to the 8th level of the Armageddon 3 strikes, regardless of whether it was the first move, Space Splitter, the second move, Moon Beheading, or the third move, Exploding Star, their power had all increased by a notch. Now, Lu Ming wouldn't have to fight so hard against Jin Yuan. Lu Ming adjusted his breath and took out a map to have a look. Lu Ming planned to explore another forbidden area to see if he could gain anything. After choosing the right direction, Lu Ming headed west. 2 days later, Lu Ming leaped across a long distance. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion came from the right in front of him. A divine power light soared into the sky. There were people fighting there. Lu Ming frowned. Just as he was considering whether to go over and take a look, he saw a few figures flying over quickly. Wu Ming, Wu Yu, seeing these figures, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. These figures were actually Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and Wu Zixiong. But now, they were in an extremely sorry state. Their auras were weak, and their bodies were covered with wounds. Blood was flowing out. They were in a very sorry state. They flew forward with a frightened look on their faces as if they were escaping from some terrible crisis. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and flew over. In the next moment, Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others also saw Lu Ming. After seeing Lu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming, don't come over. Go, go. Go. Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others shouted anxiously. But Lu Ming was unmoved. He continued to fly towards Wu Ming and the others. Since you've encountered me, you're too naive to think you can leave. Stay here. A cold voice came from behind Wu Ming and the others. Then, Lu Ming saw a chariot speeding over. The chariot was huge and dazzling. It wasn't made of ordinary gold. It was made of an extremely precious refining material. The chariot was covered by a curtain, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. Pulling the chariot were two ferocious wild beasts with wide mouths and sharp fangs. They were roaring continuously. On both sides of the chariot, there were a young man and a young woman. They held long sabers in their arms and looked cold. But what caught Lu Ming's attention was that behind the chariot, there was a chain that was pulling a bunch of people. Yes, it was really a bunch of people. There were 12 of them and all of them were young. However, all of them were severely injured. Their auras were weak, and they were chained up. Their faces were filled with despair. The supreme talents of the interstellar barracks. Lu Ming had some impression of the 12 people chained up. They were the supreme talents of the interstellar barracks. The chariot was extremely fast as it chased after Wu Yu and the others. Lu Ming, go. Wu Zixiong roared and stopped abruptly. He circulated his divine force and pushed out a palm. All of a sudden, war horses formed one after another and charged towards the war chariot like 10,000 galloping horses. Feudal resistance. You're overestimating yourself. On the left side of the chariot, a young man with a saber said coldly. He took a step forward and unsheathed his saber. A terrifying saber radiance shone. Pung pung pung, as the saber radiance flashed, the war horses formed by Wu Zixiong were all shattered. The saber radiance did not stop as it slashed towards Wu Zixiong. Wu Zixiong groaned and retreated rapidly. Another wound had appeared on his body and blood was flowing out. Zixiong, are you all right? Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others were shocked. They quickly stopped and helped Wu Zixiong up. If it wasn't for the fact that we wanted to leave some fresh ones, you would be dead. The young man with a saber said coldly. It seems like we won't be able to leave today. Wu Zixiong sighed. The young man with a saber was extremely powerful. Even at his peak, he was no match for him, let alone being injured. Moreover, there were still 3 people who had yet to make a move. The most shocking thing was that the person in the chariot was the real big shot. Whoosh, at this moment, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he arrived beside Wu Zixiong and the others. Lu Ming, why aren't you leaving? Sai, why aren't you leaving? Wu Ming sighed. He knows his place. He knows that he won't be able to leave. He. The young man with a saber sneered. What's going on? Lu Ming ignored the young man with a saber and asked Wu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, they're from the residence of the 9 Sabers Heavenly King. Wu Ming said. Residence of the 9 Sabers Heavenly King. Lu Ming was surprised. Before entering, Bailey had told them that there were other sky prides from other Heavenly King's mansions who had entered Starry Crescent Ancient City. Including the 9 Sabers Heavenly King's mansion, there were a total of 4 sky prides from the Heavenly King's mansions who had entered Starry Crescent Ancient City. They had not bumped into any of them previously. Now, they finally bumped into the people from other Heavenly King's mansions. End of chapter. Trash from 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, surrender obediently, lest I take action. The young man sneered coldly. Don't even think about it. Even if we die, we won't fall into your hands. Wu Zixiong roared furiously with a resolute face. Roar. Roar. At that moment, the 2 desolate beasts that were pulling the chariot roared and emitted a strong murderous aura. Cut the crap. Billy beasts are hungry. At that moment, a cold voice was heard from the war chariot. On both sides of the war chariot, the 4 young men and women heard the voice and their faces changed drastically. Please wait for a moment, young master. I will feed the Li beasts now. The young man with the saber nodded his head and bowed respectfully before walking to the back of the war chariot. No, no. I beg you. Spare me. Behind the war chariot, the young elites who were chained up screamed in horror. Some of them roared while others begged for mercy. Noisy. The two of you are the loudest. So annoying. Just the two of you. The young man with the saber extended his hand and a suction force burst out, forming a big hand that grabbed the two of them. Spare me. Spare me. No, I don't want to, the two young men screamed miserably and struggled frantically. However, these young men seemed to be severely injured and could not break free. The young man with the saber grabbed the two young men and returned to the front of the war chariot. With a swing of his hand, the two young men flew out. Roar, roar, the two desolate beasts roared and opened their bloody mouths. They swallowed the two young men and chewed them up. Two miserable screams came out from the two desolate beasts' mouths. Then, there was silence. Blood flowed out from the corners of the desolate beasts' mouths. The scene was horrifying. Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the rest had ugly expressions. The remaining young men behind the war chariot were filled with despair. Boom, a cold aura burst out from Lu Ming's body and it was filled with murderous intent. He finally knew why the young men were chained up behind the war chariot. It turned out that these young men were food for the two desolate beasts that were pulling the chariot. Using the young elites to feed their own desolate beasts. Cruel. Extremely cruel. Even with Lu Ming's temperament, he could not help but reveal a strong murderous intent. Oh, such a strong murderous intent. You want to kill me? A mere fifth-level celestial god, overestimating himself. The young man sneered at Lu Ming, full of disdain. Stop talking nonsense. Take them down and find more food for my Li beast. Don't waste time. At this moment, the cold voice sounded from the war chariot again. Yes, young master, I will take them down immediately. The young man's complexion changed. He quickly bowed and saluted. Then, he looked coldly at Lu Ming and the others. Let's go, let's go. We'll split up and escape. If we can't escape, we'll self-destruct. We can't fall into their hands. Wu Zixiong roared. They would rather self-destruct and be smashed into pieces than fall into the hands of the saber-wielding young man. If they fell into the hands of the other party, their fates would be incomparably miserable. They would become food for the desolate beasts. You want to leave? Dream on. Heavenly saber cage. The young man snorted coldly. His aura erupted, and numerous resplendent beams condensed out of thin air. They were incomparably huge, and each of them was 10,000 meters long. They spread out in all directions and enveloped Lu Ming and the others. Crap! Wu Ming and the others were startled. Their path of retreat was blocked. They could not escape even if they wanted to. Self-destruct. Wu Ming sighed. His body emitted a powerful energy. He was going to self-destruct. However, at the next moment, a hand pressed down on Wu Ming's body, suppressing his boiling god force. Why are you self-destructing? Why don't you just kill these scum? A calm voice was heard. The person who spoke was none other than Lu Ming. Ah? Wu Zixiong, Wu Ming, and the others were startled. Kill them? The young man with the saber had attacked before. His cultivation was at the half-godly emperor realm, and his god force was quite awakened. His strength was outstanding too. Even Wu Zixiong at his peak was no match for him. The other three young men had yet to make a move, but their strength was not weak either. The existence on the war chariot was even more unpredictable. How were they going to kill him? It was like hitting a rock with an egg. Ha ha ha, what did I just hear? A fifth-layer heaven god said he's going to kill us. Did I hear it wrong? The saber-hugging young man laughed out loud. You didn't hear it wrong. He did say that. The other young man also spoke with a disdainful smile on his face. This kid is really stupid. Is the Nine Extinction Heavenly Emperor Palace full of trash like him? The young man with the saber glanced at Lu Ming and said with a mocking smile, Kid, seeing how stupid you are, I'll send you to the mythical beast first. Saying this, the young man with the saber took a step forward and grabbed at Lu Ming. A giant hand was formed, grabbing at Lu Ming. Shit! Lu Ming, dodge! Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others were astounded. Child's play. Lu Ming said calmly and took a step forward too. Roar! As Lu Ming took a step forward, a dragon's roar could be heard. Following this, a 9-clawed dragon appeared and lunged at the young man's giant hand. Bang! The 9-clawed divine dragon continued to stomp its claws and tore apart the giant hand that the other party had conjured. What? Not only did the young man with the saber take the scene out of his expectation, even Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others were stunned. Lu Ming was actually able to withstand the other party's attack. The young man with the saber was startled, before his eyes flickered with a strong murderous intent. Kid, so you do have some strength. No wonder you're so confident. However, your strength is nothing in front of me. I'll show you my true strength. The young man with the saber yelled. Meanwhile, a wild aura burst out from his body. That move earlier was just a casual blow from the young man. He had thought that it would be a piece of cake to deal with a 5th-level celestial god. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming's strength was beyond his imagination. He was getting serious now. Heavenly saber art, slash. The young man with the saber yelled. A terrifying saber glow was fired at Lu Ming. Roar! Roar! Lu Ming waved his hand, summoning 9 9-clawed dragons in total. They lunged at the young man. The 9 9-clawed dragons collided with the saber glow. The saber glow shuddered violently before it shattered into pieces. Kid, you, the young man with the saber was astounded. He did not expect Lu Ming's strength to be this powerful. Before he could finish his sentence, the 9 godly dragons had already lunged at him. Heavenly saber art, slashing the world. The young man with the saber let out a roar. His saber glow soared into the sky as his aura grew stronger. At that instant, he had unleashed his full strength. He did not dare to conceal his strength. The man was indeed strong. He was stronger than Wu Zixiong when he unleashed his full strength. Whoosh! 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 More than 10 saber glows slashed at Lu Ming. End of chapter. The young man unleashed his full strength and his divine power burned like flames. He slashed at Lu Ming continuously and each blade light seemed to be able to cut through the void with terrifying power. The blade light enveloped Lu Ming's body. Watch out! Wu Zixiong couldn't help but shout out a reminder. Previously, he was defeated by this move and was injured by this move. Roar! Roar! Dragon roars were heard and 9 9-clawed dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. Dragon chi soared into the sky and their huge bodies twisted as they pounced at the young man. The 9-clawed dragon energy construct slammed its claws against the blade light of the young man. Boom! 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 Explosions were heard continuously. In the end, the blade light of the young man shook violently and collapsed. However, the divine dragon energy construct didn't stop and continued to charge at Chen Fan. How is this possible? The young man with the saber could not believe that he could not take down Lu Ming with his full force attack. Not only could he not take down Lu Ming, but his attack was also defeated by Lu Ming. Heavenly blade art, cleave the heavens! The saber-hugging young man roared as he mustered up his remaining strength and slashed out with his saber. After dozens of slashes, the young man finally blocked the attack of the 9-clawed dragon energy construct and defeated it. However, the young man also retreated a few thousand meters with a face full of disbelief. Origin Divine Force Factor. You've awakened the Origin Divine Force Factor. Impossible, impossible. How could you have awakened the Origin Divine Force Factor? The young man shouted crazily with a face full of disbelief. A level 5 heavenly god had awakened the Origin Divine Force Factor. What kind of monster was this? Not only him, the other 3 young men and women beside the chariot were also dumbfounded as they stared at Lu Ming with their mouths agape. During the exchange just now, Lu Ming's divine power had exuded an ancient aura. There was no mistaking it. He had definitely awakened the Origin Divine Force Factor. Wu Zixiong, Wu Ming and Wu Yu were also tongue-tied. They were completely stunned and couldn't believe it. Lu Ming had actually awakened the Origin Divine Force Factor. They remembered clearly that when Lu Ming had just entered Xingyue ancient city, his strength was far from what it was now. It was like heaven and earth. At that time, it was very dangerous for Lu Ming to be surrounded by the experts of the Qin clan. Lu Ming managed to escape in the end because of them. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had not only increased his cultivation level, but he had also awakened the origin divine force factor. His combat strength had also skyrocketed. This kind of improvement speed could only be described as abnormal. Boom, at that moment, a powerful aura burst forth from within the war chariot. Evidently, the existence within the war chariot was not calm at all. Interesting, a fifth-level heavenly god who has awakened the origin divine force factor. I didn't expect the 9 extinction heavenly king residents to have such a person. The being in the war chariot sighed before its voice turned cold. Very well, such a prodigy is most suitable to feed my beast. Ha ha ha, the 3 of you, attack together and kill him for me. No, cripple him first. Yes, master. Outside the war chariot, the other 3 received the order and unsheathed their sabers at the same time. In a flash, they surrounded Lu Ming, Wu Ming, and the rest. Meanwhile, the young man with the saber returned with a cold expression. Lu Ming had defeated him and embarrassed him in front of his master. Damn it, Lu Ming, Wu Ming and the others were startled once again. Although Lu Ming was able to defeat the young man with a saber, would he stand a chance against the 4 of them? Let's go. The young man with the saber roared furiously and attacked first. His saber pierced through the sky, aiming at Lu Ming. Whoosh! 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 The other 3 made their moves too. Their god force exploded as they executed terrifying slashes. The 3 of them were terrifyingly strong. All of them were half-step divine kings. Moreover, they had awakened 50% of their divine energy. No one knew who the person in the chariot was, but 4 of them were so respectful towards him. Saber gleams from all directions shrouded Lu Ming, Wu Ming, and Wu Yu. Obviously, the other party wanted to kill Wu Ming and Wu Yu together. Let's go. Wu Zixiong roared and prepared to fight back. They could not just sit and wait. Let me. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice was heard. At the same time, 9 ice chains flew out and surrounded Wu Ming and the others. Dong. Dong, the saber light struck the ice chains continuously, but the ice chains did not budge and did not leave a mark. Now, it's my turn. Void piercing, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The long spear vibrated and thrust out continuously. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than a dozen spear lights rushed towards the saber-hugging young man and the other 3. The third strike of extinction, void piercing. With the support of Lu Ming's god force and the battle character secret art, this move was extremely powerful. The 4 slashed out their sabers continuously and clashed with Lu Ming's spear light. Only then did they manage to block Lu Ming's spear light. However, the 4 of them kept retreating. Moon slashing. After Lu Ming repelled the 4 young men, he stepped out and stared at the young man with the long spear, striking him with his long spear. A crescent-shaped spear light slashed towards the young man with the long spear. The power of this move was naturally above the void piercing. Heavenly Saber secret art, the young man with the long spear roared and slashed out with his saber, which collided with the crescent-shaped spear light. A violent explosion sounded and the young man with the long spear's saber light shattered. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and retreated. However, the 2 ice shackles shot towards him at an extremely fast speed. Get lost. The young man with the long spear roared and tried to break free from the ice chains. However, Lu Ming struck out with the moon slashing again. Pung, the young man with the long spear continued to spurt out blood as he retreated. The 2 ice chains took the opportunity to coil around the young man and then tighten. The young man with the long spear screamed as his bones broke and twisted like a fried dough twist. At the same time, a layer of frost chi froze him, preventing him from moving. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in an instant. Lu Ming repelled the 4 experts in one move and then captured the young man with the long spear. All of this happened in a breath's time. Don't you like to use other people's lives to feed your desolate beast? I wonder how it feels to use your life to feed it. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. He controlled the ice chains and threw the young man towards a desolate beast that was pulling a war chariot. The young man with the long spear revealed a look of horror. He wanted to shout for help, but he was frozen by Lu Ming and could not make a sound. Roar! A ferocious desolate beast saw someone flying towards it and roared. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down at the young man with the long spear. With a pfft sound, the young man with the long spear was bitten into two. Following that, the desolate beast chewed a few times and completely ate the young man with the long spear. He had previously captured others to feed his desolate beast, but he ended up dying in the desolate beast's mouth. You are courting death. The remaining 3 young men roared with horror. End of chapter. The remaining 3 young men roared, but their faces were filled with fear. They did not dare to continue attacking. Interesting. Really interesting. At this moment, a cold voice was heard from the war chariot. Then, the curtains fluttered and a young figure stepped out. It was a young man who looked like he was in his 20s. He was very handsome, but his eyes were narrow and sharp like a blade. When one looked into his eyes, it was as though one's body was being cut by the blade. Young Master Heavenly Mantis. The other 3 young men and women quickly bowed to the young man. The young man was called Young Master Heavenly Mantis. Why didn't you save him just now? Lu Ming asked casually. The him that Lu Ming mentioned was naturally the young man with the blade. From the distance just now, Young Master Heavenly Mantis had the chance to save him, but he was indifferent. What's the point of keeping a piece of trash alive? He can be used to feed my beast. Young Master Heavenly Mantis said indifferently. Roar! Roar! As though they were cooperating with Young Master Heavenly Mantis, the 2 wild beasts roared and a ferocious aura spread out. The other 3 young men and women had ugly expressions, but they did not dare to make a sound. In Young Master Heavenly Mantis' eyes, their lives were not even comparable to the 2 wild beasts. Leave this kid to me. Take down the rest and make amends for your mistakes. Do you understand? Young Master Heavenly Mantis spoke again and glanced at the 3 of them. Yes. The 3 of them quickly nodded. Then, saber lights burst out and attacked Wu Ming and Wu Yu. However, with a thought from Lu Ming, 9 ice chains flew out and shrouded Wu Ming and Wu Yu. The saber gleams of the 3 young men slashed at the ice chains but were all blocked by the ice chains. Kid, your opponent is me. At this moment, Young Master Heavenly Mantis shouted coldly. His palm was like a blade and he slashed at Lu Ming. He used his palm as a blade and the blade was shocking. He was much stronger than the young man with the blade. Get lost. Lu Ming roared. His body swelled rapidly. Lu Ming used the ancient god body and turned into a young ancient god that was a few hundred meters tall. Boom, the long spear swept upwards and bombarded Young Master Heavenly Mantis's blade light. A violent explosion erupted, causing Young Master Heavenly Mantis's blade light to vibrate continuously. Then, Young Master Heavenly Mantis's face changed and he retreated rapidly. Kill. After pushing Young Master Tian Mantis back, Lu Ming suddenly turned around. With a jerk of his long spear, 3 spear lights shot out and attacked the other 3 young men and women. Lu Ming was now in the state of the ancient god body. The power of his attack was terrifying. The 3 youths could not withstand it at all. Puff. Puff. Puff, the 3 spear lights pierced through and blood splattered everywhere. The 3 young men were killed on the spot. You're courting death. After Young Master Heavenly Mantis stabilized himself, he saw the 3 young men and women being killed. He let out a furious roar and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. A desolated ancient aura spread across the place. Origin Divine Power Factor. Young Master Heavenly Mantis was a peerless genius who had awakened the divine power origin. Moreover, his cultivation base was also at the half-step Divine King realm. At this moment, his eyes were extremely cold and a cold-killing intent spread out from his body. He did not use his full strength in the previous attack. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful and have a trump card. Suddenly, Lu Ming used the ancient god body to push him back. Boom! Young Master Heavenly Mantis took a step forward and a saber light soared up to the sky. A vast aura pressed down on Lu Ming. It's more interesting now. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and his battle intent soared. He raised his long spear and charged towards young Master Heavenly Mantis. A crescent-shaped spear light slashed down forcefully. Heavenly Saber Art. Young Master Heavenly Mantis also cultivated the Heavenly Saber Art. With a slash of his palm, a dazzling saber light slashed towards Lu Ming. He was much stronger than the other young men and women. Boom, both of their attacks collided, creating a terrifying wave. The force was like a tidal wave that spread out in all directions. Both of their bodies shook slightly before they clashed again. Boom. Boom, it was a head-on battle. The saber light and spear light clashed continuously for more than 10 times. How can this kid be so strong? Young Master Heavenly Mantis was getting more and more fearful. He was a peerless genius of the 9 Sabers Heavenly King residence. He had awakened his origin divine force when he was only a half-step divine king. He was almost invincible under the divine king realm. There were only a few who could fight against him. He had never dreamt that there would be a day where he could not even take down a level 5 heavenly god. Heavenly Mantis body, transform. Young Master Heavenly Mantis shouted and his body began to transform rapidly. In the end, he turned into a giant mantis that was over 100 meters tall. So it's a mantis. So ugly. Lu Ming curled his lips. The mantis that young Master Heavenly Mantis transformed into was not like the ancient god body. It was some kind of secret technique. It was young Master Heavenly Mantis' true body. Young Master Heavenly Mantis was some kind of divine mantis beast. It's your honor to see my true body. Die. Young Master Heavenly Mantis's cold voice sounded. With a stomp of his back legs, his body charged toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Then, he slashed at Lu Ming with his 2 front claws. Young Master Heavenly Mantis's 2 front claws were like 2 divine blades. They were extremely sharp. Lu Ming waved his spear and went up to meet the attack. Clang! Clang! After a few collisions, Lu Ming's body was pushed back a dozen steps. The spear in his hand vibrated continuously and there were a few cracks on it. What sharp claws! Lu Ming exclaimed secretly. The other party's sharp claws were extremely sharp and harder than divine weapons. Even Lu Ming's 9th level superior grade divine weapon was chipped by it. Wu Ming, Wu Yu, back off. Back off further. At this moment, Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Wu Ming and Wu Yu. Young Master Heavenly Mantis's speed was extremely fast. Lu Ming had to divert his attention to protect Wu Ming and the rest. It was difficult for him to perform at his best. All right. Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the rest naturally knew Lu Ming's situation. They quickly retreated. Young Master Heavenly Mantis casually glanced at Wu Ming and the rest but did not pursue them. In his opinion, Wu Ming and the rest were just small fries while Lu Ming was the big fish. As long as he killed Lu Ming, the rest would not be able to escape. Kill, kill, kill. Young Master Heavenly Mantis shouted coldly. He stomped on the ground and his body pounced at Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. His 2 front claws slashed out continuously. In an instant, he had slashed out hundreds of times. Come on. Lu Ming's battle intent was strong. The divine force in his body erupted. His spear shook as he executed the 3rd strike of extinction. He pushed the 3rd strike of extinction to the extreme, displaying the 8th level. Whoosh! Whoosh! Rays of spear light burst out like shooting stars, piercing towards young Master Heavenly Mantis. The spear glow and the saber glow collided once again, like stars exploding in the sky. Powerful gusts of wind struck the ground, leaving huge pits and ravines in the ground, as if the heavens and earth were about to be destroyed. End of chapter. The destruction caused by the battle between Lu Ming and young Master Heavenly Mantis was similar to the destruction caused by the battle between the 2 divine kings. Boom! Another violent explosion was heard as young Master Heavenly Mantis's body retreated rapidly. A white mark appeared on his body. After a series of collisions, Lu Ming finally found an opportunity to stab young Master Heavenly Mantis's body with his spear. What a thick carapace! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Just now, his spear had stabbed young Master Heavenly Mantis, but it had not broken through the carapace. Ha ha ha! You can't break through my defense. Only I can kill you. Do you understand? Young Master Heavenly Mantis laughed. His hind legs stomped on the void again, causing the void to explode. With a swoosh, he charged towards Lu Ming. As he charged forward, young Master Heavenly Mantis stomped on the ground again, increasing his speed to the maximum. He appeared on Lu Ming's right side in an instant and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spear swept out and blocked young Master Heavenly Mantis's attack. However, young Master Heavenly Mantis stomped on the ground again and appeared on the other side, launching another attack at Lu Ming. Young Master Heavenly Mantis's rear legs stomped on the void, increasing his speed to an astonishing level. He constantly flashed around Lu Ming and launched attacks continuously. It was as if there were blade lights slashing at Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming's mind moved and the ice shackles wrapped around his body. Those blade lights clanged against the ice shackles, but they were ultimately blocked by the ice shackles. "It seems like you can't break through my defense either," Lu Ming said faintly. "Is that so? You think you can stop me? Break for me." Young Master Heavenly Mantis roared as his front claws slashed at Lu Ming. The ice shackles vibrated and cracks appeared on it. However, it still managed to block young Master Heavenly Mantis's attack. Young Master Heavenly Mantis's strength was astonishing. His overall combat strength was definitely not below Jing Yuan's. However, in terms of the highest single attack, he was still slightly inferior to Jing Yuan's void-severing sword. However, young Master Heavenly Mantis's speed and defense were stronger than gold ingots. His overall combat strength was even slightly stronger than gold ingots. "It's my turn. Moonslayer, Moonslayer!" Lu Ming shouted. His god power poured out like it was free as he continuously used moon-severing. One after another, crescent-shaped spear lights slashed at young Noble Heavenly Mantis. Boom, finally, the two of them clashed once more. However, after Lu Ming's third strike of annihilation broke through to the 8th level, his strength had increased compared to the time when he fought with Jing Yuan. In a head-on clash, he was still superior to young Master Heavenly Mantis. The sky rumbled as young Master Heavenly Mantis's body trembled violently. Like a cannonball, he plummeted to the ground and smashed heavily. Boom, the ground rumbled and exploded continuously. A huge crater with a radius of tens of thousands of miles was formed. Cracks spread across hundreds of thousands of miles. This was still within Starry Crescent Ancient City. Everything in Starry Crescent Ancient City was tougher than the outside. If it was on a planet outside, the destructive power would be far greater than this. Roar, seeing young Noble Heavenly Mantis smashed to the ground, the two beasts roared furiously. They stepped on the void and pounced towards Lu Ming. The two beasts were very strong. Although they were not as strong as young Noble Heavenly Mantis, they were comparable to people like Qin Wukong. "Two beasts, you are courting death." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He struck 2 consecutive times with his spear. 2 crescent-shaped spear gleams slashed out. These 2 moves were almost Lu Ming's most powerful attacks. How could the 2 desolate beasts withstand them? They were split into 2 and died on the spot. Then, the beasts' corpses fell, pulling the war chariot and the dozen young men behind it to the ground. "Steady!" a young man roared. He circulated his remaining divine power and barely stabilized his body. "Brat, you are courting death. I want you to die." The ground exploded and a figure rushed out. It was young Noble Heavenly Mantis. Young Noble Heavenly Mantis had transformed into a mantis. His expression could not be seen clearly, but his eyes were extremely cold. As he soared to the sky, his 2 front claws joined together. His body spun rapidly like a poisonous dragon and drilled towards Lu Ming. Wherever he passed, the void trembled violently. Lightning and flames were emitted. One could see how terrifying his power was. "He's going all out," Lu Ming muttered. Obviously, this was young Noble Heavenly Mantis's strongest move. It was also a desperate move. "Bring it on." Lu Ming took a deep breath. The divine power in his body rushed madly toward his arm and then toward the long spear. Star burst. Lu Ming roared and thrust his long spear downwards. A huge spear light burst out and pierced towards young Noble Heavenly Mantis. Boom, the moment the spear light collided with young Noble Heavenly Mantis, it exploded. A terrifying destructive force rushed towards young Noble Heavenly Mantis. Asterisk sizzle, asterisk young noble heavenly mantis's poisonous dragon claws clashed with a destructive force continuously. A piercing sound was heard, but in the next moment, the speed of young noble heavenly mantis's rotation slowed down rapidly. Damn it, young noble heavenly mantis roared in disbelief. His body was then sent flying by the destructive force. Once again, he fell towards the ground like a meteor. Boom, young noble heavenly mantis fell to the ground for the second time. This time, the impact was even greater than the previous one. The ground crumbled continuously and endless gravel and dust were blasted out by the shockwave. Brother Lu Ming, such terrifying combat strength, Wu Ming, Wu Yu and the rest swallowed their saliva when they saw the scene. They were dumbfounded. This level of strength was truly beyond their imagination. If they didn't experience it themselves, it would be hard for them to imagine that Lu Ming needed their help when they first entered Xianxia ancient city a few years ago. Now, even the most powerful Wu Zixiong would be killed in seconds if he were to face Lu Ming. It's no wonder that Zifeng keeps praising brother Lu Ming, saying that he's a rare genius and that he'll be famous in the Taishu sacred dynasty one day. Now, it seems that he's not exaggerating at all. Wu Yu sighed. Not only that, we've underestimated brother Lu Ming. In my opinion, brother Lu Ming's stage isn't just the Taishu dynasty. Wu Zixiong said. The few of them sighed again and again. Lu Ming's attack did not stop at all. After he struck young noble heavenly mantis to the ground, Lu Ming swooped down like a bolt of lightning towards the place where young noble heavenly mantis fell. He wanted to kill young noble heavenly mantis in one go. Lu Ming's long spear pierced towards young noble heavenly mantis's glabella. Young noble heavenly mantis was lying on a pile of rocks, vomiting blood. When he saw Lu Ming coming, he quickly raised his two front claws to block in front of his glabella. Clang! Lu Ming's long spear pierced young noble heavenly mantis's front claws. It was as if it had pierced several divine weapons, producing a metallic sound. End of chapter. Lu Ming stabbed the front claw of young master heavenly mantis. Boom! A terrifying force burst out and rushed towards young master heavenly mantis. The ground continued to shatter, especially the ground under young master heavenly mantis's body, which continued to explode. Finally, there was a loud explosion. The rock under young master heavenly mantis exploded and collapsed, revealing a dark hole that was a few hundred kilometers wide. Young master heavenly mantis's body fell straight down. There's actually an underground space below? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. However, after pondering for a while, he did not hesitate and swooped down as well. There was a huge underground space under the ground. There were statues everywhere. Lu Ming glanced around and found that the statues were similar to the statues of various primitive gods. Each of them was very tall and the shortest one was at least 1,000 meters tall. This underground space was like an underground palace. The ground was paved with black rocks. Young noble heavenly mantis smashed into the ground and issued a muffled explosion. The young noble spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His aura was somewhat weak, but the ground was completely fine. Not to mention an explosion, there wasn't even a single crack on the ground. This kind of ground was unimaginably hard. Lu Ming did not continue to attack. Instead, he looked around. There was nothing around except for the huge statues. It was quiet and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Young Master Heavenly Mantis took the opportunity to get up and went into a defensive state. He looked at Lu Ming with caution. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear. Lu Ming's strength was beyond his imagination. I didn't expect there to be such a place under the ground. It'll be your burial ground. Lu Ming said faintly, but his voice was filled with cold killing intent. Kid, I admit that you're strong. However, you're dreaming if you want to kill me. He must be tired after the battle. Your divine power should be exhausted soon, right? Young Master Heavenly Mantis said. Lu Ming's strength was only slightly stronger than him. He must be dreaming if he wants to kill him. Is that so? The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. He took a step forward, and his body suddenly rushed out. Then, he stabbed out with his spear. This spear was Starburst. Lu Ming directly used his strongest move. A spear light pierced towards young Master Heavenly Mantis. This move again, young Master Heavenly Mantis's pupils contracted rapidly as he retreated in an attempt to avoid the attack. Boom! However, the moment young Master Heavenly Mantis retreated, the spear light exploded and turned into a destructive energy that rushed towards young Master Heavenly Mantis. Young Master Heavenly Mantis let out a miserable shriek as his body was sent flying and smashed heavily into a statue. Boom! The statue didn't move at all. However, young Master Heavenly Mantis coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood. His carapace had caved in and was on the verge of breaking. Damn it, young Master Heavenly Mantis roared furiously. Before Lu Ming could make his move, he stomped on his hind leg and retreated rapidly. He retreated to a huge statue and then stomped on his hind leg again, moving from this statue to another statue. Just like that, young Master Heavenly Mantis's body kept jumping from statue to statue at lightning speed. In this way, Lu Ming couldn't accurately pinpoint young Master Heavenly Mantis's position. It was difficult for him to unleash the power of his attack. Ha ha ha, kid, let's see how you're going to kill me. When I get out of here, I'll make sure that you die without a burial. Place. Bastard of 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Young Master Heavenly Mantis laughed out loud. His voice was extremely ferocious. He, young Master Heavenly Mantis, had a high status in Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He must avenge himself. You're really naive to think that you can get out of here under such circumstances. Do you think that you can avoid my attack with such means? Inescapable net. Lu Ming sneered. Then, 9 ice chains flew out. The 9 ice chains rapidly lengthened, shuttling between the statues and intertwining with each other. The ice chains were a secret technique. As long as Lu Ming supported them with his divine force, they could lengthen continuously. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. The 9 ice chains shuttled between the statues and even the sky was shrouded by them. Young Master Heavenly Mantis's face fell. His range of movement was greatly reduced. Kill! Lu Ming charged forward with his long spear. Young Master Heavenly Mantis quickly retreated and slashed at the ice chains. However, the ice chains only trembled a little but did not break. The ice chains wriggled a little and tried to entangle young Master Heavenly Mantis. Young Master Heavenly Mantis's face fell and he quickly retreated. However, what welcomed him was a ray of spear light. Young Master Heavenly Mantis could only dodge quickly. Exploding star. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and blasted out another exploding star. Boom! This time, young Master Heavenly Mantis was hit head-on. He screamed miserably as his body was blasted out and collided with a statue. This time, his injuries were more serious. Several cracks appeared on the carapace on his body. Blood flowed out continuously. His defense had been broken. Young Master Heavenly Mantis's eyes revealed deep fear. No, I can't die here. He can't use this ultimate move too many times. Young Master Heavenly Mantis roared in his heart. However, in the next moment, he felt even more despair. This was because Lu Ming stabbed his spear again. This time, it was the same exploding star. Ah, young Master Heavenly Mantis screamed miserably again. His body was blasted away by the power of destruction. Blood splattered everywhere. This time, he was even more miserable. The carapace on his chest was completely shattered. A large piece of flesh was missing. One could even see the internal organs inside. Young Master Heavenly Mantis lay on the ground and vomited blood. He no longer had any strength to resist. Let me send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. No, you can't kill me. I am from the Heavenly Mantis clan of the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion. If you kill me, do you want to cause a war between the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion and the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion? Heavenly Mantis roared. A war between the two Heavenly King Mansions? What does that have to do with me? Lu Ming sneered. He strode forward. No, if you kill me, the Heavenly Mantis clan will not let you off. Young Master Heavenly Mantis roared. Hee hee, even if I kill you, who will know? Lu Ming continued to sneer. Young Master Heavenly Mantis's face turned pale as he screamed, no, don't, exploding star. Lu Ming could not be bothered with young Master Heavenly Mantis and blasted out another exploding star. Puff, this time, the spear light directly pierced young Master Heavenly Mantis's body and exploded. Young Master Heavenly Mantis's scream stopped abruptly because his body had exploded. His flesh and blood scattered everywhere and his soul turned into ashes. Young Master Heavenly Mantis, a peerless sky pride who had awakened the divine force of origin, had fallen. Huff. After killing young Master Heavenly Mantis, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Young Master Heavenly Mantis was really hard to kill. His speed was fast and his defense was shocking. End of chapter. Young Master Heavenly Mantis had almost no weakness. His attack power was extremely strong, his speed was fast, and his defense was amazing. Such a person had the ability to survive. If it was an open space outside, even with Lu Ming's current strength, he wouldn't be able to kill young Master Heavenly Mantis. However, young Master Heavenly Mantis was a little unlucky. There was an underground space filled with extremely hard statues. Lu Ming used the ice shackles to seal the surroundings, which interfered with young Master Heavenly Mantis' mobility. That was why Lu Ming seized the opportunity to kill him. Moreover, Lu Ming used the exploding stars technique continuously to kill young Master Heavenly Mantis. It would be difficult to use other techniques to break through young Master Heavenly Mantis's defense. Then, Lu Ming looked around. There was actually an underground space here, and it was very deep in the ground. Previously, young Master Heavenly Mantis was continuously smashed into the ground and was bombarded by Lu Ming. He blasted through at least a few thousand miles of the ground before entering this underground space. In other words, this underground space had never been discovered by anyone. An undiscovered underground space could also be said to be an underground ruin. Could there be any treasures there? Lu Ming's eyes lit up slightly at the thought of this. Since he was already here, he might as well explore. However, right at this moment, veined patterns suddenly appeared on the ground. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed because he discovered that the blood spilled from young Master Heavenly Mantis's death was actually absorbed by the ground. Then, a blood-red pattern appeared on the ground, covering the entire underground space. Even those statues had blood-red veined patterns on them. It was a large array. Lu Ming instantly determined that it was a large array that seemed to have been activated by young Master Heavenly Mantis's blood. Not good. Lu Ming's countenance changed. He could not stay here for long. Just as he was about to soar into the sky and dash out of the gap, there was a violent roar from the ground. One of the pieces of ground suddenly protruded and blocked the gap. Boom! Boom! Then, the entire underground space underwent a change. Some places protruded and some concave. The surrounding environment underwent a drastic change. Rumble. Furthermore, the tremors grew more and more intense. It was as if the entire earth was trembling violently. At this moment, a shocking scene was taking place outside as well. Thick runes suddenly appeared in the area where Lu Ming and young Master Heavenly Mantis were fighting earlier. Countless runes were densely packed, intertwining and revolving around each other, emitting a bright glow that covered the territory within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Furthermore, the range of the runes was still rapidly expanding. Soon, they covered an area of 100,000 miles. What's going on? Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the rest's faces turned ashen, retreating hastily. Afraid of being enveloped by the runes, they stood outside the range of the runes. A great formation. Why is there a great formation here that covers an area of 100,000 li? Not good. Brother Lu Ming is still inside. Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others were startled. Let's go save Brother Lu Ming. Wu Zixiong gritted his teeth. All right. The others nodded and rushed toward the area covered by the formation. However, when they rushed into the area covered by the formation, they were blasted away by an invisible force. They could not get close to the formation's range. This is troublesome. Wu Ming and the others stopped outside the formation, their faces ugly. Lu Ming was inside the formation and they did not know how he was doing. Rumble, the tremors on the ground grew stronger and stronger. Endless runes intertwined, forming a mysterious formation that emitted dazzling light. Moreover, the light was getting brighter and brighter. Not long after, the endless light intertwined, forming an incomparably huge light pillar that soared into the sky and pierced through the firmament. Half the sky was dyed blood red. At this moment, everyone in the area noticed the abnormality even though they were far away. Some were flying, some were resting, and some were chatting. However, at this moment, their gazes were attracted to this side. What's that over there? Multicolored light filled the sky. It's so shocking. Could a rare treasure have appeared? Let's go take a look. Many people's eyes flickered as they rushed toward the light. Not long after, many people had gathered in the area where Lu Ming and young Master Heavenly Mantis were fighting. They were all Skyprides who had gathered from all directions. However, these Skyprides were blocked and stood outside the formation, watching from afar. However, these Skyprides were obviously divided into two camps. One of them was the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence, and the other was the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence. As time passed, more and more people gathered there. A rare treasure has appeared. It must be the birth of a rare treasure. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a commotion. Many people's eyes were burning. A rare treasure has appeared. Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence, get lost. Suddenly, someone shouted. Hee hee, what a joke. The one who should get lost is the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence. Immediately, the Skyprides of the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence responded with a sneer. The 27 Heavenly King residences under the Taishu dynasty were in a competitive relationship. Many of them had conflicts and even grudges in order to compete for resources. The relationship between the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence and the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence was not harmonious. When they encountered each other, conflicts were inevitable. Then, all of you shall die. One of the Skyprides from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence shouted coldly as he unsheathed his saber. A terrifying saber radiance slashed out violently. Poof, one of the Skyprides from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence was killed when he was not paying attention. You're courting death. Kill these bastards for me. Suddenly, the Skyprides from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence were enraged as they attacked the people from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence. Kill. The Skyprides from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence were not to be outdone and began to counterattack. Most of the Skyprides from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence practiced saber techniques. Rays of saber radiance slashed out violently. A chaotic battle broke out at the scene. Of course, not all of the Skyprides joined in. Some of them did not join in and retreated to distance themselves from each other. Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others also retreated to a distance. The battle between the Skyprides was extremely intense. In an instant, some of them fell and their blood splattered across the sky. The battle became more and more intense and both sides suffered losses. Whoosh, suddenly, a dazzling saber radiance shone in the crowd. The saber radiance was extremely dazzling as it pierced the nine heavens. The saber radiance was filled with an ancient aura. Several Skyprides from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence were killed and split into two. It's the origin source divine power factor. It's the origin source divine power factor. A Skypride who has awakened the origin source divine power factor is attacking. Someone from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence shouted in shock. In the face of such a person, ordinary Skyprides were no match at all. End of chapter. In the Nine Sabers Heavenly King mansion, there was a burly young man with horns on his back and a black war saber in his hand. Every time he slashed out with his saber, there would be a supreme talent from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King mansion killed. No one was his match. Retreat, retreat, many people from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King mansion were shocked and retreated. Kill, kill, all of you from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King mansion, die. The young man with horns on his back laughed wantonly. His saber radiance was shocking as he slashed out continuously. A few more people were killed by him. Boom, at this moment, a stone spear pierced through the void and let out a terrifying whistling sound as it charged towards the young man with horns on his back. The young man with horns on his back was shocked. He shouted as his war saber vibrated and slashed out forcefully. Clang, the war saber clashed with the stone spear and there was a loud bang. Many people at the side retreated as they did not dare to get too close. As a terrifying force spread out, the young man with horns on his back shuddered and retreated a few steps. The stone spear flew out as a young man broke through the void and grabbed the stone spear in his hand. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. We're saved. The supreme talents from the Nine Sabers' heavenly king mansion were overjoyed when they saw the young man. This young man was the one who was cultivating at the Myriad Deity Cliff, and Lu Ming had taken his place when the time limit was up. He was also in existence who had awakened the origin divine power factor. Su Yan, it's you. The young man with horns on his back said coldly as his eyes were like lightning. Lu Ji, I'll be your opponent. Su Yan said as he waved the stone spear in his hand, causing the sky to rumble. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King Mansion and Nine Sabers' Heavenly King Mansion often competed with each other. Hence, some of the top supreme talents knew each other and had even fought with each other before. Very well, we haven't seen each other for many years. Su Yan, I'd like to see how much you've improved. Lu Ji sneered as he took a step forward. His body turned into a saber radiance as he slashed towards Su Yan. Su Yan's stone spear vibrated as divine radiance pierced through the void and clashed with Lu Ji. Boom! Boom! The two of them engaged in an intense battle. Both of them were half-step divine kings. Moreover, they had awakened the divine origin divine force. The secret techniques they had mastered were also extremely terrifying. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was the winner. The two of them fought a great battle. No one dared to stand within a radius of several tens of thousands of li. The energy that flowed in all directions was too terrifying, making people feel apprehensive. Such strength had already surpassed some of the weaker god kings. For example, even the Dark Knight Demon King probably did not have such battle prowess. If one got too close and was hit by the scattered energy, only death would await them. However, there were exceptions. A young man in a golden robe strolled through the void and approached the place where Su Yan and Lu Ji were fighting. He stopped within a few hundred miles of the battlefield. His body emitted a dazzling golden radiance. An ancient and desolate aura blocked the force of the outside. It's Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan is here too. On the Nine Absolute Heavenly King Manor's side, many people were overjoyed. On the Nine Absolute Heavenly King Manor's side, another top heaven's chosen came. Jin Yuan was previously injured by Lu Ming. After a period of time, his injuries had already healed and he was showing off his abilities. Jin Yuan, I wonder what realm your void-shattering hand has reached. Do you want to spar with me? A faint voice was heard. From another direction, a young man in a gray robe with a battle saber on his back walked through the air. A terrifying aura shrouded Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. This was also a heaven's chosen who had awakened the divine origin divine force. Leave him to me. The void-shattering hand is said to be able to shatter the void. I have long wanted to experience it. However, at this moment, another voice was heard. Then, another young man appeared. This young man was undoubtedly an expert from the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King Manor. He was tall and sturdy, wearing a golden armor and holding a long spear in his hand. In the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King Manor, most people used sabers as their weapons. However, there were exceptions. Not everyone used sabers. For example, this person used a spear. This person held a long spear in his hand and his battle intent was soaring. He was like a god of war. Overlord Spear, Chu Baxing. Jin Yuan squinted his eyes slightly. That's me. Come, let my Overlord Spear have a taste of your void-shattering hand. The young man in golden armor was called Chu Baxing. He was very domineering and his aura was surging. He took a step forward and charged towards Jin Yuan. Buzz, the long spear vibrated and a huge golden spear radiance pressed down on Jin Yuan. Humph, another one with a spear. Break! Void-shattering hand. Jin Yuanli shouted. His palm turned into a pure gold color as he struck out with it. In the sky, the two golden radiances collided and exploded with an earth-shattering boom. The terrifying impact turned into rings of golden ripples that spread out in all directions. The two figures trembled and then continued to fight. Boom! Boom! The crowd could only see the two golden radiances colliding in the void at an astonishing speed. The void was constantly exploding and the shockwaves bombarded the ground, creating terrifying craters. However, whenever the shockwaves blasted towards the rune-filled ground, they would be blocked by an invisible force. Only two decent people from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion came. Is there anyone who can be my opponent? The young man in gray robes with a saber on his back said coldly as he looked towards the nine-extinction Heavenly King mansion. Many people's faces changed. This person was obviously a Skypride of the same level as Jin Yuan and Su Yan. Other than Skyprides of the same level, who else could be his opponent? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. A cold voice resounded, and then a violent aura suffused the heavens and the earth. After that, a robust young man appeared. The young man was wearing a beast-skin coat. He was burly and had a ferocious look in his eyes. He looked like a wild beast. It's him. The eyes of many people from the nine-extinction Heavenly King mansion lit up. This young man was also a peerless Skypride. When he entered the Starry Crescent ancient city, he had passed through the gate of heaven. He was also someone who had awakened the origin source divine force factor. Interesting. Looks like there are quite a number of Skyprides from the nine-extinction Heavenly King mansion here. The young man in gray robes with a saber on his back sneered. The saber on his back buzzed as if it was about to be unsheathed. Before the saber was unsheathed, a terrifying saber light broke through the sky and pierced through the clouds. It's really lively today. Indeed, it's very lively. Then, another two voices were heard. Two rays of light appeared from different directions and flew towards the area where Jin Yuan and the others were fighting. Another two young men revealed themselves and unleashed powerful auras. Someone from the nine-extinction Heavenly King mansion recognized one of them as a Skypride from the nine-extinction Heavenly King mansion. When they entered the Starry Crescent ancient city, there were a total of 4 people from the Starry Crescent camp who had passed through the gate of heaven and awakened the origin source divine force factor. Now, all 4 of them were present. However, there were also 4 geniuses of the same level on the nine-extinction Heavenly King mansion side. Both sides confronted each other and sparks were ignited. End of this chapter. Many people continuously retreating far enough to look ahead. Could it be that the 8 peerless prodigies from both sides were going to engage in a battle royale? That was a rare sight. Some people even widened their eyes and watched carefully, hoping to get some inspiration from it. One had to know that Su Yan and the others had awakened their origin divine power. Watching them fight and sensing the aura of their origin divine power would indeed give them some inspiration. Su Yan and Lu Ji, Jin Yuan and Chu Baxing were still fighting fiercely. Boom, at this moment, the 2 incomparably resplendent golden lights collided once again. Then, the golden lights exploded, and the 2 figures continuously retreated. It was Chu Baxing and Jin Yuan. However, Chu Baxing retreated a shorter distance, while Jin Yuan retreated further. So that's all there is to the void-severing Tao, Chu Baxing said indifferently. His body was also covered in golden light, and his spear was buzzing with battle intent. Jin Yuan's expression was a little ugly. He was actually at a disadvantage in the battle just now. He was being suppressed by Chu Baxing. Damn it, how is this possible? My Jin family's void-severing Tao is invincible. How can I be suppressed? Jin Yuan roared in his heart. First, he lost to Lu Ming and fled in a sorry state. He didn't even care about Jin Xing's life. Now, he was being suppressed by Chu Baxing. This made Jin Yuan's expression turn ugly. He even began to doubt the Jin family's void-severing Tao. No, my Jin family's void-severing Tao is the strongest. Jin Yuan roared in his heart. His aura became even more violent. There were 9 golden swords around him. At that moment, the 9 golden swords merged into one and fused into Jin Yuan's body. His body began to change, turning into a golden battle sword. Jin Yuan was going all out. He was going to use his strongest move. The attack power of this move was shocking. Previously, he had used this move to break Lu Ming's ice shackles. Die! Jin Yuan roared. His body turned into a golden sword light and slashed at Chu Baxing. Facing this move, Chu Baxing's expression became serious. He didn't dare to be careless. His body also emitted a dazzling golden light. Strike of the War God! Chu Baxing roared and stabbed out with his spear. A dazzling ray of light shot out from the long spear. Then, a huge figure appeared out of thin air. It was a golden god of war. It was extremely huge, tens of thousands of feet tall. It held a huge spear in its hand. It stabbed out with astonishing speed towards Jin Yuan and collided with the sword light that Jin Yuan had transformed into. Boom, terrifying whistling sounds could be heard from the void. Strong chi gushed out like a huge wave. The huge golden armored war god trembled violently. Then, cracking sounds could be heard as cracks appeared on its surface. In the end, starting from the long spear, it exploded inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, the entire golden armored true god collapsed. Chu Baxing's body trembled as he staggered back several steps. However, Jin Yuan did not have it easy either. The sword he had transformed into was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away. He returned to his human form. His face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. This move is more like it. Chu Baxing licked his lips and sneered. Jin Yuan snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He had been at a disadvantage in the confrontation just now. Even his strongest move could not do anything to Chu Baxing. This was a huge blow to him. That Chu Baxing is so strong. Many people looked at Chu Baxing with grave eyes, including the young man in beast skin. I heard that Chu Baxing's family is the clan of war gods. When the Taishu dynasty was first established, his ancestor was a true god of war. His battle prowess was unparalleled. I've heard of it too. However, the younger generation didn't live up to expectations. There was a lack of talent, so they slowly declined. Now, they can only stay in the residence of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Many people discussed in low voices as they looked at Chu Baxing with grave eyes. Rumble, at that moment, the ground shook violently. It felt as if the sky was falling. Look, what's that? Suddenly, someone pointed at the center of the formation and shouted. Everyone looked over, and then many people's eyes suddenly widened. That was because the ground in that area cracked open, and then a huge object rushed out. It was an incomparably huge castle, emitting a dark radiance. At first, only the tip of the castle was revealed, but gradually, more and more parts rushed out, and also became bigger and bigger. Many people were tongue-tied. They did not expect that there would be a castle underground. Earlier, the runes filled the air and the light soared into the sky. This was a sign that the castle was about to appear. Rumble, the ground shook more and more violently, and the rocks on the ground exploded. A moment later, a huge castle appeared in front of everyone. This was a castle that was 100,000 miles long and wide. It was pitch black, and no one could tell what material it was made of. From afar, it looked like an ancient divine mountain. Around the castle, there was actually a circle of peach trees, surrounding the castle in the middle. Each peach tree was so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around it. They were full of peach blossoms, and it was a scene of vitality. When the castle appeared, the runes on the ground also disappeared. Many people's eyes revealed a fiery light. A castle appeared from the ground. It was obvious that no one had ever explored this place before. Could there be treasures inside this castle? The battle between Su Yan and Lu Ji also stopped. Everyone's attention was attracted by the castle. It's a castle. Let's go and take a look. Be careful. Following that, some people began to approach the castle and fly towards it. However, when they got close to the castle, they were blocked by an invisible energy, and they could not enter at all. We still can't enter? Some people were greatly disappointed. The runes had disappeared, but they still could not enter. They could only watch helplessly. No, we can enter from this peach forest on foot. Suddenly, someone shouted. That was because someone had tried it earlier. He landed on the ground and rushed towards the peach forest on foot. His figure disappeared into the peach forest. Let's go. Following that, another person rushed into the peach forest. After a few flashes, that person's figure disappeared into the peach forest without a trace. There doesn't seem to be any danger. Let's go too. Immediately, more people rushed into the peach forest. Even Jin Yuan, Su Yan, and the others were tempted. They all moved and charged into the peach forest. Soon, everyone disappeared into the peach forest. The area quieted down. However, about half an hour later, a few youths appeared at the edge of the peach forest with confused faces. End of chapter. A few youths appeared at the edge of the peach forest with confused looks on their faces. Why are we out again? What's going on? The youths walked out of the peach forest with puzzled looks on their faces. Following that, more and more people appeared at the edge of the peach forest with puzzled looks on their faces. Not long after, Su Yan, Jin Yuan, Chu Baxing, and the other top prodigies also appeared at the edge of the peach forest. What's going on with you all? Why are you all out? Someone asked. I don't know. I got lost as soon as I entered the peach forest. There's only peach trees in all directions, and no matter how I turned, I couldn't get out. Eventually, I ended up back here. Me too. You're in the same situation as me. The crowd discussed fervently, and they realized that they were in the same situation. Everyone got lost as soon as they entered the peach forest, but they didn't meet anyone else. No matter how they walked, they couldn't get out of the peach forest. In the end, they ended up back where they started. A formation. In the end, they came to the conclusion that the peach forest was a formation that could confuse one's mind. As soon as one walked in, they would be confused and end up back where they started. Let's try from another direction. Someone walked along the perimeter, wanting to try from another direction. However, the castle was surrounded by peach trees. Entering the peach forest from another direction was the same as before, and they ended up back where they started. Every direction had been tested, and the results were all the same. If we can't get in, we'll just have to destroy the formation. Some people were very domineering and directly attacked. One after another, attacks blasted towards the peach forest, wanting to destroy it. As long as the peach forest was destroyed, the formation would break. However, their attacks didn't cause any ripples in the peach forest. The attacks flew into the peach forest and disappeared. Not even a single peach blossom was cut down. Even Jin Yuan, Chu Baxing, and the others tried, but the results were the same. The crowd was helpless. They were high up in the sky, so they could see through the peach forest and see what was going on inside. In fact, they could even see a small path leading to the castle behind the peach forest, and they could even see the gate of the castle. However, they could see it, but they couldn't enter. If they flew into the sky, they would be stopped by an invisible force. If they went underground, they would be stopped by the peach forest formation. They could only see it, but they couldn't enter. What's that? Suddenly, a young man who was observing from high up in the sky exclaimed in shock. What's the situation? Let's go take a look. Immediately, many people rose into the air and flew high into the sky to look inside the castle. At first glance, they were dumbfounded. The reason for that was because they saw a person walking out from one of the castle's gates. After a young man walked out of the door, he glanced left and right, as if he was sizing up his surroundings. How could someone walk out of the castle? Could it be that this person has been living in the castle all this time? Is he someone who has lived since the beginning of the Heavenly Palace era? Someone spoke with a hoarse voice. Many people's expressions changed drastically. How many years had it been since the beginning of the Heavenly Palace era? It was simply impossible to calculate. Even if one were to use stellar years to calculate, it would still be difficult to calculate. It was an extremely long period of time. A divine king could only live for 5 stellar years at most. If someone could live from the early days of the Heavenly Palace to the present, what kind of cultivation would that be? Wait, why does this person look so familiar? Lu Ming, he's Lu Ming. Suddenly, someone from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion shouted. That's right, it's Lu Ming, it's really him. More people from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion shouted. What? He's a sky pride from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion? This time, the people from the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Mansion were also shocked. But then, they let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was just a sky pride from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, and not an old monster who had survived from the early days of the Heavenly Palace era. That was good. But, how did he get in? Many people had more questions in their minds. The person that everyone saw was indeed Lu Ming. After he killed young Master Heavenly Mantis, the ground shook violently, and the sky and earth shook. His position seemed to be rising, and it took a while before it stabilized. After it stabilized, Lu Ming spent some effort to find the exit and walked out of the gate. It's actually a castle? Lu Ming sized it up and was secretly surprised. He did not expect that what emerged from the ground was a castle. Eh? There are so many people. Then, Lu Ming looked outside and saw that there were many people outside. These people were staring at him. Could it be that these people were attracted by the castle? That's possible. I wonder how Wu Ming and Wu Yu are doing. Let's go out and have a look. Lu Ming's mind raced. He then soared into the air and flew outside. There was no obstruction at all. He directly passed through the range of the peach forest and flew out. There was no power to stop him. He's out. Many people's eyes moved, and they stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked around, trying to find Wu Ming and the others. Suddenly, a powerful aura shrouded Lu Ming. Then, a young man in golden armor stepped out and appeared in front of Lu Ming. His divine power surged like a gust of wind, and swept towards Lu Ming. The young man in golden armor was Chu Baxing. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He circulated his divine power and blocked the pressure. Kid, how did you get in? What did you get in there? Tell me everything. Chu Baxing said in a commanding tone. Who are you? Make way. Lu Ming glanced at Chu Baxing and waved his hand casually. Then, he looked in another direction and ignored Chu Baxing. This kid is finished. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. How dare Lu Ming talk to Chu Baxing like that? Was he courting death? After all, only a few people saw the battle between Lu Ming and Jin Yuan. Many people did not know about it. Especially those from the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence. They looked at Lu Ming with pity, as if they were looking at a dead man. Chu Baxing was famous for his domineering personality. Lu Ming's actions were undoubtedly suicidal. Who am I? Ha ha ha. Sure enough, Chu Baxing laughed coldly. His laughter was filled with cold-killing intent. You'll know who I am very soon, because I'll be your nightmare for the rest of your life. Chu Baxing said again. Then, he took a step forward and clawed at Lu Ming. A huge claw formed, and its 5 fingers were like 5 spears. It grabbed at Lu Ming. This move was extremely vicious. If an ordinary person was caught in it, their cultivation would definitely be crippled. However, Lu Ming was no ordinary person. Boom, Lu Ming made his move. A 9-clawed dragon appeared and clawed at Chu Baxing's claw. With a loud boom, Chu Baxing's claw exploded. End of chapter. Lu Ming activated the divine dragon aspect art, and a 9-clawed dragon flew out, destroying Chu Baxing's claw. What? He blocked it? Many people were stunned. They didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to block Chu Baxing's attack. Lu Ming is strong, but Chu Baxing didn't use much strength in that attack. It was just a casual attack. Indeed. If Chu Baxing was serious, how could this kid block it? Many people were discussing, especially those from the Nine Sabers' Heavenly King residence. They could see that Lu Ming was only a 5th-layer celestial god. How could he block Chu Baxing's attack? Chu Baxing definitely didn't use much strength. Of course, those who had seen Lu Ming and Jin Yuan's battle didn't think so. They knew how terrifying Lu Ming was. Jin Yuan's eyes flickered with anticipation. He was looking forward to the battle between Lu Ming and Chu Baxing. It would be best if both of them were injured. He wanted to get rid of both of them. Even Chu Baxing himself was taken aback for a moment before he replied with a soft nod of acknowledgement. He knew very well how powerful that move was. Indeed, he didn't use much strength in that move. However, an ordinary 9th-level heavenly god wouldn't be able to block that move. Their cultivation would be crippled in an instant. However, Lu Ming was able to block it with just a 5th-layer celestial god. This surprised him. Not bad, you have some strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, you're still too inexperienced to be arrogant in front of me. Chu Baxing said coldly. His aura erupted like a volcano, and an ancient aura filled the air, pressing down on Lu Ming. Quintessence God Force Factor. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He knew that he had encountered a peerless expert. Unless one released their aura, it would be difficult to tell that Chu Baxing was a prodigy who had awakened the divine power of origin. Indeed, Lu Ming couldn't tell that Chu Baxing was a prodigy who had awakened the divine power of origin. However, even if Lu Ming had known, his attitude wouldn't have changed. Kneel. Chu Baxing roared as he sent out another palm strike. This move was exactly the same as the previous one. A huge palm grabbed at Lu Ming. However, the aura that it emanated was completely different from the previous move. It was much stronger than the previous move. Even a half-step divine king realm genius would be severely injured and suppressed by this attack. Boom! Lu Ming immediately activated the battle formula, quadrupling his combat power as he punched out continuously. Roar roar roar, a series of dragon roars rang out as 9 nine-clawed dragons appeared and pounced on Chu Baxing's palm. Explosions rang out as the 9 nine-clawed dragons exploded one after another. In the end, Chu Baxing's palm was also destroyed. What? Many people were shocked. Lu Ming had actually blocked it again. Chu Baxing's previous move was no small matter. Everyone could feel its power. Many half-step divine king geniuses felt that they might not be able to block it even if they gave it their all. However, Lu Ming, a level 5 heavenly god, had blocked it. This kid is so strong. Many people were shocked. Especially Chu Baxing. While he was shocked, his body emitted a cold murderous intent. He, Chu Baxing, was a peerless genius who had awakened his origin divine force. He was the descendant of the war god. Yet, he couldn't take down Lu Ming in 2 consecutive moves. His eyes darkened as a golden spear appeared in his hand. He was going to be serious. He was going to kill Lu Ming with powerful means. Lu Ming. Brother Lu, it's great that you're fine. At this moment, a few voices could be heard. It was Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and a few others. They were at the periphery and only noticed Lu Ming when they heard the commotion. They quickly flew over. Wu Ming, Wu Yu, stand further away. There's a small matter here. I'll tell you the details after I'm done here. Lu Ming said to Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others. Many people were speechless. How arrogant of him to say that it was a small matter in front of a genius like Chu Baxing. He. Chu Baxing was so angry that he sneered. He, it's really lively here. Looks like we're not too late. At this moment, a few cold voices could be heard from afar. This voice was erratic, but it was extremely cold, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Then, a few black lights could be seen flying over at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a few figures appeared not far away. One could tell that they were a few young men, but their figures were extremely strange. Their figures were shrouded in a black ghostly chi. Their bodies seemed to be constantly twisting as if they were illusory. An ice-cold aura was continuously emitted from their bodies. You're from the Joyo Heavenly Lord residence? Someone's expression changed drastically. He, looks like you've recognized us. One of the young men with ghostly chi sneered. Many people's expressions changed drastically. The Joyo Heavenly Lord residence was one of the 27 Heavenly Lord residences of the Taishu dynasty. Legend had it that before the Taishu dynasty was established, there was a sect called the Joyo sect. Its strength was amazing and it occupied many starfields. Later, when the Taishu dynasty rose and swept across the universe, the Joyo sect surrendered when they saw that they were no match for them. After the Taishu dynasty was established, the Joyo sect was named one of the 27 Heavenly Lord residences and still ruled the territory of the Joyo sect. Therefore, the people of the Joyo Heavenly Lord residence practiced the cultivation techniques of the Joyo sect. They were extremely evil and terrifying. I've finally found them. Joyo Heavenly Lord residence and Nine Sabers Heavenly Lord residence. So many geniuses and powerful souls. Good. One of the figures laughed. Suddenly, his body flashed and pounced on the few young men closest to him. Those young men were shocked. They shouted angrily and attacked with all their might. However, the young man from the Joyo Heavenly Lord residence did not dodge. It was as if he did not see those attacks. However, something strange happened. When those attacks landed on his body twisted strangely and flickered like a ghost, causing all those attacks to hit nothing. Then, the young man from the Joyo Heavenly Lord residence landed in front of those young men and clawed out. A few ghostly claws appeared and grabbed those young men. Arg! The young men let out miserable shrieks as their souls were pulled out and held in the hands of the other party. Then, the young man from the Joyo Heavenly Lord residence opened his mouth and swallowed the souls of those young men. Those young men's screams stopped abruptly. Such a strange scene made many people gasp in shock. The other party was actually capable of grabbing another person's soul and swallowing it in a single gulp. It was truly too bizarre. End of chapter. Awesome, awesome. The soul of a genius is indeed different. The taste is too good, he he he. The young man from the Nine Nether Heavenly King's mansion laughed excitedly. Is that so? My turn. The other sky pride from the Nine Nether Heavenly King's mansion looked expectant as he pounced on the other young men. The young men were shocked and quickly retreated in an attempt to avoid the attack. However, the sky pride from the Nine Nether Heavenly King's mansion was extremely fast. In a flash, he was already in front of the young men and launched an attack. The young men's fate was the same as the other young men before him. Their souls were extracted and devoured by the Nine Nether Heavenly King's mansion's young man. Awesome, it's indeed awesome. It's much better than those ordinary souls. The young man from the Nine Nether Heavenly King's mansion looked intoxicated as he scanned the crowd with his cold eyes. It was as if he was treating the sky prides present as prey that he could kill at will. The sky prides from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King's mansion and Nine Extinction Heavenly King's mansion turned pale as they retreated. They did not even look at the young man from the Nine Nether Heavenly King's mansion. You all are courting death. Suddenly, a furious roar could be heard. The person who spoke was Chubaxing. Two of the young men who had been killed by the Nine Nether Heavenly King's mansion were Chubaxing's family members. At this moment, the golden radiance on his body became denser as a violent aura emanated from him. Initially, he had wanted to deal with Lu Ming. However, the Nine Nether Heavenly King's mansion had killed two of his family members as soon as they arrived. This infuriated him and he turned his attention to the sky prides from the Nine Nether Heavenly King's mansion. Kid, I'll kill those brats first before I deal with you. Chubaxing glared at Lu Ming coldly before he turned into a streak of golden light and charged towards one of the sky prides from the Nine Nether Heavenly King's mansion. Before he even arrived, a dazzling spear light had already pierced towards the sky prides. Finally, an interesting one. Hee hee. The sky prides from the Nine Nether Heavenly King's mansion chuckled as his body twisted even more. Ghostly chi filled the air as a pitch-black ghostly claw formed and grabbed at Chubaxing. The ghostly claw was filled with an ancient aura. There was no doubt that the prodigy from the Nine Nether Heavenly King mansion was also someone who had awakened the divine power origin. In fact, there were a total of 3 youths from the Abyss Heavenly King mansion. All of them had awakened their divine origin power and were among the strongest geniuses in the Abyss Heavenly King mansion. Therefore, they were the first to arrive. Boom, the resplendent spear aura collided with the ghost claw, causing a violent explosion. The ghost claw trembled violently before collapsing. However, it turned into a strange energy that followed Chubaxing's spear and headed straight for him. Chubaxing's expression changed, and he roared. Golden light burst forth from his body, and he finally managed to push the strange energy away. A heaven's pride that has awakened the origin source divine force. I believe your soul must be very delicious. He he he, then I, Yuhan, will be taking your soul. The chosen from the High Hell's Heavenly King's mansion let out a cold cry as he charged toward Chubaxing. Ghostly chi surged from Yuhan's body as she charged forward. Like a black fog, it enveloped Chubaxing. Within the ghost chi, one could hear the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. The sound was so eerie that it made one's heart race and soul tremble. It was as if one's soul was about to jump out of their body. This attack can affect one's soul. Retreat. Many people's faces changed as they retreated, putting as much distance as they could between themselves and Yuhan. Chubaxing was clearly affected, and the golden light around his body trembled. Abyss Ghost Claw. Yuhan roared, and a cold ghostly claw swiped at Chubaxing, trying to grab his soul. Strike of the War God. Chubaxing roared as he thrust his spear forward. Suddenly, a humongous god of war appeared in the sky, thrusting his spear at Yuhan. Boom, the war god's spear struck the ghostly claw, causing it to disintegrate into mist that filled the sky. Interesting. You're from the War God clan. Your soul must be even more delicious. Abyss prison. Yuhan shrieked. His body turned into a ghostly shadow and fused into the black mist. The black mist spread, enveloping Chu Baxing and the War God. You want to deal with me with your unorthodox methods? Dream on. Die. Die. Chu Baxing roared as the War God swept his spear forward, trying to disperse the black mist. However, the black mist was impossible to disperse, and once it was dispersed, it would gather back together. Furthermore, the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard from within the black mist, affecting Chu Baxing's soul. The two of them clashed within the black mist, and Chu Baxing was at a disadvantage. The attacks of the High Hell's Heavenly King's mansion are strange. They can affect one's soul directly. It's similar to Shaman Shui. Lu Ming thought. Shaman Shui and his fellow disciples' attacks could affect one's soul too. The only difference was that Shaman Shui and his fellow disciples used poison gas. On the other hand, the people from the High Hell's Heavenly King's mansion were using some unknown method. Boom. Boom, a violent collision occurred within the black mist. Not long after, the War God that Chu Baxing had created exploded, and Chu Baxing was forced to retreat until he was out of the range of the black mist. His body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Baxing was injured. Many people were shocked. They knew how powerful Chu Baxing was. He had the upper hand against Jin Yuan, and even Jin Yuan was no match for him. But now, he was being beaten to the point of spitting blood by Yuhan. How could Yuhan be so strong? The descendant of the War God is only SOSO. Hee, die. Yuhan's figure flashed, and he pounced on Chu Baxing. Brother Chu, I'll help you. Lu Ji said. Then, he unsheathed his saber, and a resplendent saber ray slashed at Yuhan. Wherever the saber ray passed, the black mist formed by Yuhan would churn, but it would quickly gather back together. Die. Chu Baxing caught his breath and charged at Yuhan once more. His spear ray was larger than a mountain, and it seemed like it would pierce through the void. Boom. Boom, Chu Baxing and Lu Ji's joint attack was too terrifying. Explosions occurred in the void, and a powerful shockwave was formed. The black mist formed by Yuhan could no longer withstand the attack, and it was dispersed. Yuhan's figure appeared not far away in a flash. 2 against 1? Are you trying to bully me? I'll accompany you in this battle. Another youth from the High Hell's Heavenly King's mansion stepped out, exuding a powerful aura. There's no need for that. Just watch from the side. I alone am enough to deal with the two of them. Yuhan waved his hand and stopped the prodigy from the High Hell's Heavenly King's mansion. End of chapter. Yuhan waved his hand and stopped the young man from the Nine Nether Heavenly King Palace. The young man stopped and glanced at Yuhan. He did not say anything and silently retreated to the side, as if he was afraid of Yuhan. Xiao Meng. Calm both of you, come at me together. Yuhan looked at Chu Baxing and Lu Ji. Many people were shocked. Yuhan wanted to fight Chu Baxing and Lu Ji alone? Where did he get the confidence to do so? One should know that they were both half-step divine kings and had awakened their divine origin. Their talents were shockingly high. Even if there was a gap between them, the gap would be limited. It was extremely difficult to fight two at once, but now, Yuhan was challenging Chu Baxing and Lu Ji at the same time. Chu Baxing and Lu Ji's eyes flashed with cold light. Arrogant. Since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ji, let's attack together. Chu Baxing shouted. Kill. Lu Ji was even more straightforward. He held his blade with both hands and slashed out a blade light that was tens of thousands of meters long towards Yuhan. The blade light slashed down, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. The void trembled as a terrifying force pressed down on Yuhan. Lu Ji's attack was simple, but its power was terrifying and overbearing. One slash and the enemy was killed. Strike of the War God. Chu Baxing roared and used the strike of the War God again. However, the God of War strike this time had undergone a huge change. This time, the War God that was formed was much smaller, only 10 feet tall. But this time, it was riding on a warhorse. The warhorse galloped through the void and charged towards Yuhan. It was much more agile than before. Come, I'll show you the ultimate technique of the 9 Nether Heavenly King Palace. Hee hee. Yuhan sneered. His body twisted in a strange manner and rushed forward like a shadow. His speed was extremely fast, flickering in the air like a ghost. Lu Ji's blade light and Chu Baxing's strike of the war god landed on his body. His body twisted slightly to disperse the power and he charged towards Chu Baxing with extreme speed. Your soul is mine. Yuhan said coldly and clawed at Chu Baxing. Get lost. Chu Baxing roared. Dazzling golden light erupted like a volcano and a huge spear light swept across the air. However, Yuhan's body continued to twist and distort. Every time she twisted, she would be able to divert a portion of the energy away from Chu Baxing. Chu Baxing's body swayed, and the golden light around him trembled as if it was greatly affected. Yuhan took the opportunity to launch a series of attacks, forcing Chu Baxing to retreat. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ji arrived and slashed out thousands of saber lights, forming a net of saber chi that enveloped Yuhan. Yuhan finally gave up on attacking Chu Baxing and dodged the net of sabers with a flicker of his body. He's attack us not far away Baxing Yuhan Baxing Master Yuhan Baxing Yuhan's Baxing. He realized that although Yuhan's cultivation method was strange, it wasn't impossible to attack. It was just that when he was attacked, he could dissipate some of the power. However, if he was attacked, he would still be injured. It's just that the art that affects the soul is a little troublesome. Lu Ming thought. How should he deal with the abysmal Heavenly King Palace's Skype rides? Whoosh! Yuhan evaded Lu Ji's attack. His eyes flashed coldly as his body turned into a sword shadow. A long sword that looked like a shadow shot towards Lu Ji. Extermination, slash! Lu Ji roared and slashed out with his saber. Boom! The saber light and Yuhan's sword shadow clashed. A loud boom was heard and vast energy swept out in all directions as if it was going to devour everything. Yuhan's shadow shook violently and flew back. However, there was a strange force rushing towards Lu Ji. Lu Ji's body trembled. In an instant, he seemed to have suffered a great disturbance and his aura weakened. Die! Yuhan roared and took the opportunity to attack Lu Ji. However, Chu Baxing arrived and intercepted Yuhan. Seeing this, many people's faces turned solemn. Yuhan's frontal attack might not be very strong, but his methods were strange and impossible to guard against. If Lu Ji and Chu Baxing had not joined forces, they would not be Yuhan's match. Chu Baxing and Lu Ji worked together to fight Yuhan. However, it was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. No one could do anything to the other. Rumble! Right at this moment, a strange change occurred in the castle. The ground around the castle started to shake. The peach trees that were so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around them started to change. The peach trees were originally blooming with flowers, but at that moment, the flowers on the trees started to fall and wither rapidly. Soon, all the peach trees became bare. Then, the trunks started to shrivel as if their vitality had been sucked out. Such a strange scene caused Chu Baxing and the other two to end their battle. They stood on two sides and observed the changes in the peach forest. The peach trees are moving. No, they're alive. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. When the trunks of the peach trees were shriveled to a certain extent, they started to move. Roots extended from the ground, and eyes and mouths even appeared on the trunks. Roar! Then, these peach trees actually let out a roar like that of a desolate beast. Their roots were like feet as they strode toward Lu Ming and the rest. Demonic trees, the peach trees had turned into demonic trees and attacked the group. However, the group was not surprised. Instead, they were overjoyed. They thought of something. If the peach trees had turned into demonic trees, did that mean that the formation had been broken? Kill these demonic trees and we might be able to enter the castle. Kill. Many people charged at the demonic trees. Roar, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The demonic trees roared, and their roots lashed out at the group like soft whips. Pfft, some of the weaker cultivators had their bodies pierced by the roots and died on the spot. However, only a few of them were killed. Many of the demonic trees were destroyed. Experts like Chu Baxing, Lu Ji, and Yuhan would kill several demonic trees each time they attacked. Some were cut into pieces, some were blasted to pieces, and some were burned to ashes. Soon, a large number of demonic trees were killed. Many people charged toward the castle. This time, there was really no obstruction. The group easily passed through the area around the castle and charged in different directions. However, not everyone charged toward the castle. Some of the weaker ones maintained their rationality and did not charge in. Wu Ming, Wu Yu, Wu Zixiong, and Lu Ming did not enter either. Brother Wu Ming, Brother Wu Yu, Brother Zixiong, aren't you guys going in? Lu Ming asked Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others. Following. Dream, no, too many experts have gone in. There are more than a dozen of them who have awakened their divine origin force. With so many experts, we won't be able to gain anything even if we go in. We might as well not go in. Wu Zixiong shook his head and said helplessly. To be honest, they were also tempted by the sudden appearance of an underground castle. However, they knew their limits. There were too many skyprides who were stronger than them and could kill them. Even if they went in, they wouldn't be able to compete with others even if there were treasures inside. Instead, there was a risk of dying. They might as well try their luck elsewhere in Xianxia ancient city. Now that most of the skyprides had entered the castle, there would be no competition if there were any opportunities in other places. There were many who had the same idea as Wu Zixiong. Of course, they weren't particularly strong. That's good too. However, I plan to go in and take a look. By the way, have you guys found the whereabouts of my girlfriend, Mid-Autumn Moon? Lu Ming asked with an expectant look. Unfortunately, Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others shook their heads and said, we've asked many people during this period, but unfortunately, we didn't get any news. No news? Lu Ming whispered as he became more and more worried. However, Xianxia ancient city was huge. How could he find her in such a short time? He could only hope that Mid-Autumn Moon would be lucky. Then I'll have to trouble you guys to keep an eye out for any news about Mid-Autumn Moon. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Brother Lu, don't worry. Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others cupped their fists. Lu Ming nodded, then turned and rushed towards the castle. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! Immediately, a few devil trees waved their roots and charged towards Lu Ming. I'll burn you guys with fire. Lu Ming was in a bad mood. He channeled his sun god power and stabbed a few times. Several spear lights condensed from sun god power bombarded the roots of the demon tree. The sun god power immediately turned into raging flames that burned the roots of the demon tree. Moreover, with astonishing speed, it flowed along the roots of the demon tree and surged into the demon tree's entire body. Very quickly, the devil trees were burned to ashes by the sun god power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the devil trees were afraid of fire. Wherever Lu Ming went, the devil trees would burn and turn into ashes. Lu Ming easily dodged the trance attack and rushed inside. I didn't expect that we can't fly inside. Lu Ming pursed his lips. When he came out, there was no restriction at all. Then, Lu Ming looked around. Naturally, there was no need for him to enter the door that he had come out of. Lu Ming had already explored it before, and there was nothing inside. Around the castle, there were ancient bluestone roads that led to different directions. The people who had rushed into this place before had all chosen different ancient paths to advance. Which one should I choose? Forget it, I'll just choose one. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he randomly chose a path and rushed forward. Following this path, Lu Ming walked all the way to the end and found another door. A few figures flashed and rushed in through this door. Lu Ming did not hesitate and rushed in as well. Behind the door was a very long passage. Lu Ming walked for hundreds of miles before reaching the end of the passage. At the end of the passage was a huge stone chamber. The stone chamber was very large and spacious. As soon as Lu Ming entered, he saw many young geniuses standing in the stone chamber and looking forward. That is, Lu Ming looked forward and his expression changed. On one side of the stone chamber, there were figures sitting cross-legged. However, these figures had become skeletons. Yes, there were skeletons sitting cross-legged there. At a glance, there were about 300 of them. These figures were of different races. There were humans, dragon men, tiger men, and so on. Their clothes were tattered and only their skeletons were left. The surface of the skull was also gray and gloomy. Are these people the elites of Xianxia ancient city? Someone asked. This castle is buried deep underground. These people are most likely the elites of Xianxia ancient city. Aren't they the people from the early Heavenly Palace era? This is too terrifying. After so many years, their skeletons are still intact. What cultivation level were these people when they were alive? Some people were talking about it and they were shocked. As far as they knew, even a peak supreme god would not be able to preserve their skeletons after so many years. They would have turned into ashes long ago. If these skeletons were really from the early Heavenly Palace era, they must have a shocking background. Unfortunately, when the crowd looked at the skeletons, they did not find anything. They wanted to see if there were any storage rings left, but too much time had passed and even the storage rings had turned into ashes. These people don't seem to have any injuries. How did they die? Suddenly, someone said. The crowd fell silent. That was right. These skeletons looked very intact and there were no injuries. They did not seem to have been killed. Moreover, they were sitting there neatly as if they were guarding something. Could it be that these people sat there cross-legged and finally died of old age? This thought appeared in the crowd's mind, and they were dumbfounded. They sat there and died of old age. This idea was unbelievable. However, the scene in front of them made them think that way. There's a stone door in front of them. Could it be that these people are sitting here to guard that stone door? Someone else said, and many people's eyes lit up. Indeed, there was a stone door behind these skeletons, and it was tightly shut. Could it be that there was a treasure inside, and that was why these people were sitting there to guard this place? However, no one went forward for a while. Who knew if there was any danger ahead? In fact, no one dared to even touch those skeletons. Most of these people were extremely powerful when they were alive. Even if they had died many years ago, if they left behind something, with their cultivation level, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Everyone looked at each other. They all wanted someone else to scout the way first. This place was left from the early Heavenly Palace era. So many years have passed. No matter what it is, it should have disappeared. Even if it's a formation, it can't last for so many years. I don't believe there's any danger here. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in any longer. A young man shouted as he stepped forward and walked towards the door. However, he was still afraid and did not dare to touch those skeletons. Instead, he walked around those skeletons and walked toward the stone door. Nothing unusual happened along the way, and the young man successfully arrived in front of the stone door. Everyone's eyes fell on the young man, and they were curious and expectant. Some of them were even ready to snatch the treasure if it was really behind the stone door. Crack, the young man pushed with all his might. The young man did not dare to approach the stone door. He used his divine power to form a palm and placed it on the stone door, pushing it with all his might. Follow? Dream? Calm click, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black passageway. From beginning to end, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Haha, I told you so many years have passed. There can't be any threat. You cowards. The young man laughed proudly. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. His body was like a startled grasshopper. He jumped up and retreated 1,000 meters. Not only him, but the expressions of the others also changed. At that moment, the skeletons sitting on the ground underwent a shocking change. These skeletons were suffused with white light. As the white light spread out, the skeletons' bodies actually disintegrated into white powder and flew into the air. All the skeletons were the same. Starting from their heads, they disintegrated into white powder and drifted into the air. Soon, all the skeletons disappeared and turned into white powder. The powder gathered in the air and emitted a dazzling white light. Then, the white light turned into an image that floated in the air. In the image, there were more than 300 powerhouses of different races. These powerhouses were standing in a secret room. Everyone could tell at a glance that the secret room was almost the same as the stone room. It was not difficult to guess that the 300 powerhouses were very likely the 300 skeletons from before. Could this be the image of those powerhouses when they were alive? Someone guessed. Many people nodded. That was most likely the case. At that moment, the 300 powerhouses in the image all raised their hands and spoke loudly as if they were swearing an oath. We swear with our lives that we will guard the natal spirit stone for all eternity. We swear with our lives that we will guard the natal spirit stone for all eternity. We swear with our lives that we will guard the natal spirit stone for all eternity. Voices echoed in the stone room. The voices of the people in the image could be heard clearly. Voices continued to echo in the room. After a few minutes, the voices finally disappeared. The image also slowly dissipated, and the stone room became empty. However, many people had thoughtful looks in their eyes. It was not hard to guess from the conversation that the 300 or so experts had sworn an oath to guard the natal spirit stone. As such, they sat there cross-legged until they died of old age. Then, what was a life spirit vitality stone? Was it worth so many experts protecting it with their lives? Moreover, it seemed like the vitality stone was here. It was very likely that it was behind the stone door. Many people's eyes began to fill with a fiery radiance. Although they did not know what a life spirit vitality stone was, they knew that the life spirit vitality stone was extremely valuable. However, it was definitely a treasure that was worth so many experts, who were most likely above the godly king realm, to guard with their lives. It was very likely that it was a peerless treasure left behind in Starmoon Ancient City during the early days of the Heavenly Palace. How much was this treasure worth? Many people revealed burning greed. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, someone moved. With a flicker, he rushed toward the passage behind the stone gate. Go! The treasure is mine. As soon as one person moved, the others followed suit. They all rushed towards the passageway. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming also moved. He followed the crowd and rushed toward the passage. The passage behind the stone gate was very wide. It could accommodate thousands of people walking side by side. Moreover, there were stone statues on both sides of the passage. They looked like they were about to decay. Many of the stone statues were covered with cracks. The crowd did not care and rushed forward with all their might. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the stone statues on both sides of the passage moved. These stone statues shot toward Lu Ming and the others. Some of the stone statues brandished stone swords, while others brandished stone spears. The power was astonishing. There were a few consecutive screams. A few young men were careless and were hit by the stone statues. They were killed on the spot. Many people reacted quickly and hurriedly blocked, but they were also injured. Whoosh! There was a whistling sound as a stone sword slashed toward Lu Ming's head at an astonishing speed. Roar! Without thinking, Lu Ming punched out. A 9-clawed dragon condensed and pounced forward. It collided with the stone sword with a loud bang. Lu Ming's body trembled and he floated back. What a powerful force! There was a trace of seriousness in Lu Ming's eyes. After exchanging a move with the stone statues, he realized that the strength of these stone statues was astonishing. Whoosh! After the stone statue was blocked, it brandished its stone sword again and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming directly activated the battle character art and quadrupled his battle strength. A high-grade grade 9 divine weapon appeared in his hand. He swung his spear. Clang! The long spear and the stone sword collided with a loud bang. Finally, the stone statue was sent flying by Lu Ming. A few pieces of stone fell from the stone sword, and there were more cracks. These stone statues have been here for so many years. They are covered in cracks, but they still have such strength. I wonder how terrifying they were at their peak. Lu Ming exclaimed inwardly. These stone statues were covered in cracks and looked like they were about to fall apart. However, their power was still astonishing. If they were in perfect condition, even a godly king would be killed if they entered. Perhaps, it was more than that. Kill! Lu Ming's mind spun rapidly as he continued to charge forward, his long spear constantly sweeping at the stone statue. With the quadrupled battle strength of the battle character art, Lu Ming completely suppressed the stone statue. After 7 or 8 consecutive collisions, the stone statue fell to the ground with a loud bang and completely fell apart, turning into a pile of rubble. At this time, the other Skyprides also began to counterattack. Stone statues were constantly smashed into rubble. After Lu Ming destroyed a stone statue, he continued to move forward. Not long after, Lu Ming was attacked by another stone statue. However, Lu Ming easily shattered it. Just like that, he continued to move forward, killing along the way. There were many stone statues on both sides of the passage. It was not difficult to guess that a long time ago, the more than 300 experts in the stone room were guarding the first level. And these stone statues here were guarding the second level. However, due to the long passage of time, those experts guarding the place had long fallen and turned into ashes. As for these stone statues, they were close to decaying and did not have much strength left. Otherwise, with their cultivation, they would be courting death if they entered. Even so, there were still people falling. Of course, those who fell were not very strong. Generally, they were half-step godly kings. If they were careful, they could still deal with them. This passage was very long. After rushing for a few hundred miles, they still had not reached the end. However, there were no more stone statues on both sides of the passage. Many people secretly heaved a sigh of relief and continued forward. The others were shocked, and they quickly stopped and watched. Sui Meng, there were no more stone statues in front of the passage, but there was a formation. Obviously, a formation had been carved into the passage, and it was likely to be even more terrifying than the stone statues. How is that possible? How many years has it been since the early days of the Heavenly Palace? The formation carved there hasn't decayed and is still working? Someone said in disbelief. Many people had grave expressions. It was obvious how terrifying the person who set up the formation back then was. His strength was unfathomable. He was definitely someone stronger than a godly king. Only an extremely terrifying existence could carve runes that were still effective after such a long time. No one can escape the punishment of time. No matter how powerful an existence is, they will still fall. Runes are the same. They are carved with energy. After such a long time, I don't believe that the array can still maintain its power. I guess there is only a little bit of energy left. Someone said. Many people nodded in agreement. However, no one went forward. Even so. What if the remaining energy of the formation was enough to kill them? If that was the case, they would still die if they went forward. Let's test it out with a divine artifact. Someone took out a divine artifact battle sword, brushing past the battle sword as it flew forward. Whoosh, when the divine artifact battle sword flew past, it seemed to be sensed. Runes appeared on both sides of the passage. Then, a divine light flashed and struck the divine artifact battle sword. Clang, the divine artifact battle sword vibrated a little, leaving a shallow mark on it. Whoosh! Whoosh, then, the runes in the passage continued to flash, and a few more divine lights blasted toward the divine artifact battle sword. The divine artifact battle sword vibrated continuously, but it was not broken. Only a shallow mark was left on it. It can block it. Many people's eyes lit up. The power of the formation was not that strong. The divine artifact just now was a superior grade 9 divine artifact. If it could block it, then they could pass. Everyone present was a top prodigy. Who did not have a few superior grade 9 divine artifacts? Let's go forward and try. Following that, a few more people controlled their divine artifacts and flew forward. There had always been formations in front of them, but they were all blocked by the divine artifact. They couldn't break through the divine artifact. Haha, as expected, after so many years, there isn't much power left in this formation. We can pass through. Go. A young man smiled, and a suit of armor appeared on his body, covering his entire body. This armor was a 9th order upper grade defensive artifact. After putting on the armor, the young man stepped forward. As soon as he entered the area of the formation, the runes began to shine, and a divine light shot towards him. However, the divine light bombarded the armor and was blocked by it. That person continued forward, going deeper and deeper. Let's go, let's go. Set off. More and more people stepped forward, taking out all kinds of defensive divine artifacts. Some people took out their shields, while others took out their battle armors and put them on before charging into the passageway. Clang! Clang! Clang, on the walls and ground of the passage, symbols flickered continuously, turning into divine light to attack them. They bombarded all types of defensive divine artifacts, releasing intense vibrations, as if iron was being forged. However, the power of the divine light was ultimately limited. They continued to move forward, and many people disappeared in front of him. Lu Ming also took out 2 defensive divine artifacts to protect himself and rushed forward. Along the way, they did not encounter too much danger. The remaining energy of the formations was limited. In some areas, there were even no runes. They successfully passed through the passageway. When they successfully passed through the passageway and reached the end of the passageway, at the end of the passageway was another huge secret chamber. There were some shelves in the secret chamber. On them were some jade bottles and weapons. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they rushed over. Someone hurriedly grabbed a weapon. However, when they grabbed the weapon and shook it slightly, the weapon directly shattered and fell to the ground. It's useless. It's become scrap metal. That person whispered. The others were similar. They picked up the weapons on the shelves and found that they had all become scrap metal. They had lost their spirituality. Some people picked up the jade bottles and found that those jade bottles contained divine pills. However, as too much time had passed, those divine pills had lost their medicinal effects and became useless. Sigh, many people sighed. They had worked hard to come here and found treasures, but unfortunately, they were all useless. It couldn't be that there was nothing left in this castle and everything had become a pile of trash, right? Many people thought so. I don't think so. Some peerless treasures can retain their power even after a long time. There are also some treasures that can retain their power if they are protected by a formation. These treasures are probably not of high levels, and they don't have a formation to protect them. That's why they're like this. Some people said. Then, everyone looked around. They found that there were doors in all directions of the secret chamber. The doors were open, and they did not know where they led to. Whoosh! 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 Someone moved and rushed to a door. Then, the others also moved and rushed to another door. They had passed through many checkpoints. Logically speaking, it was time for them to reap the rewards. Perhaps there would be treasures with intact spirituality left behind. In particular, the life spirit primordial stones that were heavily protected were even more tempting. Lu Ming also rushed to a door. Behind the door was a corridor. As they walked along the corridor, they found many rooms. There were many people who walked in this direction. Everyone explored the rooms, but unfortunately, they did not find anything. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion in front of him. Obviously, someone was fighting. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he rushed forward. After passing through a corridor, he arrived at a courtyard. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he saw a few young people fighting fiercely. In this courtyard, there were several large chests. There were faint flashes of runes on these large boxes. Obviously, a formation had been set up on these large boxes to protect the treasures in the boxes. The treasures in the boxes were very likely to retain their spirituality. These were left behind by many powerful existences during the early period of the Heavenly Palace era. Any one of these treasures was probably priceless. These people's eyes were red as they fought fiercely. I found this place first. Get lost. A young man shouted. Those who see it have a share, don't you know? Another young man sneered in response. Then die. The young man from before shouted. However, as more and more people came, the courtyard fell into a chaotic battle. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he did not make a move immediately. Wouldn't it be better to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? There were many people who had the same thoughts as him. On the side, there were several other young people standing tall. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lu Ming sensed a cold murderous intent rushing toward him. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt a cold murderous intent spreading toward him. At the same time, a terrifying force pierced toward the back of Lu Ming's head. It was unusually sharp. Lu Ming's spiritual senses were extremely sharp, so he immediately sensed it. He activated the Nine Heavens Kunpeng technique and dodged the attack in a flash. Then, Lu Ming turned back and saw a young man wearing armor and holding a long spear appear at the place where Lu Ming was standing just now. This young man wasn't Chu Baxing, but he was dressed similarly to Chu Baxing. "Who are you?" Lu Ming asked coldly. "Young Master Chu Baxing didn't kill you, so I'll kill you in his place," the young man said coldly. His tone was domineering, as if Lu Ming was going to die. "It seems like you're one of Chu Baxing's men." Lu Ming smiled faintly, but his smile was filled with terrifying killing intent. Since this person wanted to kill him, he was already a dead man in his eyes. "That's right. There's no need for young Master Chu Baxing to personally deal with trash like you. Since you've offended young Master Chu Baxing, you should be prepared to die," the young man said coldly. His armor glowed, and his aura was as heavy as a mountain. Whoosh, the young man took a step forward and stabbed his spear at Lu Ming with shocking speed. Before the spear gleam arrived, a terrifying and sharp aura had already charged toward Lu Ming. Awakened God Force, 99%. As soon as the young man attacked, Lu Ming could sense that his God Force had already awakened to 99%. It was no wonder he was so confident. Unless he encountered geniuses like Jin Yuan and Chu Baxing, he would be invincible. Not to mention, Lu Ming was only a 5th-level celestial god. Although Lu Ming had exchanged 2 blows with Chu Baxing and displayed extraordinary strength, Chu Baxing hadn't used his full strength, and Lu Ming hadn't transformed into his ancient god body. Unfortunately, his opponent was Lu Ming. He had miscalculated. Roar, with the roar of an ancient god, Lu Ming transformed into his ancient god body. His terrifying aura erupted like a volcano. Wang, Lu Ming's long spear shook and swept out, hitting the opponent's long spear. The opponent's long spear shook violently, and then directly flew out of his hand. The terrifying power directly caused the arm of the Chu clan's young man to explode. "Ancient god body, green-armored ancient god body, damn it," the young man from the Chu clan roared, his eyes filled with terror. He knew that he had encountered a monster. Without the slightest hesitation, he retreated, intending to inform Chu Baxing of what had happened. However, how could Lu Ming allow him to retreat? "Sky-piercing," Lu Ming said coldly as he executed the 3rd strike of annihilation. A resplendent spear ray shot out and caught up to the young man from the Chu clan in an instant. Puff, the spear light pierced through the forehead of the young man from the Chu clan, killing him. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming collected the Chu clan youth's spatial ring. Then, he turned his gaze to the 2 chests in the courtyard. Bang, Lu Ming stepped forward, his 100-meter-tall figure stepping into the courtyard. His aura spread out in all directions. The young men who were in the midst of battle were shocked when they sensed Lu Ming's terrifying aura. They stopped their battle and looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. "These 2 chests are mine. All of you, scram," Lu Ming said domineeringly. His words made the young men's faces turn ugly. "Humph, you might be strong, but you want to monopolize the treasure by yourself? Do you think you're someone like Chu Baxing?" A young man holding a silver saber said coldly. This person came from the 9 Sabers' Heavenly King residence, so he was naturally unhappy with Lu Ming. "That's right. You want to monopolize it, and you want us to scram as well? Hee hee, let's join forces and make him scram," another young man said coldly. Just now, Lu Ming had killed the Chu clan youth, but there were so many of them here that they weren't afraid of Lu Ming. They didn't believe that Lu Ming was as strong as someone like Chu Baxing when he was only a 5th-level heaven god. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit," Lu Ming said coldly. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. He brandished his spear and pressed it down on the young men. The spear light was so huge that it filled the entire courtyard, making it impossible for the young men to dodge. "Let's join forces and get rid of this brat first, then we'll fight for the treasure." "Alright, let's join forces." Boom. Boom. Boom, all of a sudden, the youths in the courtyard struck together and launched a terrifying attack toward Lu Ming. There were a total of 9 young men, and each of them was a peak expert. They had awakened their god force to 80 to 90%. Their attacks collided with Lu Ming's giant spear light, resulting in a deafening explosion. Strong gusts of wind swept across the place like a grade 18 gust of wind. The next moment, the 9 young geniuses' bodies shuddered violently. They spat out mouthfuls of blood at the same time and were sent flying like cannonballs. they either slammed into the ground or the walls. Their bodies twitched as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Luckily, the walls and ground were extremely sturdy, thus they did not shatter into pieces. However, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Even the geniuses of the 9 Extinction Heavenly Emperor Palace were in disbelief. It was unbelievable that Lu Ming's strength had reached such a level. The 9 young men kept spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Lu Ming. They could not believe that a 5th-layer heaven god was so strong. Even with the 9 of them teaming up, they still couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. "Now, leave," Lu Ming snapped coldly. "Let's go." The young men did not dare to stay any longer. They immediately left the place. In the blink of an eye, not a single one was left. Lu Ming was about to transform into his normal form to check the 2 boxes when a cold laugh could be heard. He, who would have thought, a 5th-layer heaven god would be so strong. Interesting, very interesting. As soon as the voice was heard, a figure with an eerie aura appeared in the residence with a flicker. Someone from the 9 Serenities Heavenly Emperor Palace. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and blurted out involuntarily. The person was not Yuhan, but one of the 3 geniuses of the 9 Serenities Heavenly Emperor Palace that had come with Yuhan. This person looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. He stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. He sneered and said, "I really want to taste your soul. I can smell it. Your soul must be very delicious." "Is that so?" "I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy it," Lu Ming said with a calm smile. Even though your ancient god flesh has evolved into a blue-armored ancient god, it's useless against me. Your soul belongs to me, Yu Lian." As soon as his laughter died down, Yu Lian's figure pounced on Lu Ming like a shadow. His speed was shockingly fast, just like a phantom. In a flash, he was right in front of Lu Ming. End of chapter. In a flash, Yu Lian was right in front of Lu Ming. His speed was shockingly fast. "Get lost," Lu Ming roared. His spear radiance surged and his aura erupted like a torrent. A crescent-shaped spear radiance slashed towards Yu Lian. However, Yu Lian's body flickered and twisted like a ghost. He dodged Lu Ming's attack by a hair's breadth and continued to pounce towards Lu Ming. Void break, Lu Ming's long spear vibrated and stabbed out. In an instant, he had stabbed out more than 10 times. More than 10 meteor-like spear radiance pierced towards Yu Lian, sealing off the space around him. Yu Lian could only face this attack head-on. 9 Nether Ghost Claw. Yu Lian shouted and clawed out. The ghost claw flashed and caught the spear radiance. The spear radiance vibrated and collapsed. Yu Lian appeared in front of Lu Ming in a flash and clawed at Lu Ming. His speed was so fast that Lu Ming almost couldn't react in time. Fortunately, Lu Ming had already activated the 9-layered golden armor and covered his entire body. Bang! Yu Lian's ghost claw clawed at the 9-layered golden armor, causing it to vibrate continuously. "Block it for me!" Lu Ming roared and activated the 9-layered golden armor to the extreme. The divine force in his body rushed towards the 9-layered golden armor. Chi! Yu Lian's ghost claw clawed at the 9-layered golden armor and his finger pierced through it. However, it wasn't easy as it was met with great resistance. "What's going on with your divine force?" Yu Lian's expression changed drastically. He sensed it carefully and screamed, "Your divine force, so many divine-grade divine forces. How can you control so many divine-grade divine forces?" Yu Lian shouted in disbelief. His 9 nether ghost claw clashed with Lu Ming's 9-layered golden armor. He could clearly feel that Lu Ming could control so many divine-grade divine forces. This was unbelievable. "No amount of divine power can stop me," Yu Lian screamed. A ghost-like wail and wolf-like howl came from his body. His ghost claw flashed with a black light, penetrated Lu Ming's 9-layered golden armor, and grabbed onto Lu Ming's body. Creak, an ear-piercing sound rang out as the 9 Serenities ghost claw clawed at the green scales. The scales were torn apart and bloody marks appeared. That wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that the 9 nether ghost claw had a strange energy that directly passed through Lu Ming's body and into his soul, causing Lu Ming's soul to tremble. When one's soul trembled, one's control over divine power would weaken. This caused Lu Ming's aura to tremble and weaken slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Lian grabbed a piece of flesh from Lu Ming's body. Roar! A roar came from Lu Ming's throat as he retreated a few hundred meters, distancing himself from Yu Lian. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that you could control so many divine-grade divine forces. No wonder you're so strong. Kid, tell me your cultivation technique. Yu Lian laughed and stared greedily at Lu Ming. He felt that Lu Ming must have cultivated a supreme technique to be able to control so many kinds of divine-grade divine powers. If he could get his hands on such a heaven-defying technique, he would definitely soar into the sky and become a peerless genius, the brightest star in the sky. His heart was burning with passion. You want my technique? Sure, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming said coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Since Yu Lian knew his secret, he must die. This matter must not be spread out. Kid, don't think that I can't kill you. Die. Yu Lian screamed. Her figure flashed and she dashed toward Lu Ming again. Her aura was faintly stronger than before. Obviously, Yu Lian had used all her strength. Roar. Roar, dragon roars sounded continuously. Lu Ming used the mystical dragon aspect technique while waving his long spear to fight Yu Lian. However, Yu Lian's movement technique was extremely strange. His body didn't seem to be made of flesh and blood. Lu Ming's attacks didn't seem to cause much damage to him. On the other hand, Yu Lian's attacks on Lu Ming's body would cause Lu Ming's soul to tremble every time. With his soul trembling, Lu Ming couldn't unleash his full strength. After dozens of exchanges, Lu Ming's body had a few more wounds and fresh blood flowed. Old Liang, can't you absorb his strange energy? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the measuring word incantation. The other party's energy that affected the soul was too strange and impossible to guard against. Lu Ming couldn't unleash his full strength. If not for the influence of this energy, Lu Ming wouldn't be afraid of the other party and could even defeat him. After dozens of battles, Lu Ming realized that the other party wasn't immune to his attacks. It was just that the other party's movement technique was strange and could dissipate part of the power. Lu Ming's attack could still cause damage to the other party. Especially the divine power that had awakened the origin divine power factor, the damage to the other party was even greater. However, Lu Ming couldn't deal with the energy that attacked the soul. He could only ask the measuring word incantation for help. No. Unexpectedly, the measuring word incantation answered directly. No? You can even absorb the poisonous gas that affected my soul with the shaman blood? Why can't you? Lu Ming asked. That kind of poisonous gas is just a kind of energy that has no consciousness. I can naturally absorb it. However, this person's attack contains his personal will and is completely controlled by the other party. Naturally, I can't absorb it. If I can absorb it, wouldn't I be able to directly absorb the divine power of others? The measuring word incantation asked. Lu Ming was speechless. Indeed, what the shaman blood used was just a kind of poisonous gas. The power that Yu Lian used was a kind of strange divine power that contained Yu Lian's spiritual will. Just like what the measuring word incantation said, if he could even absorb this, then when Lu Ming encountered an enemy, as long as he released the measuring word incantation, wouldn't he be able to directly devour the other party's divine power? Obviously, the measuring word incantation couldn't do that. Boom! At this time, Yu Lian attacked Lu Ming again, causing his soul to tremble. He almost lost control of his divine power. Poochie, Yu Lian grabbed again and grabbed Lu Ming's body, tearing off a large piece of flesh. Lu Ming retreated continuously. He, go to hell. I, Yu Lian, am so lucky to have obtained a supreme technique. Yu Lian sneered again and again, as if killing Lu Ming was a sure thing. What should I do? Lu Ming kept thinking of countermeasures in his mind. Kid, you can only rely on yourself. See if you have any treasures that can withstand soul attacks. The measuring word incantation said irresponsibly. What treasures can withstand soul attacks? Lu Ming's mind raced. End of chapter. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He wondered if he had any treasures on him that could block soul attacks. However, the answer was no. Lu Ming had many treasures on him, but most of them were divine tools. Ordinary divine tools could not block soul attacks. Oh right, the frightening feather painting scroll and the purple copper coffin. The most mysterious treasures on me are these two. I wonder if they can block soul attacks. Finally, Lu Ming thought of the frightening feather painting scroll and the purple copper coffin. Needless to say, the purple copper coffin was incomparably mysterious. Lu Ming rarely touched it. The frightening feather painting scroll was also quite mysterious. At first, Lu Ming thought it was just an ordinary painting scroll with the word battle on it. Later, when Lu Ming learned about the frightening feather from it, the word battle also disappeared. Later, the bone demon actually appeared from the frightening feather painting scroll. Lu Ming also knew that the frightening feather painting scroll contained an internal space. The purple copper coffin was hidden in the frightening feather painting scroll. Lu Ming's understanding of the frightening feather painting scroll was very limited. Now, he could only give it a try. If this continued, Lu Ming would really die in Yu Lian's hands. With a thought, Lu Ming controlled the frightening feather painting scroll and flew towards Lu Ming's soul. Then, like a piece of cloth, it wrapped around Lu Ming's soul. Boom! At this time, Lu Ming and Yu Lian exchanged another move. In Yu Lian's hand, a strange energy drilled into Lu Ming's body and blasted towards his soul. But at this time, the frightening feather painting scroll emitted a layer of light. That strange energy directly disappeared when it hit the layer of light. Lu Ming's soul was completely fine. He blocked it. He actually blocked it. Lu Ming was ecstatic. He did not expect the frightening feather painting scroll to be able to block the opponent's soul attack. Just now, he was just giving it a try as a last resort. He never thought that it would actually work. Kill! Coming to his senses, Lu Ming roared. His god force erupted like a volcano, turning into a terrifying spear light that shot towards Yu Lian. Yu Lian originally thought that she had shaken Lu Ming's soul and was about to continue attacking to aggravate Lu Ming's injuries. She never expected that Lu Ming would be as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger. He didn't seem to be affected at all and even launched a terrifying attack. Not good, Yu Lian's expression changed. At this critical moment, he wanted to retreat, but he was a step too late. The spear light accurately struck Yu Lian's body. Yu Lian screamed and was sent flying. His body swayed and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His aura had also weakened. So you can get hurt too. I thought you were immune to my attacks. Lu Ming mocked. Brat, you're courting death. I'll make sure you die miserably. Kill! Yu Lian screamed. She transformed into a figure and charged toward Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped out, waved his spear, and clashed with Yu Lian. When the two of them clashed, another strange energy rushed towards Lu Ming's soul, but it was blocked by the Jingyu painting. Lu Ming's soul wasn't affected at all. He attacked with all his might and blasted out his strongest move. Supernova! Lu Ming seized the opportunity and blasted out Supernova. A huge spear light rushed out and then exploded, forming a destructive force that rushed towards Yu Lian. Boom! Yu Lian was directly drowned by the destructive force and retreated. He only stopped after retreating for 1,000 meters. His body seemed to have shrunk a little, and there were waves of smoke that dissipated in the air. That was Yu Lian's soul power. Yu Lian's cultivation method was strange. His divine body wasn't strong, but his soul power was extremely strong. In the previous move, Yu Lian was severely injured. A large amount of his soul power was destroyed by Lu Ming, and his strength plummeted. Why? Why aren't you afraid of my soul attack? Yu Lian roared, somewhat in disbelief. Anyone who was attacked by his soul would tremble and their strength would weaken. But Lu Ming's strength didn't weaken at all just now. Just a small trick and you want to hurt me? Lu Ming said indifferently. When he said this, he was really pretentious. Humph, Lu Ming, I'll let you off today. Sooner or later, you'll die in my hands. Yu Lian said coldly, his face incomparably ferocious, very unwilling. However, he still planned to retreat. He would think of a way to kill Lu Ming another day. Unfortunately, Lu Ming didn't have the intention of letting him off. Want to leave? Did I say I'll let you go? Lu Ming sneered. Taking a step out, he directly crossed 1,000 meters. 9 clawed dragons condensed and pounced towards Yu Lian from all directions. Swoosh! Swoosh! Yu Lian's figure flickered strangely, avoiding the attack of the divine dragon aspect. Kid, if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Yu Lian's disdainful voice was heard. Is that so? Lu Ming said indifferently. Suddenly, from all directions, ice chains flew out, forming a heavenly encirclement that enveloped heaven and earth. This was Lu Ming's ice shackles. When he spoke earlier, Lu Ming had already used the ice shackles. It was no longer an attack, but a trap. As soon as the ice chains appeared, the terrifying chill on them completely erupted. Ka, on the ground and even in the space, countless ice crystals appeared. The whole world seemed to have turned into a world of ice crystals. A layer of ice crystals also appeared on Yu Lian's body. Damn it! Yu Lian's face changed drastically. His figure flickered and he wanted to leave. However, the ice chains continued to revolve and the chill spread. More and more ice crystals appeared in the space, completely blocking Yu Lian's figure. Moreover, the chill kept surging towards Yu Lian, trying to freeze him. Just now, Yu Lian was injured by Lu Ming's exploding star move and his strength was greatly reduced. At this moment, he couldn't resist the chill emitted by the ice chains. He felt that the blood in his body was about to be frozen, and his speed was greatly reduced. Kill! Lu Ming rushed over and thrust out his long spear. In an instant, more than a dozen spear lights were stacked together and all of them hit Yu Lian. Yu Lian screamed. The dozen spear lights that Lu Ming blasted out were stacked together. How terrifying was that? Yu Lian's body exploded in an instant. The strange thing was that after Yu Lian's body exploded, it turned into countless ghostly shadows that were screaming and shouting. They were like countless vengeful spirits. How many people's souls has the sky swallowed? Lu Ming's eyes turned even colder. These vengeful spirits were most likely the souls that had been swallowed by the other party. At this moment, these vengeful spirits condensed again and turned back into Yu Lian's figure. However, at this moment, Yu Lian's aura was incomparably weak and dispirited. Compared to before, it was more than 10 times weaker, as if he would die at any time. His eyes were filled with incomparable horror. Still not dead? Your vitality is quite tenacious. Let's see if you can still survive with one more move. Lu Ming said coldly. End of chapter. Wait a minute, you can't kill me. I'm from the 9 Serenities Heavenly Residence, the 9 Serenities sect. You probably don't know how powerful the 9 Serenities Heavenly Residence is. If you kill me, the 9 Serenities Heavenly Residence will make you pay back tenfold. Yu Lian roared. The 9 Serenities Heavenly Residence was formerly known as the 9 Serenities sect. It was a terrifying and powerful sect with strange and cruel methods. Therefore, Yu Lian brought up the name of the 9 Serenities Heavenly Residence and even mentioned the name of the 9 Serenities sect to save his life. However, this move was ineffective against Lu Ming. Lu Ming had come all this way by stepping over the corpses of Skyprides. How many Skyprides had he killed? How many threats had he received? Therefore, Lu Ming was completely immune to such threats. Moreover, Yu Lian knew that he had mastered many kinds of divine powers. How could Lu Ming let him leave? You talk too much nonsense. Lu Ming said in disdain. His long spear slashed down and a crescent-shaped spear light landed on Yu Lian's body. Yu Lian screamed in pain and his body shattered into pieces, turning into vengeful spirits. They let out shrill cries and then slowly gathered together, trying to gather together again. His vitality is really strong. Star burst. There was a flash of surprise in Lu Ming's eyes. He then cast the exploding stars move. Boom, a spear light blasted out and then exploded. A destructive force enveloped all the vengeful spirits. Bang! 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 These vengeful spirits all exploded, turning into black smoke and disappearing. Yu Lian had completely vanished into thin air. Phew, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. His body shrunk and returned to his normal form. This Yu Lian was really hard to kill. Among all the opponents that Lu Ming had encountered, he was definitely one of the most difficult to deal with. His attack power was actually not very strong, but his methods were strange. He could affect the soul and weaken the opponent's strength, then kill them. This time, if Lu Ming did not have Jin Yu's portrait, he would not be Yu Lian's opponent. The best result would be to run away. Then, Lu Ming walked towards the two small boxes. With a wave of his hand, he put away the two boxes and left in a flash. Not long after, Lu Ming found a quiet room. He swallowed a divine pill and began to regulate his breathing. When Lu Ming had almost recovered, Lu Ming took out the two boxes. On the box, there were lines of runes that formed a large formation. It was probably used to protect the things inside the box and prevent the loss of their spirituality. However, after so many years, the grand formation of the chest had already been worn down by the passage of time, and its light had already dimmed. Lu Ming channeled his divine power into the box, wanting to open it. The runes on the chest flickered with a dim light as they were slowly wiped out by Lu Ming's divine power. Not long after, the runes completely disappeared and Lu Ming opened the chest. Inside the box, there were some items neatly arranged. There was a pair of bracelets, a small tower, and a mirror, treasures, divine artifacts. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. These things should all be treasures of the divine artifact type. Lu Ming picked up a small tower and carefully channeled his divine power into it. Immediately, the small tower emitted a dazzling light and a powerful fluctuation spread out. There's still spirituality. Lu Ming was overjoyed. However, after careful observation, he discovered that these treasures did indeed have spirituality. However, due to the passage of time, even with the protection of the grand formation, much of their spirituality had been lost. At least 90% of it had been lost. They could barely be used. Although much of their spirituality has been lost, the materials used to create these treasures are no small matter. Even if they can't be of much use, I can still give them to Little Ball. I believe that Little Ball will benefit greatly from them. With this thought, Lu Ming smiled and continued to open the second box. The second box also contained some treasures. Like the first box, much of their spirituality had been lost. Lu Ming collected these treasures in a storage ring. He planned to slowly study them after leaving Starmoon Ancient City. If they were useful, he would keep them. If not, he would give them to Little Ball to eat. After putting them away, Lu Ming got up and left this place to continue exploring. However, Lu Ming did not find anything else. After going around and around, Lu Ming finally found another passage. He followed this passage and continued forward. There was nothing strange on the way. After passing through this passage, Lu Ming came to a platform. The platform was very large and many people had already gathered here. Lu Ming's gaze was attracted to the front. Because the front of the platform was chaotic and there was no path. At this point, the road was cut off. What's going on? There's no path here. Is this the end? It shouldn't be. We've explored all the other places and found that they were all dead ends. Only this place has a passage. Logically speaking, there should be another path ahead. Many people were discussing. If the path ahead is blocked by this land of chaos, then I'll just have to blast this land of chaos apart. A youth walked to the front of the platform, circulated his divine power, and blasted out a few palms. A huge palm print was formed and blasted towards the chaotic land. However, the blurry mist rolled and the youth's palm power was like a stone sinking into the sea. It did not cause any waves. Again. The youth did not give up and continued to attack, but it was completely useless. Don't waste your energy. We've already tried. It's useless. Someone said. Obviously, some of the geniuses who had arrived early had already tried. Then what should we do? Someone asked. We can only wait now. I think that after a while, there might be changes. I think so too. Several youths spoke in succession. Everyone fell silent. Some people found a place to sit down and waited quietly. They had come here with great difficulty, and they were unwilling to leave just like that. Lu Ming also found a place to sit cross-legged. He comprehended divine power while waiting. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. However, the chaotic land was still hazy and there was no change at all. As time passed, more and more young geniuses arrived. A month later, over 1,000 geniuses had gathered here. However, Lu Ming guessed that only a portion of the geniuses who had entered the castle had come here because many people did not see it. For example, Jin Yuan, Yu Han, Chu Baxing, and the others did not see it. However, Su Yan and the youth clad in beast skin were also here. Time passed quickly, and another month passed. To the gods, a few months passed in the blink of an eye. No one was impatient. There's movement over there. There's someone in the chaos. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone's gaze turned toward the chaos. Originally, that place was hazy and filled with gray mist, making it impossible to see what was inside. Previously, someone had even flown in to investigate, but it was boundless and they could not tell the direction. But at this moment, the fog was churning, and a figure was actually walking out from it. End of chapter. The fog rolled and a figure walked out of it. It was an old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. He looked very old and was full of the aura of time. Just like that, he stood above the chaotic fog. It's not a physical body. Many people were surprised. Everyone could see that the old man was not made of flesh and blood, but was made of energy. Everyone's eyes were bright and they were all guessing who the old man was. Why did he walk out of the fog? Was he someone who had not died in Xianxia ancient city? Thinking of this, many people were shocked. If that was the case, then the old man's strength was terrifying. I am the spirit of the array here. The old man spoke and his voice spread throughout the place. It turned out to be the spirit of the array. Everyone was surprised and breathed a sigh of relief. It was not a living powerhouse as they had imagined. However, the spirit of the array was also terrifying. It was no small matter that the array was set up so long ago and there was still an array spirit left behind. Senior, why is there no path here? Someone asked. There is a path, but I have hidden it. The spirit of the array said. Why? Someone continued to ask. Because there are too many of you and too few paths. There is not enough space. The spirit of the array said. After that, he swept his gaze across the place and said, You are here for the Life Spirit Vitality Stone, right? Everyone was silent. They were indeed here for the Life Spirit Vitality Stone. The Life Spirit Vitality Stone that was guarded by so many people must be a priceless treasure. It seems that the others also know about the existence of the Life Spirit Vitality Stone through other channels. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he looked at Su Yan and the others. That was because Su Yan and the others had not seen the scene in the secret room. It was conceivable that Su Yan and the others knew about the existence of the Life Spirit Vitality Stone through other channels. Perhaps everyone who entered the castle would know about the existence of the Life Spirit Vitality Stone. Sure enough, the old man began to explain. In the distant past, there were guards stationed in every direction of this castle. Now, they're all dead, but they left behind projections. Time has passed quickly, and so many years have passed. The fact that you've made it here means that the destiny of the heavens has arrived. The time has come for the natal spirit stone to appear. The spirit of the array sighed. Everyone looked at the spirit of the array and did not speak, waiting for him to continue. So this time I'll give you a chance. At this point, the array spirit waved its hand and the chaotic fog began to churn violently. Then, a small path appeared in the fog and extended into the depths of the fog. It was unknown where it led. There were a total of 18 paths. As long as you walk the path to the end, the person who reaches the end will obtain the Life Spirit Origin Stone. However, after you walk the path, you will face a great battle. The array spirit said. Just us? Su Yan asked. Of course not, Xianxia said. You're only from one of the directions. The people from the other directions will compete in the same way. Once you enter the primal chaos mist, you'll be able to meet them. The array spirit said. Also, only one person is allowed to enter each of the 18 paths. With that, he waved his hand and 18 beads appeared in his hand, emitting a dazzling light. These 18 beads are the guides. Only those who have the guides can walk on one of the paths. Those who enter without the guides will die here. Having said that, the real dragon waved his hand and the 18 beads flew out in all directions of the platform. Guides? We need the guides to go up and compete? In other words, only 18 people can walk on these paths? Many people were still digesting the information that the old man had just said. The 18 beads had already flown over. I want one of these guides. Those with quick reflexes dashed toward one of the beads. Me too. This one is mine. Immediately, the rest of the people came to their senses and rushed towards the 18 round pearls. Get lost. The young man in beast skin had a berserk aura. He was like a wild beast that had gone berserk. His body carried a desolate and ancient aura. Once he attacked, he tore a few young men apart. He reached out his hand and grabbed a bead. He was a prodigy who had awakened the origin divine power factor. No one dared to compete with him, and he became the first person to obtain the bead. The other one, Su Yan, was also powerful. However, his attacks were not as domineering. A few punches made the young men vomit blood, but he did not kill them. He also obtained a bead. Lu Ming also moved. The moment the round beads flew out, he soared into the sky and dashed toward one of the round beads. He had cast the 9 heavens Kuan-Pung technique and his speed was amazing. Before the others dashed over, he had already grabbed a round bead in his hands. Let go of the guides. With a loud roar, a young man slammed his palm towards Lu Ming. The palm print whistled as if it could topple mountains and trample seas. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He turned around and pulled out his spear. Boom, the huge spear radiance shattered the opponent's palm print and bombarded his body. The opponent coughed out blood and retreated. Whoosh. Whoosh, boom. Boom, however, several other young men rushed towards Lu Ming from other directions. There were thousands of prodigies at the scene, but there were only 18 beads. A large number of people were fighting for each bead. One could imagine how fierce the competition was. It seems that I can't suppress these people if I don't use some tricks. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He activated the battle formula and quadrupled his combat strength. His aura skyrocketed. Whoosh. Whoosh, in an instant, Lu Ming thrust his spear more than 10 times. More than 10 spear gleams burst out and were extremely dazzling. 7 to 8 young men who pounced on Lu Ming had their bodies pierced and were sent flying far away. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and their eyes were filled with horror. Lu Ming had already shown mercy. Otherwise, these people would have been dead. Seeing how powerful Lu Ming was, some of the people who wanted to fight for the beads hesitated and retreated to fight for the other beads. Lu Ming's figure flashed and flew towards one of the paths. He landed on it smoothly. Su Yan and the young man in the animal skin coat landed on the path earlier than Lu Ming. The two of them landed on the path earlier than Lu Ming. Out of the 18 paths, 3 of them occupied Lu Ming. On the platform, the remaining people fought fiercely for the remaining 15 beads. It was extremely tragic. People were constantly being killed and died here. Finally, there was a powerful person who managed to snatch a bead after a bloody battle and set foot on a path. After a few moments of fighting, hundreds of prodigies had fallen. The 18 beads all had owners. Each of the 18 paths was occupied by a person. Alright, you can set off. Follow this path and keep going forward. The array spirit instructed. The formation spirit instructed the 18 people who had obtained the guide to walk along the path under their feet. I want to go too. I don't believe that I can't go up without a guide. Someone roared, unwilling to give up just like that. He rushed towards one of the lower paths and landed on that small path. However, as soon as he landed on the path lit up and a ball of white light shrouded him. He immediately let out a shrill scream and his body turned into ashes in the white light, leaving nothing behind. The others were shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Sure enough, they couldn't go up without a guide. Otherwise, it would be a dead end. The remaining people secretly rejoiced. Originally, many people who didn't obtain a guide also wanted to rush up and give it a try. Fortunately, they were a step too late. Otherwise, they would be the ones dead. Now, they could only look at Lu Ming and the others enviously. Lu Ming and the others stepped forward and walked along the path. Soon, their figures disappeared in the thick fog. Lu Ming continued walking. Gradually, he couldn't see the others anymore. All he could see was the path that stretched forward under his feet and the thick fog around him. This path was very long. Lu Ming walked for half an hour but still didn't reach the end. Lu Ming continued to walk forward patiently. After another half an hour, he didn't know how many miles he had walked before the path finally came to an end. At the end of the path, there was a platform that was suspended in the chaotic fog. Lu Ming came to the path and found nothing. Do I have to wait here? Lu Ming pondered. Then, he sat cross-legged and waited quietly. Lu Ming didn't have to wait for too long. Soon, the fog rolled on one side of the platform. A small path extended from the fog and finally connected to the platform under Lu Ming's feet. After a while, a young man walked along the path and came to the platform. As soon as the young man came to the platform, he looked at Lu Ming with sharp eyes. The two of you can fight. Only the winner can continue. A voice suddenly sounded. It was the spirit's voice. So this is the way to compete. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming didn't recognize the young man in front of him. He wasn't one of the 18 people who had received the travel permit. Obviously, he had come from a different direction. The array spirit wanted to use this method to randomly let people from the two paths meet and then have a battle. The winner would continue to move forward. Lu Ming had encountered this kind of method before. It had one use, which was that you didn't know who your next opponent would be. Are you going to scram by yourself, or do you want me to kick you out? The young man looked at Lu Ming and said coldly. He didn't put Lu Ming in his eyes at all. After he entered the castle, he didn't walk in the same direction as Lu Ming. Naturally, he hadn't seen Lu Ming in action and didn't know how powerful Lu Ming was. In his senses, Lu Ming was merely a 5th-level celestial god. How powerful could a 5th-level celestial god be? This is exactly what I wanted to say to you. Lu Ming said indifferently. Stubborn. Seems like you want to force me to make a move. Kid, once I make a move, do you know the consequences? The young man's voice was even colder. Cold light flashed in his eyes with a hint of threat. If Lu Ming could scram by himself, it would save him the trouble of making a move and he could also save some energy. After all, according to the rules, there would definitely be a big battle ahead. Although Lu Ming was only a 5th-level celestial god, he would still need to expend some energy. That was why he threatened Lu Ming and asked Lu Ming to scram by himself. You talk too much. Lu Ming was getting impatient. He took a step forward and activated the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 4 times. His fists struck out continuously. Roar, roar, roar. Dragon roars could be heard continuously. 9 nine-clawed dragons were formed and pounced towards the young man with a terrifying aura. Your strength, sensing the terrifying aura of the 9 nine-clawed dragons, the young man's face changed and was filled with disbelief. As soon as Lu Ming made a move, he felt a strong sense of danger. Boom, he attacked with everything he had, his god power erupting like a volcano. He punched out a few times, and each time he punched out, an eagle would fly out. He punched out a dozen times in a row, and more than a dozen eagles appeared, which then pounced on the 9 nine-clawed divine dragons. The young man was also very strong. He was a half-step divine king and his divine energy had awakened to 99%. If he didn't have such strength, he wouldn't have been able to get a guide and set foot on the path. He fought fiercely with Lu Ming and resisted Lu Ming's attacks for a while. Lu Ming didn't use his ancient god body. It would be difficult for him to deal with such an expert. Ice chains. Lu Ming's mind stirred. 9 ice chains danced in the air, entangling the other party. At the same time, Lu Ming raised his long spear and charged towards the young man. Lu Ming continuously used the divine dragon aspect art, ice chains, and 3 strokes of destruction. His attacks were like a storm, wave after wave. Finally, the young man couldn't withstand it anymore. After barely holding on for more than 10 moves, he was hit by Lu Ming's spear. Blood spurted out of his mouth and he was sent flying towards the platform. As soon as the young man was sent flying off the platform, the path he was walking on retracted from the platform. He caught the young man and retreated back to his original spot. This meant that the young man was eliminated. In front of Lu Ming's platform, another path appeared and continued to extend forward. Then let's continue. Lu Ming's eyes were firm and filled with battle intent. If this continued, he would probably encounter Skype rides like Jin Yuan, Chu Baxing, and Yu Han. Lu Ming wasn't afraid of the battle. He was even looking forward to it. This time, it didn't take long before another platform appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to wait on the platform. Not long after, a path extended and connected to Lu Ming's platform. Then, a young and beautiful woman walked up. "It's you." When the lady saw Lu Ming, her expression changed drastically and she became very ugly. This woman was one of the 18 people who set off with Lu Ming. She had seen Lu Ming fight before. She was no match for Lu Ming. What a coincidence, beautiful. Why? Do you want to fight? Lu Ming smiled. Young master, you're a man. Can't you go easy on me? The lady broke into a smile and blinked at Lu Ming. She was extremely flirtatious. You don't have to use this trick on me. My wife is much prettier than you, so this trick won't work on me. Lu Ming continued to smile. You're talking nonsense. The woman's face turned red with anger. She had always been conceited about her beauty. Countless young men flocked to her. Now, Lu Ming was treating her with such an attitude. He even said that his wife was much prettier than her. How could she not be angry? She thought that Lu Ming was lying. Nonsense? I'm not talking nonsense. I'm telling the truth. You want to fight, right? Come on, I won't go easy on you. Lu Ming said with a ferocious look in his eyes. In the end, the lady decided to back off. She did not dare to fight with Lu Ming. She knew that she was no match for Lu Ming. There was no point in asking for trouble. Gritting her teeth, the lady retreated from the platform and returned to the path. The path shrank and disappeared. That was easy. Lu Ming smiled. There was another path in front of the platform. Lu Ming continued to walk along the path. However, there was a change this time. After Lu Ming walked for a while, the surrounding fog began to fade. Slowly, the fog became thinner and thinner. In the end, the fog completely disappeared. The path under his feet appeared in the void. In the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He saw other people in other directions. There were other paths in different directions as well. There was a young Skype ride on each path. Jin Yuan, Chu Baxing, Su Yan, Yu Han. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and saw many familiar faces. There were a total of 10 people including him. All of them were top-notch Skype rides. Other than himself, the others had awakened their origin source divine power factor. They were also the strongest group of people who had entered this place. 9 Nether Heavenly King residents originally had 3 Skype rides of this level. However, one of them was killed by Lu Ming. Now, only 2 of them had made it here. 9 Sabers Heavenly King residents had 4 people. 9 Sabers Heavenly King residents had 4 people including Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Jin Yuan, Su Yan, and the young man in the animal skin coat. There was a path under each of their feet. However, the path stopped here and did not continue. There was a platform high above their heads. It looked very old. Could it be that the Life Spirit Vitality Stone is up there? The thought flashed through everyone's mind. Their eyes were burning with passion. At that moment, there was a flash of light on the platform. A white-haired elder appeared. It was Zhenling. Zhenling looked at everyone and said, "All right, you are the last 10 people who made it here." The last 10 people? As soon as Zhenling finished speaking, the 10 of them looked at each other and sized each other up. More people's gazes landed on Lu Ming. They were shocked and surprised. He actually made it here? Strange. Several people whispered. This kid, Chu Baxing, was also surprised. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Why didn't Yu Lian come here? Could he have been defeated? The 2 Skype rides of the 9th Hell Heavenly King Mansion began to converse. Among these people, who can defeat Yu Lian? Yu Han's eyes flickered as he glanced at the other geniuses. However, he directly ignored Lu Ming. It was already a miracle that Lu Ming could make it this far. He did not believe that Lu Ming could defeat Yu Lian. That was completely impossible. Instead, he glanced at Chu Baxing, Lu Ji, and the others. Only these few people had the possibility of defeating Yu Lian. Everyone had different thoughts in their minds, but the array spirit continued to speak. The natal spirit stone is right here. These words made the eyes of Lu Ming and the others even brighter. Some people even tried to rush up to the high platform, but they found that there was a force in the void pressing down on them, making it impossible for them to do so. Don't waste your energy. You won't be able to get up there. If you want to get the natal spirit stone, you have to fight your way up. Next, the 10 of you will fight in pairs. Only the strongest will be able to step onto the high platform and obtain the natal spirit stone. Zhenling said. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that they would only be able to obtain the treasure by defeating the other geniuses. Next, whichever path you take, you will fight it out. However, I have to remind you that you can surrender before the battle, but once the battle starts, you can't surrender. Only one of you can survive. As Zhenling finished speaking, a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They could surrender before the battle, but once the battle started, only one of them could survive. This was a battle of life and death. What a cruel rule. So, you'd better think carefully before you start the battle. Now, let's begin. Zhenling said. As soon as he finished speaking, two of the paths started to extend and eventually met in the air, forming a huge fighting ring. Lu Ming's gaze landed on the prodigies on both paths. One of them was a genius from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion, while the other was a genius from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion. Haha, come on. The genius from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion moved and landed on the fighting ring. He looked down at the genius from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion and said, "Kid, come on up. Your soul is mine." The genius from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion looked grave. Among these people, the one he did not want to meet the most was the one from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion. The people from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion's attacks were too strange. Are you going to fight or not? Zhenling looked at the genius from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion and asked. Fight. In the end, the genius from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion shouted coldly. He took a step forward and appeared on the fighting ring. As a saber wielder, he had enough confidence in himself. A saber wielder had to show off his abilities and would never back down. Moreover, he did not believe that all the geniuses from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion were as strong as Yuhan. As soon as the genius from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion landed on the fighting ring started to glow. A light shield covered the entire fighting ring. Begin. Zhenling announced. Kid, go to hell. Ha ha ha. The genius from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion laughed maliciously. In a flash, he charged toward the genius from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion like a phantom. Acheron 3 Sabers, Blue Sky Acheron. The genius from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion shouted coldly. He unsheathed his saber and slashed out a few times. A few rays of yellow saber radiance shot into the sky and slashed toward the genius from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion. The moment the genius from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion attacked, he displayed his powerful strength. A few rays of saber radiance shrouded the genius from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion. Child's play. The genius from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion said coldly. His body flickered like a phantom. In an instant, he dodged a few rays of saber radiance and continued to charge toward his opponent. Nine Sabers Ghost Claw. A ghost claw was formed and charged toward the genius from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion at an alarming speed. Saber Wall Technique. The genius from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion shouted angrily. His saber shook violently and countless rays of saber radiance shot out, forming a wall of saber radiance. Boom! The Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion's genius Nine Sabers Ghost Claw clawed at the wall of saber, causing it to shake violently. A strange force penetrated the wall of saber and rushed into the genius from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion. The genius from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion's body shook violently. His aura suddenly weakened and the power of the saber wall was greatly reduced. His opponent's Nine Sabers Ghost Claw seized the opportunity to break through. Lu Ming could see that the power that the abysmal Heavenly Lord Mansion's genius cultivated was similar to Yu Lian and Yuhan. It was extremely strange and could affect one's soul. It was obvious that the Nine Blades Heavenly Lord Mansion's genius soul was affected by his opponent's power, causing his strength to weaken instantly. In a battle between experts, the slightest flaw could be fatal. The abysmal Heavenly Lord Mansion's genius abysmal ghost claw broke through his opponent's saber wall and clawed at him. Roar! The Nine Blades Heavenly Lord Mansion's genius roared and his divine power erupted like a volcano. He retreated quickly, but he was too late. The abysmal ghost claw swept past him and a piece of flesh was torn off his body. He, you can't run away. Die. The abysmal Heavenly Lord Mansion's genius sneered and continued to attack his opponent. Acheron Three Sabers, Acheron Sunset. The Nine Blades Heavenly Lord Mansion's genius roared and his body emitted a dazzling radiance. Then, all the radiance gathered on his saber and he slashed it out. Then, a yellow blazing sun appeared in the sky. The sun was extremely bright and was formed by saber radiance. It emitted a terrifying fluctuation and charged at the abysmal Heavenly Lord Mansion's genius. The supreme talent from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion finally looked serious. His body emitted a mist that was filled with ghostly cries and howls. It was as if there were countless vengeful spirits wailing at the same time. Then, in a flash, he charged at the Nine Blades Heavenly Lord Mansion's genius. Boom! The saber radiance that was like the sun fell and the void shook. The abysmal Heavenly Lord Mansion's genius moved quickly. In an instant, he had moved tens of thousands of times and dissipated a large amount of energy. At the same time, many of the vengeful spirits around him were destroyed. However, this also helped the abysmal Heavenly Lord Mansion's genius block part of the energy. Then, the abysmal Heavenly Lord Mansion's genius approached the Nine Blades Heavenly Lord Mansion's genius and clawed at him with his abysmal ghost claw. Unavoidably, the Nine Blades Heavenly Lord Mansion's genius soul was affected and his aura weakened. Die! The abysmal Heavenly Lord Mansion's genius roared and clawed at him. Poof! Half of the Nine Blades Heavenly Lord Mansion's genius body was torn apart. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a horrible sight. The Nine Blades Heavenly Lord Mansion's genius shrieked in pain and retreated. His expression was extremely ugly as he frantically retreated. However, the prodigies of the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion were obviously faster. The people from the Nine Blades Heavenly King residence are dead meat. Lu Ming thought to himself. Although the prodigy from the Nine Underworld Heavenly King Mansion was not as powerful as Yu Han, he was on par with Yu Lian. However, the prodigy from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion was weaker than Lu Ji. Naturally, he was no match for Lu Ji. If he was injured now, only death awaited him. I admit defeat. The geniuses from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King residence looked terrified as they rushed out of the fighting ring. However, when he reached the edge of the fighting ring, he was blocked by the light shield. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break it. Let me out, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Nine Blades Heavenly King residence roared madly. I've said it before. Before the battle, you can admit defeat. Once the battle begins, you will have to fight to the death. Do you think my words are nonsense? The array spirit said coldly. He, die. The prodigy from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion sneered and attacked fiercely. The prodigy from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion was in despair as he tried his best to fight back. However, he was severely injured and his strength was greatly reduced. Even if he tried his best, what use would it be? After a few moves, the prodigy from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion let out a cry of despair as his head was pierced through. Then, his soul was pulled out and he struggled violently. The prodigy from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion was filled with greed as he opened his mouth and swallowed his opponent's soul. His screams stopped abruptly. The prodigy from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion, who had awakened his origin source divine force at the half-step Supreme God realm, had fallen just like that. Even his soul had become someone's food. He, delicious, really delicious. The soul of a peerless prodigy is indeed delicious. It's intoxicating. The prodigy from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion let out a sharp cry. At the scene, the other people's expressions were very unsightly, and they all revealed grave expressions. The secret skills that the prodigy from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion practiced were too strange. Even though their cultivation levels were similar, they were often no match for each other. Everyone was thinking about how they should deal with the prodigy from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion. The prodigy from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Mansion had fallen. His path disappeared and the prodigy from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion returned to his path. The battle platform in the sky disappeared. In the next moment, the other two paths began to extend and intersect in the sky, forming a new battle platform. It's my turn. What a coincidence. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. This time, one of the two paths was his, and the other was Jing Yuan's. He had met Jing Yuan again. Jing Yuan's face darkened when he saw that his opponent was Lu Ming. The rest of the people also looked at Jing Yuan and Lu Ming. Jing Yuan is quite lucky to have met this fifth-layer heavenly god trash. He won 4. Nothing. Chu Baxing muttered with disdain. In addition, Yu Han, Lu Ji, and the rest had similar thoughts. They reckoned that Lu Ming would admit defeat directly. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened in surprise. Lu Ming stepped out and landed on the battle platform. He dares to accept the challenge? Many people were shocked. Once the battle started, it would be a life-and-death battle. Lu Ming dared to accept a life-and-death battle with Jing Yuan. However, what surprised them even more was that Jing Yuan stood on the path and did not step onto the battle platform. Jing Yuan, do you want to fight or not? Decide quickly. Don't waste time here. Lu Ming looked at Jing Yuan and said coldly. You can admit defeat before the battle. The formation spirit added. Jing Yuan's face darkened. After a while, he finally gritted his teeth and said, I admit defeat. Gold Ingot admitted defeat. Before this, he had fought with Lu Ming at the Myriad God Cliff. In the end, he was defeated by Lu Ming and had to run away. He was no match for Lu Ming last time, and he was no match for him in this battle. Wasn't he courting death in a life-and-death battle? Of course he had to admit defeat. However, the rest of the people were stunned and looked at Jing Yuan in bewilderment. Jing Yuan actually admitted defeat to a fifth-layer heavenly god? It wouldn't be strange if Jing Yuan admitted defeat to people like Yu Han and Chu Baxing, but now, he admitted defeat to a fifth-layer heavenly god. They couldn't figure it out. Even Su Yan, the young man in the beast skin coat, who was also from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Palace, was surprised. He couldn't figure out what Jing Yuan was up to. Ha ha ha, Jing Yuan, you're really trash. You don't even dare to fight a fifth-layer heavenly god and admit defeat. Trash is trash. Chu Baxing roared with laughter, his voice filled with mockery. Chu Baxing's mocking voice reverberated throughout the area. Jing Yuan clenched his fists, his face dark. Someone actually compared you to me. Jing Yuan, you're not even fit to carry my shoes. Chu Baxing continued. Humph, Chu Baxing, don't get too full of yourself. Jing Yuan suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Baxing, then pointed at Lu Ming. This person is a rare genius of my Nine Extinction Heavenly King residence. His battle prowess is unparalleled, and he's invincible among those of the same level. No, let alone those of the same level, he can even defeat those of a higher level. I admit that I'm not his match. That's why, Chu Baxing, you better surrender when you meet him. Otherwise, you'll lose your life. What? Gold Ingot's words shocked the others. Lu Ming defeated Jing Yuan with his fifth-level celestial god cultivation? How was that possible? Su Yan, who was also from the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion, and the young man in the beast skin coat were shocked. They had not heard of Lu Ming's name before. They only knew that Lu Ming had passed the heavenly gates. Ha ha ha, Jing Yuan, are you joking? Why would I surrender to a fifth-level celestial god? Chu Baxing laughed heartily. I know, Jing Yuan. You're trying to scare me into surrendering without a fight. You know that you're no match for me, so you're trying to use such a method to make me surrender? Ridiculous. The two of you are from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King residence. You must be in cahoots with each other to scare us and get the vitality stones. However, your method is too low class. His words made the others' eyes light up as they nodded inwardly. They also believed Chu Baxing's words. They thought that Lu Ming and Jing Yuan were in cahoots to scare the others. They wanted to subdue them without a fight and obtain the Life Spirit Vitality Stone easily. But how was that possible? Jing Yuan's face darkened, but he didn't say a word. His motive was not to scare the other party, but to do so on purpose. If Lu Ming were to meet Chu Baxing, he could force them to fight. He was afraid that Chu Baxing would admit defeat. There was no way Chu Baxing would concede unless Lu Ming did. Lu Ming glanced at Jin Yuan indifferently. He knew exactly what Gold Ingot was thinking. However, Lu Ming was too lazy to explain. If he really did encounter Chu Baxing, Lu Ming wanted to kill him too. Previously, Chu Baxing had attacked Lu Ming as soon as he saw Lu Ming. Later, the Chu clan's people even wanted to kill Lu Ming. This had already infuriated Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming remained silent. Chu Baxing was even more convinced that he had guessed correctly, and began to chuckle coldly. Lu Ming returned to his own path, and the battle platform disappeared. However, Jin Yuan did not leave this place. Only the path under his feet had shrunk back a little, making him shorter than the others. This meant that he had lost the battle. However, he could still watch the battle from here for the time being. After Lu Ming and the others retreated, two more paths extended out and intersected in the air to form a battle platform. This time, one of them was Yuhan. The other was the young man clad in animal skin from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King residence. Whoosh, Yuhan's figure flashed as he rushed onto the battle platform. He looked at the young man clad in animal skin with fiery eyes and said, "Kid, come up and fight me." "I surrender." The young man clad in animal skin shook his head and admitted defeat. If he had encountered someone else, he might have fought them as a form of training. However, against Yuhan, he immediately surrendered. Outside the castle, even Chu Baxing was no match for Yuhan. It was only after Lu Ji joined forces with Chu Baxing that they managed to resist Yuhan. If he fought Yuhan, he would only die. Why should he fight again? Humph, what a piece of trash. You don't even dare to fight me. Yuhan snorted, somewhat displeased. He still wanted to kill a genius and devour his soul. The young man in animal skin surrendered. The path under his feet shrunk back to the same height as Jin Yuan. As for Yuhan, he also retreated. Then, there were two small paths that converged together. This time, one of them was Chu Baxing, and the other was another genius from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King residence. The young man glanced at Chu Baxing and said, "I surrender." As a genius from the Nine Sabers Heavenly King manor, he had exchanged blows with Chu Baxing more than once. He knew how powerful Chu Baxing was. Although Chu Baxing had been suppressed by Yuhan earlier, that was only because Yuhan countered his attacks. If they were to fight to the death, Chu Baxing wouldn't necessarily lose. Chu Baxing's expression did not change. Evidently, he already knew that his opponent would surrender. Then, it was time for the fifth battle. This battle was between Su Yan from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King residence and Lu Ji from the Nine Extinction Heavenly King residence. What a coincidence. The two of them had fought outside the castle before, but there was no clear winner. Now, they met again. Lu Ji's figure flashed and appeared on the battle platform. His gaze was sharp, and saber light flashed in his eyes. He stared at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, do you dare to fight to the death?" "Why wouldn't I?" Su Yan stepped forward and landed on the battle platform. In an instant, a light barrier enveloped the entire battle platform. "Very well. Su Yan, I will step on your bones and break through to the Divine King realm." Lu Ji's battle intent soared. "That's what I wanted to say. After killing you and leaving Star Moon Ancient City, I will be able to break through to the Divine King realm," Su Yan said. Their cultivation was at the half-step Divine King realm, and they had been at the half-step Divine King realm for a long time. However, it was not easy to break through to the Divine King realm. Only by experiencing life and death battles and bitter tempering would they be able to make breakthroughs faster. This time, with Yuhan and Chu Baxing around, Su Yan, Lu Ji and the others knew that they would not be able to obtain the Life Spirit Origin Stone. However, they did not give up immediately. They chose to fight to train themselves. Of course, if the difference in strength was too great, there was no need to fight. It would be courting death. For example, Su Yan and Lu Ji had similar strength. If they fought to the death, the one who survived would be able to evolve. That was why they chose to fight to the death. "Let's begin," the formation spirit announced. Boom. Boom, as soon as the formation spirit's voice fell, the two of them exploded, turning into two rays of light that clashed against each other. Lu Ji's saber skills were unparalleled. His attack power was shocking as he slashed out terrifying saber rays. On the other hand, Su Yan's entire body was covered in a layer of stone armor. Every punch he threw out was like an ancient divine mountain. It was incomparably ferocious, and his strength was also extremely powerful. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. It was difficult to tell who would win. Compared to the battle outside the castle, it was more intense and tragic. This was a life and death battle. There was no way out for them. Only by killing their opponent would they be able to survive. The two of them fought fiercely. At the end of the battle, both of them were covered in blood and were heavily injured. P.S. Readers, I am the Shepherd Boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, zero ads, and multiple reading modes. Please follow, readers, please follow me. Su Yan and Lu Ji exchanged hundreds of blows. Both of them were severely injured, but their eyes were filled with unwavering faith and unyielding fighting spirit. They only had one goal now, and that was to kill each other. The loser would die, the winner might be able to achieve a transformation. Boom, the two of them clashed again. Lu Ji slashed out rays of saber radiance that collided with Su Yan's fist force. The fighting ring shook and energy overflowed. At this moment, Su Yan's body trembled as if he could not withstand the attack. The fist force collapsed. Lu Ji's eyes lit up and he attacked fiercely with his saber. Puff, Lu Ji's saber slashed at Su Yan's body, splitting the stone armor on Su Yan's body. The saber chi penetrated his bones. However, Su Yan still managed to defend himself. Oh no! At this moment, Lu Ji's expression changed drastically. He realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. Boom, Su Yan suddenly exploded and threw out a terrifying punch. The fist force penetrated through and hit Lu Ji's body. Lu Ji's body was directly penetrated. A large hole was blasted open, and the front and back of his body were visible. Lu Ji spat out a mouthful of blood as his body flew out and landed on the fighting ring. He could not move for a while. Su Yan also spat out a mouthful of blood, but his injuries were much lighter than Lu Ji's. Just now, he had purposely exposed an opening so that Lu Ji could land a blow on him. This was also because of him. Normal people would not dare to do this at all. Su Yan only dared to do this because his defense was extremely strong. In the end, he paid the price of serious injuries and completely defeated Lu Ji. Bam! Bam! Su Yan dragged his bloodied body and walked towards Lu Ji step by step. Every step he took left a footprint on the ground. Ha ha ha, this is great, Lu Ji suddenly laughed and struggled to get up. He looked at Su Yan and said, this is a great battle, but unfortunately, I lost. Since I lost, I will die. Come on, let me die. You are a worthy opponent. Rest in peace. Su Yan said. Then, his aura burst out and a mountainous fist force blasted towards Lu Ji. The fist force crushed Lu Ji's body, and his body and soul were completely destroyed. Lu Ji had fallen, not everyone was afraid of death. Lu Ji was prepared to be killed the moment he stepped onto the battle stage. Take care. Su Yan muttered. Then, he retracted his aura. Unable to hold on any longer, he sat down on the ground, took out a bullet, and swallowed it. Although Su Yan was heavily injured in this battle, Lu Ming felt that Su Yan might be able to break through to the God King realm very quickly after this battle. Lu Ji's path disappeared along with the battle platform. Su Yan sat cross-legged on his own path. The first round was over. Of the 10 geniuses, only 5 remained. Of the other 5, 2 were killed, and 3 admitted defeat. The 5 of you will also fight randomly. The Array Spirit looked at Lu Ming and the others. I forfeit. At this moment, Su Yan spoke. He was severely injured and had no strength to continue fighting. Moreover, he had gained enough from the battle just now. There was no need for him to fight again. Alright, you're allowed to forfeit. There are only 4 people left. The Array Spirit said. The remaining 4 were Lu Ming, Chu Baxing, Yu Han, and a genius from the 9th Abyss Heavenly King residence. Sparks flew as the four of them looked at each other. This was especially true for Chu Baxing and Yuhan, both of whom were filled with fighting spirit. In Chu Baxing's eyes, his greatest opponent was Yuhan. Previously, he was completely suppressed by Yuhan outside the castle. However, he still had a trump card that he did not use. Otherwise, he might have been able to fight Yuhan. It was hard to say who would die. At this moment, the array spirit waved its hand. Two paths extended quickly and merged together to form a battle stage. Lu Ming and Chu Baxing, the two paths were Lu Ming and Chu Baxing. Boom, Chu Baxing stepped out and landed on the battle stage. Ha ha ha, kid, I finally met you. Come on, if you have the guts, come and fight me. Chu Baxing laughed. You're not surrendering? Lu Ming asked. Surrendering? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Don't try to scare me with such a stupid method. I'm not scared. Chu Baxing laughed. He had always thought that Jin Yuan's surrender was intentional. He had colluded with Lu Ming to scare them. Moreover, even if Lu Ming was strong, what did he have to fear? The others also looked at Lu Ming curiously. They wondered how Lu Ming would get out of this situation. In their opinion, Lu Ming had dug a hole for himself. If he fought, he would lose his life against Chu Baxing. If he didn't, he would become a joke. Very well. Lu Ming sneered coldly. With a flash, he appeared in the fighting ring. He actually accepted the challenge. Yuhan, Su Yan, and the others were stunned. Obviously, this was beyond their expectations. They did not expect Lu Ming to accept the challenge. In their opinion, Lu Ming could not scare Chu Baxing and would probably admit defeat. This kid, does he really have the strength? The thought flashed through everyone's mind. Only Jin Yuan's eyes flashed coldly. This was exactly what he wanted. He would be happy no matter who lost in the life and death battle between Lu Ming and Chu Baxing. Of course, he still hoped that Lu Ming would be killed. After all, Lu Ming had killed a genius of the Jin clan. You've got guts. Chu Baxing narrowed his eyes. Obviously, Lu Ming's acceptance of the challenge was also beyond his expectations. He thought that Lu Ming would admit defeat. When Lu Ming stepped on the battle stage, a light barrier rose around the battle stage and covered it. Begin. The formation genie announced. Kill. As soon as the formation genie's voice faded, Chu Baxing attacked. His armor shone brightly and a sharp spear light shot out, piercing towards Lu Ming. Sky Piercer. Lu Ming activated his quadruple battle prowess and used the Sky Piercer move. He also thrust out his spear and a spear light collided with Chu Baxing's attack. Like two meteors colliding, a violent wave of energy erupted. You're also a spear user. Let me see what you've got. 1,000-pound strike. Chu Baxing stepped forward. His aura was like a mountain and his divine power erupted like a volcano. His aura was terrifyingly strong. Boom, he thrust out his spear and a huge spear light covered the entire battle stage, pressing down on Lu Ming. This move was a few times stronger than the previous spear. Even a half-step God King would be killed by this move if they had not awakened their divine origin divine force. Many people stared at Lu Ming. They wanted to see how Lu Ming, a fifth-layer heaven god, would deal with this move. Roar, with a roar, Lu Ming's body expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a green-armored ancient god that was a few hundred meters tall. Then, he swept out his spear, which was also incomparably huge, and collided with Chu Baxing's spear light. P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, zero ads, and multiple reading modes. Please follow, readers, please follow me. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless in the face of Chu Baxing's all-out attack. He transformed into a green-armored ancient god and swung his spear at Chu Baxing. The two huge spear lights collided. Boom, the battle stage was constantly shaking as if two planets were colliding. Violent energy swept out in all directions. Countless tiny spear lights shot out in all directions, but they were blocked by the light shield on the battle stage. Lu Ming and Chu Baxing's bodies trembled and they retreated simultaneously. A green-armored ancient god. Chu Baxing roared, his face contorted in shock. It's a green-armored ancient god. He's so strong. He actually blocked Chu Baxing's attack. Around them, Su Yan and the rest were taken aback. One after another, they looked at Lu Ming with grave gazes. Lu Ming had cultivated to the level of a green-armored ancient deity, and his combat strength was so strong that he could even fight against Chu Baxing. Chu Baxing, is this all you've got? Lu Ming said disdainfully. Lu Ming, your strength is indeed beyond my expectations, but you're still far from being my match. Chu Baxing snorted coldly. His armor shone with a dazzling light, making him look like a star. Boom, he stepped out like a giant, charging toward Lu Ming. The spear gleam was like a mountain, shaking the void. Die. Lu Ming wasn't afraid at all. He brandished his spear and charged at Chu Baxing. 9-clawed dragon formed in the void and pounced at Chu Baxing. Boom. Boom. Boom, the two clashed again. This time, both of them were mentally prepared. They pushed their strength to the limit and continued to attack. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. It was difficult to determine the winner. Strike of the War God. Chu Baxing roared and unleashed his most powerful attack. A huge god of war appeared in the fighting ring. He thrust his spear at Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. This force had locked onto him, making it difficult for him to dodge. He could only take it head-on. Supernova! Lu Ming bellowed as all the divine power in his body gathered towards the long spear. Then, it turned into a spear light and burst out. Boom, a huge spear light shot out and collided with Chu Baxing's battle god strike. Lu Ming's spear light exploded with a boom, and a destructive force swept towards the battle god. Lu Ming and Chu Baxing retreated all the way to the edge of the fighting ring. A few breaths later, the energy dissipated, and cracks began to appear on Chu Baxing's war god. Everyone's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Chu Baxing's battle god strike was not only blocked by Lu Ming, but also cracked. This was too terrifying. One had to know that Chu Baxing's move was boundless and invincible. He had used this move to defeat Jin Yuan's strongest attack. Even Yuhan didn't dare to take it head-on. But now, not only did Lu Ming take it head-on, he even cracked the battle god strike. This guy's strength has increased again. Jin Yuan muttered. He looked at Lu Ming with horror in his eyes. Back when Lu Ming fought Jin Yuan, Lu Ming had won, but it hadn't been an easy victory. On the other hand, Chu Baxing had defeated Jin Yuan with ease. However, Lu Ming's 3 Armageddon strikes had broken through one layer, reaching the 8th layer. Whether it was Space Splitter, Moon Splitter, or Supernova, all of them had increased in power. Now, Lu Ming's offensive power was on par with Chu Baxing's. Chu Baxing's eyes narrowed. In a battle of the same level, there were very few people who could take this move head-on, let alone those with lower cultivation. And Lu Ming was only a 5th-level celestial god. This caused Chu Baxing to feel a deep sense of jealousy. Let's see how many moves you can take. Die. Chu Baxing roared as he continued to control the battle god strike to attack Lu Ming. Divine Dragon Aspect. Moon Splitter Combo. Lu Ming shouted. First, he used the Divine Dragon Aspect art to form 9 9-clawed dragons to attack Chu Baxing. Then, he used Moon Splitter Combo consecutively. In an instant, 7 crescent-shaped spear lights slashed at Chu Baxing. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The 9 dragons collided with the battle god strike in a suicidal manner, exploding one after another. Then, the 7 crescent-shaped spear lights slashed at the battle god strike. The giant battle god's body trembled continuously. In the end, it couldn't withstand the continuous attacks and exploded with a bang, dissipating into energy. Chu Baxing's body trembled as he retreated until he reached the edge of the stage. His face was pale. Everyone's heart trembled. Was Chu Baxing going to be defeated by a 5th-level celestial god? It seems like your battle god strike is only SOSO. Chu Baxing, you're the one who's going to die today. Lu Ming said coldly as he took a step forward, closing in on Chu Baxing. Lu Ming, you think you can kill me? Dream on. You're the one who forced me to do this. This move was supposed to be used against Yuhan. Now, have a taste of it. Chu Baxing roared, his face contorted into a vicious expression. Boom, his aura skyrocketed once again. He held his spear horizontally and took a step forward. His body soared into the air, and he began to spin rapidly. Huff. Huff, huff. Chu Baxing spun wildly. In an instant, a terrifying vortex appeared in the air. Lu Ming, die. Chu Baxing's cold voice came from the vortex. Then, a terrifying suction force emerged from the vortex, trying to suck Lu Ming in. Lu Ming activated his divine power and stabilized himself. However, the vortex formed by Chu Baxing continued to charge at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. Lu Ming felt a terrifying danger in the vortex. If he was sucked in, he would be ground into minced meat. Divine Dragon Dharma Idol. Lu Ming roared as he used the Divine Dragon Dharma Idol art again. 9 Divine Dragon Dharma Idols charged at the vortex. However, when the Divine Dragon Dharma Idols collided with the vortex, they were instantly ground into energy. The vortex didn't stop there, and continued to envelop Lu Ming. Moon slashing. Lu Ming roared as he held his spear with both hands. A crescent-shaped spear light slashed at the vortex. Clang. Clang, when Lu Ming slashed at the vortex, the long spear in his hand was struck a few thousand times. A terrifying force surged. With a loud bang, the long spear in Lu Ming's hand, which was a 9th-level upper divine weapon, shattered into pieces. A powerful force rushed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he was forced to retreat until he hit the light barrier at the edge of the stage. What a terrifying force. Lu Ming was shocked. P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 ads, and multiple reading modes. Please follow, readers, please follow me. Chu Baxing's whirlpool was truly terrifying. Even Lu Ming wouldn't be able to withstand it head-on. Outside the stage, Yuhan's expression turned grave. Chu Baxing's move was indeed too powerful. Even with his strange cultivation method, it was still a threat to him. He might not be able to completely negate the attack. Lu Ming, go to hell. Ha ha ha. Chu Baxing laughed as the whirlpool continued to envelop Lu Ming. Before it even reached him, Lu Ming already found it hard to breathe. Star burst. Lu Ming roared as the divine fire in his body burned fiercely. Boundless divine power rushed towards the spear. Lu Ming used star burst once again. A huge spear light rushed towards the whirlpool and exploded. The destructive power continued to attack the whirlpool. Hoo, wing wing wing, under the impact of the destructive energy, the vortex continued to vibrate. In the end, it retreated some distance and its spinning speed seemed to slow down a little. However, after just a few breaths, the vortex continued to spin faster and faster, emitting whistling sounds. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Starburst was able to block the war god's attack, but it couldn't block this move. One could only imagine how powerful this move was. However, Lu Ming didn't plan to use the ice shackles to protect himself. Lu Ming planned to use the ice shackles to deal with Yuhan. Lu Ming found that the ice shackles was very useful in his battle with Yu Lian. Lu Ming didn't want to expose it now. Die. Chu Baxing roared again as the whirlpool attacked Lu Ming again. Star burst. Lu Ming roared again and used star burst. The destructive power sent the whirlpool flying again. It seems like you can't kill me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Humph, I don't believe that you can keep using this move. Chu Baxing bellowed. Lu Ming's move was too powerful, and he couldn't keep using it. The move he was using now was not only draining his divine power, but it was also damaging to his body. He wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Today, Lu Ming had forced him into a corner and that was why he had used it. You don't believe me? Then I'll have to disappoint you, Star burst. Lu Ming laughed disdainfully. As soon as he finished his words, he cast another supernova move. Boom, the destructive energy once again bombarded the vortex, and the vortex was sent flying. Moreover, Lu Ming noticed that after a few consecutive attacks, the whirlpool's speed of rotation was constantly slowing down. Clearly, Chu Baxing was not completely unscathed by Lu Ming's continuous attacks. He was running out of energy. Since it worked, let's do it again. In his sea of consciousness, the quantum character formula glowed, and a steady stream of divine power flowed into Lu Ming's body. In a few breaths, Lu Ming's divine power was replenished. Starburst. Lu Ming used another move. Boom, the whirlpool was sent flying again, and its speed was even slower than before. Obviously, even its power was reduced. Damn it. Damn it. Why can't his divine power be used up? Chu Baxing roared in his heart. He was starting to panic. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to maintain it for a few more moves. Once he couldn't, the consequences would be dire. Starburst. Lu Ming's divine power was replenished, and he used another spear move. This time, the whirlpool was sent flying, and it crashed into the light barrier at the edge of the stage. It almost stopped spinning. Freak. Su Yan, the beast skin youth, and the others muttered. Of course, they were describing Lu Ming. In their hearts, Lu Ming was indeed a freak. Ah! Chu Baxing roared furiously from within the whirlpool. He tried his best to make the whirlpool spin faster. However, his divine power was severely depleted, and the side effects of using this move were starting to show. His body was starting to crack. If possible, he wanted to stop the battle. However, this was a battle of life and death. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and fight. Right now, he could only pray that Lu Ming's divine power would run out, and he would be at his mercy. Therefore, he had to hold on. But soon, he despaired. Starburst. Lu Ming spat out the words that made him feel hopeless. Then, a terrifying spear gleam charged toward him. Boom, this time, Chu Baxing was sent flying again, and he crashed into the light barrier at the edge of the stage. This time, Chu Baxing couldn't hold on any longer. The whirlpool collapsed, revealing Chu Baxing's body. Chu Baxing's body was horrifying. His skin was covered in bloody scars, as if his body was about to split apart. His aura was extremely weak, and he was worlds apart from his previous berserk state. Not only did he suffer a backlash, but he was also heavily injured by Lu Ming. He couldn't fight anymore. Chu Baxing, it looks like you'll be the one to die. Lu Ming said coldly as he stepped forward. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. Chu Baxing's eyes were filled with fear as he roared. I can't kill you? Don't use your status to threaten me again. I won't fall for it. Lu Ming said indifferently. Chu Baxing gritted his teeth. He did want to use his status to threaten Lu Ming so that Lu Ming would let him go. But now, other than this, was there any other way? Lu Ming, my identity is different. I am from the god of combat lineage. My ancestor is the god of combat of the Taishu Sacred Court. If you kill me, you won't be able to survive no matter where you go. In the end, Chu Baxing used the faction behind him to threaten Chu Baxing. He believed that the faction behind him was different from others. Unfortunately, in Lu Ming's eyes, they were all the same. The war god bloodline has declined. It's already under the control of the Nine Sabers' Heavenly Emperor residence. How dare you threaten me with it? Ridiculous. Lu Ming said disdainfully. Don't you dare insult the war god bloodline. Our war god bloodline will rise again. We have a peerless genius among the younger generation. He'll definitely lead the war god bloodline to glory. Lu Ming, I can see that you're a talent. Why don't you join the war god bloodline? I'll guarantee you a meteoric rise. Chu Baxing roared. Naive. Lu Ming said coldly. He didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with Chu Baxing. His long spear shook, and a dozen spear auras shot towards Chu Baxing. Chu Baxing roared and tried his best to block, but in his current state, he couldn't exert much of his strength. He was too weak compared to Lu Ming. Asterisk puff 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 asterisk his body was pierced by the spear auras. Lu Ming, the war god bloodline will avenge me. Chu Baxing roared. Then, his forehead was pierced by the spear auras, and his soul was destroyed together with it. Chu Baxing, the outstanding successor of the war god bloodline, died at the hands of Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming put away Chu Baxing's storage ring. P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Ting Zhu. I'm recommending a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, zero ads, and multiple reading modes. please follow, readers, please follow me. Phew, Su Yan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes were filled with shock. Chu Baxing was a domineering figure, but he was killed by a fifth-level heavenly god. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. They looked at Lu Ming with fear and solemnity in their eyes. If Lu Ming could kill Chu Baxing, it meant that he could kill them too. However, there were two exceptions. They were the two Skype rides from the abysmal Heavenly King residence. Especially Yu Han. His cultivation technique was strange, so he wasn't too worried. Lu Ming's strongest attack wasn't abnormally strong, so Yu Han was confident that he could withstand it. However, he was more wary of Chu Baxing's vortex. Yu Han wasn't confident that he could withstand that attack. However, Yu Han was confident that he could handle Lu Ming's strongest move, Exploding Star. After all, Lu Ming had to use 5 or 6 exploding stars to defeat Chu Baxing. However, Yu Han wasn't Chu Baxing. He wouldn't let Lu Ming attack him like a fool. He had plenty of ways to deal with Lu Ming while Lu Ming was attacking. Therefore, his eyes were still filled with confidence. After Lu Ming killed Chu Baxing's path disappeared along with the battle platform. Lu Ming returned to his path. The next battle was between Yu Han and the Skype ride from the abysmal Heavenly King residence. I admit defeat. The Skype ride from the abysmal Heavenly King residence admitted defeat. He and Yu Han were both from the abysmal Heavenly King residence, so he knew that he wasn't Yu Han's match. With that, the final two contestants were Yu Han and Lu Ming. This is the last battle. The winner will get the Natal Spirit Stone. Give it your all. The Formation Spirit said. With a wave of his hand, the path beneath Lu Ming and Yu Han's feet extended and merged together to form a battle platform. Whoosh, Yu Han's figure dashed directly to the fighting ring, looking at Lu Ming with a cold and sinister gaze. Come on, die. Yu Han shouted coldly. Why is everyone so confident? Lu Ming pursed his lips. He stepped forward and landed on the fighting ring. Immediately, a light barrier enveloped the fighting stage. Because I have the strength, so I am confident. Yu Han sneered. Before he could finish his sentence, his body had already charged towards Lu Ming at lightning speed. Lu Ming immediately displayed the ancient god tactics and transformed into a green-armored ancient god. With a shake of his long spear, dozens of spear radiances pierced out and pierced towards Yu Han. However, Yu Han's body was like a ghost, rushing towards Lu Ming. In a flash, she dodged the spear lights and continued to rush towards Lu Ming. However, all of this was within Lu Ming's expectations. Lu Ming and Yu Lian had fought before and already had some idea of the other party's methods. Wang, the long spear vibrated and a crescent-shaped spear radiance slashed towards Yu Han. Yu Han's body emitted a mist, and within the mist, there seemed to be endless cries of injustice. His body trembled continuously, dissipating the power of the crescent moon slash. The crescent moon slash did not cause much damage to him, and Yu Han continued to rush towards Lu Ming. 9 Serenity's Ghost Claw. Yu Han shouted and a ghost claw was formed, grabbing towards Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with excitement, as if he could see the scene of Lu Ming being killed by him. Boom, a wave of energy from the 9 Serenity's ghost claw hit Lu Ming. The strange energy passed through Lu Ming's body and rushed towards Lu Ming's soul. However, Lu Ming's soul was protected by the Jingyu painting. When the energy hit the Jingyu painting, it had no effect on Lu Ming's soul. Yu Han was waiting for Lu Ming's soul to be affected and his strength to weaken before launching a thunderous attack. However, what he waited for was Lu Ming's thunderous attack. Exploding Star. Lu Ming shouted and used the Exploding Star move. A terrifying spear radiance rushed towards Yu Han and exploded. The destructive energy shrouded Yu Han in an instant. How can this be? How can this be? Yu Han screamed in shock. At the same time, he retreated rapidly. His body emitted a thick mist and ghostly shadows appeared, blocking the destructive energy around him. Puff puff puff, a large number of ghostly shadows turned into ashes under the destructive energy and disappeared completely. Finally, Yu Han retreated out of the attack range. However, his face was pale. Obviously, this move had caused him to suffer a great loss. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Lu Ming. That move had caused him to suffer a great loss. "Brat, how can you block my soul attack?" Yuhan roared. "Idiot, why should I tell you?" Lu Ming despised the other party. He took a step forward and charged toward the other party. "Luck, it must be luck." "I don't believe it." Yuhan roared and pounced towards Lu Ming again. Unfortunately, this time was the same as the previous time. When his attack landed on Lu Ming, it had no effect on Lu Ming. On the contrary, Lu Ming seized the opportunity and used another exploding star move. Yuhan's face turned pale and he lost a large number of ghostly shadows. Damn it, you're not afraid of my soul attack." "Oh right, you must have a treasure to protect your soul." Yuhan roared. "It's too late to know now." Lu Ming sneered. "Too late?" "It's not late at all." "Lu Ming, do you think you can kill me?" "As long as I dodge with all my strength, your attacks won't be able to reach me. No matter how much divine force you have, it will run out sooner or later. I can exhaust you to death." Yuhan shouted angrily. The fog around her became thicker and thicker, about to envelop the entire fighting stage. At the same time, ghostly shadows flickered in the fog. Yuhan's body kept flickering, as if she had merged with the ghostly shadows, making it difficult for people to track her. Even if Lu Ming wasn't afraid of soul attacks, he wasn't afraid. Lu Ming's strongest attack wasn't as strong as Chu Baxing's. As long as he dodged, it would be difficult to deal a heavy blow to him. "Is that so?" The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a sneer. With a thought, the ice shackles flew out. As soon as the 9 ice chains flew out, they rapidly lengthened and revolved around the battle stage. A terrifying coldness permeated the air. Layers of ice crystals appeared in the air, freezing the ghostly figures. Yuhan was shocked. "I'll shrink the battle stage." "Let's see how you're going to dodge," Lu Ming said coldly. He manipulated the ice shackles to dance around the fighting ring. Soon, the fighting ring was covered with ice shackles and the space in the fighting ring was shrinking rapidly. "You want to trap me? Dream on. All you have to do is destroy these chains." Yuhan shrieked and launched an attack, bombarding the ice shackles relentlessly. However, the ice chains only shook a few times and didn't break. At this moment, Yuhan's expression changed completely. "How is this possible? How can it be so hard?" Yuhan screamed in horror. Yuhan's overall strength was strong, but he relied more on his strange cultivation technique and the soul shock technique. However, his attack power was not as strong as Jin Yuan and Chu Baxing, so he could not break the ice chains. This was a move that Lu Ming had prepared for Yuhan. Compared to Lu Ming, dealing with Yuhan was easier than dealing with Chu Baxing. Boom! Boom! Yuhan kept attacking the ice shackles, but it was useless. On the contrary, the terrifying chill of the ice shackles almost froze his body, causing his speed to decrease a little. Damn it, Yuhan was really panicking. She roared furiously, no longer having the confidence she had before. Star burst. Lu Ming stepped forward and performed the supernova move, blasting it toward Yuhan. Boom, the destructive force swept towards Yuhan. Yuhan wanted to dodge, but he was surrounded by ice chains. There was no way he could dodge. The terrifying destructive force bombarded his body continuously. Green smoke rose from his body, and a large number of ghostly shadows were turned into ashes by the destructive force. After one move, Yuhan's aura was weakened. Without being able to dodge, he was even weaker than Chu Baxing. He was severely injured in one move. No, Yuhan was completely panicking. He kept shouting and wanted to retreat. With a few flashes, he dodged some of the ice chains. Unfortunately, the light shield of the fighting stage was behind him. He slammed into the light shield and was blocked by it. Despair was written all over his face. If they were outside, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to do anything to him even if he had the ice chains. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. However, the space here was too small. He couldn't escape at all. Senior, let me out. I don't want the Life Spirit Vitality Stone anymore. Let me out. Yuhan kept shouting. However, the Array Spirit was indifferent and unmoved. Yuhan was in despair. Star burst. Another low voice was heard, and then a destructive force drowned Yuhan. Bang, Yuhan's body directly exploded, turning into ghostly shadows. Among them, more than half of the ghostly shadows were destroyed by the destructive force. The remaining half wriggled, trying to recover and merge back together. However, Lu Ming struck again. The destructive energy completely drowned Yuhan. Yuhan let out a cry of despair. This time, all the ghostly shadows were destroyed, completely vanishing into thin air. As for Yuhan, she had completely fallen. Another genius had been killed by Lu Ming. This time around, killing Yuhan was much easier than killing Chu Baxing. It was a completely one-sided battle. The main reason was that Yuhan's various advantages and methods were completely ineffective against Lu Ming. In this relatively narrow environment, Yuhan was restrained by Lu Ming. She couldn't dodge even if she wanted to, and was easily killed by Lu Ming. This Lu Ming must be eliminated. Jin Yuan muttered, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He was thinking about how to get rid of Lu Ming with the help of the Jin family after leaving Xianxia ancient city. Kid, you killed a genius of the abysmal heavenly palace. We will remember this. The last genius of the abysmal heavenly palace said coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Lu Ming. The others also had different thoughts in their minds. If you're not afraid of death, then come at me. Lu Ming replied indifferently and ignored them. Alright, the final winner has been born. The natal spirit stone already has an owner. The rest of you, go back. The array spirit said. After speaking, he waved his hand. The path under Su Yan, Jin Yuan, and the rest quickly shrank and disappeared into the chaotic fog. Only Lu Ming was left at the scene. Come up. The array spirit waved his hand again. The path under Lu Ming's feet extended all the way to the high platform where the array spirit was. Lu Ming stepped forward and finally walked up to the high platform. There was nothing else on the high platform except for an altar. The altar looked very old and was filled with the aura of time. On top of the altar, there was a black ball floating there. Is this the natal spirit stone? Lu Ming stared at the ball, his eyes shining with a fiery light. In the early days of the Heavenly Palace era, it was guarded by so many powerful existences. Along the way, there were many barriers to protect the natal spirit stone. How mysterious was it? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Senior, is this the natal spirit stone? Lu Ming asked the array spirit. That's right. This is the natal spirit stone. It's yours now. You just need to drip a drop of blood on it and you can keep it. The array spirit smiled. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then stepped up to the side of the altar. He forced out a drop of blood and dripped it on the black natal spirit stone. Suddenly, a ray of black light appeared on the natal spirit stone. In a flash, the drop of blood was absorbed by the natal spirit stone. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have established a connection with the natal spirit stone. It was as if Lu Ming could control the natal spirit stone at will. With a thought, the natal spirit stone on the altar flew up and turned into a rainbow light. It flew into Lu Ming's glabella and disappeared. The next moment, the natal spirit stone appeared in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and floated there quietly. Come out. Lu Ming muttered. The natal spirit stone appeared in Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming channeled his divine power and poured it into the natal spirit stone. However, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no reaction at all. Senior, how do I use this natal spirit stone? What does it do? Lu Ming asked the array spirit. It doesn't work. The array spirit answered lightly. Lu Ming staggered and almost fell. What? It doesn't work. Lu Ming looked at the array spirit with an ugly expression and said, Senior, what do you mean by it doesn't work? It means it doesn't work. Don't you understand? The array spirit said. Lu Ming's face sank. He was really speechless. He had risked his life all the way here and what he got in the end was a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming was about to vomit blood. It was a trap. It was a trap. However, if it didn't work, why did so many people guard it? Little guy, don't be discouraged. I said it doesn't work because the natal spirit stone you got is just a fragment. The array spirit said. A fragment? This isn't complete? Lu Ming asked speechlessly. Yes, this is not a complete natal spirit stone. It's just a fragment. The other fragments are scattered everywhere. I don't know where they are. The array spirit said. It's just a fragment. What can I do with it? Lu Ming sighed. He was still brooding over this. Little guy, don't underestimate this fragment. It's a fragment of the natal spirit stone. In the early Heavenly Palace era, no, even in the incipient God era, this was a rare treasure. It has a great effect. Do you know? The array spirit said. The array spirit rambled on about how awesome the life spirit stone was. He said that it was already a great fortune for Lu Ming to get a fragment. However, Lu Ming was not in the mood to listen at all. He had worked so hard to get a fragment, but it was useless. He was very unhappy. Little guy, you must not underestimate a fragment. If you can collect all the fragments in the future and turn them into a complete life spirit stone, it will be a great fortune for you. It can help you become the overlord of the primitive universe. The array spirit persuaded Lu Ming earnestly. Become the overlord of the primitive universe? Are you bragging? Lu Ming did not believe it. Of course it's true. I can swear that a complete life spirit stone will definitely be more useful than you can imagine. The array spirit swore Dandan. Hearing what the array spirit said, Lu Ming was really a little tempted. As Lu Ming's cultivation continued to improve, he saw more and more things. His horizons were broadened and he knew more about the primitive universe. However, the more he knew, the more he was in awe. The primitive universe was too big, too big, too big. It was boundless. In the primitive universe, there were countless races, countless powerhouses, and countless powerful forces. Not to mention the Qin Tian starfield, even a universe-level force like the Taishu dynasty only occupied a corner of the primitive universe. In the primitive universe, there were countless universe empires like the Taishu dynasty or forces of the same level. There were even forces more terrifying than the Taishu dynasty. No one knew how many terrifying powerhouses there were in the primitive universe. Perhaps, there was an invincible powerhouse living in seclusion on a remote planet. Therefore, it was too difficult to become the overlord of the primitive universe. There were countless powerhouses in the primitive universe, but how many dared to be called an overlord? The array spirit said that as long as he got a complete life spirit stone, it could help him become the overlord of the universe. This made Lu Ming excited. Seeing Lu Ming's eyes lit up, the array spirit continued, so, work hard and find the remaining fragments of the life spirit stone. You are very talented. I have high hopes for you. Lu Ming glanced at the array spirit. He had a feeling that the array spirit wanted Lu Ming to find the remaining fragments. It looked more anxious than Lu Ming. How do I find the remaining fragments? Lu Ming asked. The natal spirit stone is a rare treasure. Even if it's just a fragment, it's still a rare treasure. It has its own spirituality and will look for an opportunity to come out and find a suitable genius to become its master, just like you. The array spirit said. Lu Ming's gaze shifted. That's right. That's why you have to kill other geniuses with natal spirit stone fragments to obtain their natal spirit stone fragments. That's the only way their natal spirit stone fragments will recognize you as its master and merge with your natal spirit stone fragments. The array spirit explained. Then where can I find those geniuses? The primitive universe is so big. Isn't it like looking for a needle in a haystack? Lu Ming frowned. Of course not. Fragments of natal spirit stones have a strange connection with each other. As the owners of the fragments of natal spirit stones, they will eventually meet. Once they meet, you will know who the owner of the natal spirit stone is. But let me tell you, the life spirit vitality stone fragments won't recognize anyone as its master unless they're a peerless genius. So, in the future, when you meet geniuses, they'll be terrifying geniuses. You have to work hard and improve your strength. You're still too weak. The array spirit continued to explain. Can I not take the life spirit vitality stone fragment? Lu Ming said, feeling rather speechless. He had obtained the life spirit vitality stone fragment, but he had gained nothing. Instead, a group of enemies had appeared out of nowhere. He was even more displeased. No, you've already dripped your blood. You can't refuse it even if you don't want to. Geniuses with vitality stones are destined to be enemies. Even if you don't kill others, others will kill you. Young man, work hard. The array spirit continued, its eyes full of anticipation. Lu Ming felt that he had fallen into a trap. He had not gained any benefits, but he had gained himself a group of potential enemies. Moreover, they were all extremely terrifying enemies. Senior, how do I get out? Lu Ming sighed. He could only accept his fate and leave first. The platform under your feet is a teleportation formation. It can help you leave this place. You just have to inject your divine power into the altar. With that, the array spirit turned into a rainbow light, flew into the life spirit vitality stone, and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's eyes widened. He felt that something was wrong and shouted, "Wait, come out." The life spirit vitality stone fragment shone and the array spirit's figure appeared again. "Little guy, why are you calling me?" The array spirit asked. "Aren't you the array spirit here? Why are you in the life spirit vitality stone fragment?" Lu Ming asked. "Ahem, I'm indeed such an array spirit." The array spirit coughed a few times and said without blushing. "Old man, you lied to me." Lu Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Since you're the array spirit here, you can only stay here forever and accompany the array here. You entered the life spirit vitality stone fragment to leave. How can an array spirit leave? So, you're not the array spirit. Who are you? Why did you lie to me?" With that, Lu Ming stared at the array spirit without blinking. He felt that he had been deceived by the old man. Ahem, ha ha ha, little guy, you're worthy of being a peerless genius. To be recognized by the life spirit vitality stone fragment, you're really not simple. To tell you the truth, I'm not the array spirit. I'm the rock spirit of the life spirit vitality stone. The old man coughed a few times and laughed. The rock spirit of the life spirit vitality stone? Then why did you lie to me before? Lu Ming asked, still staring at the old man. I didn't tell you before because I wanted to test you and see if you could tell. You didn't let me down. The old man laughed and said. Bullsh asterisk T, this old man was definitely Bullsh asterisk Ting. He even said that he wanted to test Lu Ming. He was definitely boasting shamelessly. Old man, you're shameless. Lu Ming stared at the old man. This guy said that he was the rock spirit, and Lu Ming believed him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the life spirit vitality stone fragment so easily. Ahem, little guy, what are you talking about? How can you say that about an old man? The rock spirit coughed a few more times. If I'm not wrong, every life spirit vitality stone fragment has a rock spirit. As long as you can kill other geniuses who have obtained the life spirit vitality stone fragment, not only can the life spirit vitality stone fragment fuse, you can also swallow other rock spirits to strengthen yourself, right? Lu Ming said. Lu Ming's words caused Shirling's expression to change. Little guy, you can even guess this? Shirling was really surprised this time. It's just a random guess. It seems that I guessed right. Lu Ming's face was cold. This old guy was bragging about how awesome the life spirit vitality stone was to tempt Lu Ming. He was up to no good. He wanted to use Lu Ming to integrate other rock spirits. No wonder he didn't tell Lu Ming that he was a rock spirit and not a formation spirit. Lu Ming even suspected that a complete life spirit vitality stone was not as awesome as Shirling said. It could help him become a universe overlord. He must be bragging. Little guy, don't look at me like that. The more rock spirits I integrate, the stronger I will be. The stronger I am, the stronger the life spirit vitality stone, and the more benefits it will bring to you. I'm doing this for your own good. Shirling said shamelessly. However, Lu Ming didn't really believe this old guy. He felt that he had really fallen into a trap. Old guy, since you are a rock spirit and the life spirit vitality stone fragment has recognized me as its master, it means that you have recognized me as your master. Is it appropriate for you to call me little guy? Lu Ming stared at Shirling with an unfriendly look. Shirling looked embarrassed and smiled brightly. It's just a form of address. Why take it so seriously? Look at me, I'm already so old. It's not bad to call you little guy. Why don't I call you Lu Ming? Lu Ming's face was still sullen. He stared at Ling and didn't say a word. Ling felt guilty and said, okay. Master, I'll call you master, okay? Ling said unwillingly. That's more like it. Lu Ming's mood was finally a little better. Anyway, he felt that Ling was very unreliable. He couldn't be bothered to be polite with him. Go in, I'm leaving. Lu Ming said. The rock spirit nodded, turned into a beam of light, and drilled into the life spirit stone fragment. Then, Lu Ming put the life spirit stone fragment into his sea of consciousness, walked to the altar, and poured his divine power into it. As soon as he channeled his divine power into the altar, runes began to appear on the altar. Then, runes began to appear on the entire platform. Ling was right. This platform was a transportation array. Runes filled the air, and a door of light appeared. Lu Ming stepped in, and in the next moment, Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared on top of a mountain peak. Lu Ming looked around and discovered that he was already outside the castle. He was about tens of thousands of li away from the castle. Looks like there are no treasures in this entire castle. Only a fragment of the life spirit origin stone was left behind. Lu Ming muttered a few words, then soared into the sky, turned into a beam of light, and left this place. Inside the castle, many skyprides were still exploring, but Jin Yuan, Su Yan, and the others continued to explore. After discovering that there was nothing to be gained, they all left. Lu Ming flew all the way, and after flying for hundreds of thousands of li, he found a place to land. It's been a few months since I entered the castle. I wonder if Wu Ming and the others have any news about the mid-autumn moon. Lu Ming pondered, then took out a voice transmission jade talisman. First, he sent a message to the mid-autumn moon, but he still could not send it. Then, he sent a message to Wu Ming. Unexpectedly, not long after, Wu Ming replied. The message said that they had found clues about the mid-autumn moon. Seeing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. After arranging a meeting place with Wu Ming and the others, Lu Ming hurried to the meeting place. A day later, Lu Ming met Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others. Brothers Wu, you said that you have news about the mid-autumn moon, is it true? As soon as he saw Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others, Lu Ming couldn't wait to ask. It's true. During this period, we've been asking around and finally found some clues. It said that someone saw the mid-autumn moon at the Myriad Moon Lake. Wu Ming said. Myriad Moon Lake? What time period? Lu Ming asked. He knew about the Myriad Moon Lake. It was recorded on the map that Wu Zixiong gave him. It was a huge lake that was extremely mysterious. I heard that they saw it when they first entered Xianxia ancient city, but then it disappeared. Wu Ming frowned. Saw it when they first entered Xianxia ancient city? Lu Ming frowned, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. The mid-autumn moon appeared at the beginning, but then it disappeared. Even the voice transmission jade talisman could not be sent out. What was going on? Did something really happen? Brother Lu, don't worry. I believe that the mid-autumn moon will be fine. Yes. Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others comforted Lu Ming. Thank you, Brother Wu. Lu Ming will take his leave now. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Brother Lu, why don't we go with you? Wu Zixiong said. No need. I'll go to the Myriad Moon Lake. Next, I'll have to trouble you to help me find out about the mid-autumn moon. Lu Ming said. Of course. Brother Lu, don't worry. Wu Ming and the others nodded. They also knew that Lu Ming's strength was much stronger than theirs. If they followed Lu Ming, not only would they not be able to help, but they might even drag Lu Ming down. It was better for Lu Ming to act alone. Lu Ming said goodbye to Wu Ming and the others and went to the Myriad Moon Lake alone. The Myriad Moon Lake was west of where Lu Ming was. Lu Ming spent more than a day to reach the Myriad Moon Lake. A boundless lake appeared in front of him. This lake was very mysterious. There seemed to be countless bright moonlight shadows on the lake, which was why it was called the Myriad Moon Lake. Loud rumbling noises could still be heard from far away. Lu Ming flew to the center of the Myriad Moon Lake. Not long after, Lu Ming found a huge whirlpool in the center of the lake. The rumbling sound came from this whirlpool. The whirlpool was very large, at least a few thousand miles in radius. The endless lake water was sucked into the whirlpool, but the strange thing was that the lake water did not decrease. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes moved. He saw a figure on the other side of the whirlpool. It was a young man. He was a winged person with a pair of green wings on his back. There were wisps of lightning swimming on his wings. He was a thunder-winged person of the winged race. The winged race was an extremely large race in the primitive universe. It was divided into many different branches of the winged race, and their strength was unparalleled. The thunder-winged race was just one of the branches of the winged race. Lu Ming remembered that there was an ancient family in the 9 extinction Heavenly King residence, and all of them were thunder-winged people. The other party looked at Lu Ming, and his eyes flickered. Obviously, he recognized Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew over and cupped his fists. "Brother, I want to ask you something. May I ask if you have seen this woman?" After saying that, Lu Ming took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman shone, and the image of the autumn moon appeared out of thin air. This jade talisman sealed the image of the autumn moon. When the winged man youth saw the image of mid-autumn moon, his eyes flickered and he was surprised. Lu Ming noticed this clearly. "Brother, have you seen this woman before?" Lu Ming quickly asked. "Yes, I have." The winged man youth nodded. "Where have I seen him before?" "When?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he quickly asked. "Who is this woman to you?" "Why should I tell you?" The winged man youth turned his eyes and asked. "This woman is my wife. She entered Star Crescent Ancient City with me." "I think you know her," Lu Ming said. "Oh, so she's your wife." "To tell you the truth, when I first entered Star Crescent Ancient City, I was teleported nearby and happened to see your wife. However, she later entered this whirlpool," the winged man youth said. "She entered this whirlpool?" Lu Ming's heart sank and more doubts arose in his heart. Why did mid-autumn moon enter this whirlpool? But then again, it was not impossible. The voice transmission jade talisman could not send any messages. It was very likely that it was isolated. If mid-autumn moon was in this whirlpool, it was normal that the voice transmission jade talisman could not send any messages. "Brother, have you seen my wife after that?" Lu Ming asked again. "No. To be honest, I have been cultivating nearby for the past few years and have not seen your wife." "Your wife entered this whirlpool and never came out," the winged man youth said. "She never came out. Could it be that mid-autumn moon has been in there all this time?" Lu Ming became more worried. In the end, Lu Ming decided to go in and check it out himself. Although he did not know whether the whirlpool was dangerous or not, Lu Ming had to make this trip. "Thank you." Lu Ming cupped his fists at the youth of the Winged Men clan before he turned around and left. After checking the surroundings of the whirlpool, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he directly rushed into the whirlpool. As soon as he dashed into the vortex, the surrounding huge waves slammed toward Lu Ming. Even a sacred mountain would be smashed into smithereens. However, Lu Ming circulated his divine power, and the 9-layered crimson gold armor appeared, easily blocking the attack of the giant wave. Lu Ming followed the power of the whirlpool and went into the depths of the whirlpool, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Lu Ming had entered the whirlpool, the young man from the Wing Men clan sneered and revealed a ferocious killing intent. "Lu Ming, there's something I forgot to tell you. Your wife was forced into this whirlpool by me. This whirlpool is definitely very dangerous. I hope you die in there, The youth of the Winged Men clan kept sneering. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he waited in the surroundings. After waiting for a few months, he did not see Lu Ming coming out. Hence, he left this place. Lu Ming naturally did not hear what the youth of the Winged Men clan said. He followed the whirlpool and kept going down. Gradually, the whirlpool became smaller. Finally, Lu Ming's body became lighter. He found that he had come out of the whirlpool and arrived at an underground space. The walls of this underground space were carved with lifelike statues. They looked like ancient deities that had traveled through time and space to come here. There was indeed another world under the myriad moon lake. The mid-autumn moon should be under here. Lu Ming looked around and finally found a passage. Lu Ming followed the passage and went forward. There was nothing unusual along the way. After passing through the passage, he came to a bigger palace. Ta. When Lu Ming stepped into the palace, he heard footsteps coming from the palace. Lu Ming was shocked and looked in a direction. There was a big door in that direction. Not long after, a figure walked out from behind the big door. It was an old man from the human clan. He was wearing a snow-white robe and had a head full of white hair. He had a snow-white beard and looked like an immortal. However, Lu Ming stared at the old man cautiously. This old man was not like Ling, who had an illusory body. He was a living being with flesh and blood. How could there be such an old man in Starry Crescent Ancient City? Could it be that he was a native of this place? Or was he an old monster that had survived from the early days of the Heavenly Palace? Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. Finally, someone else is here. The elder looked at Lu Ming and smiled gently. His smile was amiable and it made one feel as though they were bathed in the spring breeze. Anyway, Lu Ming did not feel any malice from the old man. Senior, a friend of mine has entered this place. I'm here to look for someone. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. You're looking for a beautiful lady, right? The old man asked with a smile. That's right. Have you seen her before? Lu Ming was overjoyed. He quickly took out the image of Autumn Moon and showed it to the old man. The old man glanced at it and nodded. That's right. It's this lady who came here a few years ago. Where is this lady now? To tell you the truth, this lady is my wife. Lu Ming said. Although Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were not officially married, Lu Ming had already regarded her as his wife in his heart. So she's your wife? The old man smiled and said, You don't have to worry. Your wife is very safe and has obtained a supreme opportunity. Obtained a supreme opportunity? What do you mean? Lu Ming asked again. He would not believe the old man so easily. This place was the cave of a supreme expert in the early days of the Heavenly Palace era. That supreme expert was my ancestor's master. Later on, that supreme expert passed away and left behind his inheritance. Your wife happens to be suitable for this inheritance. All these years, she has been receiving the inheritance. Isn't this a great opportunity? The old man said. The inheritance of a supreme expert? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he thought quickly. The old man's words revealed a lot of information. First of all, this place was the cave of a supreme expert in the early days of the Heavenly Palace era. That expert passed away and left behind his inheritance. The old man's ancestor was that expert's servant. In that case, this old man was really a native of Xianxia Ancient City and had been guarding this place since then. Of course, Lu Ming would not believe the old man just because of a few words. Senior, can I see my wife? Lu Ming asked. She's receiving the inheritance and is at a critical moment. I'm afraid it's inconvenient for her to see you, the old man said. Lu Ming's face darkened. If he did not see her, how would Lu Ming know if the old man was telling the truth? However, if you really want to see her, I can let you see her. At the end of his words, the old man changed the topic. Then, he waved his hand and his palm shone. An image appeared in the void. In the image, there was a stone room where a beautiful woman was sitting cross-legged. Her body was emitting 9-colored divine light. Who else could this woman be other than Autumn Moon? Qiu Yu sat cross-legged with a solemn expression on her face. There was a huge sphere floating above her head. End of chapter. There was a round ball floating above Mid-Autumn Moon's head. This round ball was a stone ball. It looked very ancient and had a diameter of a few meters. It was emitting a hazy glow. However, at a glance, this round ball looked like an eyeball. A huge stone eyeball. It was a little strange. It seemed that Mid-Autumn Moon was really accepting the inheritance. Seeing that Mid-Autumn Moon was fine, Lu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was no wonder that Lu Ming could not send a message out all these years. Mid-Autumn Moon was in this underground space and was accepting the inheritance. It would be strange if the message could be sent out. The old man waved his hand and the image disappeared. Do you believe me now? Your wife has reached a critical moment in accepting the inheritance. I estimate that it will take a few more years for the inheritance to be completed. At that time, your wife's cultivation will skyrocket and she will become a peerless genius. The old man said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded and did not doubt him. It seemed that Mid-Autumn Moon's opportunity was not small. I'm Deng Xiu. Little guy, what's your name? At this moment, the old man asked. I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied. Lu Ming, your wife still needs a few more years to accept the inheritance. Why don't you wait for her here? After she is done, you can leave with her. What do you think? Deng Xiu said. That's what I think too. Lu Ming nodded. Well, that's it then. However, I won't make you wait for the next few years. Since you're here, it's your fortune. I'll give you a secret technique. Study it carefully in the next few years. Whether you can cultivate it successfully or not will depend on your talent. Deng Xiu said with a smile. Secret technique? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The owner of this place was an expert from the early Heavenly Palace era. The secret technique that he left behind was probably not to be underestimated. Lu Ming was a little tempted. Lu Ming, come with me. After Deng Xiu finished speaking, he turned around and walked toward the door behind him. Lu Ming followed behind. The underground space was huge. There were many palaces and stone rooms. Lu Ming followed Deng Xiu and went through several passages. Finally, they came to the bottom of a stone tablet. This stone tablet was huge. It was a few hundred meters tall. The stone tablet was engraved with strange runes. These runes were intertwined together and vaguely seemed to form a pair of eyes. What's carved on this stone tablet is a secret technique called the Yin-Yang Godly Eyes. It's a kind of eye technique. If you master it, you'll be able to kill people with just the opening and closing of your eyes. Deng Xiu introduced. As he spoke, the two arrived at the bottom. Lu Ming looked at the runes on the stone tablet seriously. At this moment, Deng Xiu's figure suddenly retreated. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated 1,000 meters away. Senior, what are you doing? Endless runes glowed and formed a huge formation. The formation was white on one side and black on the other. It looked like a Tai Chi formation. It covered an area of 1,000 meters. Boom, Lu Ming's figure flashed. He wanted to rush out of the formation. However, when he came to the edge, a light screen appeared and blocked Lu Ming's figure. Lu Ming crashed into the light screen and made a loud rumbling sound. Ha ha ha, kid, stay in there obediently. At this moment, Deng Xiu's face was no longer kind. Instead, it was filled with a ferocious expression as he laughed out loud. Deng Xiu, you lied to me? Lu Ming roared. I didn't lie to you. My name is Deng Xiu. What's engraved on the stone tablet is a secret technique called Yin-Yang God Eyes. Deng Xiu sneered. Then why did you trick me into entering this formation? Lu Ming asked. It's simple. I want you to stay here obediently so that you won't ruin my master's plan. Deng Xiu sneered. Master's plan? What do you mean? Is it that stone ball? Lu Ming's face suddenly changed. Hee, it seems that you're a little smart. To tell you the truth, this is not my master's cave residence. The real master here was killed by my master in the early days of the Heavenly Palace era. Unfortunately, my master was seriously injured and only left an eye. He has been in a deep sleep until now. My master didn't wake up until your wife, that girl called Qiu Yu, came in. That girl is amazing. She actually has the sacred heart of 9 orifices. As long as my master occupies her body, he can be resurrected and return to the peak. Ha ha ha. Deng Xiu laughed and explained. Lu Ming's heart sank. It turned out that what Deng Xiu said was false. What about Autumn Moon receiving the inheritance of a supreme expert? It was all nonsense. In fact, that stone ball took a fancy to Autumn Moon's physique and wanted to possess Autumn Moon and take Autumn Moon as its own. The scene that Deng Xiu showed Lu Ming just now was not Autumn Moon receiving the inheritance, but Autumn Moon resisting the other party's possession. Autumn Moon was facing a crisis. Lu Ming's face was extremely ugly. Speaking of which, that girl's mind is really tough. She has resisted for so many years. However, no matter how tough her mind is, she won't be able to resist for many years. At most 10 years, no, at most 8 years, she will be completely possessed by my master. Then, my master will take us away from this damn place and dominate the primitive universe. Ha ha ha. Deng Xiu laughed at the end of his words and was very proud. As he laughed, Deng Xiu's body changed rapidly and turned into a huge eyeball floating in the air, looking extremely ferocious. Hee, to tell you the truth, I don't have an ancestor at all. I evolved from my master's flesh. Deng Xiu continued to laugh. At this moment, Lu Ming knew that Lu Ming had been targeted the moment he entered this place. Deng Xiu had deliberately turned into an amiable old man and told a series of lies to trick Lu Ming into coming here and trapping Lu Ming. However, Deng Xiu was extremely cunning. His words were filled with both truth and lies, which was why Lu Ming fell for it. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming roared. He would never let Deng Xiu have his way. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Although Lu Ming's spear had been destroyed in the battle with Chu Baxing, Lu Ming still had a lot of spare spears. This one was also a 9th order divine grade god artifact. Moon slaying. Lu Ming's divine power surged as he slashed forward with his spear. A crescent-shaped spear light slashed at the light barrier at the edge of the formation. The light barrier only trembled slightly, then returned to normal. Hee, kid, don't waste your energy. This yin-yang formation isn't something you can break. Deng Xiu laughed mockingly. I don't believe, Lu Ming roared as his body expanded rapidly and turned into a green-armored ancient god. End of chapter. Exploding star. Lu Ming transformed into a green-armored ancient god. He did not hold back at all. He exerted all his strength. A terrifying spear gleam burst forth and then exploded. Rumble, the destructive power bombarded the light screen of the formation, but the formation only trembled a little before returning to normal. This kid is actually so powerful. Deng Xiu was shocked when he saw Lu Ming's attack. He was secretly glad that he did not attack Lu Ming directly. Instead, he brought Lu Ming to the stone tablet and trapped Lu Ming with the yin-yang formation. However, he immediately laughed again. Hee, kid, don't waste your energy. You can't break this formation with brute force. Break. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to his opponent and continued to attack. He must break this formation and save Qiuyu. Otherwise, Qiuyu would be possessed. Lu Ming absolutely could not let such a thing happen. Boom. Lu Ming launched a frenzied attack. Streaks of terrifying spear gleams bombarded the light screen, but it was useless. No matter how Lu Ming attacked, the light screen only trembled slightly and was fine. No matter how strong the bombardment was, it was the same. It could not be broken at all. After a while, Lu Ming stopped and his eyes were extremely gloomy. Old Liang, aren't you able to sense the energy of the formation? Why didn't you inform me in advance when that old man brought me in? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the measuring word incantation. Last time, when they were ambushed, the measuring word incantation had sensed the formation set up by the other party in advance. Why didn't he warn him this time? If he had been warned in advance, Lu Ming would have been alert and would not have been trapped by the formation. Kid, do you think I'm the guy with the word formation? I can sense any formation. I could sense it last time because the formation set up by the other party was a killing formation. Moreover, it was newly set up and its energy was surging. That's why I could sense it. This formation is a trapping formation. Its energy is extremely mild, especially since it has been set up for many years. If it is not activated normally, there will be no energy reaction. How can I sense it? The measuring word incantation shouted unhappily. Lu Ming was speechless. He could not blame the measuring word incantation. I saw that there was a formation here before. At this moment, another voice sounded in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. That voice was clearly the voice of the Vitality Stone spirit. Why didn't you remind me? Lu Ming asked. Do I need to remind you? As the owner of the Vitality Stone, if he couldn't even solve such a small problem, how could he compete with other competitors in the future? How can one wield a complete life spirit Vitality Stone and be called an overlord of the universe? The spirit asked. Lu Ming was stunned by the question and he gritted his teeth. This old guy deliberately did not remind him. Lu Ming wished he could step on his face. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. Do you have any way to get out? Lu Ming asked. No. The spirit and the measuring word incantation said in unison. Lu Ming almost vomited blood. Ha ha ha, kid, are you desperate now? I've said that you can't get out. Even a peak divine king can't break this formation by force. You can only get out with a special method. Deng Xiao burst out laughing. He felt great at the sight of Lu Ming being dealt a blow. Special method? Lu Ming whispered. Why? What special method do you want to know? Alright, I'll tell you. Deng Xiao smiled and stared at the stone tablet. The method to break this formation is the secret technique on the stone tablet, the Yin-Yang God Eyes. As long as you cultivate the Yin-Yang God Eyes, you can easily break this Yin-Yang formation. Secret technique, the Yin-Yang God Eyes. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he looked at the stone tablet. However, I have to remind you that there are conditions to cultivate the Yin-Yang God Eyes. Two people have to control two completely opposite divine-grade divine forces and be connected in mind to succeed. Moreover, even if you meet the conditions, you won't be able to comprehend it without at least 100 years. What do you think of this condition? It's simple, right? Ha ha ha. Deng Xiao laughed crazily at the end of his sentence. It was impossible for Lu Ming to fulfill this condition. In order to cultivate the Yin-Yang God Eye, one would need two completely opposite types of divine-grade divine powers. This required two people who were of the same mind. Even so, it would take at least 100 years to comprehend it even if one's talent was amazing. In 100 years, Autumn Moon would have been taken over by his master. Therefore, Deng Xiao had mentioned this condition because he wasn't afraid that Lu Ming would succeed. He had said it specifically to anger Lu Ming. He knew the method but couldn't cultivate it. He wanted to see how desperate Lu Ming would be. However, he was disappointed. Lu Ming's face didn't show any signs of despair. Instead, his eyes lit up as if he had seen the light of hope. Two completely opposite divine-grade divine forces. Lu Ming controlled the Sun Divine Force and the Sun Divine Force. Weren't they two completely opposite divine-grade divine forces? One was Yang and one was Yin. One was extreme Yang and the other was extreme Yin. Others needed two people to control two different divine forces, but Lu Ming could do it alone. Moreover, they had to be connected in mind. Even if two people were connected in mind, how could one person be connected? As long as Lu Ming could comprehend it before Autumn Moon was taken over, he would be able to break free and save Autumn Moon. 8 years, according to Deng Xiao, the stone eye would be able to successfully take over his body in 8 years. Lu Ming had to succeed in comprehending it within 8 years. Lu Ming ignored Deng Xiao and sat cross-legged under the stone tablet. He began to study the runes on the tablet. Humph, you want to comprehend the Yin-Yang God Eye? Dream on. Deng Xiao laughed disdainfully. He didn't believe that Lu Ming could comprehend it. First of all, he needed two completely opposite divine-grade divine forces. Lu Ming couldn't have them. He thought that Lu Ming was desperate and knew that he couldn't get out, so he was just putting on an act for him to see. Wait patiently. When my master succeeds in taking over your body, he will kill you. Deng Xiao sneered and retreated to the side to monitor Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at the runes on the stone tablet wholeheartedly. The stone tablet was covered with mysterious runes that intertwined with each other to form a mysterious pattern. Lu Ming looked at it for a while and felt dizzy. Just as Deng Xiao said, even if one met the requirements and had exceptional talent, it wasn't easy to comprehend the Yin-Yang God Eye. It was too difficult. It was harder to cultivate than any of Lu Ming's secret skills. After resting for a while, Lu Ming continued to comprehend it. Time flew, and a few months passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming finally understood something. End of chapter. After a few months of comprehension, Lu Ming finally had an idea of what was going on. The Yin-Yang God Eyes was based on two things. The first was the two completely opposite divine powers. For example, extreme yin and extreme cold, darkness and light, or even a combination of fast and slow, as long as the two opposite divine powers worked together. The second was the runes on the stone tablet. When the two opposite divine powers worked together with the runes, they could evolve into endless changes in his eyes and evolve into terrifying killing moves. However, these runes were too complicated, especially the ones that formed the yin-yang god eyes. The more Lu Ming looked at them, the more he felt that there were endless changes in them. Mysterious, it's really mysterious, Lu Ming exclaimed. However, this aroused Lu Ming's competitive spirit even more. Next, Lu Ming focused even more on comprehending. Time passed, day by day, month by month. Time flew by, and almost 4 years had passed. At this moment, 10 years had passed since Lu Ming and the others entered Xianxia ancient city. All these years, Lu Ming had been sitting cross-legged under the stone tablet, not moving at all. On this day, Lu Ming, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. There were no eyeballs in his eyes at all. There were only 2 colors in his eyes. On the left, it was dark like an abyss. On the right, it was snow-white and emitted a holy light. In the next moment, dense runes flashed continuously in Lu Ming's eyes. After a long while, they disappeared. Lu Ming's eyes also returned to normal. It's been almost 4 years, and I've finally mastered it, Lu Ming muttered. The difficulty of cultivating this yin-yang god eyes was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. Given Lu Ming's talent, regardless of whether he was cultivating other secret skills or divine skills, his speed was astonishingly fast and far surpassed that of ordinary people. However, it took him almost 4 years to cultivate this kind of secret skill at the entry level. Now that I've mastered it, I should be able to lead this formation, Lu Ming whispered, his eyes filled with a cold murderous intent. Another 4 years had passed. Hopefully, the mid-autumn moon could hold on. Lu Ming slowly got up and walked out of the array. Oh my, after sitting here for 4 years, there's finally some movement? Don't tell me you want to kneel and beg for mercy? Deng Xiu mocked when he saw Lu Ming stand up. This time, I'll kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. What? Kill me? Ha ha ha, you've been sitting there for 4 years. Have you lost your mind? If you want to kill me, can you come out? Why don't you come out first? Ha ha ha. Deng Xiu laughed mockingly, but his laughter became softer and softer. In the end, his laughter got stuck in his throat and he couldn't laugh anymore. His huge eye was filled with disbelief. This was because Lu Ming's eyes had undergone a major change. Countless runes appeared in his eyes, interweaving into a strange pattern. Afterward, in the void in front of Lu Ming, many runes appeared out of thin air. These runes were like threads, intertwining with each other and flying towards the light screen formed by the formation. Chi-chi, these runes collided with the light screen of the formation, creating a sizzling sound. Then, the light screen was cut open, forming a door. The formation was broken. Lu Ming took a step forward and was out of the formation. At this moment, Deng Xiu stared at Lu Ming as if he had seen a ghost. He shouted in disbelief, Yin-yang god eyes. How could you have mastered yin-yang god eyes? This is impossible. This is impossible, Deng Xiu shouted like a madman. This was completely beyond his comprehension. Nothing is impossible when it comes to me, Lu Ming said coldly. Deng Xiu was shocked and quickly retreated. Lu Ming was about to give chase when he suddenly staggered and almost fell. At the same time, he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes and 2 streams of blood flowed out. I didn't expect that using the yin-yang god eyes would put such a huge burden on my body and eyes. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. When he used the yin-yang god eyes to break the formation, Lu Ming's divine power was depleted. He felt weak and his eyes were severely injured. Although the yin-yang god eyes was powerful, it had a high requirement to use it. The yin-yang god eyes are divided into yin-yang and yang-yang. If I use them separately, it might be better. However, using both at the same time is too much of a burden. I have to be careful in the future, Lu Ming thought to himself. Men, kill this brat for me. At this moment, Deng Xiu finally reacted and yelled. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Deng Xiu's voice fell, figures rushed out from all directions. These figures all had huge eyes, and they looked exactly like Deng Xiu. It was very disgusting. Clearly, they were the same as Deng Xiu. They were all formed from his master's minced flesh. Kill! Kill this brat. These eyeballs roared loudly. Beams of divine light shot out from their eyes and charged toward Lu Ming. Ice chains. At this moment, the divine power in the quantum formula surged out and Lu Ming's body was filled with divine power. Then, 9 ice chains flew out and blocked in front of Lu Ming. The divine light bombarded the ice chains, but they were all blocked by the ice chains. That's all there is to it. Then, go to hell. Lu Ming's cold voice could be heard. After exchanging blows, Lu Ming discovered that the power of these eyeballs was ordinary. The most powerful one was only a half-step divine king. Lu Ming used the ancient god body and turned into a green-armored ancient god. He shook his long spear and shot out beams of spear light towards the eyeballs. Bam! 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 These eyeballs were pierced by the spear light and exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, dozens of eyeballs were killed. Moon slash. Then, Lu Ming used the moon slash again. A crescent-shaped spear light slashed out and killed a large number of eyeballs. No wonder you didn't dare to attack me directly. Instead, you trapped me in a formation. Your strength is average. Lu Ming had a thought. He held the long spear in his hand and charged toward the group of eyeballs, killing them all. In fact, it was normal. These eyeballs were their owners in the early days of the Heavenly Palace era when they fought with the owner of the cave mansion. The owner of the cave mansion destroyed their bodies and left behind some flesh and blood. After countless years, they evolved into evil creatures. No matter how strong their owners were, some of the flesh and blood that had been destroyed had lost a lot of spirituality after so many years. Naturally, the creatures they evolved into would not be that strong. Soon, hundreds of eyeballs were killed by Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming stepped out and closed in on Deng Xiu. Brat! You are courting death. Deng Xiu shouted in horror. He turned around and fled towards one of the many passages. So it's this passage. Saves me the trouble of looking for it. Lu Ming sneered. The passage that Deng Xiu escaped through was probably the place where Qiu Autumn Moon and his owner were. Deng Xiu was afraid and would most likely escape to his owner. End of chapter. Deng Xiu fled in front while Lu Ming chased after him leisurely. Along the way, those eyeball monsters kept attacking Lu Ming, but they were all easily killed by Lu Ming. Not long after, they went through a few passages and came to a bronze door. Master, save me, save me. Deng Xiu screamed in horror and pushed the bronze door with all his might. Kacha. The bronze door was opened. The moment the bronze door was opened, Lu Ming saw the scene behind the door. Behind the door was a stone room. In the middle of the stone room, a young lady was sitting cross-legged. It was Autumn Moon. From a distance, Lu Ming could see that Autumn Moon's face revealed a trace of pain. She seemed to be struggling to hold on. Her body was covered with a layer of 9-colored divine light. However, compared to a few years ago, the 9-colored divine light on Autumn Moon's body seemed to have dimmed a lot. On top of Autumn Moon's head, there was an eyeball with a diameter of a few meters. It was flickering with a black radiance and was constantly approaching Autumn Moon. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was slightly relieved. At least, Autumn Moon was still holding on and had not been taken over by the other party. However, the anger in Lu Ming's heart burned fiercely. Master, save me. Deng Xiu screamed and wanted to rush towards the stone eyeball. Moon slaying. Lu Ming said coldly. His long spear slashed down and a crescent-shaped spear light slashed towards Deng Xiu. Deng Xiu's cultivation was only equivalent to an ordinary half-step divine king. He could not block Lu Ming's attack. The spear light slashed through and Deng Xiu screamed miserably as he was killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming strode towards the door. Behind the door was a huge stone room. However, it was in a mess. The walls of the stone room were filled with cracks and dents. It seemed like a great battle had taken place here. The buildings here were filled with runes and were incomparably tough. The strength of those who could fill the walls with cracks and dents was definitely astonishing. This was most likely left behind by the Great War at the beginning of the Heavenly Palace era. Lu Ming glanced around and found nothing out of the ordinary. Then, he strode toward the mid-autumn moon. Get lost, brat. At this moment, the stone eyeball above Autumn Moon's head let out a loud roar. You're the one who should get lost. Lu Ming coldly shouted, his long spear swept out, sweeping towards the stone bead. You're courting death. The stone bead let out a loud cry. Then, a beam of divine light shot out from the stone eyeball and blasted towards Lu Ming. Clang, the divine light bombarded the long spear, causing it to vibrate violently. Lu Ming felt a terrifying power coming from the spear, and his body involuntarily trembled as he retreated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, divine light continuously shot out from the stone eyeball. In the blink of an eye, it had shot out dozens of beams of divine light. Space whistled as dozens of divine lights shot towards Lu Ming. Moonslaying, his divine power surged wildly. Lu Ming continuously cast the moonslaying technique for more than 10 times. More than 10 crescent-shaped spear gleams slashed out, blocking the dozens of divine lights. Lu Ming didn't dare to use the exploding star technique. Exploding star was an indiscriminate attack. If he used it, it would envelop the mid-autumn moon as well. A 5th-level celestial god with such strength. Wait a minute, you have the origin ancient words in your body. They are the words battle and quantity. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. Once I possess this girl and combine the 2 origin ancient words, this heavenly lord will definitely regain his glory. No, I might even become stronger. The stone eyeball started to let out a surprised sound, then it laughed as if it was in ecstasy. Lu Ming was shocked. This stone eyeball actually saw through the 2 origin ancient characters in his body right away. In the past, Lu Ming had met many divine kings, but none of them could see the ancient origin words in his body. Because the ancient origin words could hide themselves, outsiders couldn't see them at all. This stone eyeball was incredible. I must destroy this eyeball. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. Then, he waved his spear and kept attacking the stone eyeball. Kid, go to hell. A cold voice came out from the stone eyeball. It vibrated slightly as if it was preparing for a more terrifying attack. But then, mid-autumn moon shouted and the 9-colored divine light on her body suddenly became bright. A 9-colored heart could be vaguely seen beating in her heart. The sacred heart of 9 orifices. Apparently, mid-autumn moon had also noticed Lu Ming. When the stone eyeball was distracted to attack Lu Ming, she also launched a counterattack. Damn it! The stone eyeball let out a roar. It had to divert more energy to deal with mid-autumn moon and less energy to deal with Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! In the stone chamber, the rumbling continued. Lu Ming kept attacking and finally got close to the stone eyeball. Dong! Finally, Lu Ming seized the opportunity and hit the stone eyeball with his spear. The stone eyeball shook violently, but nothing happened. Lu Ming didn't break it. Kid, you can't break my defense. Although so many years have passed and my strength is less than 1 billion of my peak, my defense is still there. You can't break it, ha ha ha. The stone eyeball laughed. Is that so? Then I'll pull you apart. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, 9 ice chains flew out and wrapped around the stone eyeball. A layer of ice crystals appeared on the stone eyeball, trying to freeze it. Get lost. The stone eyeball roared and black divine light rushed out from its surface. The ice crystals exploded one after another. The black divine light hit the ice chains. The ice chains shook violently and cracks appeared on some of the ice chains. The ice chains couldn't withstand it anymore. Come here. Lu Ming shouted and desperately pulled the ice chains, trying to pull the stone eyeball away from Autumn Moon's head. As long as the stone eyeball was pulled away, Autumn Moon would be saved. Even if they couldn't kill the stone eyeball, they could still escape. Pung! Pung! Under the constant assault of the stone eyeball's divine light, 2 of the ice chains were finally broken. You can't pull me away. The stone eyeball roared. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes were calm. With a wave of his hand, 2 more ice chains flew out and wrapped around the stone eyeball. Next, as long as the ice chains broke, Lu Ming would immediately condense them. Lu Ming had plenty of divine power to waste. A moment later, the stone eyeball was finally pulled away by Lu Ming. After being pulled away a little, Autumn Moon immediately seized the opportunity to resist. Kid, you're courting death. You're courting death. Don't think that I, the Lord of Heaven, have no way to deal with you. Die. A furious roar came from within the stone eyeball. Then, a beam of light flew out from within the stone eyeball. When the beam of light flew out, it turned into a figure. It was a middle-aged man wearing ancient armor. The most peculiar thing about him was his eyes. They were extremely bright, like two suns. End of chapter. The middle-aged man was obviously the original form of the stone eyeball. At this moment, he was staring at Lu Ming furiously and roaring, "Kid, I'll let you experience the God-destroying light of this Lord Heaven. It's your honor to die under the God-destroying light." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man turned into a ray of divine light and rushed towards Lu Ming, enveloping Lu Ming in divine light. As soon as he was enveloped by the divine light, Lu Ming felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt a great sense of danger. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lu Ming felt waves of piercing pain all over his body. The light seemed to be melting his body. "Block it!" Lu Ming roared in his heart. He unleashed all his divine power and used the 9 layers golden armor to cover his body to block the divine light. However, the 9 layers golden armor was useless. Chi-chi, under the divine light, the 9 layers golden armor emitted a sizzling sound, as if ice and snow had met fire and was constantly melting. "Kid, you actually control so many types of divine power? Amazing, really amazing." The stone eyeball's voice sounded again, full of surprise. Obviously, the other party didn't know about the existence of the universe myriad Dao technique. However, at this moment, Lu Ming didn't have the time to think about it. He only wanted to block the divine light because it was too terrifying. It constantly penetrated Lu Ming's 9 layers golden armor and enveloped Lu Ming's body. As soon as the divine light touched Lu Ming's skin, Lu Ming's body felt as if it was being burned by fire. A piercing pain spread all over his body. Lu Ming was even horrified to find that wherever the divine light touched, Lu Ming's flesh and blood melted like ice and snow. This scene was extremely terrifying. If this continued, Lu Ming's body would be melted by the divine light. The other party called this divine light the God-destroying light. It was indeed terrifying. The other party's strength was less than 1,000,000,000,000 of his peak, but it still had such amazing power. Ice chains. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He recalled the frost shackles and wrapped them around his body. He wanted to use the frost shackles to block the attack of the God-slaying light. However, the ice shackles were unable to withstand the God-destroying light. Under the God-destroying light, the ice shackles rapidly melted. "Old Liang, do you have a way to absorb this divine light?" At the critical moment, Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the measuring formula. "There's nothing I can do about it. This is the light of destruction, and the other party is an ancient existence. His willpower is too strong. How can I possibly absorb the power that he cultivated? Unless your cultivation level is comparable to his, then I'll be able to unleash its power," the quantifying formula said. Lu Ming was speechless and placed his hopes on the rock spirit. "Old man, do you have any ideas? If you don't help me this time, I'm going to die." Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the rock spirit. "I'm just an incomplete rock spirit. What can I do? Moreover, the other party is the divine I Lord of Heaven. The God-destroying light of the divine I Lord of Heaven is one of the most terrifying forces in the world. Sigh, it seems that I'm too unlucky. I just acknowledged you as my master and you're going to die." Sigh, the rock spirit heaved a long sigh. Lu Ming was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Not only did the old man refuse to help, but he even cursed him. Lu Ming wished he could stomp on the old man. Asterisk sizzle, asterisk at this moment, more and more God-destroying light touched Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming discovered that his flesh was melting. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Lu Ming was completely melted by the God-destroying light. Unfortunately, Lu Ming couldn't do anything about it. "Ha ha ha, boy, you're really my lucky star. You actually brought me 2 origin ancient characters. Opportunity, a great opportunity." The other party laughed and became more and more excited. On the other hand, Lu Ming became more and more anxious. Could it be that he and Autumn Moon were going to die here today? Let's fight. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and decided to try burning the ancient god's heart. It was better than dying here. Although Lu Ming felt that it might not be useful even if he burned the ancient god's heart. The god-destroying light was too strange. But he had to give it a try. However, before burning the ancient god's heart, Lu Ming had to take out the purple copper coffin. The last time Lu Ming burned the ancient god's heart, it was because of the purple copper coffin that he recovered. If burning the ancient god's heart could deal with the stone eyeball, maybe he could recover with the help of the purple copper coffin. He had to give it a try, right? Lu Ming's mind stirred and the purple copper coffin flew out from the frightening feather painting. But just as the purple copper coffin flew out, something strange happened. The purple copper coffin suddenly shone brightly and flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows, floating above Lu Ming's head. Crack, the lid of the purple copper coffin opened by itself, revealing a gap. A terrifying and unimaginable aura spread out from the gap of the coffin lid. Compared to this aura, Lu Ming felt that he was just a speck of dust. No, the strongest divine king that Lu Ming had met was just a speck of dust in front of this aura. Lu Ming seemed to see the great battle of the ancient gods through the lid of the purple copper coffin. Ah, why do you have such a thing? Why do you have such a thing? At this moment, the divine Eye Lord of Heaven suddenly screamed. His voice was filled with endless horror and fear. He seemed to recognize the purple copper coffin. Buzz, the aura of the purple copper coffin enveloped Lu Ming's body. The light of destruction on Lu Ming's body began to vibrate violently. Then, it left Lu Ming's body and turned into a figure again. It was the middle-aged man who called himself the divine Eye Lord of Heaven. The middle-aged man's face was filled with endless horror and disbelief. How could such a legendary thing appear on your body? Impossible, impossible. The divine Eye Lord of Heaven roared and tried to escape. However, there seemed to be a force of attraction from the purple copper coffin that firmly locked onto the divine Eye Lord of Heaven. No matter how the divine Eye Lord of Heaven struggled, it was useless. He was flying toward the gap of the purple copper coffin. No, 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 the divine Eye Lord of Heaven roared in horror and struggled madly, but it was useless. After a few breaths, the divine Eye Lord of Heaven was completely sucked into the purple copper coffin. After the divine Eye Lord of Heaven was sucked in, the purple copper coffin closed automatically. All the aura disappeared and the purple copper coffin returned to its simple and unadorned appearance. Then, it fell and pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He quickly controlled the frightening feather painting and sucked the purple copper coffin into it. Phew, Lu Ming let out a long sigh as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. This time, it was really thrilling. He did not expect the purple copper coffin to work at the critical moment and suck the divine Eye Lord of Heaven in. Until now, Lu Ming was still a little stunned. Everything had changed too quickly. After a long while, Lu Ming recovered and walked toward the autumn moon. At this moment, the autumn moon shouted softly, "Keep." Then, the nine-colored divine light on the autumn moon shone brightly and covered the stone eyeball. The stone eyeball began to shrink and flew toward the autumn moon's body. End of chapter. The nine-colored divine light shrouded the stone eyeball. The stone eyeball began to shrink and flew toward Chiu Autumn Moon's body. *Dream * Little Talk Star. Lu Ming was shocked and was about to step forward to stop it. Master, don't act rashly. This is a great opportunity for this girl. Ling's voice sounded. Great opportunity? Lu Ming was puzzled. He stopped in his tracks. Yes, this stone eyeball can be said to be transformed from one of the eyes of the divine Eye Lord of Heaven. It contains all the inheritance of the divine Eye Lord of Heaven. Now that the remnant soul of the divine Eye Lord of Heaven has been completely destroyed, this stone eyeball will be absorbed and integrated by this girl. This girl will obtain the inheritance of the divine Eye Lord of Heaven. This is the inheritance of the divine Eye Lord of Heaven. This girl also has the 9 apertures sacred heart. Her future achievements will be limitless. She will be a capable assistant of Master. Ling explained. Lu Ming was delighted. The soul of the divine Eye Lord of Heaven had been taken away by the purple copper coffin. Now, this stone eyeball was equivalent to a treasure that could be absorbed and refined. Chiu Autumn Moon was going to refine this stone eyeball and obtain the inheritance of the other party. By the way, what's the background of the divine Eye Lord of Heaven? Lu Ming asked. His background is amazing. How many people in the primitive universe dare to call themselves the Lord of Heaven? Every one of them is an overlord in the world. Ling said. In the end, you didn't say anything about the other party's background. Lu Ming curled his lips. The Heavenly Palace. Do you know about it? Ling asked. The Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Is he from the Heavenly Palace? Yes, the title of the Lord of Heaven is only in the Heavenly Palace. Every Lord of Heaven is a giant in the Heavenly Palace. Ling explained. Lu Ming was shocked. The primitive universe was divided into the incipient God era and the Heavenly Palace era. The reason why it was divided into the Heavenly Palace era was because of the Heavenly Palace. After the incipient God era, the Heavenly Palace had become the real overlord of the desolate universe. It ruled the entire universe. The divine Lord of Heaven was actually a giant from the Heavenly Palace. Such a background was truly shocking. However, according to legend, there was more than one Heavenly Palace in the primitive universe. Lu Ming did not know the details. After all, such a force was too far away from Lu Ming. Even the Taishu dynasty was just an ant in front of the Heavenly Palace. However, Lu Ming couldn't help but reveal a look of joy when he thought about how he could obtain the inheritance of the Lord of Heaven by autumn moon. The inheritance of the Lord of Heaven was incredible. At this moment, the stone eyeball shrank and turned into a jet of light, shooting into Autumn Moon's body and disappearing. Boom, in the next moment, an intimidating aura exploded from Autumn Moon's body. The aura was earth-shaking, filling the stone chamber. It was incomparably violent. Autumn Moon's soft body trembled. Her face paled and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. What's going on? Lu Ming was frightened. Oh no, there's still residual energy in the eyeball of Lord of Divine Eye. There's too much energy. Even if this girl has the 9 orifices sacred heart, she won't be able to absorb that much at once. Her body is going to explode from the energy. Ling hurried to shout. What can we do? Lu Ming was extremely worried. At this moment, Autumn Moon coughed out another mouthful of blood. Her body swelled up. Kid, hurry up. This is ownerless energy. I can absorb it. I'll transfer some of it to you. Help her share some of it and she'll be fine. Measuring Formula shouted. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Ming nodded repeatedly. He was too concerned. Lu Ming did not think of such a simple method. Lu Ming strode forward and came to Autumn Moon's side. His glabella shone and the measuring formula flew out. A devouring force shrouded Autumn Moon's body. Suddenly, the energy in Autumn Moon's body was absorbed by the measuring formula. Autumn Moon's body began to shrink. Soon, she returned to her original size. Autumn Moon's aura also began to stabilize. The sacred heart of 9 orifices on her chest shone brightly and pulsated like a drum. Boundless energy poured into the sacred heart of 9 orifices. In the end, Lu Ming vaguely saw a stone eyeball fly into Autumn Moon's 9 orifices sacred heart and merged with it. At this time, the measuring formula flew back and returned to Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Kid, this is the remaining energy of the Divine Eye Lord of Heaven. I can refine it a little and transfer it to you. You can absorb it and improve your cultivation. Measuring formula said. Is Autumn Moon okay? Lu Ming asked. She's fine. Don't worry. Most of the energy has been integrated into her 9 orifices sacred heart. Her cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds later. Ling explained. Lu Ming was relieved. He removed his ancient god body and returned to his original form. He sat cross-legged at the side. Sure enough, soon, a surge of energy from the measuring formula flowed into Lu Ming's body. The energy was shocking. It was extremely easy to absorb. Lu Ming executed the Universe Tao technique and began to absorb the energy. He converted it into different kinds of God force to strengthen his godly flames. The 9 godly flames in his dantian continued to grow stronger. Lu Ming's cultivation rose rapidly too. It was approaching the peak 5th layer heaven god realm. A few days later, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak 5th layer heaven god realm. He then began to break through to the 6th layer heaven god realm. Bang bang bang, loud explosions kept coming out of Lu Ming's body. Another 7 days were gone. The energy absorbed by the measuring formula had been transferred to Lu Ming. A loud explosion took place inside Lu Ming's body. A powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. Sixth-layer Heaven God Realm. Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the sixth-layer Heaven God Realm after absorbing the energy transferred to him by the measuring formula. Lu Ming had mastered many kinds of God force. It would take a lot of energy to improve his cultivation. This time, he had broken through to the next level. If it were someone else, it would be enough to break through to the next level. Lu Ming rose to his feet. His eyes flickered. His battle strength had grown stronger after his breakthrough. If he were to face geniuses like Yuhan and Chu Baxing now, he would be able to crush them easily. Lu Ming thought. He then shifted his gaze to Qiao Moon. Lu Ming's face flickered with astonishment after taking a glance. Qiao Moon's aura was shockingly strong too. Seventh-layer Heaven God Realm. Qiao Moon's cultivation had reached the seventh-layer Heaven God Realm. When they first entered Xianxia Ancient City, Qiao Moon's cultivation was only at the second-layer Heaven God Realm. On top of that, Qiao Moon had also cultivated the Universe Tao technique. She had mastered many kinds of God force. The energy she needed to improve her cultivation was no less than Lu Ming's. However, Qiao Moon had broken through to the seventh-layer Heaven God Realm in such a short time. The speed of her improvement was shocking. While Lu Ming was thinking, another shocking aura burst out of Qiao Moon's body. Her God force boiled like a tide. A powerful aura spread out in all directions. Eighth-layer Heaven God Realm. Lu Ming was tongue-tied, looking stunned. In just a short while, Qiao Autumn Moon had another breakthrough and reached the eighth-layer Heaven God Realm. This speed was too fast, wasn't it? Master, don't be too surprised. The girl has obtained the inheritance of the godly Lord of Heaven, and with the help of the 9 orifices Sacred Heart, it's normal for her to improve rapidly. The Shiling explained. That's right. Besides, I've only absorbed a portion of the energy. It's like you've only taken a sip of the soup, while the girl has eaten all the meat. It's normal for her to improve rapidly. The quantifying formula also explained. Lu Ming nodded. He had only taken a sip of the soup, and his cultivation had improved from the 5th-layer Heaven God Realm to the 6th-layer Heaven God Realm. Qiao Autumn Moon had completely inherited the inheritance of the godly Lord of Heaven, thus her cultivation had skyrocketed. Of course, it was only at the beginning. It was impossible for her to keep improving in the future. Qiao Autumn Moon's cultivation had yet to come to an end. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. The aura on Qiao Yu's body rose sharply with another rumble. She had another breakthrough. 9th-layer Heaven God Realm. Qiao Autumn Moon's cultivation had reached the 9th-layer Heaven God Realm. Besides, an ancient aura was emitting from Qiao Autumn Moon's body. The Origin God Force Factor. Lu Ming's eyes glittered. Qiao Autumn Moon had awakened the Origin God Force Factor. However, just like Lu Ming, only her ruler God Force had awakened the Origin God Force Factor. The rest of her God Force had yet to be awakened. Qiao Autumn Moon's aura finally stabilized. It did not continue to rise. A few days later, Qiao Autumn Moon's aura finally stabilized. She then opened her eyes. Young Master! Qiao Autumn Moon exclaimed and threw herself into Lu Ming's arms. Qiao Autumn Moon was aware of what had happened before. She originally thought that she would never be able to see Lu Ming and that she would be possessed by the divine Lord of Heaven. She did not expect that halfway through, Lu Ming would come and kill the divine Lord of Heaven in one fell swoop. And because she had been in a stalemate with the God Lord of Heaven for many years, she had a connection. When the God Lord of Heaven's soul was destroyed, she automatically absorbed the inheritance left behind by the God Lord of Heaven. Mid-Autumn Moon. Everything is fine now. Let's go. Lu Ming caressed Autumn Moon's hair. The two of them were affectionate for a while before they left the place hand in hand. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter those eyeball monsters, but they were easily dealt with by Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon's cultivation had skyrocketed too much, so she was not used to it yet. She was still not very familiar with controlling the divine power in her body. She needed time to practice. He believed that when Autumn Moon fully adapted to her current cultivation, her strength would be shockingly strong. One had to know that Autumn Moon also controlled many kinds of divine power. In addition, she had awakened the origin divine power factor and was a level 9 heavenly god. Once she fully adapted, even if Lu Ming did his best, he might not be a match for Autumn Moon. Soon, the two of them arrived at the outermost stone room. Above their heads, there was a rumbling sound. That was the sound of the whirlpool in the myriad moon lake. When they looked up, they could still see the whirlpool. It was very strange. "Let's rush out," Lu Ming said. "Okay." Autumn Moon nodded. The two of them rose into the air and rushed into the whirlpool. Whoosh, the whirlpool rotated with great force, forming a shocking force that blocked their path. It was not that easy for the two of them to go against the flow. "Star burst!" Lu Ming shouted and transformed into his ancient god body. He used all his strength and stabbed out with his spear. Rumble, the lake water exploded, forming a passage. The two of them took the opportunity to fly forward. However, the lake water soon surged and blocked the passage again. "God-destroying light!" Autumn Moon shouted and slashed out with her palm. A pitch-black divine light was slashed at the whirlpool in front of him. "This is..." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was a little surprised. He did not expect Autumn Moon to master the Lord of Heaven's God-destroying light so quickly. The God-destroying light was extremely powerful. Even if Autumn Moon had just mastered it, she could still unleash shocking power. A passage was immediately slashed out by the God-destroying light. The two of them continued to move forward. Just like that, the two of them worked together and took turns to attack. Soon, they passed through the whirlpool and flew out of the whirlpool, arriving above the myriad moon lake. Huff, the two of them exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. They were finally out. This trip was daunting but not dangerous. They even had a breakthrough in their cultivation, especially Autumn Moon, who had obtained the inheritance of the Lord of Heaven. "Autumn Moon, you've obtained the inheritance of the Lord of Heaven. Don't let anyone know about this," Lu Ming said to Autumn Moon. The inheritance of the Lord of Heaven was definitely an unimaginable opportunity. If others knew about it, it would definitely bring about a disaster, just like the origin ancient characters. "Understood, young master." Autumn Moon smiled. "By the way, Autumn Moon, how did you get into this whirlpool?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "I was forced in," Autumn Moon said. "You were forced to go in? Who?" A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. "A member of the Winged Men, the Thunderous Winged Men," Autumn Moon said. "The Thunderous Winged Men." Lu Ming thought of the young man from the Thunderous Winged Men that he had met when he first arrived at the myriad moon lake. It was the young man who had guided Lu Ming and got Lu Ming into the whirlpool. Lu Ming immediately described the appearance of the young man from the Thunderous Winged Men that he had met. "Yes, it's him," Autumn Moon said. "Why did he force you into the whirlpool?" Lu Ming asked. "He said that someone had asked him to deal with you, young master. Since I'm your subordinate, he wanted to take me down to threaten you. He also said that I must have some secrets since I was able to pass the gate of heaven at the second level of the heaven god realm. If I didn't tell him, he would. At this point, Autumn Moon bit her red lips and didn't continue. However, Lu Ming could guess what Autumn Moon was going to say. Lu Ming held Autumn Moon's hand and asked her to continue. "Of course, I wouldn't let him succeed. However, I was no match for him and I couldn't escape. In the end, I had no choice but to take the risk and rush into the whirlpool. I didn't expect that there would be another world inside the whirlpool. After entering, I met the Divine Eye Lord of Heaven and he wanted to take over my body. After that, I tried my best to resist the Divine Eye Lord of Heaven. Then, young master came." Autumn Moon briefly recounted what had happened in the past few years. "The Thunderous Winged Men." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold light and cold-killing intent. He completely understood. The Thunderous Winged Men were most likely invited by the Jin family or the Qin family to kill Lu Ming in the Xianxia ancient city. After entering the Xianxia ancient city, the young man from the Winged Men met Autumn Moon near the Wanyue Lake. He wanted to capture Autumn Moon and use her to threaten Lu Ming. At the same time, he wanted to obtain the secrets on Autumn Moon. He even wanted to scheme against Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon had no choice but to rush into the whirlpool to avoid the young man. The young man definitely didn't dare to enter the whirlpool. Therefore, he had been wandering around the area to cultivate. After many years, Autumn Moon didn't come out. He probably thought that there was danger in the whirlpool and that Autumn Moon had died inside. Later on, Lu Ming came. The young man had bad intentions and tricked Lu Ming into entering the whirlpool. He wanted to kill Lu Ming too. End of chapter. That person must die. Lu Ming said coldly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. This person was vicious and almost killed Xiao Moon. In Lu Ming's heart, he had already sentenced this person to death. If there was a chance, he must kill this person. Then, Lu Ming looked around. Unfortunately, he did not see the whereabouts of the Winged Man clan near the Myriad Moon Lake. It seemed that he had left long ago. Xiao Moon, 10 years is almost up. Let's go out. Lu Ming said. Xiao Moon nodded obediently. Immediately, the two of them chose a direction and turned into two rays of light, quickly leaving. There was a special passage to leave Star Crescent Ancient City. The passage on the site of 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion was in a huge valley east of Star Crescent Ancient City. The people from other Heavenly King Mansions had other channels. Every time someone entered the Star Moon Ancient City, they would exit through a special passageway. This passageway would open every 10 years. Now, the 10 years were almost up. The Myriad Moon Lake was west of Star Crescent Ancient City. There was still a long way to go from the east. The two of them rushed at full speed and spent 7 days before they arrived at the exit. In the sky above a big valley, a huge vortex appeared. This was the exit passage. No one could explain why such a passage would open 10 years after they entered. Perhaps, it was a formation set up by the experts who built Star Crescent Ancient City. Everyone could only guess. When the two of them arrived, they found that there were people flying towards them from all directions. Some of them directly flew into the vortex and disappeared. Obviously, some of them had already left. Brother Lu. Brother Lu Ming. A few voices sounded. Lu Ming turned around and saw Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others flying towards him. Brother Wu Ming, Brother Wu Yu, Lu Ming smiled and greeted them. Miss Xiao Moon is fine. That's great. When Wu Ming and the others saw Xiao Moon, they also smiled. It's a long story. Let's go out and talk about it. Lu Ming said. Immediately, everyone flew into the whirlpool. After flying into the whirlpool, they felt the world spinning around them. In the next moment, Lu Ming discovered that he had already left Star Moon Ancient City and was back outside the city walls. With a glance, Lu Ming saw the elder of the Starry Sky Battalion, Bai Li, sitting cross-legged in the air. In addition, there were many figures standing in the sky. They were the geniuses of the Starry Barracks from the Starry Moon Ancient City. Lu Ming saw Su Yan, the young man, and Jin Yuan. Su Yan, the young man clad in animal skin, and the others nodded at Lu Ming as a greeting. As for Jin Yuan, his eyes were extremely cold and filled with killing intent. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a cold killing intent enveloping him. Lu Ming looked around and saw a beautiful woman coldly staring at him. Lan Ling, who else could this woman be other than Lan Ling who had been trying to kill him? However, Lan Ling did not attack this time. She only stared coldly at Lu Ming and then glanced at Autumn Moon. Young master, who is that lady? She seems to have a deep grudge against you. Did you do something wrong? Autumn Moon was very sensitive. She noticed Lan Ling and whispered softly. Little girl, don't let your imagination run wild. I am a gentleman. Lu Ming immediately said righteously. She could not let her imagination run wild and ruin his character. Autumn Moon smiled and did not say much. It's him. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and his body emitted a cold killing intent. He saw a young man from the Winged Men tribe with lightning flashing on his wings. He was the one who had guided Lu Ming into the whirlpool at the Myriad Moon Lake. He was also the one who wanted to deal with Autumn Moon and force Autumn Moon into the whirlpool. Obviously, this person had come out earlier than Lu Ming and the rest. Boom, Lu Ming's body emitted a powerful aura. He took a step forward and charged towards the young man from the Winged Man tribe. Young master, be careful. Autumn Moon also noticed the young man. She knew that she could not persuade Lu Ming given his temper. She could only remind him worriedly and followed closely behind Lu Ming. Wu Ming and the rest looked at each other and followed behind Lu Ming. The people in front of Lu Ming were suppressed by Lu Ming's aura. They retreated and opened up a path for him. Lu Ming quickly moved towards the young man from the Winged Man tribe. The young man from the Winged Man tribe also saw Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. His expression changed drastically. Damn it. The two of them entered the whirlpool and are still fine? What a blunder. The young man from the Winged Man tribe looked gloomy. Seeing that Lu Ming was getting closer and closer to him, the young man from the Winged Man tribe felt chills all over his body. He shouted, "Lu Ming, what are you doing?" "Killing you." Lu Ming's reply was simple. His voice was bone-chilling. "Killing me? What do you mean? I didn't offend you. Why do you want to kill me? You're simply insane and lawless." The young man from the Winged Man tribe shouted. Of course, he would not admit that he wanted to deal with Autumn Moon. Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered. His aura became more aggressive. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the young man. A long spear appeared in his hand. A spear radiance burst out and charged towards the young man from the Winged Man tribe. The young man from the Winged Man tribe was shocked. His aura surged, especially the pair of wings on his back. Thunder rumbled. Whoosh, he flapped his wings and they were like divine sabers piercing through the air. The thunderbolts on his wings transformed into two thunderbolt sabers that slashed toward Lu Ming. The thunder battle blades clashed with Lu Ming's spear radiance, causing a shockwave. The young man from the Winged Man tribe was not weak. He was a half-step divine king and his divine force had awakened to 99%. He was not far from fully awakening his divine force. However, how could he contend with Lu Ming's current strength? Boom, the thunder battle blades of the young man from the Winged Man tribe were shattered. The spear radiance did not stop and continued to charge towards the young man from the Winged Man tribe. The young man from the Winged Man tribe screamed in fear. His body soared into the sky, trying to dodge Lu Ming's spear radiance. However, he was too late. One of his thighs was pierced by the spear radiance and exploded. Ah, the young man from the Winged Man tribe screamed in pain. He retreated a few thousand meters and vomited blood. What? So powerful. Lu Ming's strength is so terrifying? Many people gasped in shock. Not everyone had seen Lu Ming's attack. Only a small portion of them had seen Lu Ming's attack. Those who had not seen Lu Ming's attack were shocked when they saw Lu Ming injuring the young man from the Winged Man tribe. The young man from the Winged Man tribe was called Xianxia. He was the 16th young master of the Winged Man tribe. His talent was outstanding and he was quite famous in the Starry Camp. Xianxia's strength had undoubtedly increased after the trip to the Starry Crescent ancient city. However, he was still no match for Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? You guys don't know. Lu Ming defeated Jin Yuan. Someone whispered. End of chapter. Someone talked about how Lu Ming defeated Jin Yuan, which shocked everyone. Oh my god, is that true? Lu Ming defeated Jin Yuan? If I remember correctly, Lu Ming was only a 4th level heavenly god when he entered Xianxia ancient city. How could he defeat Jin Yuan? That's too terrifying. After hearing that, many people found it hard to believe. There was a lot of discussion at the scene. Of course, most people still didn't know that Lu Ming had not only defeated Jin Yuan, but also the other peerless geniuses of the Heavenly King's mansion in the process of fighting for the Life Spirit Vitality Stone. Only Jin Yuan, Su Yan, and the young man in beast skin knew about this. They didn't spread the news. If the others knew about this, their jaws would probably drop. After hearing that, Jin Yuan's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Kill. Lu Ming ignored the discussion around him. Right now, he only wanted to kill Xianxia. Men, kill this kid for me. Seeing that Lu Ming was continuing to attack, Xianxia shouted in horror. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be so strong. Don't even think about hurting young master. On the side, a loud roar was heard. Bolts of lightning flashed. In the next moment, more than 10 figures appeared in front of Xianxia. These figures were all the geniuses of the Thunder-Winged Men clan. Xianxia was the 16th young master of the Thunder-Winged Men clan. Ordinary geniuses of the Winged Men clan had to listen to Xianxia's orders. Kid, you're courting death by attacking young Master Xiang. Lu Ming, surrender and follow us back to the Winged Men clan to accept your punishment. The geniuses of the Winged Men clan shouted, using the Winged Men clan to suppress Lu Ming. But obviously, they had miscalculated. Why would Lu Ming care about the Winged Men clan? Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Kid, you're very arrogant. Even if you're strong, do you think we can't do anything to you? Let's attack together and take down this kid. More than 10 geniuses of the Winged Men clan roared and released their powerful auras. Boom. Boom, releasing their auras, thunderbolts rumbled. More than 10 skyprides of the Winged Men race struck out at the same time. Flapping their wings, they sent bolts of thunderbolts towards Lu Ming. The power of lightning was already extremely strong. With so many skyprides joining forces, the power was truly frightening. Kill. Lu Ming let out a long roar. The battle character's secret art was activated, and his spear swept out. A gigantic spear light was formed. It was as huge as a mountain as it pressed down on the genius of the Winged Men race. Boom. Boom, streaks of lightning collided with Lu Ming's spear light, erupting with intense rumbling sounds. Then, those lightning bolts collapsed one after another, and the spear light continued to sweep out. The Winged Men prodigy's faces changed drastically as they shouted, "Block it! Block it!" They tried their best to use their strongest moves to block Lu Ming's attack. However, when the spear light swept past, the Winged Men race's skyprides were like cannonballs as they were sent flying by Lu Ming. They flew for tens of thousands of meters before coming to a stop. Then, they spat out mouthfuls of blood and were severely injured. After Lu Ming activated the battle character's secret art, his combat strength increased by 4 times, and he severely injured the Winged Men race's skyprides. His cold gaze swept towards Xiang once again. Xiang's face was as pale as a sheet. He desperately flew towards Bai Li and shouted, "Elder Bai, save me! Save me! This Lu Ming has gone crazy." He could only pin his hopes on Bai Li now. Only Bai Li could save him at this moment. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as he thrust out his spear. A terrifying and sharp spear light pierced towards Xiang. It was shockingly fast. Xiang wanted to dodge, but he realized that his body seemed to have been locked in place. He couldn't dodge at all. He had a feeling that if he was hit by this move, he would die. No, no, no. Save me! Xiang screamed crazily. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His eyes were filled with horror. Just as the spear light was about to hit Xiang, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of Xiang at the critical moment. Buzz, Lu Ming's spear light struck the light screen, causing it to vibrate slightly. Then, the spear light disappeared. The spear light was blocked. I'm saved. Xiang stammered. He was covered in cold sweat and his body was trembling nonstop. He was really scared to death just now. Lu Ming's face darkened as he looked up into the sky. Bai Li was sitting cross-legged in the sky. Only Bai Li could save Xiang. Obviously, the light screen just now was sent out by Xiang. Elder Bai, this person tried to assassinate my wife in Xianxia ancient city. If my wife wasn't lucky, she would have died. I want to kill him. Why are you stopping me? Lu Ming's voice was neither servile nor overbearing as it spread across the entire place. Many people were enlightened as they looked at Qiu Moon who was beside Lu Ming. It turned out that Xiang wanted to assassinate Qiu Moon. No wonder Lu Ming wanted to kill Xiang the moment he saw him. If you have any grudges, you can settle them in Xianxia ancient city or wait until you return to the starry camp. I don't care how you want to kill me. However, since you have left Xianxia ancient city alive, I have the obligation to bring you back to the starry camp safely. Bai Li said. Elder Bai, are you sure you want to interfere? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Settle your grudges when you return to the starry camp. I won't interfere. Bai Li said. His voice was firm and there was no room for negotiation. In fact, Bai Li had no other choice. The Thunderwings clan had great influence in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. Not only in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace, but also in the Taishu dynasty. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, if he let Xiang be killed by Lu Ming and did nothing, the Thunderwings clan would find trouble with him and he wouldn't be able to escape. As for Lu Ming, he didn't have any background. He naturally had to protect Xiang. Since Elder Bai has said so, I won't interfere. Lu Ming's eyes flickered a few times before he turned around and left. Bai Li's cultivation was unfathomable. It wasn't something that Lu Ming could contend against. If Bai Li was determined to interfere, he wouldn't be able to kill Xiang no matter what. If he insisted on taking action, not only would he fail to kill Xiang, he would also offend Bai Li. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Ming could only give up and find another chance to kill Xiang in the future. There would be plenty of chances in the future. Lu Ming, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Xiang stared at Lu Ming and roared in his heart. The scene calmed down once again. The crowd waited quietly for the others to come out from Xianxia ancient city. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Alright, 10 years have passed. The passage in Xianxia ancient city has been closed. Those who haven't come out won't be able to come out. Let's go back. Bai Li's voice reverberated throughout the crowd. He then led the crowd towards the wormhole. On the way, Xiang only followed beside Bai Li as he was afraid that Lu Ming would attack him. End of chapter. Soon, they arrived at the wormhole. You guys enter in batches. You guys go in first, Bai Li started to make arrangements. This time, he arranged for the others to enter in batches. The first batch included Xiang and a dozen winged men youths. Xiang and the winged men youths quickly rushed into the wormhole and disappeared. After a while, Bai Li arranged for another batch of people to enter. Just like that, batches after batches of people entered. As for Lu Ming and the rest, they were left for last. Lu Ming sneered. This Bai Li was obviously biased towards Xiang. He purposely arranged for them to enter the wormhole in batches. Moreover, he arranged for Xiang to be in the first batch and left Lu Ming to be in the last batch. He was afraid that Lu Ming would attack Xiang when they returned to the Starry Sky Camp. This way, Xiang would have time to escape when he returned to the Starry Sky Camp. What a good plan. However, Lu Ming couldn't object. He could only wait quietly. Now, come with me. At the end, Bai Li said to Lu Ming and the others. The group flew into the wormhole and returned to the territory of the Starry Sky Camp. After returning to the Starry Sky Camp, Lu Ming scanned the surroundings. As expected, he didn't see Xiang and the others. They must have left the camp and returned to the Winged Men clan. Brothers Wu, Lu Ming has a request. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said to Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others. Brother Lu, please speak your mind. If we can do it, we won't refuse. That's right. Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others nodded in agreement. Not to mention that they were friends with Lu Ming, just Lu Ming's talent was enough to shock them. They had never seen someone as talented as Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's talent, his future would be immeasurable. When he grew up, he might even become a big shot in the Taishu dynasty. They must build a good relationship with such a person. The best time to build a good relationship with a person was when the other party hadn't grown up yet. I must kill Xiang. Later, I'll have to trouble brothers Wu to help me find Xiang's whereabouts. Lu Ming said. So it's this matter. It's no big deal. Leave it to us. That's right. Our Wu clan has many spies in the 9 Absolute Heavenly King Mansion. It's extremely easy to find out about a person's whereabouts. Wu Ming and Wu Yu patted their chests and agreed readily. However, Brother Lu, the Thunder-Winged Man tribe is extremely powerful. Most importantly, the Thunder-Winged Man tribe has many branches and is extremely powerful. If you want to kill Xiang, you have to be careful. Wu Zixiong reminded. I know. Thank you for your concern, Brother Wu. Lu Ming smiled. He naturally knew that the Winged Clan was not to be trifled with. However, the Winged Clan had almost killed Qiu Autumn Moon. He could not let this matter rest. Moreover, even if he wanted to let it go, the other party would not let him off so easily. They chatted as they flew towards their respective residences. Not long after, Lu Ming and Xiao Yu returned to the courtyard where they lived. In truth, with Cho Autumn Moon's current strength, he was completely capable of challenging others and easily seizing a monastery. However, she liked to stay together with Lu Ming. Hence, there was no need for him to seize another monastery. Cho Autumn Moon, your cultivation has just skyrocketed. You need to consolidate it. Lu Ming said to Autumn Moon. Young master, I'll go and cultivate then. Cho Autumn Moon nodded and returned to her room to cultivate. Lu Ming also returned to his room. The moment he opened the door, a metal ball flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're finally back. I'm bored to death staying here alone. Cho Cho cried out as its round body spun around. You're always eating and sleeping. How can you be lonely? Lu Ming's lips twitched. He sized up Cho Cho and his eyes suddenly lit up. Cho Cho, your cultivation has broken through again? Lu Ming asked in surprise. Yes. I've broken through. I'm now at the second layer of the God King realm. How is it? Awesome, right? Cho Cho bounced up and down, his face full of pride. Indeed. Lu Ming said happily. One should know that breaking through to the God King realm was extremely difficult. Every breakthrough required a long period of accumulation. However, Cho Cho had just broken through not too long ago and had broken through again. This speed was astonishing. Seems like this guy only has precious metal attribute materials to break through at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming muttered. During the hundreds of years that Cho Cho had been asleep, Lu Ming had accumulated a large amount of precious metal attribute materials. After Cho Cho had awakened, Lu Ming had given it all to Cho Cho. Clearly, after digesting those metal attribute materials, Cho Cho's cultivation had broken through to the second layer of the God King realm. Cho Cho's strength was already astonishing. Now that it had broken through to the second layer of the God King realm, it was undoubtedly even stronger. Cho Cho, I have something good for you. Lu Ming smiled, then took out a few treasures. Lu Ming had obtained 2 boxes from the castle in Starmoon Ancient City. Inside were some small towers, mirrors, and other treasures. Although many years had passed and most of their spiritual energy had been lost, the materials used to make these treasures were extremely rare and precious. They would be of great help to Cho Cho. Lu Ming took out a few treasures and gave them to Cho Cho to try. He wanted to see how effective they were. As soon as Cho Cho saw these treasures, its eyes sparkled. It couldn't move its gaze away. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Are these all for me? Looking at the treasures, Cho Cho almost drooled. Are these treasures of great help to you? Lu Ming asked. Yes, of course. They're even better than what you gave me before. Cho Cho nodded immediately. Its eyes didn't leave the treasures, as if it couldn't wait to hug them and take a few bites. Then take them. I have more here. If you want to eat them, I'll take them. Lu Ming smiled and threw the treasures to Cho Cho. Cho Cho stretched out 2 claws, grabbed them, and stuffed them into its mouth, chewing loudly. Lu Ming smiled, walked into the room, and sat cross-legged on the bed. Then, a few storage rings appeared in his hand. During this trip to Starmoon Ancient City, Lu Ming had killed many opponents. They were all top geniuses. Obtaining their storage rings must be a great harvest. Lu Ming checked them one by one. Half a day later, Lu Ming had sorted out the things in all the storage rings. A great harvest, the wealth of so many geniuses added together was a great harvest. All kinds of divine weapons, divine pills, materials, and divine crystals were piled up like a mountain. Lu Ming had almost used up all the divine crystals to buy the 5 divine-grade divine techniques. Now, he was rich again. These were still considered good. What delighted Lu Ming the most were the divine techniques. Lu Ming sorted out 4 divine-grade divine techniques in the storage rings of these peerless geniuses. As for the divine techniques, there were dozens of them. However, Lu Ming didn't care about the divine techniques at all. He casually stuffed them into a storage ring. What Lu Ming cared about were the 4 divine-grade divine techniques. End of chapter. He had obtained 4 different divine-grade techniques from Yuhan, Chu Baxing, and young noble heavenly mantis's storage rings. Unfortunately, none of them matched Lu Ming's golden dragon god force or 4-eyed divine dragon god force. Thus, the Golden Dragon God Force and Four-Eyed Divine Dragon God Force couldn't be merged. Lu Ming yearned for the divine-grade divine power that corresponded to these two divine powers. As long as he could obtain the corresponding divine-grade God Force, all of Lu Ming's God Force would be transformed into divine-grade God Force. Also, the Divine Dragon Aspect Art required divine power related to dragons in order to unleash its full power. Furthermore, his new Yin-Yang Divine Pupils required a God Force related to his eyes. Four-Eyed Divine Dragon God Force could enhance his Yin-Yang Divine Pupils. If he could cultivate a divine-grade God Force similar to his Four-Eyed Divine Dragon God Force, the enhancement would be even greater. I still need to find an opportunity to inquire about these two types of God Force. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Then, he pondered over the 4 divine-grade techniques in his possession. He didn't plan to cultivate all 4 divine-grade techniques at the moment. He had already grasped enough divine-grade God Force. The amount of energy required to enhance so many types of divine-grade God Force at the same time was shocking. Furthermore, Lu Ming planned to awaken his origin God Force factor. This would cost Lu Ming a lot of energy. Lu Ming didn't have that much time to cultivate. Originally, Lu Ming didn't plan to cultivate any of the 4 divine-grade techniques. However, one of them attracted Lu Ming's attention. Overlord Spear Art. This was a divine-grade technique he had obtained from Chu Baxing. After cultivating it, he would be able to condense the Overlord Spear Art. The Overlord Spear Art would greatly enhance the power of the spear. It was the same principle as the Inextinguishable Sword Force for sword users. Lu Ming was a spear user. Although the Inextinguishable Sword Force was powerful, it wasn't very suitable for a long spear. If he could control the Overlord Spear Art, he would be able to push Lu Ming's spear skills to the limit. Another important reason was that Lu Ming had obtained a divine skill from Chu Baxing. The name of the skill reminded Lu Ming of Chu Baxing's ultimate move, the War God Strike. The strike of the War God originated from the War God Strike. Lu Ming's 3 Armageddon strikes only had a total of 9 levels. Lu Ming had already reached the 8th level. Once he reached the 9th level, he would reach his limit. At that time, Lu Ming would need to find a new divine skill to cultivate. As for the War God Strike, it was divided into 13 stages. This was enough for Lu Ming to cultivate for a very long time. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to cultivate the Overlord Spear Art and temporarily not cultivate the other 3 divine techniques. Putting away the other 3 divine techniques, Lu Ming took out the Overlord Spear Art and carefully studied it. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Lu Ming had already comprehended a bit of it. Right now, Lu Ming was already very familiar with divine-grade divine techniques. Switching to a new one, his speed was much faster than before. On this day, while Lu Ming was cultivating, he suddenly sensed an aura approaching his courtyard. Oh? Lu Ming frowned. Ending his cultivation, he walked out of his courtyard. As soon as he walked out, he saw a beautiful woman standing in the air. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. The woman was none other than Lan Ling. Could it be that she had killed her way here? What are you doing here? Do you want to kill me again? Lu Ming frowned and said coldly. Right now, he wasn't afraid of her. If she wanted to attack him again, he wouldn't mind teaching her an unforgettable lesson. Lan Ling's expression was very cold. She glared at Lu Ming, gnashing her teeth as if she wanted nothing more than to immediately kill Lu Ming. But in the end, she restrained herself and coldly said, "My father wants to see you." Your father? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Then, his eyes flashed. Lan Ling's father was Jingyu's teacher. Are you going to see him or not? I've already delivered your message. If you don't want to see him, then goodbye. Lan Ling finished speaking and turned to leave. It was as if she couldn't wait for Lu Ming to refuse to see her father. See him? Why not? Lu Ming rose into the air and followed behind Lan Ling. Her father was Jingyu's teacher. In the Taishu dynasty, he was definitely a big shot. If Lu Ming wanted to reverse the case for Jingyu, it would be much easier if he could borrow his father's power. Why not? Lu Ming wasn't stupid. Humph. Seeing Lu Ming following her, Lan Ling coldly snorted. She seemed to be very unhappy. Lan Ling kept flying towards the peak of Star Peak. You and your father are living at the peak of Star Peak? Lu Ming asked curiously. Humph. Lan Ling snorted coldly. Isn't your father Prince Jingyu's teacher? Why isn't he in the imperial capital of the Taishu dynasty? Why is he living in the starry camp of the Jiuju Heavenly King Mansion? Lu Ming asked again. Humph. Lan Ling snorted coldly. What exactly happened back then? Do you know anything about it? Lu Ming asked. Humph. Lan Ling snorted coldly. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only shut up. No matter what he asked, the other party only replied with a snort. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a courtyard not far from the peak of Star Peak. Outside the courtyard, there was a small lake. The lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom. They could even see small fish swimming around in the lake. On the surface of the lake, there was a middle-aged man with graying temples. He wore an ordinary linen robe and sat cross-legged on the surface of the lake. He seemed to be admiring the small fish in the lake. Father! Lan Ling called out softly. Coming. The middle-aged man said. He then stood up and looked at Lu Ming. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, and Lan Ling, is this Jingyu's teacher? As expected, he has an extraordinary temperament. However, why is there not a trace of divine power on him? He is just like an ordinary person. Perhaps his cultivation is too high and the gap between us is too big. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The middle-aged man also looked at Lu Ming carefully. His eyes were bright as if he could see through Lu Ming. Not bad, not bad. I can't see through him at all. As expected of Jingyu's successor. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly and said, Lu Ming, come with me. I have something to tell you. After saying that, the middle-aged man walked into the courtyard. Lu Ming's eyes flickered a few times. He then followed the middle-aged man into the courtyard. Lan Ling did not follow. Instead, she waited outside the courtyard. Walking into the courtyard, there were stone tables and stone stools placed in the courtyard. Sit. The middle-aged man sat down on a stone stool and waved his hand, indicating Lu Ming to sit. Thank you, senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and sat down. I'm Blue Merchant. The middle-aged man introduced himself. Senior Blue Merchant. Lu Ming greeted. You're welcome. You're Jingyu's successor. Logically speaking, you're 2 generations below me. However, we're not strangers. You can just call me Uncle Lanshu. Lan Shang said with a smile, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Lu Ming nodded and called him Uncle Lanshu. End of chapter. Uncle Lanshu, I would like to know, how did you know that I'm Senior Jingyu's successor? Lu Ming asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. He was certain that Lan Shang had seen through his disguise during his battle with Ice Eagle. But how did the other party see through it? Because you cultivate Sovereign God Force. Blue Merchant said with a faint smile. Sovereign God Force? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. There's a trace of Jingyu's imprint in your Sovereign God Force. Although it's very faint, I've guided Jingyu's cultivation for many years and know him too well. Therefore, even though there's only a trace of Jingyu's imprint in your Sovereign God Force, I can still sense it. Other than Jingyu's successor, who else would have Jingyu's imprint? Blue Merchant said with a faint smile. Jingyu's imprint? Lu Ming's mind raced, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Back when he was in the Yellow Springs Mountain, he had studied the Sovereign Tao by looking at Jingyu's statue. Perhaps that was why his Sovereign God Force had a trace of Jingyu's imprint. You were able to obtain Jingyu's inheritance because you came from the Yellow Springs Mountain's sealed land, right? How's the Yellow Springs Mountain now? Lan Shang asked with a complicated look in his eyes. Lu Ming immediately explained what had happened in the Yellow Springs Mountain. Sigh, it's been hard on them. One day, they'll see the light of day again. Blue Merchant said. His eyes shone brightly as he spoke. Uncle Lanshu, what happened back then? Senior Jingyu, who did this to you? Lu Ming asked. Blue Merchant shook his head and said, I don't know. What I know is similar to what Jingyu knows. Back then, Jingyu was framed and fell. His trusted aides were either killed or sealed. As for me, I was stripped of my authority. Due to some reason, I came to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. Blue Merchant sighed. Many things seem to have happened back then, and he didn't want to talk about it. Then, his tone changed as he said, Prince Jingyu must have been framed back then. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. I promised Senior Jingyu that I'll investigate this matter and help him reverse the verdict. At that time, I'll have to trouble Uncle Lanshu to help me. Lu Ming said. Of course, I will do my best to help you. However, now is not the time. There is no need to rush this matter. Your current goal is to increase your strength. Your current strength is still too weak in the Taishu Holy Court, Yi Futian said. Lan Shang said. Lu Ming nodded his head but he sighed in his heart. His strength had increased very quickly, faster than most people, but he always felt that his cultivation was not enough. By the way, you said you're from the Qin Tian Star Field. Why did you come to the Starry Camp? Oh, are you going to use the Starry Camp as a springboard to enter the Taishu Imperial Academy? Then, you'll use the Taishu Imperial Academy as your foundation to slowly rise and investigate Prince Jingyu's case? Blue Merchant suddenly said. Taishu Imperial Academy? Lu Ming was puzzled. You don't know about the Taishu Imperial Academy? Blue Merchant was surprised. I don't know. What does it do? Lu Ming shook his head and asked. The Taishu Imperial Academy is the place where all the Skyprides of the Taishu dynasty gathered. Not only all the top Skyprides of the Taishu dynasty gathered there, but even the princes and princesses of the Taishu dynasty studied there. That's the place where the Taishu dynasty cultivated their talents. Almost all the big shots of the Taishu dynasty came from the Taishu dynasty. Prince Jingyu also studied in the Taishu dynasty. But if you want to enter the Taishu dynasty, you'll have to be recommended by the big shots of the Taishu dynasty. Otherwise, you can only enter the starry camp of each heavenly king's mansion. Blue Merchant explained. Lu Ming was suddenly enlightened. He understood now. He had heard from Wu Zifeng and the others that if one wanted to enter the core area of the Taishu dynasty to cultivate, one had to join the starry camp first. If one didn't join the starry camp, one wouldn't be able to cultivate in the Taishu dynasty. I didn't come to the starry camp to enter the Taishu Imperial Academy. Lu Ming said. Then what's your purpose here? Blue Merchant was surprised. It's for the treasure of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King's Mansion, the theft of the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. Lu Ming said. The 9 Extinction Godly Crystal? I've heard about it. How is it? How's your investigation going? Blue Merchant asked. I still don't have a clue. Lu Ming shook his head and briefly recounted what had happened during this period of time. He also said that he suspected that there was evidence in the storage ring of the Dark Night Demon, but he couldn't find it even after searching it many times. There are some ways to seal some evidence very deeply. It's normal that you can't find it. Give me the storage ring of the Dark Night Demon and I'll help you find it. Blue Merchant said. Thank you, Uncle Lanshu. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He immediately took out the storage ring of the Dark Night Demon and gave it to Blue Merchant. Blue Merchant was Jingyu's teacher. His cultivation was unfathomable and he was knowledgeable. He might be able to find evidence. If he could find evidence and find the person who colluded with the Dark Ice race to steal the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal, the safety of the Qin Tian Star Zone would be solved. Blue Merchant took the storage ring and put it away. By the way, there's one more thing. Lan Shang's tone suddenly changed. He coughed dryly and said, when Jingyu was still alive, I made an agreement with him that if we had descendants in the future, if they were of the same gender, we would become brothers or sisters. If they were of the opposite gender, we would become husband and wife. Later, Jingyu died and didn't have any descendants. As Jingyu's successor, you are equivalent to his descendant. I will definitely fulfill my promise and marry Ling Er to you. Ah? Lu Ming was caught off guard. He didn't expect Blue Merchant to mention this. Uncle Lanshu, you can't do that. I've only met Miss Lan Ling once, no, twice. Isn't it too hasty to marry her to me? Lu Ming waved his hand. That's easy. You can move in together and spend more time together. You'll be familiar with each other in the future. Blue Merchant smiled. He was very open-minded. No, Uncle Lanshu. To be honest, I already have a wife. Lu Ming said. It's okay. It's normal for a man to have multiple wives. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming was speechless. Blue Merchant was very open-minded. He was pushing his daughter into the fire pit. However, Lu Ming had Xianxia and Autumn Moon. In addition, he had Mulan's and Huang Ling, 2 confidants. He already had enough headaches. He didn't want another one. Moreover, when he thought of Lan Ling's murderous expression, Lu Ming refused even more. Living with Lan Ling? What a joke. He wouldn't even know when he was killed by her. Uncle Lanshu, no, still no. Lu Ming still shook his head. Why? Do you think my daughter is not worthy of you? Blue Merchant's face sank and said coldly. End of chapter. How could that be? Miss Ling is as beautiful as a fairy. How could she not be worthy of me? It's just that. Miss Ling wants to kill me. Lu Ming began to complain. Wants to kill you? Blue Merchant was slightly taken aback. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, this girl is really rebellious. Then, Blue Merchant frowned and fell into deep thought. Lu Ming secretly prayed that Blue Merchant would give up on the idea of marrying Lan Ling to him. Although Lan Ling was an outstanding beauty and any man would be moved by her, Lu Ming knew that he didn't have the fortune to be with her bad temper. After a while, Blue Merchant said, how about this, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll let Ling stay by your side for 1,000 years and let you develop feelings for each other. If after 1,000 years, you still don't want to marry each other, then this matter will be dropped. This isn't too good. Lu Ming's face immediately turned bitter. Let Lan Ling, that crazy woman, stay by his side for 1,000 years? What a joke. At the thought of this, Lu Ming felt a headache coming. What's not good about it? Feelings need to be developed. You're afraid that Ling will make a move on you again. Don't worry, I'll warn her properly. In addition, Ling talent is not bad. If you two are together, you can take care of each other and help Jingyu reverse the case. This matter is settled. Blue Merchant waved his hand and settled this matter. Lu Ming was completely speechless. Ha ha ha, that's it. Lu Ming, go out and wait for me. I'll call Ling in and give her a good scolding. Lan Shang laughed out loud. He laughed like a sly old fox. Lu Ming despised him in his heart. This Blue Merchant looked gentle on the surface, but in fact, he was scheming in his heart. He wanted to set him up with Lan Ling. He believed that with Lan Ling's beauty, staying with Lu Ming every day, they would definitely develop feelings for each other. This old man must have taken a fancy to my talent. Sigh, there's nothing I can do about it. Who asked me to be so talented and handsome? There's really nothing I can do about it. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. If Blue Merchant knew what Lu Ming was thinking, he would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming walked out of the courtyard and saw Lan Ling. He said to Lan Ling, your father is looking for you. Humph. Lan Ling coldly snorted and walked into the courtyard without looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waited in the garden. Not long after, he saw Blue Merchant and Lan Ling walking out together. Lan Ling's eyes were red. When she saw Lu Ming, she glared hatefully at Lu Ming. She wished she could eat Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I'll tell Ling to inform you about the matter of the evidence after I find it. Now, I'll let Ling send you back. Ling send Lu Ming off. Blue Merchant instructed. Lan Ling gritted her teeth and walked unwillingly to Lu Ming's side. She said coldly, let's go. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that Lan Ling was really reprimanded by Blue Merchant. It seemed that her resentment towards him was even heavier. Uncle. Lan Shu, goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Then, he stepped into the air and flew towards his own courtyard. Lan Ling walked side by side with Lu Ming with a cold face. After a while, they were far away from Blue Merchant's residence. Lu Ming, what did you say to my father? Suddenly, Lan Ling spoke. Her voice was cold as she glared at Lu Ming. No, I didn't say anything. Lu Ming said. Of course, he had to deny it. You didn't say anything? Then why would my father reprimand me? You're a man, but you actually snitched in front of my father. You're really shameless. Lan Ling said hatefully. Lu Ming was speechless. He felt wronged in his heart. It was the other party who wanted to kill him as soon as they met. Couldn't he say anything? Humph. Lecher, you already have a woman by your side. You still want me to follow you? Shameless, despicable. Lan Ling continued to scold. Lu Ming almost coughed up blood. What did she mean by him wanting Lan Ling to follow him? It was clearly Blue Merchant who forced her to follow him, okay? Don't talk nonsense. It was your father who forced you to follow me for 1,000 years. I originally refused, Lu Ming quickly denied. You mean to say that no one wants me and it was my father who forced me to follow you? Am I trying to climb up your social ladder? Lan Ling's face turned colder. Lu Ming almost coughed up blood. How could this woman's imagination be so wild? He didn't mean that. It's fine if you want to follow me for 1,000 years, but it depends on whether you have the ability or not. If you can survive 3 of my moves, I'll follow you for 1,000 years. Suddenly, Lan Ling's voice turned cold. A cold murderous intent shrouded Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that Lan Ling really wanted to kill him. She wanted to use this reason to kill him. However, that was then and this was now. Lu Ming's current strength was many times stronger than when he first met Lan Ling. Come on, let me have a taste of your moves. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. He had already given way many times, but Lan Ling was still pressing on. Lu Ming was also angry. Clang, the long sword was unsheathed and the sword's cry was earth-shattering. First move. Lan Ling's voice had just sounded when a terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Its power was extremely shocking. This move could even kill a half-step divine king who hadn't awakened his divine origin power. Lan Ling attacked without mercy. Boom, Lu Ming's body also erupted with a powerful aura. A long spear appeared in his hand and he swung it out. Clang, the long spear collided with the sword light, erupting with a violent rumble. Terrifying force Qi spread out in all directions like a storm. When the force Qi dissipated, Lu Ming and Lan Ling's bodies stood in the void motionlessly. Turns out that he already awakened his divine origin power. Lan Ling's gaze sharpened, revealing a look of surprise. She did not expect that Lu Ming only had 6th level celestial deity cultivation and he already awakened his divine origin power. Wait a minute, 6th level celestial deity, Lan Ling thought of something and secretly revealed a look of surprise. She remembered very clearly that back then at Starmoon Ancient City, Lu Ming's cultivation was only 4th level celestial deity. Just how long had it been? Lu Ming actually broke through 2 rounds in a row and reached 6th level celestial deity. This speed was also too fast. He must have had a fortuitous encounter in Starmoon Ancient City. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible to be so fast by relying on his own cultivation. Lan Ling's heart skipped a beat. She did not guess wrong about this. Lu Ming did have a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for his cultivation to rise so quickly. One move. Lu Ming said indifferently. Originally, he could have purposely lost to the other party. Then, Lan Ling would not have to follow by his side. However, Lu Ming also had his pride. He wanted to teach Lan Ling a lesson now. Naturally, he would not give in. Humph, don't think that you can stop me just because you've awakened your divine origin power. Lan Ling snorted coldly. The aura on her body became even stronger. Her strength was pushed to the extreme by her. Buzz, a sword shadow that was tens of thousands of meters long continuously shook the void. Then, it slashed down violently at Lu Ming with terrifying might. End of chapter. Lan Ling pushed her cultivation base to the maximum and slashed out a terrifying attack. Lan Ling's cultivation base was extremely high. She was only half a step away from the Divine King realm. It seemed like she could break through to the Divine King realm at any time. Moreover, her strength was extremely strong. She was even stronger than when she was in Xianxia Ancient City. Lu Ming felt that she was stronger than Jin Yuan and not any weaker than Chu Baxing. Obviously, Lu Ming wasn't the only one who had improved in Xianxia Ancient City. Others had improved as well. Moon slashing. Lu Ming roared and instantly activated the battle character secret art to increase his combat strength by 4 times. He then slashed out with his spear. A crescent-shaped spear light slashed towards Lan Ling. Boom. The second collision caused an even more shocking shockwave. Fortunately, the two of them were already high up in the sky. Otherwise, the entire starry sky barracks would be alarmed by them. There was still no clear winner in this collision. The second move, Lu Ming said indifferently. Lan Ling's face turned even uglier. The sword intent on her body was getting stronger and stronger. Divine sword art, kill. Lan Ling shouted as she waved her battle sword, unleashing countless sword shadows and sword intents. Each of the sword intents were over 10,000 meters long. The entire void was filled with the shadows of her swords. Then, countless sword shadows slashed towards Lu Ming with boundless power. If Lu Ming hadn't broken through to the 6th heaven god realm, Lu Ming would have had to transform into a green-armored ancient god to block this move. But now, Lu Ming didn't need to do that. Divine Dragon Image, Ice Chain. With a thought, Lu Ming cast the 2 secret skills of the Divine Dragon Dharma characteristic and the Ice Chain. Asterisk roar, asterisk a series of dragon cries echoed in the sky. 9 nine-clawed divine dragons flew out and pounced toward the sword shadows that filled the sky. At the same time, 9 ice chains danced around Lu Ming's body like ice dragons. The terrifying coldness almost froze the space around them. Chunks of ice appeared in the air. Boom! Boom! The divine dragon Dharma idol bore the brunt of the attack. It collided with the sword shadows in the sky, causing explosions. However, the 9 divine dragon Dharma idols soon crumbled under the onslaught of sword shadows. Then, the sword shadows slashed at the ice chains, shattering countless ice cubes and causing the ice chains to shake violently. Break the sky, Lu Ming's long spear continued to thrust out. Spear lights flew out like meteors and collided with Lan Ling's sword shadows. The void continued to rumble. After a few minutes, the collision finally stopped. Lu Ming had retreated 1,000 meters, but his breathing was steady. He had successfully blocked Lan Ling's sword shadow. Lan Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Back in Xianxia ancient city, Lu Ming could only run for his life when he saw her. He might not even be able to withstand one of her moves. But now, Lu Ming could withstand 3 of her moves. Most importantly, she had already used her ultimate move in her last move. Lu Ming's strength had increased too quickly. 3 moves. Lu Ming said faintly. I don't believe that I can't suppress you today. Lan Ling flew into a rage out of humiliation. She shouted and released a terrifying aura. She was about to charge at Lu Ming again. Now, it's my turn. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he cast the 9 heavens Kunpeng technique. In a flash, he dashed toward Lan Ling. In the process, his body swelled rapidly and he transformed into a green-armored ancient god. Whoosh, the green-armored ancient god was a few hundred meters tall. Compared to him, Lan Ling was like an ant. Lu Ming opened one of his big hands and grabbed Lan Ling. The sky rumbled as his palm reached out. It was extremely terrifying. Divine sword skill, slash. 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 Lan Ling shouted. Her sword shadow soared into the sky and slashed at Lu Ming's palm. However, Lu Ming controlled the ice chain and wrapped his palm to strengthen his defense. With the ice chain and the green scales of the green-armored ancient god as a double defense, Lu Ming was not afraid of Lan Ling's sword shadow at all. Under the big hand, Lan Ling's sword shadow crumbled. Lan Ling's expression changed. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The big hand grabbed Lan Ling. Lan Ling struggled desperately, but Lu Ming controlled his divine power and poured it into Lan Ling's body. Lan Ling gasped and felt that the divine power in her body was almost shattered. She felt weak all over. In this way, she was firmly controlled by Lu Ming and could not resist. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could completely suppress Lan Ling after transforming into a green-armored ancient god. After controlling Lan Ling, Lu Ming's body quickly shrank and turned back to normal. He trapped Lan Ling with an ice chain. Let me go, let me go. Lan Ling shouted and struggled frantically, but it was useless. She could not break free at all. Let you go? You tried to kill me again and again in Star Crescent Ancient City. I saved you later, but you tried to kill me again just now. Tell me, do you think I will let you go? Lu Ming sneered and walked step by step to Lan Ling's side. Then, what do you want to do? Lan Ling gritted her teeth and said. What do I want to do? What do you think? Lu Ming laughed and looked at Lan Ling's body. You, pervert, don't even think about it. Let me tell you, my father is definitely watching us. Do you dare? Lan Ling shouted. Your father? Your father can't wait for me to do you on the spot. Lu Ming said indifferently. On Star Peak, in Blue Merchant's courtyard, Blue Merchant had just taken a sip of tea and spat it out. This little guy, what are you talking about? Blue Merchant muttered, feeling a little embarrassed. That's right, everything that happened between Lu Ming and Lan Ling was under Blue Merchant's attention. However, Lu Ming was right. If Lu Ming really wanted to do Lan Ling, he would be more than happy to do so. You, nonsense, Lan Ling stared at Lu Ming with hatred. But don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Lu Ming said indifferently, causing Lan Ling to grit her teeth. For some reason, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. Lu Ming was not interested in her. Was her attractiveness that bad? It had to be said that women had strange thoughts. However, punishment is unavoidable. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'll feel uncomfortable. Lu Ming smiled, then took a step forward, stretched out his hand, and slapped Lan Ling's perky butt. Slap, a crisp sound could be heard. Lan Ling's body stiffened all of a sudden. The expression on her face was also like that of a person, staring blankly at Lu Ming. What are you looking at? The feeling is not bad, again. After saying that, Lu Ming slapped her again. Slap, another crisp sound was heard. This time, Lan Ling finally reacted, and a scream was heard in the sky. Lu Ming, I'm going to kill you. Lan Ling's face was red, even her ears and neck were red. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, wishing that she could tear Lu Ming into pieces. You're still so fierce. Seems like I haven't taught you a lesson yet, again. Lu Ming continued to slap her. Slap. 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 This time, 3 consecutive sounds were heard, causing Lan Ling's body to stiffen completely. Her face was so red that it was about to bleed. End of chapter. After being slapped by Lu Ming 3 times in a row, Lan Ling's face and neck turned red as if blood was about to drip out. Her body trembled slightly, and her eyes were wide open. She wished she could eat Lu Ming. Lu Ming. You still dare to stare? Try staring again. Lu Ming curled his lips. Lan Ling was still glaring at him. Sigh, it doesn't feel good to hit you through your pants. Take them off and hit me. Lu Ming waved his hand and muttered. Lan Ling didn't dare to stare at him anymore. She cried out, no, don't. When she thought that Lu Ming was really going to take off his pants, she really wanted to die. You're finally begging for mercy. Come, tell me. Do you still dare to hit or kill me when you see me in the future? Lu Ming asked. No, I don't dare anymore. Under Lu Ming's abuse, Lan Ling finally gave in. Although she wanted to chop Lu Ming into pieces, she really didn't dare to be brave under such circumstances. Until now, her father, Blue Merchant, hadn't appeared. She knew that Blue Merchant deliberately didn't appear. He wanted to matchmake her and Lu Ming. She couldn't count on Blue Merchant. She felt like crying. How could a father be like this? He couldn't wait to marry her to someone else. It wasn't like no one wanted her. That's more like it. Behave yourself in the future. I, Lu Ming, am also a gentleman. I won't make things difficult for you. Lu Ming chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the ice shackles were put away. After all, Lan Ling was Blue Merchant's daughter. It was fine to teach her a lesson, but it wouldn't be good to go too far. Lan Ling gritted her teeth. She despised Lu Ming and scolded Lu Ming thousands of times in her heart. How could a person like Lu Ming have the nerve to call himself a gentleman? However, Lan Ling didn't dare to make a move now. Because she was no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I'll remember this. When I break through to the Divine King realm, I'll definitely get back at you. Lan Ling swore in her heart. Let's go. Lu Ming said. He stepped into the air and continued to head toward the courtyard where he was staying. Lan Ling followed behind him obediently. In Blue Merchant's courtyard. Hee, they're starting to flirt. A good sign. Lan Shang let out a few sneaky laughs. If Lan Ling saw Lan Shang's expression, she would probably vomit blood. Not long after, Lu Ming and Lan Ling arrived outside Lu Ming's courtyard. Young master. In the courtyard, Autumn Moon was practicing her sword. When she saw Lu Ming, she immediately flew out. Autumn Moon, how's your cultivation going? Lu Ming greeted her with a smile. I'm much more familiar with it. I believe I'll be able to fully control it soon. This lady is, Autumn Moon looked at Lan Ling. Autumn Moon recognized Lan Ling. When they left Xianxia ancient city, Lan Ling had been staring coldly at Lu Ming. Autumn Moon even teased Lu Ming. Now that she saw Lu Ming and Lan Ling returning together, she was naturally curious. I'm Lan Ling. Before Lu Ming could speak, Lan Ling stepped out and said coldly. Then, she stared at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I can follow you. But you must chase her away. After saying that, she pointed at Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon was slightly stunned and revealed a curious look. Lu Ming frowned. Are you crazy? Autumn Moon is my wife. Why should I chase her away? Because she's your wife. That's why you want to chase her away. Lan Ling gritted her teeth. You're crazy. If you don't want to come, then leave. Lu Ming waved his hand and ignored Lan Ling clang. Lan Ling unsheathed her sword. A powerful aura pressed down on Autumn Moon. Boom, Lu Ming stepped out and the void shook. The powerful aura directly defeated Lan Ling's aura. Seems like I haven't taught you a lesson yet. Lu Ming stared at Lan Ling, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He didn't care much about attacking him. But to attack Autumn Moon, that was unacceptable. No matter who the other party was, he wouldn't go easy on them. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Lan Ling was shocked. But as stubborn as she was, she wouldn't back down. Lu Ming, you have to understand what you're going to do in the future. You're going to do great things. The enemies you're going to face are extremely powerful. So, the people around you can't be useless. They can't be a burden to you. Do you understand? Lan Ling said coldly. Her meaning was obvious. Autumn Moon wasn't qualified to stay by Lu Ming's side. Get lost. Go back and tell Blue Merchant that I don't need you here. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Lu Ming, you, Lan Ling was furious. Since young, no one had treated her like this. She was an outstanding beauty. Any man who saw her would be obedient to her. Lu Ming was an exception. Young master, since this lady wants to test Autumn Moon's strength, let her try. At this moment, Autumn Moon spoke. She stepped out and landed in front of Lu Ming. Autumn Moon was actually arrogant. It was just that she kept her arrogance in front of Lu Ming. But that didn't mean that others could humiliate her and look down on her. Especially in front of Lu Ming. They thought that she wasn't qualified to stay by Lu Ming's side. So, Autumn Moon decided to make a move. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he didn't stop her. He naturally understood Autumn Moon's temper. Moreover, Autumn Moon was no longer the same as before. If they fought, she might not lose to Lan Ling. Alright, be careful then. Lu Ming reminded. Autumn Moon nodded. She faced Lan Ling and said, Lady, please make your move. Just do your best. Very good. Then let me see how capable the woman that Lu Ming likes is. Lan Ling gritted her teeth and unleashed her cultivation to the extreme. She didn't know why, but when she saw that Lu Ming treated Autumn Moon so well, she felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. She couldn't wait to defeat Autumn Moon and prove that she was stronger than Autumn Moon. Swoosh, Lan Ling made her move. A sword shadow slashed out violently, causing the air to explode. However, at the instant when Lan Ling made her move, Autumn Moon also made her move. Autumn Moon's weapon was a scimitar. When the scimitar slashed out, the blade light was as dazzling as the moon. Clang! The blade light and the sword shadow slashed together, causing endless blade light and sword light. After a loud sound, the two figures retreated more than 10 steps. The two of them were evenly matched in the first exchange. Autumn Moon was still fine, but Lan Ling's eyes were filled with shock. She had never expected Autumn Moon to be so powerful. Autumn Moon was only a 9th-level heavenly god. Not only had she awakened the origin source divine power, but she could also block her attack. This aroused her competitiveness even more. Again! Lan Ling shouted. She circulated her divine power to the extreme and performed her ultimate move, the divine sword art. Swoosh! 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 Terrifying sword shadows burst out one after another, slashing toward Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon let out a long roar. 9 colored light spread out from her body and combined with her blade technique, turning into rays of blade light to counterattack. The intense battle between the two peerless beauties in the air immediately alarmed the people in the other courtyards. End of chapter. Many figures flew out from the courtyards. When they saw the battle between Autumn Moon and Lan Ling, they were dumbfounded. The battle between the two beauties was not only pleasing to the eye, but also terrifying. Nestle, such terrifying strength. Origin Divine Force Factor. Both of them have awakened their Origin Divine Force Factor. Gosh, aren't they too powerful? Who are they? They're so beautiful. I know, it's a woman who seems to be the new member, Lu Ming. She entered Xianxia Ancient City and passed the Gate of Heaven. It can't be, she was only a level 2 heavenly god then. Now she's a level 9 heavenly god. How did she cultivate? What a monster. Without a doubt, Qiueyu's cultivation shocked everyone. It was truly shocking. Some even suspected that Autumn Moon had cultivated some kind of cultivation technique to hide her cultivation. When she entered Xianxia Ancient City, she had hidden her cultivation. Above Star Peak, in a place closer to the peak of Star Peak, there were some courtyards where the prodigies of the Starry Sky Camp lived. However, the cultivation of these geniuses was even more terrifying. Many of them had reached the Divine King realm. They were the most terrifying group of geniuses in the Starry Camp. However, these people were also shocked. They flew out of their courtyards and watched from afar. What a beautiful woman. She's so powerful. These people were shocked when they saw it. They were a great threat to them since they had such strength below the Divine King realm. Clang! 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 Autumn Moon and Lan Ling were still fighting. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 blows. Although Autumn Moon's cultivation was weaker, only at level 9 heavenly god, she had mastered many kinds of divine force, which made up for her lack of cultivation. However, Qiueyu's understanding of divine skills was not as good as Lan Ling's. However, Qiueyu had the 9 orifices Sacred Heart's 9-colored divine light, which would greatly increase Qiueyu's attacking power. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched. Autumn Moon was not very familiar with the control of divine power. As the battle progressed, Autumn Moon became more and more familiar with the control of divine power. He became more and more adept at using it, and his strength also became stronger. In the end, Mid-Autumn Moon slowly gained the upper hand. How could this be? At this moment, Lan Ling was extremely shocked. Autumn Moon's strength was beyond her expectations. Not only could she fight with her, but she also had the upper hand. What hurt her the most was that Autumn Moon's cultivation base was only at the 9th level of the celestial god realm. Lan Ling had always been invincible among those at the same level as her. There were very few who could fight with her at the same level, not to mention those whose cultivation was lower than her. Her self-confidence had suffered a severe blow. God-killing light. Suddenly, Autumn Moon muttered and unleashed the light of destruction. Autumn Moon infused the light of destruction onto her curved blade and slashed out. Clang! The slash landed on Lan Ling's battle sword, causing it to tremble violently. The sword chi on it was dispersed. Lan Ling's delicate body trembled and she was sent flying. She only managed to stop after flying for 10,000 meters. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. You've lost. Autumn Moon did not continue to pursue. She stood in the air and spoke in a clear voice. Lan Ling's face was extremely ugly. She bit her lips and tears welled up in her eyes. She had previously doubted that Autumn Moon was qualified to be by Lu Ming's side. Reality had proven that Autumn Moon was more qualified than her. I've lost, but I'll definitely defeat you in the future. Lan Ling said before turning around to leave. She was too ashamed to stay any longer. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief when Lan Ling left. If Lan Ling insisted on staying in his courtyard, he would have a headache. Young master, it seems like there's another pretty lady who has her eyes on you. Autumn Moon came to Lu Ming's side and smiled. Why? Are you jealous? Lu Ming teased. Autumn Moon blushed and said, no way. Young master is so outstanding. There must be a lot of girls who like you. As long as Autumn Moon can be by young master's side, I'll be satisfied. Lu Ming felt warm in his heart. He held Autumn Moon's hand and walked into the courtyard. After that, it was another battle. After that, Lan Ling did not come again. Lu Ming was happy to be free. He went into seclusion to cultivate and comprehend the Overlord spear art. In the east of the Starry Camp, there was a place filled with divine energy. Many luxurious palaces were built in this place. This place was the headquarters of the Jin family in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. In one of the palaces, the head of the Jin family and a few other experts of the Jin family were discussing something. The atmosphere in the palaces was tense. The head of the Jin family was emitting a cold aura. I've only been in seclusion for a while, and such a big thing happened. Tell me, who killed Jin Xing? Who has the guts to kill the genius of the Jin family? The head of the Jin family said in a low voice. His voice seemed to contain a terrifying storm. Jin Xing, as one of the 4 heroes of the Jin family, had a bright future. But now, he was killed in the Starry Camp. It would be strange if he was not angry. In front of the head of the Jin family, the proud Jin Yuan did not even dare to breathe loudly. Head of the Jin family, the one who killed Jin Xing is someone called Lu Ming. Jin Yuan answered honestly. Lu Ming? Which force is he from? The 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence, not the Lu family. The head of the Jin family asked. He's not from any family. He's from the Qin Tian Star Field. Jin Yuan said. How could someone from the Qin Tian Star Field kill Jin Xing? And why didn't you kill that kid to avenge Jin Xing's death? The head of the Jin family stared coldly at Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan trembled and broke out in cold sweat. He answered honestly, head of the Jin family, I'm not his match. You're not his match? There's such a powerful genius in the Qin Tian Star Field? The head of the Jin family was slightly surprised. He's a monster. He's only a level 5 heavenly god, but his combat strength is ridiculously strong. Not only did he defeat me, but he also defeated the other geniuses of the heavenly god mansion and obtained a treasure. Jin Yuan immediately told the head of the Jin family about what had happened in the Starry Crescent ancient city. I can't believe such a thing happened. The head of the Jin family and the other experts of the Jin family were stunned when they heard the story. They were really shocked. Monster. He must be a monster with great luck. If we offend someone like him, we must get rid of him. The head of the Jin family said coldly. But he's staying in the Starry Camp. It's not easy to kill him. An elder of the Jin family frowned. Head of the family, elder, this Lu Ming is close to the Wu family. In the Starry Crescent ancient city, the young master of the winged men, Xiang, offended Lu Ming. Lu Ming has been trying to kill Xiang. During this period, he has been asking the Wu family to gather information about Xiang. This might be a chance, Jin Yuan's eyes turned and suggested. The head of the Jin family's eyes lit up and said, you mean you want to use Xiang to lure Lu Ming out? You want to use Xiang to lure Lu Ming out? The Jin family's patriarch stared at Lu Ming. R? A? N W? N? W? 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 R? A? N? W? E? Nasi? O? M? That's right. If Lu Ming wants to kill Xiang, he will definitely leave the interstellar barracks. At that time, we can arrange a few scapegoats and have a reason to kill him. Jin Yuan replied, his eyes flashing with cold-killing intent. Alright, let's do that. The Jin family's patriarch laughed. Patriarch, that Lu Ming has also killed a few of the Qin family's Skype brides. For this matter, we can drag the Qin family into this. Jin Yuan said. I understand. I will go to the Winged Man clan now. You go and invite the experts of the Qin family to discuss this. In the end, the Jin family's patriarch ordered an elder of the Jin family. The elder of the Jin family received the order and rushed to the Qin family. As for the Jin family's patriarch, he rushed to the Winged Man clan. In fact, a storm had been brewing in the Qin family for the past 2 days. A few of the Qin family's sky prides had died in Lu Ming's hands. The higher-ups of the Qin family were furious and wanted to deal with Lu Ming. The arrival of the Jin family naturally hit it off. Immediately, the Qin family's patriarch rushed to the Winged Man clan to discuss how to deal with Lu Ming. In the main hall of the Winged Man clan, the experts of the 3 major clans gathered together to discuss how to deal with a junior. What's your plan? The Winged Man clan's patriarch stared at the Jin family's patriarch and asked. Let Xiang leave the Winged Man clan and walk outside. It's best if he stays in a crowded place and lure Lu Ming to kill him. Once he kills someone, we will have 100 reasons to kill him. Even the interstellar barracks won't be able to protect him. The Jin family's patriarch said coldly. Bang, the Winged Person clan's clan head slammed the table heavily. He stared at the Jin clan's clan head with an unfriendly gaze and said, You mean to say that you want to sacrifice my son, Xiang, and let Lu Ming kill him? Haha, brother Yi, you've misunderstood. Of course not. Young Master Xiang is only bait. You can arrange for experts to protect him and then arrange for a few unimportant people to be killed by Lu Ming. Wouldn't that be enough? The head of the Jin family laughed. That's more like it. That brat is bent on killing my son. He should be eliminated as soon as possible. The head of the Winged Man clan nodded. Immediately, the heads of the 3 aristocratic families began to discuss the specifics. Lu Ming was completely unaware of all of this. In the following 10 odd days, Lu Ming wholeheartedly comprehended the Overlord Spear Art and finally made great progress. The first stage of the Overlord Spear Art had been successfully cultivated by him. Next, he just needed to slowly nurture it. Then, Lu Ming took out the God of War Strike and studied it carefully. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He ended his comprehension and a sound transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand. Just now, he felt that someone had sent him a message, so he ended his cultivation. There's news about Xiang. Lu Ming scanned the sound transmission jade talisman with his spiritual sense and his eyes lit up. The one who sent him the message was Wu Ming. Previously, he had asked Wu Ming and the others to inquire about Xiang's whereabouts. Now, he finally got the news. Lu Ming left the courtyard. As expected, he saw Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and Wu Zixiong outside the door. Brothers Wu, where is Xiang? Has he returned to the Starry Sky camp? Lu Ming asked. No. Wu Ming shook his head and said, We found out that Xiang had been holed up in the Winged Person clan for some time. However, he left the Winged Person clan 7 or 8 days ago and has been active in the Soaring Cloud region. The Soaring Cloud region. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. After arriving at the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Matter, Lu Ming naturally did some research on the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Matter. The entire planet was the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Matter. It was extremely vast. However, it was also divided into different regions. For example, the core region of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Matter and the various aristocratic families' headquarters. Other than that, there were some regions where ordinary people gathered or where commercial areas were for consumption. The Soaring Cloud region was a commercial area. There were restaurants, markets, auction houses, brothels, and everything that one could think of. It was extremely prosperous. It was also the region with the most people. Brother Lu, that Xiang had been holed up in the Winged Person clan and did not dare to come out. Then, he suddenly appeared in the Soaring Cloud region and swaggered in and out of various restaurants and brothels. I'm afraid that there's a trap here. We can't act rashly. Wu Zixiong said with a frown. Lu Ming nodded. He had also thought of this point. He wanted to kill Xiang. However, Lu Ming had quite a number of enemies. Perhaps, the other party wanted to kill him too. However, it would be difficult for the other party to make a move in the Starry Sky camp. Perhaps, the other party wanted to lure him out before killing him. Lu Ming's mind was spinning rapidly as he thought of a countermeasure. He definitely had to kill Xiang. If he did not kill him, he would not be able to calm down. However, it would depend on how he killed him. How about this? Let's wait a little longer and observe the situation first. Lu Ming said. He was not an impulsive person. Even if he knew that there might be a trap, he would still kill his way in. That's for the best. If there's anything, we'll inform you immediately. Wu Ming said. Thank you very much. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked them. You don't have to stand on ceremony. Lu Ming, the family head of the Wu family, already knows about your matter. He said that if you need any help, feel free to ask. The Wu family will definitely do our best to help. Wu Zixiong said. Wu family's patriarch? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He did not expect that his matter would reach the ears of the Wu family's patriarch. Perhaps Wu Zifeng had contributed to this. Everyone, please help me thank the Wu family's patriarch. If Lu Ming needs help, I won't be courteous. Lu Ming smiled. Subsequently, Wu Ming and the rest bade farewell. After Wu Ming and the rest left, Lu Ming was about to return to his room. From the direction of the Star Peak, a figure stepped on the air and flew over. If it wasn't Lan Ling, who else could it be? Why are you here again? Didn't I teach you a lesson last time? Lu Ming glanced at Lan Ling and said coldly. Lan Ling was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She had never been so unwelcome before. Lu Ming, do you think I want to come? It's my father who wants to see you. Lan Ling gritted her teeth and said. Senior Blue Merchant, could it be? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that Blue Merchant had found a clue from the Dark Knight Devil's storage ring? I've already sent the message. It's up to you whether you want to come or not. After Lan Ling finished speaking, she turned around and left like a proud swan. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He could not be bothered with Lan Ling and followed after her. Soon, Lu Ming came to the Blue Merchant's courtyard for the second time. Senior, did you ask me to come here because you have a clue about the 9 extinction divine crystal? As soon as he saw Blue Merchant, Lu Ming couldn't wait to ask. Yes, I have a clue. Lan Shang smiled faintly and said, Dark Knight Devil King, sealing a projection into an ordinary divine artifact. That's a good method. After saying that, a simple and unadorned axe appeared in his hand. This axe was only an ordinary high-grade divine artifact. Sealed in this axe? Lu Ming was surprised. P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 ads, and multiple reading modes. Please follow, book friends, quickly follow. Looking at the axe in Blue Merchant's hand, Lu Ming was surprised. W? 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 R? N? Wayna.com. This was indeed an axe from the Eventide Demon King's storage ring. Lu Ming had checked it a few times before, but he did not find anything. Look. Blue Merchant said. Then, the axe floated in the air. Blue Merchant's fingers kept drawing runes and they flew into the axe. Buzz, the axe vibrated slightly, and runes appeared on its surface. The runes on the axe intertwined and radiated light. The light formed a projection in the air. That's the Dark Knight Demon King and the Dark Ice Tribe. Lu Ming saw the figure of the Eventide Demon on the projection at one glance. There were a few figures beside the Dark Knight Demon King. They were from the Dark Ice Tribe. Lu Ming had seen the Dark Ice Tribe before. Hence, he could recognize them at a glance. However, both the Dark Knight Demon King and the Dark Ice race were very respectful to these figures. Those figures were covered in black robes and their faces could not be seen clearly. This time, we will arrange it well. We will hide the 9 sacred crystal with the Dark Ice Tribe. One of the black-robed figures said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. They were indeed discussing how to steal the 9 sacred crystal. The members of the Dark Ice race and the Dark Knight Devil bowed to him. The few of them discussed for a while, and it was all about the specific matters of stealing the 9 extinction divine crystal. Unfortunately, from beginning to end, they didn't know the identities of the few black-robed people. The 9 sacred crystal is with the Dark Ice Tribe. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was delighted. Although he did not know who was in cahoots with the Dark Ice Tribe, he had finally found the whereabouts of the 9Ju sacred crystal. As long as he destroyed the Dark Ice tribe and took back the 9Ju sacred crystal, the Qin Tian territory would be safe. Lu Ming, what are you going to do? Blue Merchant asked. What am I going to do? Of course, I will take this projection and make it public. Lu Ming said. That's easy. Maybe we can plan to lure out the forces that are in cahoots with the Dark Ice tribe and kill them all. Blue Merchant said with a smile. Lure out the mastermind? I want to do that too. But what can we do? Lu Ming asked. Well, you'll have to figure it out yourself. I'm just suggesting. Lan Shang chuckled. He was simply like an old fox. Lu Ming was speechless. However, his eyes lit up the next moment as he thought of a solution. When Lu Ming first came to the 9Ju Heavenly King Mansion, he was intercepted by a group of people. Now that he thought about it, the other party must have guessed that there was evidence in the storage ring of the Dark Knight Demon King. However, they probably did not know what the evidence is Ju. Perhaps they didn't know that the evidence left by the Night Devil only exposed the Dark Ice race, but not the person behind it. The Dark Knight Demon King was in a hurry to kill Lu Ming and take away the evidence. Based on that, he could use the evidence to lure the Dark Knight Demon King out or blackmail the Dark Knight Demon King into admitting it himself. Moreover, Lu Ming suspected that the mastermind might be the Jin family or the Qin family. Since Lu Ming came to the Starry Camp, he was targeted by the two families. They wanted to kill him. Maybe they wanted to kill him and take away the Dark Knight Demon King's Ju. Then, maybe I can make use of Xianxia's incident. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Xianxia suddenly swaggered outside. Lu Ming suspected that he might have joined forces with the Jin family and the Qin family to lure him out so that they could kill him. Then, could he beat them at their own game and make a big deal out of it? Then, he could blackmail them and make them give themselves away. However, if he wanted to carry out this plan, he must have a strong backing. Otherwise, he would be killed before the plan could be carried out. At the thought of this, Lu Ming told Lan Shang about Xianxia and his plan. Not bad, not bad. This is a good plan. After hearing that, Lan Shang nodded continuously. He looked at Lu Ming with increasing satisfaction. To be able to come up with such a plan in such a short period of time was not something an ordinary person could do. If he wanted to reverse Jin Yu's case, he not only needed strength, he also needed brains. Without brains, he would not be able to go far. Alright, let's carry out this plan. Your safety will be in the hands of your uncle Lan Shu. Blue Merchant smiled confidently. However, if you want to make a big deal out of this, I alone won't be enough. Don't you have a good relationship with the Wu family? You can borrow their strength. Then, Lan Shang reminded him again. Alright. Lu Ming nodded his head and discussed the details of the plan with Blue Merchant. Then, they left the place. After that, Lu Ming found Wu Ming and Wu Yu and told them about his plan. Alright, leave this to us. We'll send a message to young Master Zifeng. Wu Ming said. Immediately, Wu Ming sent a message to Wu Zifeng. Soon, Wu Ming received a reply. Brother Lu, don't worry. The family head has said that he'll help you. If necessary, the family head will do it himself. Wu Ming said. Thank you. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With the help of the Wu family, this plan could be carried out smoothly. Xiang, I'll take your life. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Soaring Cloud District was the largest commercial district in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. The streets were crisscrossed and there were shops everywhere. A large number of people gathered here and it was extremely prosperous. The Inn in the Clouds was the largest restaurant in the Soaring Cloud District. It was also a place of romance. The Inn in the Clouds, as its name suggested, floated in the clouds all year round and was very large. Those who drank here would be accompanied by young and beautiful ladies. Moreover, the wine and delicacies were also top-notch. Naturally, it attracted a large number of customers. The Inn in the Clouds had 3 floors and was very large. There were luxurious tables and chairs placed everywhere and almost all of them were filled with customers. On one of the tables, Xiang was drinking with a few friends. Beside them, there was a beautiful lady accompanying them. Xiang hugged a young lady and his evil claws wandered around her body, causing the lady to giggle. Ha ha ha, come, beauty, have a drink with me. Xiang laughed loudly and raised his wine cup, asking the lady to drink. Since it's young master Xiang's wine, I won't stand on ceremony. The lady took the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Good alcohol tolerance. Xiang clapped his hands and praised without restraint. However, from time to time, there would be a sharp glint in the depths of his eyes as he glanced around. Lu Ming, I hope you can appear. Once you appear, it'll be your death. Xiang roared in his heart and his killing intent was boundless. Previously, he was afraid of Lu Ming and hid in the Winged Man clan. He did not even dare to return to the Starry Camp. This matter had become a joke to him. He hated Lu Ming to the bone. P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Please follow, readers, please follow me. This time, Xiang swaggered into the soaring cloud area to lure Lu Ming out. Once Lu Ming came out, it would be his death. However, it had been a few days and Lu Ming had yet to appear. This made him anxious. This guy keeps saying that he wants to kill me, but he doesn't dare to appear. He's also a good-for-nothing. Humph, but this good-for-nothing woman is really beautiful. If there's a chance, I must get my hands on that woman and have fun with her. Xiang had vicious thoughts in his mind. At the thought of Autumn Moon's peerless beauty and perfect expression, there was a raging flame in his eyes. Compared to Autumn Moon, he suddenly felt that the beauty in his arms was simply ordinary. There was no comparison at all. They were heaven and earth. Thud thud thud, at this moment, unhurried footsteps could be heard from the staircase. It spread throughout the entire 3rd floor. Many people looked at the staircase curiously. This was the 9 Extremes Heavenly King residence. Even the weakest person was at the virtual god realm. Those who had reached this realm would not have any footsteps. But now, someone was walking with such well-proportioned footsteps. Obviously, it was done on purpose and naturally attracted the attention of others. Soon, a young man appeared from the staircase and walked slowly to the 3rd floor. Lu Ming. Seeing this young man, Xiang's eyes lit up and he slowly uttered 2 words. That's right. The young man who walked up from the staircase was Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked up to the 3rd floor step by step. His gaze was fixed on Xiang. He then stepped forward and a cold murderous intent filled the air and suppressed Xiang. Xiang, you're finally not hiding in the Winged Man family anymore. Very good. Today will be the day you die. Lu Ming said coldly. His voice was icy cold. In the restaurant, many people's hearts were shaken, and a commotion broke out. Who is this guy? He wants to kill Xiang? Xiang is the young master of the Winged Man family. This guy is really audacious. He doesn't want to live anymore. Moreover, Xiang's cultivation is extremely shocking. Judging from this guy's aura, his cultivation is not high. He wants to kill Xiang. He's overestimating himself. Just watch, there's going to be a good show. Everyone in the restaurant was discussing animatedly, as if they wanted to watch a good show. How dare you? Brat, what did you say? Before Xiang could open his mouth, a young man in his 30s suddenly slammed the table and stood up. A berserk aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Half-step Divine King realm, this young man, who seemed to be in his 30s, was a half-step Divine King. This brat wants to kill young Master Xiang. Looks like he's tired of living. Another young man at the side said coldly. He looked to be in his 30s. However, these young men were too old to join the Starry Barracks, thus they were unaware of Lu Ming's achievements. Otherwise, they would not dare to speak in such a manner. Lu Ming, you want to kill me? Xiang said indifferently. He continued to drink his wine with a calm expression. He was waiting for Lu Ming to come, so naturally, he wasn't flustered at all. Nonsense. How dare you touch my, Lu Ming's, woman? Your ending is already decided. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he took a step forward, his killing intent becoming even more intense. Swoosh, suddenly, a young man appeared in front of Lu Ming. His berserk aura pressed down on Lu Ming. I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? The young man said ferociously. Get lost if you don't want to die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Brat, what did you say? You're courting death. The young man shouted coldly. He bent his fingers into a claw and clawed at Lu Ming's head. The moment he clawed, the young man's claw turned golden. The claw pierced through the air, producing a terrifying whistling sound. Jin family. Hee hee. Looks like you're trying to lure me out. Lu Ming sneered in his heart and threw out a punch. Roar, Lu Ming's fist let out a dragon's roar. Then, a 9-clawed dragon pounced out and clashed with the young man's claw. In the next moment, the young man let out a miserable shriek. Because his claw had exploded. The 9-clawed dragon did not stop there. It pounced on the young man and tore his body apart with its claw. The young man from Jin family had fallen. There was a brief silence in the restaurant. Many people revealed shocked expressions. They did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. He killed a half-step divine king with just a wave of his hand. Lu Ming, how dare you kill someone? You're courting death. Go and kill him together. Xianxia shouted angrily. Of course, he was pretending to be angry. He was happy that Lu Ming had killed someone. The people around him were originally sent to their deaths. Lu Ming had killed someone. They had 100 reasons to kill Lu Ming. The Starry Sky Battalion had nothing to say. Kill. Kill this brat. Beside Xianxia, another 3 young men roared. Violent auras exploded as they charged towards Lu Ming. The 3 of them did not know about Xianxia's plan. When they saw that Lu Ming dared to kill one of their men, they were enraged and charged towards Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming said indifferently. A long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear trembled and rays of spear light burst out. Puff. Puff. Puff, the 3 rays of spear light easily destroyed their attacks and pierced through their foreheads. The 3 young experts were killed instantly. Xianxia, it's your turn now. Lu Ming stared coldly at Xianxia. His long spear trembled and another ray of spear light pierced towards Xianxia. At this moment, there was only one young man left beside Xianxia. This young man looked to be in his 30s. He had a pair of wings on his back. Like Xianxia, he was also a lightning-winged man. At this moment, the young man moved. In a flash, he appeared in front of Xianxia. One of his wings swept out like a blade. Boom, the wing slashed onto Lu Ming's spear light and destroyed Lu Ming's spear light. Boom, then, a violent aura emitted from the young man's body. The restaurant was immediately shrouded by a terrifying pressure. It's a divine king. Second divine king realm. Some people exclaimed. This young man was at the second divine king realm. Indeed, there are experts around him. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to kill Xianxia this time. Indeed, there were experts around him. Lu Ming, how dare you kill people in broad daylight? This time, even the Starry Sky Camp can't protect you. Xianxia finally stood up and shouted at Lu Ming while pointing at him. That's right. You killed people of the Jin family for no reason. You deserve to die. At this moment, a voice came from the 2nd floor. The restaurant in the clouds had 5 floors. The voice came from the 4th floor. Before he finished speaking, a figure flashed and a group of people appeared beside Xianxia. The leader wore a golden robe and had a handsome and cold face. He was one of the 4 heroes of the Jin family, Jin Yuan. There were a few middle-aged men beside Jin Yuan. Their auras were as strong as mountains. Jin Yuan appeared beside Xianxia with a few burly men and stared coldly at Lu Ming. You've finally shown up? Lu Ming said in a low voice, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. Seeing Jin Yuan, Lu Ming knew that he had guessed correctly. The other party had set this up on purpose to bait him. Looks like you've been waiting for me here. Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Ming, you killed the Jin clan's men for no reason and even wanted to kill Xianxia. How audacious. What do you think the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence is? Why don't you surrender now? Are you waiting for us to make a move? Jin Yuan shouted coldly with a cold smile. Those men were from the Jin clan, but their talents were average. They were pushed out by the Jin clan to let Lu Ming kill them. Lu Ming killed them first, so no one would say anything if they killed Lu Ming, even if Lu Ming was from the Starry camp. As expected, Lu Ming had fallen into their trap. Everything was going according to their plan. Jin Yuan, since you're shouting so loudly, then come and take me. Let's see if a loser like you can take me down. Lu Ming looked at Jin Yuan indifferently with a mocking expression. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused the others in the restaurant to be surprised. What does Lu Ming mean? Did he defeat Jin Yuan before? It can't be. Jin Yuan is known as one of the 4 heroes of the Jin clan. He awakened his origin source divine power factor long ago. Can Lu Ming defeat Jin Yuan? It's possible. Otherwise, why would Lu Ming say that? The people in the restaurant discussed animatedly as they looked at Jin Yuan and Lu Ming. Jin Yuan's face was extremely gloomy and his killing intent was extremely strong. Lu Ming, now is not the time to fight with you alone. You killed the Jin clan's men. It's time for you to pay with your life. Men, take him down. Jin Yuan waved his hand. Boom, beside Gold Ingot, a burly man stepped out, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. He was a first King God Realm warrior. His aura was as thick as a mountain. His skin glowed with a golden light as if he was made of gold. Boom. The Jin clan's godly king sent a palm strike towards Lu Ming. The void trembled violently as a violent energy surged towards Lu Ming like a tidal wave. As soon as he made his move, Lu Ming sensed that although this godly monarch of the Jin family had a similar cultivation base as the Dark Knight Demon King, his combat strength was definitely above the Dark Knight Demon King's. In an instant, all of Lu Ming's divine power erupted from his body, and he activated the battle character secret art to quadruple his combat strength. Moon slaying. A low shout came from Lu Ming's mouth. Then, a crescent-shaped spear light violently chopped out. Clang, the crescent-shaped spear light collided with the Jin clan's godly king's palm, creating a dull explosion. At the point of impact, the energy swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. The entire restaurant trembled. However, in the next moment, the walls and floor of the restaurant glowed with colorful lights. Dense runes appeared, blocking the energy waves that spread out in all directions. As the largest restaurant in the soaring cloud district, the restaurant in the clouds had an extraordinary background. It was supported by a powerful force, and the entire restaurant was a treasure. It was covered with great arrays, so it wasn't afraid of a great battle. However, the expensive tables and chairs next to the 2 of them were not protected by great arrays. They were crushed by the energy waves of the 2 of them. The other people in the restaurant were forced to retreat. However, there were also experts among them. There were quite a few godly kings. They circulated their divine power and blocked the aftershock of Lu Ming's attack. Buzz, the spear in Lu Ming's hand vibrated continuously. A powerful energy surged out, causing Lu Ming's body to float backwards. On the other hand, Godly King's body only swayed slightly before he stabilized himself. Without transforming into his ancient god body, Lu Ming was slightly at a disadvantage in a head-on battle. However, this also shocked the others. Now, many people had seen through Lu Ming's cultivation. Lu Ming was only a 6th-layer heavenly god. It was unbelievable that a 6th-layer heavenly god could fight a 1st-layer godly king. Die. After pushing Lu Ming back, the Jin clan's godly king immediately launched a fierce attack. His golden palm broke through the air, attacking Lu Ming like a storm. However, Lu Ming didn't want to face him head-on. He used the 9 Heavens Kuanping art. A 9 Heavens Kuanping appeared on his body. With a flash, Lu Ming charged towards Xianxia. This time, he had to kill Xianxia. Whoosh, Lu Ming's speed was astonishing. He charged towards Xianxia like a bolt of lightning. Before he arrived, a spear light had already shot towards Xianxia. Save me. Xianxia was shocked. Beside Xianxia, the Winged Men clan's godly king was already prepared. He flapped his lightning wings and slashed towards Lu Ming's spear light like a sharp blade. He shattered Lu Ming's spear light. However, 9 ice chains immediately shot towards Xianxia like dancing snakes. You're courting death. The Winged Men clan's godly king roared furiously. He unleashed a powerful aura and his body was covered in lightning. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning as thick as an arm shot out from his body and bombarded the ice chains. A series of explosions could be heard as the 9 ice chains exploded one after another. In an instant, the 9 ice chains had all exploded and turned into streams of cold air that dissipated into the air. The Winged Men clan's godly king was a second-layer godly king expert. A second-layer godly king was extremely powerful. He was much stronger than a first-layer godly king. As the saying went, those with a higher rank could crush a person to death. This sentence was also suitable to describe the godly king realm. In the godly king realm, if one's cultivation base was 1 layer higher, he would have an absolute advantage. Even a genius with divine grade divine power would find it difficult to fight against someone with a higher rank. Only some monstrous geniuses could do so. Therefore, no matter how tough the ice chains were, they would be shattered by his attack. Die. Then, the Winged Men clan's godly king shouted coldly. He pressed his palm down and lightning bolts shot towards Lu Ming. However, just as the Winged Men clan's godly king made his move, Lu Ming's body flashed and he dashed towards the other side. This time, he wasn't going to attack Xianxia, but Jin Yuan. Yes, this time, Lu Ming was going to attack Jin Yuan. In reality, the reason he attacked Xianxia just now was just a facade. His real target was Jin Yuan. In the process of dashing out, Lu Ming's body swelled rapidly. Lu Ming was transforming into his ancient god body. Strangely, the height of the 3rd floor of the restaurant was only a dozen meters. However, as Lu Ming's body grew rapidly, the height of the restaurant also increased rapidly. In the end, it reached a height of a few hundred meters. Its length and width also increased by a few times. Conflicts often broke out in the restaurant above the clouds. There were even fights between people of different races and different sizes. Therefore, the entire restaurant above the clouds was a treasure. Not only was it covered with formations, but it could also change its size at will. Buzz, after transforming into his ancient god body, Lu Ming's fighting strength skyrocketed. He swept his long spear towards Jin Yuan. Before the long spear reached him, the terrifying energy wave had already caused Jin Yuan's expression to change drastically. Void-shattering hand. The Jin family god king who had fought with Lu Ming shouted. His hand glowed as he used the void-shattering hand to attack Lu Ming. Dong, their attacks collided once again. This time, the shockwaves were even more terrifying as they swept out in all directions. Then, a figure retreated violently, vomiting blood. This time, it was the Jin family god king who retreated. The Jin family god king was in the 1st layer of the king god realm. Although he was slightly stronger than the Dark Knight Devil King, it was not by much. Before Lu Ming transformed into his ancient god body, he was at a disadvantage. Once he transformed into his ancient god body, his fighting strength completely surpassed his opponent. What? Upon seeing this sight, the crowd widened their eyes in shock. The strength Lu Ming had displayed before was already terrifying. But now, Lu Ming's strength could only be described as shocking. He had injured a god king in one move. After injuring his opponent, Lu Ming continued to step forward. His violent aura swept towards Jin Yuan like a storm. Jin Yuan's face changed drastically, becoming extremely ugly. Lu Ming's ability had improved tremendously compared to when he was in Xianxia ancient city. This simply made him envious and jealous. Kill. Kill him for me. Let's attack together. Jin Yuan shouted. Kill. Kill. The big men by Jin Yuan's side all roared and attacked at the same time, all of them releasing shocking auras. These men were all in the 1st layer of the king god realm. Their bodies glowed with golden light as they attacked Lu Ming together. Ice chains. Lu Ming's mind stirred, and the 9 ice chains condensed once again. They danced in front of him, blocking the attacks of the few burly men from the Jin family. The 1st layer of the king god realm could not break the ice chains. After using the ice chains to block their attacks, Lu Ming stared at one of them and attacked ferociously. Moon slashing. Lu Ming shouted, almost using his full strength, his spear chopped down towards one of the big men. Lu Ming was now using all of his strength to execute the moon beheading strike. How astonishing was its power! It instantly pierced through the big man's defense and split his body in half. A god king had fallen. This was considered Lu Ming's first time relying on his own strength to kill a divine king powerhouse. Back then, although Lu Ming had killed the Night Devil King, it was because of Lu Ming's sneak attack. Furthermore, the Night Devil King was heavily injured and was killed by Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming was completely relying on his own strength to kill his opponent. How could this be? This scene caused Jin Yuan and the others to be horrified. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long roar. His imposing manner was like a madman. His long spear vibrated madly as it continuously slashed out. In an instant, Lu Ming used the moon slashing 3 times. 3 crescent-shaped spear lights slashed towards the 3 big men. Although the 3 big men were prepared and did their best to defend, they were still heavily injured. They were sent flying and coughing up blood. For someone like Jin Yuan, his battle strength was enough to fight against a first-layer god king. He could even gain the upper hand. When Lu Ming was in the 5th-layer god realm, he could already crush Jin Yuan. He could even defeat Chu Baxing and the others who were even stronger. Now that Lu Ming had broken through to the 6th-layer god realm, his battle strength was even stronger than when he was in Xianxia ancient city. It was naturally easy for him to deal with an ordinary 1st-layer god king. Several first sky of king god realm guards were killed or severely wounded. Jin Yuan was so scared that he shuddered and retreated hastily. Jin Yuan, die! Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and pressed his long spear down with the momentum of Mount Tai. Jin Yuan was shocked. Just as he was about to use all of his strength to resist, a figure suddenly rushed over from the other side. He stood in front of Jin Yuan, his body emitting a dazzling golden light. Dong, the person threw out a palm and hit the long spear. Lu Ming felt a powerful force coming from the long spear. His body shook violently and he couldn't help but retreat. 2nd-layer god king. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. The person who had attacked him was also a big man. Without a doubt, he was also an expert from the Jin family. The Jin family also had a 2nd-layer god king in the restaurant. 2nd-layer god king. Ha ha ha. Kill. Kill that kid. Jin Yuan screamed hysterically. Just now, he was so frightened by Lu Ming that he almost wet his pants. Young Master Jin Yuan, don't worry. Today, he will die for sure. The expert from the Jin family said coldly. He was like a golden man, extremely dazzling. A 2nd-layer god king was much stronger than a 1st-layer god king. Although Lu Ming could kill a 1st-layer god king, he was definitely not a match for a 2nd-layer god king. A 2nd-layer god king against a 1st-layer god king would definitely be killed instantly. There was no suspense. Bang, the expert from the Jin family, who was in the 2nd heaven of the divine king realm, took a step forward and dashed toward Lu Ming. He threw out a huge palm print toward Lu Ming, causing the void to tremble violently. It was the same void-shattering hand. However, a 2nd-layer god king was much stronger than a 1st-layer god king. However, Lu Ming didn't dodge. His body flashed, dashing toward his opponent. He's crazy. A thought flashed across many people's minds. They thought that Lu Ming was crazy. Lu Ming's fighting capacity was obviously not a match for a 2nd-layer god king. However, he dared to rush toward his opponent. Wasn't he seeking death? You're courting death. Jin Yuan's eyes flashed ferociously. Die. The 2nd-layer god king of the Jin family shouted and his palm strike became stronger. Qiao Qiao. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. Then, Qiao Qiao, who had turned into a bracelet on Lu Ming's wrist, moved. Swoosh, Qiao Qiao rushed out and turned into a ball. A tentacle extended from its round body and turned into a saber, slashing out. The saber slashed toward the Jin family expert's palm print. The Jin family expert's palm print couldn't withstand a single blow. It was cut in half like a piece of tofu. This scene greatly shocked the Jin family's experts. They were somewhat dumbfounded. His full-powered palm print was extremely powerful. However, it was easily broken by a metal ball. He was stunned and his fate was sealed. Xiaoqiu dashed toward the Jin family expert like a bolt of lightning. Its saber continued to slash down. Ah! The Jin family expert roared furiously. He had just set up a layer of defense when Xiaoqiu's saber slashed through it. Swoosh! The Jin family expert's defense was like a piece of paper. His entire body was cut in half and he died on the spot. Xiaoqiu's strength was terrifying. Even in the King God realm, it could kill opponents with a higher level. Now that Xiaoqiu had broken through to the second layer God King, it was easy for it to kill someone at the same level. This, Jin Yuan was dumbfounded. His brain turned into paste. He was completely dumbfounded. He had never thought that a second layer God King of the Jin family would be killed just like that. Run! Run! In the next moment, he screamed crazily in his mind. He wanted to retreat and run away. However, how could Lu Ming let him do as he wished? Boom! A huge spear light pressed down on Jin Yuan. End of chapter 3073. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.